Chapter 1. I have traversed realms. In the dimly lit chamber, Li Xiaofei gazed into the mirror, observing his reflection jet-black hair, an ordinary complexion, and freckles adorning his cheeks. His eyes fell upon the orange hat beside him, and an overwhelming sense of surrealism washed over him, as if he were still ensnared in a dream awakening from slumber to find oneself transformed into another person, in an entirely different world, felt utterly unreal. He raised his hand, extended his index finger, and with a soft pop, a flicker of flame danced from his fingertips staring at the flickering flame. Li Xiaofei remained silent for an extended period before exhaling a deep sigh. It is now certain I have indeed traversed worlds. Moreover, he had ventured into the thrilling realm of One Piece. Most significantly, he had become the sworn brother of the protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, and had just acquired the Mera Mera no Mi, embodying the formidable Fire Fist Ace. There was no need to engage in the elaborate schemes that other transmigrators often devise to obtain a powerful devil fruit. As an anime enthusiast, one would expect him to be brimming with excitement, yet he found himself devoid of such exhilaration. One should be thrilled to find oneself in the world of pirates, so why do I feel this peculiar sense of apathy? He ruffled his slightly disheveled hair, donned the hat that lay nearby, and rose to his feet. Pushing open the door, he stepped outside, only to be met with a cacophony of enthusiastic voices. Ah, Captain Ace, you have emerged. Wow, Captain Ace, you are still alive. Oh my, Captain Ace, we thought you had locked yourself away for so long that you had perished. A group of oddly shaped individuals erupted into a chorus of wails upon seeing Ace emerge from his quarters, their expressions a comical blend of tears and joy. This scene felt eerily familiar. These individuals are utterly over the top. Observing the spectacle of these aliens weeping uncontrollably, Li Xiaofei began to question his reality. With a casual flick, he swatted away an approaching 2.5-meter tall brute and exclaimed, "By the way, who exactly are you all?" "Captain Ace, do you not recognize us?" "Wow, Captain Ace, are you abandoning us?" "Oh no, is it because you have consumed the devil fruit and gained immense power, rendering us mere crew members unnecessary?" Upon hearing Li Xiaofei's words, the commotion escalated, with the crew lamenting even more fervently, pounding their chests as if they were forlorn lovers abandoned. "Captain?" Li Xiaofei's attention was piqued by their address, and he contemplated silently. Has a pirate crew already been established? It appears to be quite newly formed. Judging by the situation, the Mera Mera no Mi must have only recently been acquired. It seems the timeline aligns with Ace's early days at sea, since they have yet to enter the New World and have not yet joined the Whitebeard pirates. Their true identities must still be unknown to the Marines. Ah, could it be that this is due to the devil fruit? I have long heard tales of its unpalatable nature, yet I never imagined it could lead a man as formidable as Captain Ace to question the very essence of his existence. A man, towering nearly 3 meters tall, draped in a gray cloak with a mane of curly hair and a sword hanging at his waist, approached slowly, gazing intently at Ace. Upon raising his head, Li Xiaofei realized that this individual possessed considerable strength. "Hey, you, don't speak so recklessly. Who would doubt life over the unpleasant taste of a devil fruit?" Li Xiaofei retorted, only to pause abruptly before continuing. "Well, I suppose I too have started to question my existence reflecting on Ace's life. Though brief, it was undeniably vibrant from an outsider's perspective. One might only feel a tinge of regret. Yet now, having become Ace himself, Li Fei was determined to alter the fate that befell Ace in the original narrative. After all, such a short life being at merely 20 was unacceptable. He wished to live for several more years. Thus, it seems there is still time. Li Xiaofei mused internally, already beginning to embody the character of Ace. Perhaps it is the result of consuming the flame fruit, but my mind has been rather muddled lately. By the way, what is your name, and how long has our pirate crew been established?" Li Xiaofei inquired. "I am Gambi. As for the pirate crew," Gambi scrutinized Ace with a dubious gaze before stating, "Since you, Captain, will not turn 18 for another month, our pirate crew cannot yet be considered officially established." "What? What does my age have to do with the establishment of the pirate crew?" Li Xiaofei exclaimed, confusion etched on his face. He then waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Never mind, since the crew isn't officially formed, the reason for its existence is irrelevant. Farewell." In the original tale, Li Xiaofei could not recall any formidable members within Ace's Spade Pirates. Now that he had become Ace, he was discontented with the character's fate and felt compelled to enact change. To grow stronger, however, he would not be hindered by a group of ineffectual subordinates initially. He pondered how to disband this newly formed crew, but now, with its unofficial status, he needed not even a reason to do so. Bang! Just as Li Xiaofei turned, a long sword suddenly descended before him, crashing heavily to the ground. "Ace, were your words a genuine reflection of your thoughts?" The swordsman named Gambi interposed, his expression impassive as he scrutinized Ace. Behind him, the previously tearful and snotty group of misfits had transformed, each face now dark and their gazes sharp as Hawksley Xiaofei remained silent, his eyes scanning the faces before him. For reasons unknown, a powerful emotion began to brew within him, accompanied by a torrent of memories cascading through his mind. These were Ace's emotions and memories. Yet as they merged with his own, Li Xiaofei suddenly found the faces before him strikingly familiar in Ace's recollection, his acquaintance. With the swordsman Gambi spans the longest duration. They first met 6 months ago. From their initial indifference to the burgeoning camaraderie that now binds them as life and death partners, Gambi has proven to be an utterly trustworthy ally. Moreover, Gambi's prowess is formidable prior to consuming the Mera Mera no Mi. Even if Ace could emerge victorious against Gambi, the cost would undoubtedly be substantial. As for the amusing companions behind him, they shared a natural affinity with Ace. After 3 months of companionship, they have evolved into reliable comrades. Most notably, following their recent skirmish, in which they wrested the Mera Mera no Mi from another pirate crew, they have been thoroughly captivated by Ace's charismatic persona, elevating them to the status of trusted allies. Having absorbed Ace's emotions and memories, Li Xiaofei realized he could no longer forsake these companions. Hey! Li Xiaofei lifted his head, grinning broadly to reveal his pearly whites, and exclaimed, "What I just said was obviously a jest. However, Gambi, along with you all, the endeavors that lie ahead may very well cost us our lives. Are you prepared to face life and death alongside me?" Bang! Before Li Xiaofei could finish his sentence, Gambi sent him flying with a punch. Li Xiaofei rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and gazed up at the nearly 3-meter turtle giant, who was now weeping profusely. The motley crew behind Gambi mirrored his state, their faces awash with tears and snot. Gazing at him with misty eyes, Gambi suddenly raised his sword high and declared, "Ace, what on earth are you saying? Have we not already entrusted our lives to you?" "Hey!" Li Xiaofei adjusted his hat to shield his moist eyes and proclaimed loudly, "In that case, I, Port Gasti Ace, hereby announce the official establishment of the Spade Pirates." With his hat raised high, revealing his tear-streaked visage, Li Xiaofei called out to Gambi and the motley crew behind him, "My comrades, are you ready to share in life and death with the captain?" Oh, well. The comrades who had already entrusted their lives required no further affirmation in that moment. Various items were tossed skyward, marking the official formation of the pirate crew, known as Spade, on an uncharted island in the Grand Line. "Now, my friends, let us commence the feast." Li Xiaofei tossed his hat high into the air, exclaiming joyfully. In that instant, Li Xiaofei, the otaku from the 21st century, relinquished his former self, embracing the identity of a new Acia Port Gasti. Ace destined to be extraordinary. 3 days later, under the night sky, Li Xiaofei lay upon a rock, gazing at the resplendent stars, his eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment completely dominated by that sudden surge of emotion leaning on his arms. As he reminisced about the overwhelming feelings that had surged from deep within this body, Li Xiaofei felt a lingering sense of trepidation. He was acutely aware that this intense emotion and the accompanying memories belonged to the original owner of this body. Fortunately, these powerful sentiments were merely vivid recollections, devoid of any personality or emotional attachments. Otherwise, with his lethargic and ineffectual will, he would likely have been swiftly possessed. Fortunately, although my character has been influenced, the benefits seem to outweigh the drawbacks, Li Xiaofei remarked, as the confusion in his eyes was suddenly dispelled. A tremendous aura erupted from within him, only to dissipate almost instantaneously. Is this the formidable power of Conqueror's Haki? Could this be considered a boon of my transmigration? As he harnessed this overwhelming aura, Li Xiaofei felt a surge of excitement. Although the intense emotions left by this body had altered his disposition, they also bestowed upon him the inherent Conqueror's Haki that Ace originally possessed. According to the original narrative, the awakening of Conqueror's Haki requires not only the qualities of a ruler and extraordinary talent, but also a profound emotional impact. The strength of this Haki is derived from one's personal charisma. Had it been his original self, with his reclusive and ineffectual personality, he would have never comprehended the essence of charisma, let alone awaken Conqueror's Haki. In the original story, Ace had awakened his Conqueror's Haki at the tender age of 10, a talent so formidable it could only be described as terrifying. While the original text did not mention armament or observation Haki, Ace's ability to navigate the new world and eventually become the second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates suggests that possessing both types of Haki is not unreasonable. Coupled with the lineage of Gold Roger and the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, it could be argued that Ace is, in fact, the true protagonist overshadowing Monkey D. Luffy. The emotions left by Ace are remarkably potent, powerful enough to instantly alter my character, yet they do not intrude upon my identity, though I cannot fathom the reasons behind this phenomenon. It seems to be the most favorable outcome for me, Li Xiaofei mused. Had he not been affected by Ace's intense emotions, his original disposition would likely have led him to disband this nascent pirate crew and retreat to a place devoid of strong adversaries. Seeking to indulge in trivial pursuits and romantic escapades for the remainder of his days, the prospect of venturing into the new world and confronting those formidable beings would have been utterly inconceivable. He would never have entertained such ambitions. As for the notion of diligently training to become stronger, that seemed an unlikely occurrence in his life if such were the case. His fate might be even more dire than that depicted in the original narrative: to strive for strength, to surpass that individual, and to become the next Pirate King. A mightier pirate king. Such aspirations are indeed formidable. This sentiment, the most potent remnant left by the original Ace, was so intense that it devoured the very essence of laziness within Li Fei the moment it surfaced. Shaking his head, Li Xiaofei expressed a hint of resignation. There is no other choice. The desire to grow stronger burns with such fervor that I must exert myself. As for the extent of my potential, that shall be left to fate. Nevertheless, if I am to enhance my strength, the most expedient method given my current circumstances is to diligently develop the abilities of the recently acquired Mera Mera no Mi without delving into the realm of awakening. If I can harness its powers to the level Ace exhibited during his confrontation with Blackbeard, it would suffice for self-preservation. In the new world, moreover, as a 21st century otaku, although he had nearly forgotten all of his mathematical and scientific knowledge, he retained a vague recollection of the directions for utilizing the Mera Mera no Mi from the whimsical discussions among internet users. With proper application, he believed he could elevate his command of the fruit's abilities to a tier above that of Ace in the original narrative, and he held confidence in this prospect. However, to roam freely in the new world, merely developing the fruit's powers will not suffice. Mastering Haki is essential. Fortunately, I already have a candidate in mind for a teacher. A smile crept upon Li Xiaofei's lips as he mused. Given Ace's stature, there could be no better mentor for learning Haki than that person. How peculiar! I suddenly feel a stirring within me, as if something is awakening. Life seems to brim with anticipation once more. Having never experienced such an exhilarating sensation, Li Xiaofei raised his arm and declared with a smile, "This must be what they call fighting spirit. It is indeed a delightful feeling. From this moment forth, I shall no longer be the slothful Li Xiaofei. I am Ace," he shouted, bidding farewell to his former self while embracing an unprecedented sense of liberation. At that instant, he felt the warmth of his blood surging within him. "Ace Captain, trouble is brewing. The Don Quixote family is upon us. Ace Captain, trouble is brewing. The Don Quixote family is upon us." A rotund figure rushed over. Urgency etched across his face as he called out to Ace. "Has the Don Quixote family tracked us down so swiftly?" Ace rose, his expression shifting to one of gravity while he recalled that in the original storyline Ace obtained the Mera Mera no Mi from a deserted island. Due to the circumstances of his crossing over, Ace's acquisition of the fruit had shifted to a theft from the Don Quixote family. He anticipated their retaliation, but had not expected them to arrive so promptly. "Relax, Laffy. Do not panic. Maintain your composure." Ace raised his hand to pat the shoulder of the chubby man, only to find that the hefty fellow was taller than he by a considerable margin. With a resigned lowering of his arm, he feigned tranquility and uttered a calm remark before leisurely making his way in the direction for which the plump figure had come up. "Does he truly dismiss the Don Quixote family entirely? Captain Ace is indeed remarkably dependable," exclaimed the rotund Luffy, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Ace's calm demeanor. By the seaside, a magnificent vessel measuring over 20 meters in length was moored at the shore. At the bow stood a man adorned with a fringed hat, his face marked by two prominent lines, flanked by a group of raucous subordinates. On the open ground before the grand ship, an elderly bald man with bulging veins was locked in a fierce struggle with Gambi, who wielded a heavy sword. "It's that old fellow." Ace recognized the combatant immediately. Though his name eluded him, he recalled that this elder was not a user of a devil fruit, and Gambi, being the strongest among Ace's current allies, should be more than capable of handling the situation. Thus, he decided against intervening and found a spot to sit. Observing the duel unfold in the original narrative, the Don Quixote pirates boasted immense popularity, with nearly all of its officers being capable of wielding devil fruit powers. Only a select few had not consumed such fruits. This elderly man happened to be one of those exceptions. While Gambi stood as a formidable ally, his prowess comparable to a pre-fruit Ace, ensuring that he could manage this elder. Without issue. Ace looked up at the man standing at the bow of the grand vessel adorned with the flag of the Don Quixote family. If his memory served him correctly, this individual was the user of the Superman-type devil fruit known as the Flare Flare fruit, presumably named Diamante. He was one of the highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family, albeit of mediocre strength. Ace's gaze swept across the large ship, yet he found no familiar faces among the crew. It seemed that only these two officials from the Don Quixote family had come this time. "Young man, are you the captain of this pirate crew?" Diamante inquired, having noticed Ace's arrival and locking his gaze onto him. "Ah, I am indeed the captain," Ace replied, lifting his head and displaying a smile as radiant as sunlight. "It appears that your pirate crew has taken some items from us. Might I inquire if you could return them?" Diamante remarked. With the intelligence capabilities of the Don Quixote family, it was evident that they were fully aware of the significance of the Mera Mera no Mi, which had been stolen. Prior to his arrival, Diamante had already reviewed Ace's information and recognized that this young man, who had seized the Mera Mera no Mi from the hands of Lao, was a rapidly rising star on the seas this year. If he managed to survive long enough to reach the latter half of the Grand Line, he might very well become one of the supernovas of this generation. Before coming here, he had conversed with Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had given him two commands: to retrieve the Mera Mera no Mi or its current user, and if that proved impossible, to bring back the opponent's corpse. However, Diamante was self-aware. If Ace had not yet consumed the fruit, there remained hope. If he had already eaten it, the identity of the corpse would remain uncertain. So he decided to probe further. "You are referring to that devil fruit, are you not?" Upon hearing Diamante's words, Ace extended his finger, a plume of flames erupting from its tip as he flashed a grin. "I apologize, but I have already consumed it." "Already eaten, is it? How unfortunate," Diamante mused, realizing that his mission had nearly failed upon witnessing the flames emanating from Ace's fingertip. Nevertheless, he pressed forward, stepping to the edge of the ship as he addressed Ace. "Young man, you currently have two choices. First, join the Don Quixote family. Second, be hunted by our pirate crew." Ace remained silent, merely smiling before donning the hat that hung around his neck. Simultaneously, flames ignited from various parts of his body. "Very well, Lao, return. We shall head back," Diamante concluded, noting Ace's expression, which indicated his refusal of the proposal. He called out to the elder engaged in battle with Gambi, and then said to Ace, "Young man, we will meet again soon. Diamante, if you return like this, what will become of the young master's orders?" Lao Ji returned to the ship, his expression dark as he addressed Diamante. The Flame fruit was a devil fruit that the Don Quixote family had expended considerable effort to acquire. The value of a Logia-type devil fruit is self-evident, and the Flame fruit, with its high potential, is of even greater significance. More crucially, it had been snatched from his grasp. If he were to return empty-handed, even with the young master's benevolence towards family, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. With Virgo absent, our abilities are insufficient to confront the rising star who has consumed the Flame fruit. Furthermore, we have more pressing matters to deliver to Doflamingo. After stating this, Diamante turned resolutely, indicating that they would return. Doflamingo would handle the situation. No one could take from the Don Quixote family without facing consequences. Ace did not prevent Diamante and his companions from departing. He was acutely aware of Don Quixote Doflamingo's disposition and understood his profound concern for each member of the Don Quixote family. If the mere acquisition of the Mera Mera no Mi was all that transpired, there would be room for negotiation, and he would not immediately confront the full might of the Don Quixote pirates. Even though he had declined Doflamingo's overtures, it was unlikely that the latter would dispatch assassins after him right away. However, had he chosen to detain Diamante and Lao Ji, the Don Quixote family would undoubtedly unleash an unrelenting pursuit against him, and Doflamingo himself would personally intervene, an eventuality Ace was not prepared to face. It was not solely fear that held him back, though he did harbor some trepidation. Rather, the Don Quixote family possessed two formidable factors he greatly feared: Doflamingo's status and their intelligence capabilities. He carried within him a secret that must not see the light of day, thus necessitating that he buy as much time as possible to strengthen himself or to find a powerful ally for protection. "Are you truly allowing them to depart?" Gambi inquired, approaching Ace with an expression of confusion. "With your current strength, it should be a simple matter to detain them." Indeed, Ace did not deny this. After consuming the Mera Mera no Mi, even without having fully harnessed its power, his strength had surged significantly, while he had yet to reach the level of a warlord. He could certainly contend with the lower-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family with relative ease. Nevertheless, now was not the time for a direct confrontation with them. The Don Quixote family. He recalled that in the original narrative, Ace's identity was revealed, subsequently shadowed by Doflamingo's influence. It would make sense if the Mera Mera no Mi had been seized from him. Ace was acutely aware that his lineage, being the blood of the pirate king, was akin to a ticking time bomb. Once exposed, not only would the Navy and the world government not let him go, but he would also find himself targeted by pirates who bore grudges against Roger. Unless he could grow sufficiently powerful before this bomb detonated, he would need to seek out a formidable protector. However, even if his identity were to be exposed, while there were not many who could safeguard him across the seas, there were certainly some, yet the notion of becoming a subordinate under another was far from appealing. After all, Ace had awakened the Conqueror's haki. It was rather surprising that he would later remain with the Whitebeard pirates as a subordinate. It was no wonder he had not demonstrated the use of his Conqueror's haki thereafter. It remained uncertain when the Navy and the world government would uncover Ace's true identity. But based on the timeline, it was undoubtedly after Ace had joined the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to do so. However, there was little time left before Ace's challenge to Whitebeard, and if he could not grow sufficiently strong in this interim, he might find himself relegated to the role of subordinate, just as in the original storyline. The thought of willingly offering himself to others as a son left Ace feeling somewhat disheartened. It was evident that if he wished to avoid such a fate, he must hasten to enhance his strength, for time was fleeting, especially with the looming threat of being crossed off the list by the Chinese team. At present, the most expedient method to bolster his power was to cultivate the abilities of the Mera Mera no Mi. In Ace's mind, there was only one direction for this development: to elevate the temperature of his flames. As for how far he could push this ability, that remained uncertain. However, mastering the fruit's capabilities was merely one aspect. Acquiring haki, specifically Busoshoku and Kenbunshoku, was imperative. To establish himself in the new world, these skills were almost essential. And Ace had already identified a suitable mentor for learning haki. He mused that no one would be more fitting for this task. Nevertheless, he recognized that the immediate priority was to unlock the potential of the Mera Mera no Mi. Having already forged an enmity with the formidable Tenyasha, it was likely they would soon face the wrath of the Don Quixote pirates. Suddenly, Ace turned to his crew and exclaimed, "Lads, let us train diligently. The might of the warlords of the sea cannot be overstated. Should we find ourselves lacking in strength, do not hold me accountable for your demise." "Damn, Captain. Who do you think will perish?" One crew member retorted. "The warlords of the sea are but a trifling challenge. Watch me slay them. Ha. Wait. Does Captain Ace mean to usurp Tenyasha's position and become the new warlord of the sea?" Another speculated. "Long live the warlords of the sea. Long live Captain Ace." They chanted in exuberance. These jesters misconstrued his intent. He was warning them of the impending pursuit by the warlords. Yet they reacted as though he had already ascended to their ranks. Ace looked upon his overexcited crew, feeling a mix of exasperation and exhaustion, realizing the bleakness of the path ahead. The following day, on a deserted island with a diameter of merely half a kilometer, a solitary figure stood at the center of the yellow sands. None other than Ace himself, who had ventured alone to this desolate isle. Alone, Ace arrived at this place with the singular purpose of honing the abilities granted by the Flame fruit. In his mind, there was only one direction for his development: to elevate the temperature of his flames. The notion of engaging in playful antics with fire, as depicted in the original narrative, never crossed his mind. From the memories he brought from Earth, Ace recalled various methods to enhance flame temperature. Although he was not academically inclined in his past life, he vividly remembered that the key to increasing flame temperature lay in the choice of fuel. Different fuels yielded varying combustion temperatures. However, the dilemma was that after consuming the flame fruit, Ace's very essence had transformed into fire. His elemental flames now burned with his stamina as the fuel. Thus, altering the temperature through fuel was not feasible. With no recourse to fuel, he resolved to modify the flames themselves. Flames consist of a core, a middle layer, and an outer layer, with temperatures increasing from the inside out. He pondered whether enhancing the density of the flames could elevate their temperature. With this thought, Ace raised his right hand. Suddenly, a surge of dark red flames erupted from his palm. Observing the flames closely, he sensed that the elemental fire he currently wielded resembled the flames of burning paper, with a temperature not exceeding approximately 200 degrees Celsius. As a fire user, Ace could accurately gauge the temperature of any flame. This temperature was inadequate. It fell woefully short. Realizing the limitations of his elemental flames, Ace felt a wave of disappointment. If he could only produce such temperatures, he would likely be swiftly defeated by Admiral Akainu. He contemplated whether concentrating the flames would result in a higher temperature. After a moment of reflection, he focused intently, and the flames in his palms suddenly surged upwards with a soft whoosh. Unlike the previous burning state, the flames now appeared to jet forth from his palm. This jetting state of the flames seemed to have doubled in temperature, reaching 400 degrees, expanding in intensity. He resolved to test it further. Flame Pillar. Ace suddenly ignited, transforming into a being of fire as the flames expanded exponentially, ultimately coalescing into a colossal pillar of fire measuring 10 meters in diameter. 450 degrees was still insufficient. Under Ace's meticulous control, the fiery column began to constrict, its diameter swiftly diminishing from 10 meters to 5, 4, 3, and finally 2 meters. The Inferno, under Ace's mastery, reached its ultimate contraction, stabilizing at a half-meter diameter and a height of 3 meters, with the core flames transitioning from a deep crimson to a darker hue. Elemental Ace, standing at the heart of the fire column, sensed that further contraction was unattainable and began to gauge the surrounding temperature. 600 degrees, an increase. Yet it appeared to be the limit. Disheartened by the realization, Ace extinguished the flames enveloping him. Let us try again. Flame Pillar. The immense fire column roared to life once more, then began to shrink and finally extinguished. Once more. Flame Pillar. Boom. The flames surged, compressing repeatedly, transforming in myriad forms. Yet the temperature steadfastly remained at 600 degrees. Is this truly the limit? After gasping for breath, Ace collapsed onto the ground, unable to conceal his disappointment. The 600-degree flames seemed to represent the pinnacle of his current capabilities. However, this temperature was far from satisfactory. Damn it, why is it only 600 degrees? Theoretically, flames should have no upper limit. Is the burning temperature of the flame fruit truly capped at 600 degrees? It should at least rival that of magma. Ace gritted his teeth, filled with frustration. In the ensuing days, Ace exhausted every conceivable method, but the temperature of his elemental flames stubbornly remained at 600 degrees, refusing to rise any further. It was no wonder Akainu claimed that the magma fruit held dominion over the flame fruit. If the latter's burning temperature limit was indeed 600 degrees, it would undoubtedly be overshadowed by the former. If this ceiling could not be breached, then encountering that red dog in the future would necessitate a hasty retreat. The realization that he had hit the temperature cap of the flame fruit left Ace in a state of vexation. It was no surprise that in the original narrative, Ace developed an array of seemingly nonsensical techniques. He had likely encountered this limitation and, with no other recourse, sought a different avenue to harness the abilities of the flame fruit. In the original tale, the individual who consumed the heat fruit developed flames reaching temperatures of 10,000 degrees. Why was the limit for the flame fruit a mere 600 degrees? Such frustration. Upon reflection, it is quite evident that the flame fruit is not akin to the temperature fruit. If the flames of the flame fruit were devoid of any upper limit, then the title of the strongest devil fruit in history would hold little significance. I recall that in my previous life on Earth, humans discovered temperatures that could reach several 100 million degrees, far exceeding the core temperature of the sun. Should the flames of the flame fruit be capable of infinite escalation, even achieving the temperature of the sun's surface would suffice to obliterate the world in an instant. Given that the temperature capabilities of the flame fruit have already approached their limits, there is little else to be done but to explore alternative avenues for development. Perhaps preparing for an unexpected encounter with that red dog in the future by presenting him with an unforeseen gift. Thus, Ace contemplated. After a period of experimentation, he had nearly ascertained that the maximum temperature of his elemental flames was a mere 600 degrees. He had yet to conceive a method to surpass this boundary. Though there were various means to enhance the temperature by introducing external elements into the flames. However, relying on such external sources was inherently precarious. A way to transcend the limitations of the flame fruit remained imperative. Henceforth, it was time to devise some practical techniques. With that thought, he resolved to experiment further. With a swift motion, Ace conjured a fireball of 0.5 meter in diameter in his hand, concentrating his energy to compress it. Before long, the fireball's diameter had been reduced tenfold. Flame Bomb. Ace hurled the compressed fireball forward. Boom. The fireball detonated 10 meters away from Ace, creating a crater several meters in diameter. The initial diameter of half a meter, with 5-fold compression taking 3 seconds, and 10-fold compression requiring 7 seconds, yielded a reasonably potent flame bomb. However, the time taken was somewhat excessive. Another trial was warranted. 7 seconds may not seem lengthy. Yet in a confrontation with a formidable adversary, such a duration could allow the enemy to strike multiple times. No one would be foolish enough to stand idly by while one prepared a grand move. With renewed determination, Ace summoned another fireball of half a meter in diameter, the largest size he could instantaneously release. Under his command, he began the process of compression followed by detonation. Over the course of 3 days, Ace diligently practiced, striving to minimize the time required for compressing the flames. Ultimately, he succeeded in reducing the time for 10-fold compression to a mere second, while 5-fold compression took only a third of a second. It appeared that achieving a seamless transition from releasing flames to completing the compression process for creating a flame bomb would necessitate further extensive training. Gazing at the myriad of pits scattered across the ground, Ace could not help but smile faintly. The development of the firebomb had proven remarkably effective. Although instantaneous release was not yet achievable, the 1-second compression process could already serve as a formidable weapon. Moreover, as he continued to innovate in this direction, both the compression of flames and the potency of the firebombs could be continually enhanced. Next, let us experiment with another technique, Ace declared, his face alight with eagerness. Suddenly, a great flame erupted from his right hand. As he clenched his fist, the blazing fire swiftly coalesced, transforming into the shape of a long sword. Oh, I never anticipated that shaping fire would be so straightforward. Observing the fiery blade in his grasp, excitement sparkled in Ace's eyes. Now, it deserves a name that resonates with grandeur. How shall I call it? Fire sword? Flame Emperor's blade? Demon King's infernal slaughter blade? Yes, that shall suffice. The manner of its presentation must also be refined. A smile crept across Ace's lips as an imposing name struck him. All things returned to dust. The blade flows like fire. Ace's right hand formed a loose grip, resting upon his left palm, before he gradually withdrew it, revealing a long sword forged from flames, as if it were drawn forth from the very depths of his left hand. Indeed, the declaration of such power was exhilarating. Observing the fiery blade in his grasp, Ace spoke with satisfaction. There remains one final technique. With a swift motion of his arm, the flaming sword dissipated into nothingness. He then gazed skyward, at which point Ace's legs underwent an elemental transformation. Skyward inferno. A thunderous roar erupted as the flames encasing his legs surged into a jet-like state. In the blink of an eye, his figure shot up from the ground, soaring into the heavens. "Ha ha!" Ace exclaimed, exhilarated by his ascent. This was no mere conjecture. He had yet to attempt it and was uncertain if this method would indeed allow him to fly. Now, having achieved flight, the sensation was utterly exhilarating. In the vast expanse of the sky, Ace skillfully maneuvered his elemental legs, deftly controlling both the speed and direction of his flight. Notably, this method consumed negligible stamina, and with his current vitality, he could sustain such flight for an entire day without issue. The sensation of soaring was delightful, suspended among the clouds thousands of meters high. Ace lingered in midair, inhaling the slightly rarefied air, his heart racing with excitement. I never anticipated that I could truly fly, and at a speed rivaling that of a fighter jet. With this ability, aside from a select few, regardless of the formidable foes I encounter, I can at least ensure my own survival. But wait, is that the Navy? Suddenly, Ace furrowed his brow, noticing a warship rapidly approaching a small island, the very island where his pirate crew was stationed. Was this mere coincidence, or were they coming for me? Fixating on the vessel, Ace descended from the sky, hovering several hundred meters above the warship. Upon the ship's bow, a man clad in a checkered coat, sporting sunglasses and lightning-shaped sideburns, seemed to sense something amiss as he glanced upwards towards Ace's direction. It is him. Ace's heart sank slightly upon recognizing the man. If memory serves, this individual is a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family and one of their most formidable assets, an infiltrator within the Navy known as Virgo. In the 2 years following the Battle of Marineford, this man had undoubtedly demonstrated strength comparable to that of an elite admiral from the Navy headquarters. More importantly, his mastery of armament hockey was exceptional, posing a significant threat to Ace at this juncture. The original narrative mentioned that Virgo had mastered armament hockey at a young age. It remained uncertain whether his skills had reached the level achieved 2 years post-war, and his proficiency in the Six Powers was no trivial matter either. Ace contemplated gravely. Poured gas. The Ace? The bounty of 55 million berries for the rising pirate novice? Virgo gazed at Ace, who was hovering in midair, and spoke. At this moment, Ace had only recently set sail, having just entered the Grand Line, and had yet to perform any world-shaking feats, resulting in a relatively modest bounty. Ah, it is I. Ace replied with a slight smile, flying to a distance of several dozen meters from the naval ship, maintaining eye level with Virgo. Well, my accomplishments are still a tad short of the mark for promotion to Rear Admiral, and your current weight is just sufficient for me to amass enough merit. How fortunate indeed. Virgo regarded Ace with an impassive expression. As an undercover agent of the Don Quixote family embedded within the Navy, Virgo sought to maximize his influence by swiftly ascending the ranks. Thus, leveraging his considerable intellect, he began hunting pirates to accumulate military achievements shortly after joining the Navy. With the clandestine support of the Don Quixote family, he transformed from a mere recruit to a commissioned officer within a few short years. Intriguingly, those observant enough would notice that nearly all the criminals Virgo apprehended over the years were pirates who had either directly or indirectly opposed the Don Quixote family. Currently, Virgo held the rank of captain. Although his strength was already sufficient for the position of Rear Admiral, his tenure in the Navy had been brief, and his military accomplishments were still lacking for promotion. Nevertheless, he was quite close. As he mentioned, Ace's bounty stood at a mere 55 million, which was only reflective of his status before consuming the Mare Marinome. Should the news of Ace acquiring the Mare Marinome spread, his bounty would likely multiply several times. Thus, capturing a pirate of Ace's caliber would provide Virgo with ample merit to secure his promotion to Rear Admiral. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Virgo, but you may call me Mr. Virgo, he said, picking up a nearby bamboo stick, propelling himself into the air. Charging straight towards Ace. Port Gas D. Ace, I appreciate the merit you've delivered right to my doorstep. As a token of gratitude, I shall unceremoniously claim your head. With a thrum, Virgo clenched his fist, unleashing his armament hockey. Instantly, his arm and the bamboo stick turned jet black as he struck down towards Ace with a ferocious blow. With a swift motion, Ace raised his right hand, flames erupting from his palm, propelling his body away and evading Virgo's decisive strike. Tut tut, you are quite the impolite one. Mr. Virgo, Ace remarked, stabilizing himself as he observed Virgo, who was now suspended in midair, performing a moonwalk. He flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Or should I refer to you as the highest-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, the inaugural Red Heart, the Bamboo Demon, Mr. Virgo? Initially, Ace had no intention of engaging in conflict with the Don Quixote family so soon, which was why he had previously allowed Diamante and the others to escape. However, Virgo's arrival made him realize that Doflamingo was not prepared to let matters rest. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to retreat any longer. Upon hearing Ace's words, Virgo's expression finally shifted, his countenance darkening, and an aura of lethal intent began to simmer within him. With a sharp intake of breath, Virgo remained silent. Grasping the bamboo rod enveloped in armament hockey, bringing it to his lips, he blew forcefully, causing the slender bamboo to inexplicably swell to the size of a balloon. Armament air bullet. The air bullet, imbued with armament hockey, shot forth from the bamboo, slicing through the air with a piercing sound as it hurtled towards Ace. Fire gun. Ace raised his hands, aligning his middle and index fingers, and in an instant, the searing flames coalesced and shot forth from his fingertips like bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The air bullets collided with the fiery projectiles mid-air, generating waves of turbulence, their power akin to bullets exploding from the chamber. Whoosh. The ghost bamboo whip. Virgo propelled himself with a forceful leap, his figure cutting through the air like a bullet, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Ace. Wielding a bamboo infused with armament hockey, striking fiercely towards Ace with a horizontal blow. Mirror fire. Ace raised his arm, and a torrent of flames erupted from it, forming a wall of fire that deflected Virgo's whip strike. Bang. Virgo's attack proved to be more formidable than Ace had anticipated. The wall of flames was instantly shattered, and the weapon, imbued with hockey, struck Ace's arm, sending him reeling. Hiss, that hurt. Ace steadied himself, glancing at his swollen right arm, and lamented, indeed. I must master hockey post-haste. Armed air cannon. Boom. An invisible air cannonball tore through the atmosphere, grazing past Ace's ear before exploding behind him. Its power astonishingly greater than that of a typical cannonball. The potential of hockey seemed to extend into such formidable applications. How perilous. Ace cast a wary glance at the detonated air cannon and mused, the opponent's moonwalk is too swift, and their long-range attacks are formidable, entwined with formidable hockey. The soaring flames hold no advantage in the air. It seems I must change the battlefield. It's the perfect opportunity to test that technique. Whoosh. Virgo, employing the moonwalk, swiftly closed the distance to Ace, thrusting the bamboo stalk in his hand with blinding speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. 10 consecutive whip strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The bamboo stalk in Virgo's hand pierced the air like bullets, targeting Ace's vital points. Wow. Ace's body twisted like a noodle, deftly evading Virgo's relentless barrage of strikes, then quickly retreated to create distance between them. Yet Virgo relentlessly pursued him with his moonwalk. Huh, that figure that just flew past seems to be Captain Ace. What are you babbling about? Captain Ace isn't a bird. How could he fly? True, perhaps I misjudged, ha ha ha. Let us continue drinking. Today, Lord Gamby has brought back a sea king several dozen meters long. It looks quite delectable. Ace and Virgo soared above the island where Ace's spade pirates were stationed, briefly caught in the gaze of one of Ace's crew members, only to be swiftly dismissed by the peculiar nonchalance characteristic of the pirate world. Bang! On the other side, Ace and Virgo moved rapidly through the air, colliding and, under Ace's subtle guidance, distancing themselves from Virgo's warship, ultimately arriving above the desolate island where Ace had been honing his skills. Bang! Upon reaching the island, Ace descended directly onto its surface, with Virgo closely following. Aren't you going to flee? Virgo observed Ace with an expressionless demeanor. Firebomb. Ace responded directly with action, hurling a firebomb toward Virgo. Futile. Without hockey. You cannot even breach my defenses, Virgo remarked, showing no intention of evading the flaming projectile as he remained unfazed. Boom. The firebomb erupted, engulfing Virgo in a torrent of flames, which raged for several seconds before dissipating to reveal Virgo utterly unscathed. TCH, not even a singe on your clothing? Although Ace had anticipated that the firebomb would not harm Virgo, witnessing the latter emerge completely unharmed soured Ace's expression. Young man, I offer you one final opportunity. Join the Don Quixote family, or face death. Virgo intoned, fixing his gaze on Ace. Huh, have you been a naval spy for too long that you've forgotten the very essence of being a pirate? Ghost bamboo, Virgo. Ace conjured another firebomb, grinning as he looked at Virgo. Chasing dreams freely upon the sea, that is what it means to be a pirate. Freedom? Virgo whispered, approaching Ace as he continued. The Logia type is a rare and precious resource. What a pity. The firebomb in Ace's hand was hurled directly at Virgo. Smack. With a swift flick of his bamboo staff, Virgo deflected the firebomb away. Shave. After batting the firebomb aside, Virgo propelled himself forward, closing the distance to Ace and delivering a powerful punch to Ace's abdomen with the staff. Bang. Ace was sent flying, yet in mid-flight, he did not remain idle, launching another firebomb toward Virgo. I've already told you, your little tricks are utterly ineffective against me. Virgo casually swatted the firebomb away, steadily advancing toward Ace, an invisible coating of hockey beginning to envelop his body. His steps were slow, yet with every stride, Ace could keenly sense the intensifying aura of danger emanating from Virgo, quickly realizing that his opponent was gathering power. This is troubling. Should I be struck again, it may not merely be a matter of pain. Fortunately, the resources buried on this island have not been entirely expended. Otherwise, given my current capabilities, confronting an adversary of Virgo's caliber would indeed pose a considerable threat. Ace shook his head, murmuring softly before raising his hands, igniting flames that erupted from his palms as he swept them to either side. Flame command. Boom. As the flames erupted from Ace's hands, a conflagration ignited around him, and accompanied by the crackling sounds of explosions from various locations on the desolate island. The air became thick with the acrid scent of various fuels, swiftly engulfed by the roaring fire. Noticing the pungent odor wafting through the air, Virgo halted, his brow furrowed. Sulfur, gasoline, and perhaps some pre-prepared fuels? So that is the reason he chose to shift the battlefield to this desolate island. He devised a strategy favoring himself by utilizing these prearranged resources, a clever tactic. As a naval commander, even if he lacks the powers of a devil fruit user, he is certainly well acquainted with the myriad abilities granted by the devil fruits of the sea. The reason why the natural type is universally regarded as the strongest among the three categories of devil fruits cannot merely be attributed to its ability to become elemental and disregard physical attacks. No, in the eyes of true strength, the natural type is deemed the mightiest because, under suitable natural conditions that resonate harmoniously with the user's capabilities, the powers of a natural type devil fruit user can integrate seamlessly with nature. resulting in a geometric explosion of combat effectiveness due to advantageous timing and location. This is the true essence of the natural type's power. To Ace, the distinction between strong and weak within the natural type has never existed. There is only the strong and the stronger, regardless of the ability. Any connection to nature precludes the label of weakness, for the force of nature has always commanded reverence from humanity. For those who are already formidable natural type users, creating an environment conducive to their advantages is an effortless endeavor. Ace is now in the process of crafting such a battlefield. In specific conditions, the natural type is indeed invincible. Virgo, welcome to my realm, the realm of flames. At this moment, Ace has begun to meld with the surrounding fire, his voice resonating like the very sound of nature, seemingly emanating from every flicker of flame. Boom. As Ace's voice faded, a resounding explosion erupted, engulfing the entire island in a torrent of flames, rendering the desolate land a blazing inferno upon the sea. Ace's figure had completely melded into the fire. It is crucial to note that the ability of a natural type user to elementalize themselves and their integration into the natural environment are fundamentally distinct concepts. The power of elementalization in combat undoubtedly offers a significant inherent advantage, particularly with destructive forces such as flames and magma. Once developed to a certain extent, a large-scale assault can rival the devastating impact of a nuclear bomb. However, this nearly absolute advantage of elementalization transforms into a considerable disadvantage when faced with an opponent skilled in Haki, as elementalization merely expands the area susceptible to attack. This explains why Ace refrained from transforming into flames to assault Virgo. Instead, he opted to ignite the available fuel to create a fiery environment. Against a Haki master like Virgo, elementalization would not serve any purpose and would only increase the area exposed to attack. In previous developments of his abilities, Ace discovered that upon merging with the flames, he could traverse through the fire with remarkable speed, akin to spatial teleportation. Provided the surrounding flames were interconnected, he could almost instantaneously appear anywhere within the fire's reach. Furthermore, after elementalizing into the natural flames, he could manipulate the size of his body, significantly minimizing the target area exposed to attacks. This illustrates how the battle environment amplifies the combat prowess of natural-type users. Hence, the assertion that they are invincible in specific conditions is not merely a hyperbole. However, the island was strewn with rocks and devoid of combustible materials. Fortunately, during the development of his powers, Ace had instructed his subordinates to gather a vast array of fuel in various forms. It is no exaggeration to say that the fuel buried on this island could ignite and sustain a blaze for an entire day and night. Ace chose this battleground precisely because the nearby waters provided no more suitable arena for his combat. Boom, boom, boom. From the seething flames, fist-shaped fireballs continuously emerged from all directions, striking Virgo with resounding thuds. How swift! It's impossible to capture the motion. Has he completely merged with the flames? I never anticipated that a natural type ability could possess such a utility. As Virgo fended off the relentless onslaught of attacks from all directions, he unleashed his observation Haki, striving to discern Ace's true form. However, he soon discovered that his Haki was incapable of pinpointing Ace's essence. No, it was more accurate to say that he did detect Ace's corporeal presence, yet his reflexes could not keep pace with Ace's swift movements amidst the flames, leading him to feel an illusion of being unable to capture Ace's true self. After numerous attempts, Virgo's frustration mounted when he realized he could not grasp Ace's form. In this infernal heat, although Ace's strikes could not penetrate his armament Haki, the harsh environment began to reveal its menacing aspect. The flames caused the surrounding oxygen to deplete rapidly, and Virgo found himself struggling to breathe. As time elapsed, the escalating temperature threatened to scorch him. Under such conditions, even if Ace remained inactive, it would not take 5 minutes for the environment to bring about his demise. Moonwalk. Recognizing his dire situation, Virgo felt an urge to retreat, pushing off the ground to escape the fiery domain. Yet, how could Ace allow him to flee? Fire Fist. Boom. Just as Virgo soared upward, a colossal fireball coalesced above him, striking him forcefully back to the ground. Dream of leaving this place? Forget it, Virgo. The moment you set foot on this island, you had already lost. Ace's voice resounded through the flames. In the end, it is merely the power of a devil fruit, even wielding the forces of nature. How much can you truly control? Do not be so arrogant, young man. Virgo lifted his gaze, an unprecedented glint of determination shining from beneath his sunglasses. He then raised his right arm and slammed it down onto the ground with fierce intensity. Boom. The tremendous force created a massive crater, and the powerful gusts of wind forcefully pushed the surrounding flames back several meters. Panting heavily, Virgo inhaled deeply, raised his hand, and unleashed a barrage of punches. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless onslaught of fists rained down upon the ground, their tremendous power causing the island's surface to crack and spread, ultimately making the entire isle tremble under Virgo's might. Virgo's strategy was straightforward. If Ace could manipulate the island's environment to his advantage, then he would sink the island, utterly obliterating the favorable conditions for Ace. Damn it, such advantageous terrain proves insufficient against a formidable opponent like Virgo, whose strength has already reached the level of a vice admiral. Indeed, he is not so easily vanquished. Amidst the flames, Ace discerned Virgo's intentions, and his countenance darkened. His initial strategy was to exploit the advantageous battlefield to exhaust Virgo's stamina. In close combat, even with the advantage of terrain, the moment he stepped away from the natural flames, even for a fleeting second, he risked being detected by his adversary. Being discovered would inevitably lead to an assault, and the pain that would ensue was something he dreaded. Thus, he sought to utilize the favorable conditions to wear down Virgo. Yet, it was evident that he had underestimated Virgo's combat prowess. The island was far too small. With Virgo's strength, he possessed the capability to submerge the entire isle, at which point Ace's advantage would be entirely nullified. This could not be allowed to transpire. Fire Fist. Ace summoned flames, coalescing them into a colossal fist that surged towards Virgo. Humph. Virgo let out a cold snort, raising his weapon, the ghostly bamboo enveloped in haki, to pierce the immense fiery fist. Bang! As the haki-imbued bamboo clashed with the fire fist, a tumultuous collision ensued, sending powerful shockwaves that scattered the surrounding flames, which rapidly reformed once more. Flowing fire thorn. Ace's figure burst forth from the flames, his hands entwined with the surrounding inferno. With a fierce tug, he summoned a torrent of fire towards him, directing it towards Virgo in a powerful assault. Raging Thornfire. Under Ace's command, the flames encircling Virgo suddenly converged, transforming into sharp spikes that lunged at him from all directions like a menacing thicket. Full armor. Virgo bellowed, unleashing his haki to envelop himself in an impenetrable defense. The fiery thorns struck against him, yet failed to breach his formidable barrier. Futile. I have warned you. Without haki, you cannot penetrate my defenses, Virgo declared with authority. Oh, you dare to boast after emerging from this fiery hell? Ace chuckled lightly, as the flames around him surged like a relentless tide, launching an all-encompassing barrage against Virgo. Virgo raised his weapon, the ghost bamboo, to his lips and blew forcefully. Armored air cannon. Boom. The explosive force of the air shattered the flames above, creating a gaping hole. Seizing the opportunity, Virgo soared upwards with Moonwalk, striving to escape the fiery confinement. Fire Fist. Just as Virgo was about to break free from the flames, a colossal fire fist descended from above, crashing down upon him. Struck back. Virgo's expression darkened as he attempted various methods to escape Ace's scorching prison. Yet, every time he sought to break through the fiery blockade, Ace retaliated with a fire fist, sending him reeling once more. Thus, Ace continued to unleash a relentless onslaught of flames upon Virgo for several minutes. Although Ace's attacks could not penetrate Virgo's haki defense, the prolonged exposure to the searing heat began to sap Virgo's stamina. The moisture within his body nearly evaporated. Without the protection of his formidable haki, his skin would have surely cracked, leaving him utterly parched. Armored air cannon. Continuous fire. Virgo inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as he positioned the ghost bamboo to his lips, unleashing a fierce blast. Boom, boom, boom. The consecutive air cannons obliterated the flames above, creating multiple voids. Virgo ascended with Moonwalk, aiming for one of the openings. Fire Fist. Predictably, just as Virgo was about to escape, a massive fire fist plummeted down towards him. Moonwalk. A hint of a smile graced Virgo's lips as he swiftly maneuvered his body, pushing off with force and evading the descending fire fist thanks to the propulsion of his Moonwalk. Whiplash. Virgo struck the air with his ghost bamboo, swiftly aligning his body for the next move. Moonwalk. Instant. Virgo exerted all his strength, propelling himself with an impressive moonwalk, swiftly escaping through an opening blasted by the air cannon. After a dazzling display of maneuvers, he finally emerged from Ace's fiery inferno. Remarkable, indeed. Ace's form, partially revealed through the raging flames, raised a thumb towards Virgo, who hovered midair thanks to his moonwalk, and remarked, I never anticipated such a use for the moonwalk. I have learned something new today. In this moment, the flames posed no threat to him. Suspended in a position unreachable by the fire, Virgo adjusted his sunglasses and gazed down at Ace amidst the flames, a confident smile gracing his features. Now it is my turn to counterattack. He chuckled. Though it may be premature to declare a counterattack, Ace erupted in laughter, raising a finger towards the top of Virgo's head, saying, "First, block that." Upon hearing Ace's words, Virgo's smile vanished, as he sensed something enormous descending from above. He glanced up abruptly to witness a colossal fireball, dozens of meters in diameter, plummeting towards him like a meteor. This was a gift Ace had long prepared, originally named the Flame Emperor. However, Ace felt the name unworthy and thus rechristened it as the Meteor. The descending fireball darkened Virgo's complexion, and instinctively, he attempted to employ the moonwalk to evade the impact zone. Yet Ace would not allow him to escape. Do not even think about fleeing. Flame Pillar of Inferno. A massive hollow pillar of fire surged skyward, encasing Virgo within its confines. While he could easily break through the flames of the pillar, doing so at that moment would mean certain doom from the meteor above. Virgo, this meteor is a gift I have prepared for quite some time. I expect you to accept it graciously. Understanding that evasion was futile, Virgo turned expressionlessly to glance at Ace, who was partially visible amidst the flames below. He then crossed his arms defensively in front of him, unleashing his formidable haki in full force. Armored iron block. Boom. The massive fireball, the meteor, descended with tremendous force, crashing down upon the small island and sending shockwaves that caused the entire landmass to tremble violently, inducing a sensation that the island might soon sink. Ha! On the ground, the bare-chested Virgo gasped for breath, his arms and torso marred by extensive burns, the charred wounds emitting a scent reminiscent of roasted meat. To still be alive. Such incredible vitality. Ace stood a short distance away, observing the severely burned Virgo. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he could not help but sigh. I knew that this level of attack would not be sufficient to utterly defeat a man like you. Virgo inhaled deeply, then exhaled, standing upright as he directed his gaze toward Ace. Beneath the shattered lenses of his sunglasses, his eyes glinted with the sharpness of an eagle's gaze as he coldly remarked, "An impressive technique. It has been quite some time since I have sustained such serious injuries after mastering haki." He raised the ominous staff in his hand, pointing it at Ace, and continued, "However, that last move has also destroyed the advantageous terrain for you." Now, buzzing with energy, Virgo advanced towards Ace, enveloping himself in a formidable aura of haki, and coldly declared, "Youngster, it is time for you to witness the fury of an adult." With a burst of speed, he executed the moonwalk technique, appearing instantaneously before Ace. The staff, now imbued with the power of haki, struck Ace's head with tremendous force, obliterating it entirely. Yet, there was no gory spectacle. Instead, Ace transformed into a blazing inferno, exploding into flames. Virgo observed the slowly dissipating flames before him, his expression flickering with a hint of disturbance as he prepared to unleash his observation haki to locate Ace's true form. At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the scorched earth beneath him, seizing his ankle. A hand, charred and blackened, grasped Virgo's ankle, igniting in flames as Ace's voice resonated from the inferno. "This is my final move, Virgo. If you can withstand it, I will have no choice but to flee." Boom. As Ace's words echoed, the ground trembled ominously, as if some terrifying force was about to erupt from beneath. Fully aware of his inability to escape, Virgo, with no hesitation, unleashed the most potent haki he had ever wielded, simultaneously employing the strongest defense of the six forms, the advanced iron block, steel. It was evident that Virgo sensed the overwhelming power building beneath him. Flame Funeral. Accompanied by Ace's declaration, an endless torrent of flames erupted from the ground beneath Virgo, astonishingly taking the shape of a blade. The scene resembled a colossal flame-infused sword piercing upward from the depths before exploding outward. The force of the flaming blade cleaved the island in two, with a portion sinking into the sea along with Virgo himself. Ace stood at the edge of the remaining section of the island, observing the whirlpool in the ocean, and let out a weary sigh. A man of Vice Admiral caliber is indeed formidable, if it weren't for the pre-established advantage of the terrain. Defeating an opponent of Virgo's caliber would have proven exceedingly difficult. Ace had a peculiar sensation, one that suggested Virgo had undoubtedly sustained severe injuries from a single strike. Yet he was likely not deceased. However, Whether he would succumb to the depths of the sea remained uncertain. Virgo was not a devil fruit user. Despite his current grave condition, the resilience inherent in the world of pirates rendered the likelihood of drowning exceedingly slim. It was far more probable that he would survive. Although Virgo currently held the rank of captain, his prowess had undeniably reached the level of a rear admiral, and not just any rear admiral, but one on par with those of the Navy headquarters. The primary reason Ace managed to overcome Virgo lay in his strategic utilization of the battlefield's environmental advantages. Were it not for the combustible materials he had meticulously prepared over the past few days for the purpose of developing his powers, the outcome might have been drastically different. Without the significant factor of the battlefield environment, relying solely on the techniques he had developed in such a short span of time would have necessitated a readiness to face death, as fleeing might have been the only favorable result against Virgo. After all, since consuming the flame fruit, Ace had scarcely been a month into mastering its capabilities, and he had yet to grasp the concept of haki. In battles of this magnitude, the distinction between those who could wield haki and those who could not was profoundly significant. It appeared that expediting his haki training would be imperative. Lying on the ground, Ace suddenly chuckled, exclaiming, "Hey, regardless of the circumstances, I am still quite formidable." In any case, he had emerged victorious in this confrontation. As the thick smoke of the burning flames dissipated in the sky, warm sunlight cascaded upon him, imbuing Ace with an exquisite sense of comfort. How warm it is! Bathed in sunlight, he felt as though his stamina was recovering at an accelerated rate. "Captain! Ace Captain!" The ship of the Spade Pirates approached, and his crewmates leaped onto the shore, rushing toward Ace. "What brings you here?" Ace rose to his feet and inquired of Gamby and the others. "We noticed the commotion and surmised that you might be engaged in battle, so we hastened to your side," Gamby explained, casting a glance at the surrounding scene before grinning. "It seems Captain Ace has triumphed." "Indeed," Ace replied with a smile, "though it was somewhat of a clever trick, I did win." "By the way, Captain Ace," Gamby continued, his tone growing serious, "as we approached, we spotted a Navy warship following us. Judging by its specifications, it should be below the level of a rear admiral. Shall we annihilate them?" Upon hearing this, the other crew members eagerly readied themselves, clearly unperturbed by a vessel lacking rear admiral-level strength. "No need for that." Ace raised his hand and donned his hat before leaping aboard the ship adorned with the Spade Pirates flag. He called out to everyone, "Set sail, my friends. We are making our escape. Ha ha ha, let us go." Amidst a cacophony of jubilant cheers, the ship of the Spade Pirates swiftly sailed away, gradually vanishing over the horizon. Once the vessel disappeared, a disheveled figure emerged from the sea. It was Virgo. In that moment, Virgo appeared utterly wretched, his body marred by varying degrees of burns, with his left leg below the knee conspicuously absent, the wound resembling charred remnants. After resting for a while, Virgo retrieved a small snail phone adorned with pink sunglasses from his pocket and dialed a number. "Virgo, what is it?" came the distinctive voice of Don Quixote Doflamingo from the other end. "Doflamingo, I have failed," Virgo replied after a brief silence, casting a glance at his missing leg. "I was utterly defeated by that boy who consumed the Mara Mara Nomi." Upon hearing Virgo's words, Doflamingo fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. "Oh, it is truly amusing that a man of your caliber could be bested by a mere youth. So, Virgo, do you require my assistance?" he taunted. "No, Doflamingo. There is no shame in failure, but should you intervene, that would be truly disgraceful," Virgo asserted with gravity. "That boy is formidable and will only grow stronger. Yet, I shall defeat him and claim his head as a testament to my promotion to Vice Admiral. Doflamingo, grant me one more opportunity." "Fuhuhu, what are you saying?" "Virgo, we are family. Be bold and take action. Regardless of who that boy may be, sever his head and ascend to the rank of Vice Admiral." "I will, Doflamingo." "Thank you," Virgo concluded, hanging up the phone and stowing it away. He refrained from disclosing to Doflamingo that he had lost a leg in the battle, not wishing to diminish his standing in Doflamingo's eyes, for that would be more unbearable than death. "Poor Gasti. Ace, is it?" Virgo gazed contemplatively in the direction the Spade Pirates had departed, suddenly declaring, "Next time, even if it costs me my life, I shall not be defeated again." In the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, the sea was calm as the ship of the Spade Pirates leisurely navigated the waters. Ace, with his hat pulled over his face, rested his arms behind his head at the bow of the ship. "What a warm sun," he mused, as the sunlight enveloped him. Ace removed his hat, squinting at the sun above, smiling as he remarked, This feels like the first time I've basked in the sun since my arrival here. It is truly delightful. The first glimpse of sunlight feels wonderfully warm. Ace, didn't you say you wanted to meet Shanks before encountering the world's strongest man, Whitebeard? Why have you changed your mind and turned back to Sabaody Archipelago? Gamby approached Ace, perplexed, and inquired of him, suddenly recalling certain matters. She expressed her intention to visit the Sabaody Archipelago to meet someone. Ace sat up, stretching his body, and remarked, "Moreover, after our encounter with the Don Quixote family, I have realized that whether it be red-haired or Whitebeard, it is still too early for us." "Silence, Ace," Gamby said, firmly patting his shoulder. "You are our captain, the man destined to become the Pirate King." "Haha, rest assured, Gamby, I merely meant for the present," Ace replied, fully aware of her concerns. With a confident smile, he added, "However, in the future, whether it be red-haired or Whitebeard, I shall surpass them in strength, I am certain of it." Though Ace had only set sail for half a year, his journey markedly differed from that of his adventurous companion, Luffy. Even before embarking on his maritime quest, Ace possessed a distinct purpose. After setting out to sea, he harnessed his formidable strength to carve a path through the treacherous waters of the New World, where countless powerful foes resided, swiftly making a name for himself. Had he followed his original trajectory, Ace would have been en route to meet Shanks by this time. After encountering Whitebeard and being captivated by his charismatic presence, he would have chosen to remain aboard Whitebeard's ship, assuming the role of his son and the captain of the 2nd Division, proudly bearing Whitebeard's legacy as he navigated the New World. However, his fate took a tragic turn during the pursuit of Blackbeard, culminating in a defeat that sparked the world-shattering Marineford War, leading to his eventual demise. The present Ace, however, was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his past. He resolved to strengthen himself first. Having consumed the Mera Mera no Mi, Ace recognized two primary paths to enhance his power. One, to develop his devil fruit abilities, which he had temporarily set aside, and the other, to master the 3 types of Haki. The most proficient teacher in this art resided at Sabaody Archipelago. "This is the Ace I know," Gamby remarked with a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, Ace lifted his hand towards the sun above, playfully grasping at it, and inquired, "Do you feel that today's sun is quite, how should I put it, warm?" "Warm?" Gamby responded, perplexed. "Isn't it normal for the sun to feel warm? Is it an illusion?" Ace gazed at the sun, shook his head, and replied, "You should go about your business. I will bask in the sunlight for a while." The following day, the sea lay beneath a clear sky, unmarred by clouds. Ace reclined at the bow of the ship, basking in the sun's warm embrace, feeling as though something within him was awakening. With a puff, he lifted his hand, and a flicker of flame materialized at his fingertips. Under Ace's command, the hue of the flames shifted in a mesmerizing display, while the temperature steadily escalated. 601 degrees. This was no mere illusion. The temperature had indeed risen by a degree. Ace gazed at the fire dancing at his fingertips, excitement illuminating his eyes. Ace had previously endeavored every conceivable method to elevate the temperature of the flames produced by the Mera Mera no Mi in its elemental form. To his astonishment, merely basking in the sun for a single day resolved the issue. To claim he was not exhilarated would undoubtedly be a falsehood. Ace rose to his feet and murmured, "After basking in the sun all day, I have discovered that the temperature limit of the flame fruit's elemental capabilities has increased by a degree. It turns out that the method to elevate the temperature is rather simple. All one needs to do is soak up the sun. Such an enhancement in flame temperature cannot solely be attributed to the powers of the flame fruit. Which leads me to conclude that it must be the result of the unique advantages bestowed upon me as a time traveler. Furthermore, having spent an entire day under the sun, the temperature limit has only risen by 1 degree. I am left pondering whether this limitation is fixed or subject to change." Ace lifted his head, gazing at the sun in the sky, and softly remarked, "Now, during this journey to the Sabaody Archipelago, let us see how fondly the sun favors me." In the ensuing days, whenever the sun shone, Ace would bask in its golden rays. Through a series of experiments, he discovered that by exposing his body to sunlight for merely 1 hour each day, the temperature of his flames would rise by a single degree. Any further exposure would yield no additional increase. Thus, it became evident that the sun's warmth could elevate his flame's intensity by just 1 degree daily, with no possibility of stacking further benefits. Having established the time and limits, Ace began to explore the aspect of distance. To his delight, he found that the closer he drew to the sun, the greater the daily enhancement of his temperature. After conducting thorough tests, Ace arrived at precise data, measured from sea level, For every 1,000 meters he approached the sun, the maximum temperature increase he could achieve from an hour of sunlight would rise by an additional degree. This meant that if he basked in the sun for an hour at sea level, his flames would elevate by 1 degree. However, if he ascended to a height of 1,000 meters and soaked in the sun for the same duration, the enhancement would double to 2 degrees at 2,000 meters. It would reach 3 degrees, and this effect could accumulate, with the ultimate limit yet to be discovered. At an altitude of 3,000 meters above sea level, Ace partially elementalized his lower body, the flames he expelled allowing him to hover high above the ocean. The scorching sunlight bathed him, igniting a fervor within him. After an hour, drenched in sweat and nearing exhaustion, Ace found it increasingly difficult to maintain his elemental state and was compelled to descend back to the ship. With a thud, Ace landed on the deck of the vessel, collapsing onto the floor. The surrounding crew members, however, were unfazed. Well aware that their captain was engrossed in his training, Ace reclined on the deck, resting for a while before murmuring to himself, "It appears that with my current stamina and physical capabilities, remaining at an altitude of 3,000 meters for an hour has become my limit. At 3,000 meters, I can only increase my power by 4 degrees each day, which is rather sluggish." Rising to his feet, Ace gazed at a drifting cloud in the sky and whispered, "If I could cultivate in that realm, whether it be Haki or devil fruit abilities, my progress would surely accelerate." High above the Grand Line, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, lies a wondrous place known as Skypiea. Situated at such heights, the air becomes thin for an ordinary person. Nearly breathing becomes a challenge. However, once acclimated, training in such an environment would rapidly enhance one's physical strength. More importantly, at an elevation of 10,000 meters, the temperature enhancement for the flame fruit would reach its maximum potential each day. If Ace could train for a year on Sky Island, his physical strength, Haki, and devil fruit abilities would experience tremendous enhancement. For Ace, at this stage, Sky Island represents the most ideal sanctuary for cultivation. If he could persuade Rayleigh to accompany him to Sky Island to teach him Haki, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable scenario. With his hat pressed firmly on his head, Ace pondered how he might convince Rayleigh to come to Sky Island once they met. Half a month later, Ace's Mera Mera no Mi flames had reached a scorching temperature of 640 degrees, and his physical abilities had significantly improved. As spending an hour daily basking in the sun at an altitude of 3,000 meters could be considered a rigorous form of training. After weeks of sailing, the Spade pirates finally arrived at the shores of Sabaody Archipelago. This archipelago is a rare playground along the Grand Line, and as soon as the ship docked, a throng of beasts who had been cooped up for nearly a month eagerly rushed toward the restaurants, casinos, bars, and the bustling streets of Joy. Before long, only Ace and a few officers from the Spade pirates remained aboard. "Gamby, Wallace, you should join in the fun as well. And keep an eye on those rascals while I go meet someone," Ace instructed the few beside him. "Who are you going to meet? Don't you need us to accompany you?" Gamby inquired. "No, I can manage on my own," Ace replied with a wave of his hand, smiling. "If all goes well, he should become my mentor." "Mentor?" Gamby and the others exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Ace's words, yet they refrained from questioning further and simply asked, "How long will we be here?" "Depends on the situation. If things go smoothly, it might only take a day or two," Ace contemplated before responding. He genuinely felt uncertain, as Rayleigh often ventured out and, after losing a bet, would occasionally engage in schemes where he purposefully allowed himself to be auctioned off as a commodity, only to later rob the very benefactor who purchased him. Ace was unsure when he might locate him. "Wait for me here, regardless of whether I find him or not. I will return to meet you," Ace stated. "Understood." The others nodded before dispersing in different directions. First, he decided to visit Shaki's bar, recalling that it was located in Area 13, so he made his way there after leaping off the ship and orienting himself. When Ace arrived at the Shaki's extortion bar, Shaki was busy dealing with a group of pirates attempting to dine and dash. Though these pirates were formidable, with their captain boasting a bounty exceeding 50 million, they were no match for Shaki, a retired grand pirate. In mere moments, she swiftly dispatched the group, deftly relieving them of their valuables, perfectly in line with the establishment's name. After expelling the defeated pirates from the bar, Shaki was greeted by Ace's entrance. Instantly, she donned a professional smile and inquired, "Young man, would you like a drink?" "A glass of rum," Ace replied as he pulled out a chair at the bar, removed his hat, and turned to Shaki with a grin. "I'm here to find someone." Observing Ace, Shaki poured him a glass of rum, then lit a cigarette, leisurely inhaling before speaking. "A user of the Mera Mera no Mi, a supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million. You've made quite a name for yourself in the new world in just half a year. What brings you back here? Has it really surpassed 100 million? Ace murmured. Indeed, Shaki confirmed, producing a bounty poster and placing it before Ace. Just 7 days ago, your bounty surged from 55 million to 155 million. After consuming the Mera Mera no Mi and defeating a promising marine officer, why have you returned to Sabaody Archipelago? Following his victory over Virgo, Ace's bounty had skyrocketed by 100 million, now standing at 155 million. Although he had yet to accomplish anything monumental at that time, his defeat of Virgo and mastery of the powerful Logia fruit had certainly garnered the attention of the world government. Such scrutiny indicated that his identity could be exposed at any moment, leading to an unending pursuit unless he returned to his previous path and allied with Whitebeard. At this juncture, Ace faced two choices. If he did not wish to be treated as a son, he must hasten his ascent in strength, striving for a level of power sufficient to engage in equal dialogue with the Yonko. Time was of the essence. Time is growing short, Ace murmured. Then turned to Shaki with a smile. Shaki, I am here to find Rayleigh. Is he present? Upon hearing Ace's words, Shaki regarded him with a serious expression and remarked, You know that old man. Are you here for revenge or to express gratitude? The fact that Rayleigh has taken refuge in the Sabaody Archipelago is not a secret to the great forces of the sea. In the absence of conflict, no one would dare to provoke this legend, not even the world government. However, it is rather intriguing that a novice pirate like Ace is aware of Rayleigh's seclusion here. Rayleigh has lived in the Sabaody Archipelago for 2 decades, during which time he has not been without visitors, besides old friends like Shanks. Others have come seeking either vengeance or gratitude. Therefore, Shaki is not particularly surprised by Ace's arrival at Rayleigh's abode, though she is somewhat curious about his intentions. A friendly reminder, if you come seeking gratitude, it would be wise to prepare a generous sum of berries, if it is vengeance you seek. You still have time to escape. Shaki took a puff of her cigarette and spoke leisurely, although it has been quite some time since he last fought. The old man is still formidable. Indeed, you would need to be 1,000,000 times stronger to stand a chance against him. You misunderstand. I am not here to cause trouble. Ace replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. You know my surname, don't you? Ah, yes, Shaki nodded, gesturing to the bounty poster on the table. It states here, Portgas D. Ace, a rather rare surname. What? Does your name have a connection to the old man? No. Ace quickly waved his hand. The Portgas surname has no ties to Senior Rayleigh. It is my mother's surname. Though he subconsciously wished to avoid mentioning this name, circumstances left him no choice. Ace sighed with a resigned smile. Portgas is my mother's surname, and my father's name is Gold. Roger. Gold. Roger, he repeated. Upon hearing this name, Shaki's typically calm expression betrayed a flicker of astonishment. What a revelation. It was astonishing to learn that the man had a living descendant. She gazed at Ace for a moment before letting out a sigh. Ah, I never expected you to be the biological son of the Pirate King. No wonder the old man has asked me to keep tabs on you since your appearance on the seas. The relationship between Roger and Rouge was known only to Rayleigh and a select few of his old crewmates. Even Shanks, at the time, was unaware of Ace's mother's existence. As for why Roger entrusted Ace to Garp instead of Rayleigh or the others, that is likely a mystery known only to Roger himself. Indeed, though I am reluctant to acknowledge it, his blood runs through my veins. Ace raised his glass and downed the contents in one swift motion before placing it down. Yet to me, that man is merely a scoundrel of a father, which is why I inherited the Portgas surname from my beloved mother. However, I did not expect Senior Rayleigh to be monitoring my affairs. It seems he must have discerned my true identity, Ace remarked with a sudden smile. It appears so. Shaki nodded. Though the old man instructed me to keep an eye on you, he did not disclose your identity to me. Rayleigh must be trying to protect me. Ace chuckled self-deprecatingly and remarked, although I disdain the lineage of that scoundrel father of mine, to the eyes of the world, I, who have inherited the infamous bloodline of the Pirate King, am deemed a threat that the world government and many others must eradicate. Indeed, Shaki nodded, saying, if the world government and the Navy were to discover your identity, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to eliminate you, for they fear nothing more than the emergence of another Pirate King upon the seas. Thus, have you come to seek Rayleigh's protection? Shaki inquired suddenly. How could that be? Ace chuckled, shaking his head. As a man, even with the thickest of skins, I would never resort to such shameless actions. During my time in the New World, although I have not encountered the 4 emperors, I have witnessed many formidable individuals and have come to realize my own shortcomings. Furthermore, It seems my identity has been uncovered. So I aspire to grow stronger in the shortest time possible, although I have consumed a Logia-type devil fruit in the new world. Haki is the true mark of a strong warrior. I have come to seek Rayleigh's mentorship to learn the art of Haki. I see, Shaki nodded. Then produced a small transponder snail, saying, if it is you, Rayleigh should not refuse, and he would likely wish to meet you. Shaki dialed the transponder snail. And Rayleigh's voice came through. Shaki, is there something you need at this hour? Well, we have a rather special guest at home. You should come back to meet him. Shaki replied languidly. Oh, a special guest? Rayleigh pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall return at once. Shaki hung up the phone and turned to Ace, saying, when Rayleigh returns and sees you, he will surely be taken aback. Ace smiled gently, refraining from uttering a word, and simply pushed his glass of wine towards Shaki, politely requesting, would you be so kind as to bring me another? Before long, the bar's door swung open, and in walked Rayleigh, his silver hair glistening. Upon spotting Ace, Rayleigh paused for a moment, then broke into a joyful smile, exclaiming, ah, it is you. I have long wished to meet you. Ace stood up and politely said, Rayleigh, I sincerely apologize for visiting you only now. It matters not. I am genuinely delighted that you have come to see me. Rayleigh waved his hand, tears glimmering in his eyes. He gently patted Ace's shoulder and continued, the one who should apologize is me. When I learned of Lu Jiao giving birth to a son, I was truly overjoyed. However, at that time, I was under strict scrutiny and could not meet you. By the time Rayleigh became aware of Ace's existence, it had already been 2 years since Roger's execution. Roger entrusted Ace to Garp instead of their old comrades because they were closely monitored by the world government. If Ace had been placed in their care and the world government discovered this, they would have spared no effort to eliminate him. No one understood the world government's fear of Roger better than Rayleigh. Even when he learned that Garp had adopted Ace, he did not dare to secretly glimpse Roger's only bloodline. Rayleigh was acutely aware that only in the care of someone like Garp could Ace grow up safely. For no one would suspect that the bloodline of the Pirate King would be raised by a naval hero. Due to Ace's connection with Shanks, Rayleigh had kept a watchful eye on the East Blue. Thus, when Ace set sail using his mother's surname, he immediately became aware. Yet, he still refrained from approaching Ace. At least, at that time, Ace was still relatively safe under the identity of Garp's grandson. Rayleigh had been able to live in hiding on Sabaody Archipelago for 2 decades, not because the world government was unaware of his presence, but because the cost of capturing him was exceedingly high. Consequently, a tacit understanding existed. As long as Rayleigh did not venture out to sea again, the world government would not provoke him, merely keeping a close watch on his every move. Although Rayleigh understood that once Ace set sail, his identity would inevitably be exposed, he realized that any rash contact with Ace would only accelerate the revelation of his identity. Thus, upon learning of Ace's departure, he instructed Shaki to observe quietly without making any contact. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Ace seemed to grasp why Roger entrusted him to Garp rather than to Rayleigh and their old comrades. He also understood why, in the original narrative, Rayleigh had never interacted with him. It was all in the name of protection, as remnants of Roger's crew, although the pirate group had disbanded. Those who had ventured to Laugh-Tale were mostly executed upon capture. The survivors, aside from those like Ben Beckman who re-emerged, were largely under the stringent scrutiny of the world government. However, those who had managed to survive were formidable individuals like Rayleigh, whose capture would require a significant price, potentially compelling them to return to the fray. Thus, the world government refrained from excessive pressure, opting instead to monitor them discreetly. Rayleigh, I deeply apologize for disturbing you. The purpose of my visit is to seek your guidance in the cultivation of Haki, Ace stated, looking earnestly at Rayleigh. Rayleigh, Sr. Ace bowed deeply to Rayleigh and earnestly said, during my time in the New World, I have come to recognize my shortcomings. Therefore, I have come to seek your guidance in mastering Haki. Of course, I would be delighted to assist you, Rayleigh replied, stroking his beard with a smile. I am pleased that you have come to seek me out, and I will devote myself wholeheartedly to your training. However, we cannot conduct our sessions here. My activities in this location are not a secret. Although I am now but a harmless old man, the world government does not share this sentiment. Consequently, there are numerous CP spies in the vicinity. If we engage in prolonged interactions here, it would inevitably expedite the exposure of your identity. Thus, we must select a more secluded venue for our training, where I can instruct you without distractions. A training venue, you say? Ace pondered theatrically for a moment before responding. I happen to know a splendid place. Oh, where might that be? Rayleigh inquired. The Sky Island, Ace answered. Ah, the Sky Island, Rayleigh mused. Initially, he had intended to take Ace to the island where he taught Luffy in the original storyline, but considering Ace's suggestion of the Sky Island, which likely stemmed from his own considerations, he replied with a smile that indeed sounds like an excellent choice. Your agreement is most fortunate. Ace exclaimed with delight upon hearing Rayleigh's consent to train him on the Sky Island. He had been contemplating how to persuade Rayleigh should he have declined. But to his surprise, Rayleigh had readily acquiesced, sparing him the effort of concocting reasons. However, Rayleigh's immediate agreement to travel to the Sky Island for Ace's training demonstrated his genuine regard for Ace. This led to reflections on the original narrative, where Rayleigh did not intervene during Ace's public execution, possibly due to the intense scrutiny of the world government or other undisclosed reasons. Rayleigh laughed heartily, his gaze playfully examining Ace. It was evident that Ace's subtle intentions were not lost on Rayleigh, who had cultivated his observation haki to the point of discerning the hearts of others. Ace felt a touch of embarrassment under Rayleigh's gaze and swiftly changed the subject. Rayleigh-senpai, when shall we depart for Sky Island? After a moment's contemplation, Rayleigh replied, I need some time to shake off the spies of the world government. Let us plan for 3 days hence. Wait for me at Dock 53, and I shall come to find you. Very well. I will await your arrival at Dock 53 in 3 days. For today, I shall take my leave. Ace had no objections. He courteously bowed to Rayleigh and Shaki before donning his hat and departing from Shaki's bar. Are you truly going to accompany him to Sky Island? Will it take a considerable amount of time? Shaki suddenly inquired of Rayleigh after Ace had left. It shall not take long, Rayleigh replied, shaking his head. He then retrieved a flask from his pocket, took a sip, and smiled. That boy is of Roger's bloodline, at most, within a year. I may find little left to teach him. Oh? Shaki expressed surprise at Rayleigh's assessment of Ace. It is rare for you to speak so highly of a junior. If I recall correctly, the last one you regarded in such a manner was that red-haired lad, who is now one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World. Is it merely because Ace is Roger's child that he garners such praise? Rayleigh shook his head. The concept of bloodline is but an ethereal notion. A person's strength is wholly dependent on their heart. In Ace, I see a spirit akin to Roger's. Should he continue to grow, he may very well reach Roger's heights. To reach Roger's level means he could become the next pirate king, does it not? Shaki exclaimed in astonishment. The next pirate king? Perhaps, Rayleigh mused, taking another sip and slightly shaking his head. I sense that this child is different from Roger. Different from Roger? I do not comprehend your meaning, Shaki replied, shaking her head in confusion as she walked away from the bar, leaving Rayleigh to sit in solitude. Roger. It seems your child is not the one you have been waiting for, Rayleigh murmured softly, his gaze distant as he pondered his thoughts. After leaving Shaki's bar, Ace wandered around for a while and returned to Dock 7, where the Spade pirate ship was moored, as dusk fell. When Ace returned to the ship, only Gambi and 2 other minor crew members were present, while the rest likely remained on the island for the night. Ah, Captain Ace, you're back, Gambi exclaimed, leaping off the vessel to greet him. How did it go? Was everything smooth? Yes, quite smooth, Ace nodded, responding, he was more amiable than I had anticipated. And he has already agreed to become my mentor and guide me in my training. Your mentor? Gambi was taken aback by the revelation that Ace had journeyed to Sabaody Archipelago in search of a master. May I ask, who is this person you met? Ah, he is a legend. Ace looked up with a smile, the esteemed Silvers Rayleigh. Wha, who did you say? Gambi stammered, utterly astonished by the name Ace had uttered. Are you referring to that right hand of the Pirate King, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, the man known as the Dark King, Silvers Rayleigh? Indeed, that's him, Ace affirmed with certainty. Rayleigh prefers not to be disturbed, so it is sufficient for you to know this. Understood, Gambi gulped, then inquired, Captain Ace. You mentioned you would be training under the Dark King. Will you be away for long? The training grounds are on Sky Island, and Rayleigh will accompany us. So we may stay there for a while, Ace explained. Can we come along too? Gambi asked excitedly. Of course, Ace replied with a smile. But the training will undoubtedly be tedious. If you prefer, you may wait for me below. Going is a must. Gambi immediately adopted an expression of admiration, declaring, the chance to witness such a legendary figure as the Dark King Silvers Rayleigh in person is rare. He is a living legend. Suddenly, an unexpected voice interrupted. Who are you? What are you doing here? Both Ace and Gambi turned to the source of the voice, their expressions abruptly turning serious. A towering man, resembling a bear and holding a book titled Bible, was perched atop the mast of the ship, gazing at Ace. His voice was gentle, but his unique appearance and mannerisms allowed Ace and the others to instantly recognize him. It was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A Paramecia-type devil fruit user known as the Tyrant. Bartholomew Kuma. Damn it, why is this man here on our ship? Gambi said, his face paling. Don't be alarmed. He is likely here seeking me, Ace reassured. Ace gently patted Sabo's shoulder, then stepped forward, casting a glance at the bear perched atop the mast. A faint smile graced his lips, yet he remained silent. Although they had never interacted directly, Ace was well aware of the true nature of this tyrant. Ostensibly a member of the Warlords of the Sea, he was, in reality, a high-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army. In the original narrative, it remained a mystery why he had undergone modifications by Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist affiliated with the world government. However, it was evident that the Revolutionary Army held him in high regard, as Ace's sworn brother, Sabo, along with other key figures of the army, infiltrated the holy land of Mariewa to rescue him, even clashing with the admirals Fujitora and Green Bull in a fierce battle. Although the outcome seemed disastrous, it underscored the importance they placed on Kuma. With a swift motion, Bartholomew Kuma rose to his feet, appearing before Ace as if he had teleported. He then inquired, Port Asti, Ace, if you were to travel, where would you wish to go? I would like to take a spin around the sun, Ace replied with a smile. Gazing up at the towering figure of Kuma, who stood at an impressive 7 meters, he waved his hand dismissively, adding, just kidding. Recently, I have been yearning to visit Skypiea. Despite the absence of direct ties between Ace and the Tyrant, he was a sworn brother of Luffy, whose father served as the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army. Given this connection, it was inconceivable that Kuma would approach Ace with ill intentions. Port Asti, Ace. Please follow me, Kuma stated, his expression impassive as he turned and began to walk towards the island. As Ace followed Kuma to the base of the 7th Yarkimura Red Tree, Kuma halted, turned to face Ace, and spoke. Port Gas D. Ace, son of Joel D. Roger. The Pirate King. You have entered the new world and should not return to paradise. Does Kuma truly know my identity? Ace mused softly, although he had long harbored suspicions. Hearing his identity articulated by Kuma still evoked a sense of astonishment within him. However, it was hardly surprising. After all, when he was taken in by Garp, Dragon was still a naval officer. Given Dragon's astute nature, it was inevitable that he would investigate the origins of a child suddenly brought into his life by his father. Thus, whether Garp revealed his father's identity to Dragon or Dragon uncovered it himself, it was not particularly astonishing. Yet, Kuma's unexpected visit, coupled with the remark made by Shaki at the bar about Rayleigh advising her to monitor Ace's movements after he set sail, led Ace to a realization. From the very moment he embarked on his journey, he had likely attracted the attention of numerous individuals. Fortunately, it seemed that these individuals harbored no ill will towards him. You have attracted the attention of the Don Quixote family. The night demons have begun to scrutinize you and harbor suspicions about your identity. At this juncture, it would be prudent for you to remain quietly within the New World and, preferably, align yourself with a force capable of offering protection. Kuma observed Ace intently and continued. Joining the Whitebeard Pirates is currently your most advantageous option. Ace gazed at Kuma, having nearly grasped the essence of his words. His current identity was akin to a fuse. Once ignited, it could unleash tremendous turmoil upon the world. The Revolutionary Army had been experiencing rapid development over the past 2 years, and they would certainly prefer that no cataclysmic events occurred at sea during this critical juncture. Thus, upon Ace's emergence from the New World, Dragon dispatched Kuma to meet him, conveying that joining the Whitebeard Pirates would be the most prudent choice for Ace. This was Kuma's true purpose for visiting Ace. For among the factions at sea capable of accepting and safeguarding Ace, only the Whitebeard Pirates seemed viable. I wonder if Dragon had a hand in Ace's decision to join the Whitebeard Pirates in the original narrative. Ace mused silently, then turned to Kuma and said, I apologize, but I do not intend to join any other pirate crew at this time. My purpose for coming to Sabaody Archipelago was to seek a mentor, and I have already achieved the goal. Therefore, I likely will not return to the New World in the near future, nor will I make any appearances at sea. A mentor? Upon hearing Ace's words, Kuma pondered for a moment, then nodded and remarked, I see. Silver's Rayleigh, perhaps? Taking him as your mentor would indeed be a commendable choice for you at this juncture. Since you have already made contact with Rayleigh, I shall refrain from saying more. My apologies for the intrusion. I shall take my leave. Kuma politely bowed to Ace before turning to depart. Wait, Ace called out to Kuma, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket. He tore off a small portion and extended it toward Kuma, saying, "This is my Vivre card. If you ever return to Baltigo, please deliver it to Sabo." Kuma regarded Ace with an impassive expression, yet his hand, which cradled the book, opened. He stared at Ace for a prolonged moment before accepting the Vivre card, letting out a soft sigh as he said, "Though Mr. Dragon has long advised me not to underestimate you, I now believe he may have underestimated you himself." Portgas Ace. "Hey," Ace replied with a slight smile, remaining silent. His words to Kuma were not mere whimsy. They were carefully considered, intended to convey to Bartholomew Kuma that while he was aware of Ace's identity, Ace was equally cognizant of his secrets. More than that, he was aware of the location of their stronghold. This was not a threat, but rather a message to Dragon through Kuma, urging him not to attempt to manipulate Ace's life. "May I be so bold as to inquire about the relationship between you and Sabo?" Kuma suddenly asked. "Sabo?" A hint of nostalgia crossed Ace's face, followed by a broad smile as he replied, "When he remembers, he will naturally understand." Bartholomew Kuma departed, carrying Ace's Vivre card with him. Ace could envision the expression on Dragon's face when Kuma relayed their conversation today. It would likely be one of profound confusion. Although it remained uncertain whether Ace was guided into joining the Whitebeard pirates in the original narrative, he resolutely declared, "No one shall dictate the course of my life." Adjusting his hat firmly, he asserted his determination. Upon returning to the ship, Gambi promptly inquired, "Captain Ace, what did that warlord want with you?" "Nothing of significance. Kuma is an acquaintance who merely came to greet me," Ace replied nonchalantly, attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance. "First, it was the Pirate King, Rayleigh, and now a warlord. Captain Ace, who exactly are you?" Gambi asked, his admiration evident. "Heh," Ace chuckled softly, pressing down his hat with a smile. While he offered no answer, his demeanor radiated an undeniable aura of prestige. At that moment, the battle-hardened fishman, Wallace, of the Spade Pirates, suddenly leaped from the sea onto the ship. Upon spotting Ace, he urgently exclaimed, "Captain Ace, it's bad news. Rocky has been captured." "What transpired?" Ace queried, his expression darkening. "It's the Celestial Dragons," Wallace explained. "Rocky and I were at a bar in District 23 when he discovered his wallet had been stolen. We chased the thief, only to encounter a Celestial Dragon. Upon seeing Rocky, who was of the Long-Handed tribe, the dragon immediately sought to take him as a slave. Fearing the wrath of the admirals if we confronted the dragon, we had no choice but to flee. However, the dragon's guards were exceedingly powerful. They knocked Rocky unconscious with a single blow, and I only managed to escape by diving into the sea." The Celestial Dragons. "Those scoundrels," Ace seethed, fury igniting in his eyes. "Where are they now?" "In District 33, Wallace replied. "District 3, is it?" Ace pondered momentarily before instructing, "Gambi, Wallace, you both must retrieve our comrades left on the island, and then sail the ship to the coating factory in District 41 to await my return. I shall rescue Rocky myself." "Ace, I will accompany you," Gambi immediately insisted. "Absolutely not," Ace firmly declined. "Although the Celestial Dragons are detestable, engaging them could provoke the Admiral's wrath. So it is more prudent for me to go alone. Once you have secured the ship, head to the Shaki Bar in District 13 and inform Rayleigh-san of our predicament. The Sky Island plan may need to be expedited." "Wait, you want me to find the Pirate King, Rayleigh?" Gambi exclaimed in surprise, summoning his courage to assure Ace. "Rest assured, I will convey your message." "What are you talking about? The Pirate King, Rayleigh?" Wallace interjected, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a monumental revelation. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Are you speaking of the legendary Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh?" "Indeed, that is the one," Ace confirmed. Gambi gently patted Wallace on the shoulder and, with an air of composure, remarked, "The legendary Rayleigh is now Ace's master. For a considerable duration ahead, we may find ourselves in his company. Perhaps he will even guide us in our training." "Is that truly the case?" Wallace gulped, his voice trembling with excitement. "That legend is actually Captain Ace's mentor and may instruct us in our endeavors." "Indeed," Gambi replied, maintaining his calm demeanor, though his trembling hand betrayed his inner thrill at the prospect of encountering the living legend. "By the way, one of the 7 warlords, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, visited earlier. He is also acquainted with Captain Ace," Gambi suddenly added. "The 7 warlords." Wallace's enthusiasm surged, his gaze at Ace sparkling with admiration. "Captain Ace, are you destined to become the Pirate King?" Bang! With a single punch, Ace sent Wallace flying, exclaiming in frustration, "What is this nonsense about being the Pirate King? Are you lost in a dream?" Meanwhile, Gambi observed the airborne Wallace with an air of calmness, reflecting on the moment he nearly soiled himself upon encountering Bartholomew Kuma. He thought it unfair for him to be the only one to suffer such humiliation. Now he felt much better. Enough of your chatter. Swiftly retrieve the others. Ace admonished the two with a piercing glare before his lower half transformed into an ethereal state, allowing him to float effortlessly as he oriented himself towards Area 3. In Area 3, the Pullman district, a celestial dragon swaggered down the street, donning a square oxygen mask, flanked by 3 bodyguards in black suits. Trailing behind were 2 enslaved individuals, crawling like pets, one of whom carried a fainted long-legged tribe member on his back, none other than Ace's captured comrade, Rockflow. Suddenly, a blazing fireball descended from the heavens, hurtling towards the celestial dragon. Charlemagne, be cautious. 2 of the bodyguards immediately shielded the celestial dragon, while the third leaped into action. His right hand enveloped in haki, striking at the incoming fireball. With a resounding impact, the fireball shattered, scattering flames in every direction, causing the surrounding crowd to scatter in chaos. Who dares to attack a celestial dragon? Summon the Admiral, Charlemagne bellowed, protected by the 2 black-clad figures. Ace, descending alongside the flames, couldn't help but twitch his lips at the celestial dragon's words before swiftly approaching the enslaved individual bearing Rockflow. This slave, once a pirate of considerable strength, showed no inclination to resist as Ace advanced towards him. Ace cast a glance at him and discerned that the glimmer of survival had entirely vanished from his eyes. These scoundrels, Ace muttered under his breath, seizing the unconscious Yinlu and preparing to depart. My quarry has been snatched away. Seize him quickly. Charlemagne shouted at the black-clad guards beside him. Yes, the 3 black-clad individuals. Upon receiving the command, left one to guard while the other 2 swiftly appeared at Ace's flanks, thrusting their armed fingers toward him. Finger gun. Flame pillar. A torrent of flames erupted from Ace, transforming into a towering inferno that repelled the 2 black-clad figures. Then, Ace soared above the fire summit, carrying Yinlu with him. With a thud, Ace, partially transformed into an elemental state, was poised to leave when the sound of a gunshot pierced the air below. He glanced down just in time to witness the celestial dragon shooting at a civilian who had dashed past him. In that instant, an overwhelming fury ignited within Ace. How dare these lowly commoners run before me? Charlemagne, with a gunshot striking a civilian who had crossed his path, wore an expression of indignation, as if he had suffered a grave affront. The act of gunning down a civilian seemed insufficient to quell Charlemagne's wrath. He bellowed at the black-clad guards. How dare these commoners move in my presence? Kill them all. Yes, the black-clad guards responded like emotionless machines to the celestial dragon's orders, immediately launching into a slaughter among the fleeing civilians. Within mere seconds, numerous innocents fell victim to their onslaught. This scene was witnessed by Ace, who was in the sky, rescuing his comrade and preparing to escape, igniting a blaze of fury within him. You bastards! Die! Fire fist! Boom! A blazing fist of fire descended, aimed at Charlemagne. Shave. Moonwalk. The 3 black-clad individuals sprang into action simultaneously. One appeared beside the celestial dragon, using Shave to whisk him away, while the other 2 launched themselves toward Ace in midair, attacking him. Finger gun. Gale foot. The arc of a crescent slash and the lethal thrust of fingers surged from both sides toward Ace. He did not retreat. Flames erupted around him as he struck out at the black-clad assailant wielding the finger gun. Fire fist. Boom. The furious flame-laden punch sent the black-clad guard tumbling down, while the gale foot slash passed through Ace, cleaving him in 2. However, in an instant, Ace's bisected form reassembled amidst a swirl of flames. For the gale foot lacked the haki to inflict harm upon the elemental Ace. Ace descended from the sky, landing atop a house. He placed the rocky stream resting on his shoulder onto the rooftop, then extended his hands, his 2 index fingers forming a cross aimed at the celestial dragon. Crossfire. With a swift motion, a searing beam of flame erupted from Ace's fingertips, shooting forth like a laser directed at the celestial dragon. Armament iron block. A figure clad in black positioned himself before the celestial dragon, activating his haki and employing one of the 6 forms, the iron block, to shield against Ace's crossfire. Meanwhile, Ace, having harnessed the speed of his semi-elemental form, closed the distance to them, his hands glowing with a vibrant green aura. Firefly Dama. Tiny orbs of light, reminiscent of fireflies, burst forth from Ace's luminous palms, floating around the celestial dragon and the black-clad bodyguard, coalescing around the 2. Armament iron block. The black-clad figure, sensing the impending threat of the fire Dama, immediately summoned his strongest defense, and tackled the celestial dragon to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The fire Dama erupted, transforming into an inferno that engulfed both the celestial dragon and the black-clad protector, shrill screams piercing the air, those of celestial dragon Charlemagne. As the flames subsided, the bodyguard lay severely scorched, while Charlemagne's garments bore multiple burn marks, exposing only a portion of his skin to the searing heat. Though only lightly wounded, the sensation of pain ignited an unparalleled fury within Charlemagne. Aya, kill him. Capture him. I will have him executed with the most brutal of tortures. Yes. 3 black-clad figures responded in unison, rushing towards Ace, including the injured one, who joined the fray. Fire gun. Ace formed a finger gun with his index and middle fingers, aiming at the trio to deter their approach, while simultaneously retreating to create distance. Once he had distanced himself, Ace glanced around, noticing that the nearby civilians had fled. He then stood upright and remarked, "There should be no one left in the vicinity, I presume." Ace took a deep breath, and suddenly, fierce flames erupted beneath his feet, spreading like waves in concentric circles, encompassing a diameter of several dozen meters. Great flame ring. With a deep exhale, Ace raised his arm, and the flames beneath him began to coalesce towards his outstretched hand, ultimately forming a colossal fireball with a diameter of several dozen meters, cradling this immense sphere of fire. Ace gradually ascended into the air, casting a downward glance at the celestial dragon below. "Trash," he declared. "Allow me to demonstrate just how terrifying the flames of fury can truly be." Ace hurled the colossal fireball in his grasp downward. The orb, with a diameter of several dozen meters, plummeted like a meteorite towards the celestial dragon with immense force. This technique, originally known as Emperor of Flames, was Ace's most formidable move. In the original narrative, during his peak, Ace wielded it with such power that it could obliterate an entire city. However, at this moment, Ace felt that this technique was unworthy of the name Emperor of Flames. He believed that it should at least rival Magellan's Giant of Poison or Enel's Thunder God to justly bear such a grandiose title. Thus, he bestowed upon this technique a new name, Falling Star Fireball, for a descending star indeed befitted the essence of this move. Falling Star Fireball. Ace hurled the colossal fireball in his grasp downward, a blazing sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters plummeting like a meteor towards the celestial dragon with devastating intent. As the immense fireball descended, 3 figures cloaked in black rushed forward without hesitation. For them, the paramount mission was not to vanquish foes, but to safeguard the life of the celestial dragon. As they reached his side, the trio simultaneously activated their most formidable defenses, serving as a human shield to protect him. With a thunderous crash, the meteor struck, sending violent tremors through the ground. The terrifying flames surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing all structures within a radius of several hundred meters, obliterating half of Bowman Street. It took several minutes for the inferno to gradually subside, revealing the charred remnants of the street, where 3 ashen bodies were pushed aside. From beneath the injured black-clad guardians emerged Charlemagne, his mouth emitting wisps of white smoke. At that moment, Charlemagne appeared crimson all over, resembling a crab that had been steamed to perfection. Despite the protection offered by the 3 black-clad figures, which spared him from direct burns, the searing heat had left him feeling as though he had been trapped in a steamer for several minutes. His body was covered in numerous blisters, and had it not been for the oxygen mask upon his head, he might have succumbed to suffocation. Once Charlemagne crawled out from beneath the uncertain fates of the 3 guardians, he produced a golden transponder snail and made a direct call. "Hello, this is the Navy headquarters. Charlemagne speaking. How may I assist you?" A grave voice responded from the other end. "Quickly, send a vice admiral," Charlemagne shouted with his last ounce of strength. And upon uttering those words, he lost consciousness, collapsing onto the ground. "TSK, he is still alive," Ace muttered, spitting on the ground as he stepped forward, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Under normal circumstances, Ace would never strike a downed opponent, regardless of their status. However, the celestial dragons were an exception. In his eyes, they had forfeited their humanity, reduced to mere refuse. While perhaps some celestial dragons differed, Ace was certain that the one before him was undoubtedly despicable, and thus felt no moral qualm in delivering a final strike to such filth. Yet, as Ace approached the unconscious Charlemagne, a charred arm suddenly clutched at his ankle. "Please, do not harm Charlemagne," pleaded a near-death black-clad guardian, grasping Ace's ankle in desperation. Ace gazed upon the cloaked figure, who, despite being on the brink of death, clung desperately to his ankle. Unable to restrain his curiosity, He inquired, "Is it truly worth it for such a wretch?" The man in black remained silent, biting his lip, yet the sorrow and pleading in his eyes stirred something within Ace. He recalled that when the celestial dragon ordered the slaughter of innocents, this very individual refrained from taking a life. Ace gazed at the cloaked figure for an extended period before finally exhaling a weary sigh and muttering, "Alas. It appears this fellow possesses an extraordinary fortune." Upon hearing Ace's words, the figure released Ace's ankle, revealing a grotesque smile as he weakly uttered, "Thank you." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "I hope you managed to survive," Ace remarked, shaking his head at the fallen figure before leaping onto a rooftop, hoisting the still unconscious Rockflow, and swiftly departing. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, within the office of the Fleet Admiral, the renowned strategist known as Sengoku wore a troubled expression as he stared at the transponder snail before him. Seated on the sofa were two individuals. One donned a white military uniform, characterized by curly hair and an eye patch, exuding an undeniable air of lethargy. The other was clad in a crimson suit, draped in a cloak of justice, sitting upright with a serious demeanor. These two were none other than two of the three admirals considered the pinnacle of the world government's military power, Akainu Sakazuki and Akiji Kazan. Damn those celestial dragons. Always causing me trouble, Sengoku cursed under his breath before addressing the pair on the sofa. That was a call from the celestial dragon Charlemagne. It seems there is some sort of incident. He should currently be at the Sabaody archipelago. Which of you is available to investigate? Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Akainu rose expressionlessly and exited the office, his demeanor clearly indicating his refusal to go. Sengoku, unable to compel Akainu to change his mind, shared his own disdain for the celestial dragons. However, given the urgency implied in the call, he felt it necessary to send an admiral. Thus, he reluctantly turned to Akiji. "Ah, dear me," Akiji said, rising from the sofa and stretching lazily. "It seems I must take a trip. Thank you. I have already dispatched personnel from the Sabaody Navy base to gather information. When you arrive, you can meet with them directly. Ideally, I would have preferred to send Borsellino, but he is currently unavailable, so I must trouble you." Akiji, Sengoku explained. "Ah, Admiral Sengoku, do not mention it. After all, I am also part of the Navy," Akiji replied as he picked up the cloak of justice from the sofa. "Then I shall head to Sabaody." Thus, the journey to the Sabaody archipelago commenced. After rescuing Yinlu, Ace soared directly towards the direction of the number 41 coating factory, coincidentally encountering Rayleigh, who had come in response to the commotion. "Rayleigh-senpai," Ace descended and approached him, politely inquiring, "What brings you here?" "I heard the sounds of battle and came to investigate," Rayleigh replied. Upon seeing that Ace was unharmed, he sighed with relief and asked, "What is the situation?" "Well, I might have gotten into a bit of trouble," Ace admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of his head as he recounted the incident involving the celestial dragons. "Ha ha ha, it seems your temperament mirrors that of Rogers. Neither of you can tolerate the arrogance of those celestial dragons," Rayleigh laughed heartily. "However, having dealt with one of them, the Navy headquarters will likely dispatch an admiral. So we must indeed prepare to depart from Sabaody archipelago sooner than anticipated. I apologize for the trouble I've caused." Ace expressed regret once more. "No need for that." Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively. "I have already promised to accompany you to Skypiea. It merely requires a slight adjustment in our timeline. However, if an admiral catches up to us, I may not be able to handle it alone, and it seems I will still need to trouble you," Ace said with an apologetic expression. "Ha ha ha. One admiral is not enough to hinder us. After all, this old body of mine has yet to rust," Rayleigh declared confidently. "Let us proceed. We must first locate the ascending current, which is not easily found," Rayleigh continued, patting Ace on the shoulder. "You head to Dock 41. Your companions are waiting for you there. I will return to the bar to inquire with Shaki about the location of the ascending current and then join you." "Thank you, senpai." Ace politely bowed before partially transforming into his elemental form and flying towards Dock 41. "This child is remarkably polite, much like Lugio," Rayleigh mused with a smile as he watched Ace depart. Then he sped off towards Shaki's bar in Zone 13. At Dock 41, Rayleigh's coating factory awaited. As Ace descended from the sky, he beheld the anchored vessel of the Spade pirates, drawing the crew's immediate attention, followed by a cacophony of joyous uproar. The captain had returned, accompanied by the stalwart Rockflow. What splendid news! Though the Spade pirates numbered but a handful, comprising a diverse assembly of fishmen, longarms, dwarves, and other races, their collective presence resonated with an unexpected vibrancy. Silence, Please, Gambi interjected, quelling the raucous din, and turned to Ace, inquiring, "Is everything well, Ace?" "All is well," Ace replied with a shake of his head, gently setting rock flow down. "However, I must inform you that I have engaged the celestial dragons, and we should brace ourselves for the impending pursuit of the marine admirals." An hour later, in the Bay of Sabaody, a warship approached, heralding the arrival of Admiral Aokiji at the Sabaody archipelago. Upon reaching the Poshman district, Aokiji gazed at the grievously injured celestial dragon, Charles Saint, who was covered in blisters and barely clinging to life. With a furrowed brow, he lamented, "Alas, to see him in such a state. This matter cannot be taken lightly." In District 41 of the Sabaody archipelago, as the Spade pirates prepared to set sail from the coating factory's dock, they were encircled by a contingent of marine soldiers. This force, numbering approximately 50, was led by a marine rear admiral, accompanied by a cadre of elite officers. The adversary, the Spade pirates of the New World, with their captain Portgas D. Ace, a user of the Mara Mara no Mi, Flame fruit, was accused of severely injuring the celestial dragon, Charles Saint. Faced with a user of a Logia-type ability, we may not stand a chance, the rear admiral addressed his troops, but with Admiral Aokiji's arrival at Sabaody, our mission is not to defeat them, but to delay them. Do you understand? Understood. The elite Marines responded with renewed fervor at the mention of the Admiral's name. Very well, even if it costs us our lives, we must hold them here until Admiral Aokiji arrives. Charge with me, the rear admiral bellowed, leading the charge by drawing his weapon and rushing into the dock, followed closely by his soldiers. Ace, the Marines are here. What shall we do? Gambi inquired softly from behind Ace aboard the Spade ship. Break through, Ace commanded decisively. Set sail, break through, Gambi shouted, turning to rally the crew. Break through. The crew erupted with exhilaration, the Spade ship slowly gliding out of the dock, their spirits undaunted by the marine blockade. Stop them, the rear admiral shouted. Raising his nearly man-sized broadsword, he swung it down toward the Spade ship. Clang. The rear admiral's formidable strength unleashed a sweeping crescent slash aimed directly at the Spade ship. Clang. Gambi leaped from the bow of the ship, shattering the strike with a single sword stroke, and then engaged in fierce combat with the naval major general. The clash between the two marked the true commencement of the battle, in an instant. The entire docking yard of the coating factory was engulfed by the cacophony of gunfire and the sounds of combat. However, not all of the elite naval troops participated in the fray. A dozen or so Marines stood at the entrance of the dock, wielding mortars aimed at the Spade, persistently attempting to destroy the vessel. Yet, as the shells approached the Spade, they were thwarted by surges of flame. Ace did not participate in the battle. He was tasked with safeguarding the Spade. The admiral had already arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, and if their ship sustained damage here, escape would indeed be impossible. The Navy was acutely aware of this, hence their concentrated firepower aimed at the Spade. Fire Fist. As the Spade approached the dock's exit, Ace leapt into the air, unleashing a formidable fire fist that instantaneously repelled the Navy forces blocking their path, allowing the Spade to surge forth from the dock unhindered. Ice Age. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, and the entire sea before them was abruptly frozen. Upon the icy surface, a towering figure, emanating an aura of frost, strode forth. Admiral Aokiji had arrived. Ace gazed at the imposing silhouette walking on the ice, his expression darkening as he murmured, "This is troublesome." The arrival of Aokiji dramatically shifted the atmosphere. The battle abruptly ceased, and the crew of the Spade pirates gathered around Ace, their faces etched with alarm. The elite Navy personnel, invigorated as if pumped with adrenaline, erupted in cheers, as though victory was already theirs. This young man must be Portgas D. Ace, captain of the Spade pirates, Aokiji remarked leisurely from the bow of the ship. You certainly have found yourself in quite a predicament. At this point, Ace had yet to earn the moniker of Fire Fist, and was known solely by his title as the captain of the Spade pirates. Hey, Ace replied, remaining silent otherwise, merely raising a hand to adjust his hat, and a grin spread across his face as flames ignited from various parts of his body. Fire Fist. Ace suddenly struck, unleashing a fiery punch that coalesced into a colossal fist, hurtling towards Aokiji. What a tempestuous young man. In the face of Ace's blazing assault, Aokiji's languid expression betrayed no sign of tension. He even lifted a hand to scratch his forehead, allowing the fire-laden fist to descend upon him. Boom. The ferocious flames engulfed Aokiji's figure, while the surrounding frozen sea melted into a vast chasm, sending forth a torrent of steam that obscured the view of all. Admiral, the elite Navy personnel, witnessing Akiji's silhouette consumed by flames, became agitated, nearly inciting a riot. Silence. A rear admiral barked, quelling the unrest with authority. Then added sternly, pay close attention. Such displays of the admiral's might are rare. Ice spear. Accompanied by Akiji's nonchalant voice, 2 ice spears shot forth from the steam, aimed directly at Ace. Sun's heat. Ace's arm transformed into flames, and a pillar of fire erupted from his elementalized limb, intercepting Akiji's dual-pronged spear. Ah! Flames can indeed be a troublesome ability. Akiji leisurely emerged from the steam, raising one hand, his palm facing Ace, as an icy chill coalesced around his arm. Ice bird. The cold energy crystallized into an avian form, soaring toward Ace with a fierce peck. The powerful impact shattered the solid ice, unleashing a frigid tempest that froze everything in its path. Mirror flame. Ace similarly raised an arm, and a torrent of flames erupted from his limb, sculpting a colossal wall of fire that stood before the ferocious beak of Akiji. A thunderous roar ensued as the icy bird collided with the blazing barrier, causing the entire sea surface to tremble violently. The frozen expanse cracked in numerous places, with torrents of seawater surging forth from the fissures. Fiery fist. With a powerful punch, Ace cleared a path through the shattered ice, his fiery fist creating a channel. He turned to the crew aboard the Spade and shouted, "Now is your chance. Leave this place at once." However, they hesitated, knowing he was up against a Marine admiral. "This is an order from your captain." Despite their reluctance to abandon him, Gambi and the others were silenced by Ace's commanding voice. He then turned to his crew, a confident smile gracing his face as he assured them, "Do not worry. I will catch up with you." The crew of the Spade, witnessing Ace's smile, bit their lips, tears streaming down their faces as they cried out, "Captain Ace, please stay safe." Ace gave them a thumbs up, laughing heartily. "Fools, do you think I am someone else? I am your captain." He continued with a playful tone, "Ah, but this simply won't do. If I let you go, I will have no report to present." At that moment, Akiji approached, and with each of his steps, the thawed sea began to freeze once more. Ice Age. Ace unleashed a torrent of flames from behind him, enveloping the area around him and Akiji, effectively halting the encroaching frost. With a grin, he declared, "I shall not permit you to obstruct my comrade's escape. However, as a price, I will remain here to continue the battle with you." "Ah, this is quite troublesome," Akiji remarked, surveying the flames that surrounded him, rubbing his forehead. A look of consternation crossed his face before he continued, "Nevertheless, the intelligence I received indicates that you alone have harmed the celestial dragons. Even if I were to capture you, it should be sufficient to quell their wrath." "Heh, that is only if you can actually catch me," Ace replied with a smile. Though internally he was fervently calling out, "Rayleigh Senpai, if you do not arrive soon, I fear I shall not withstand much longer." Despite his outward confidence, Ace felt an overwhelming anxiety within. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Akiji. Even though the abilities of their respective devil fruits countered one another, the disparity in their mastery and physical prowess placed him far below the level of an admiral. Truth be told, sustaining himself thus far had required every ounce of his strength. This was also the reason Akiji had yet to fully engage. If the battle continued, it would not be long before Ace faced utter defeat. "Ah, it seems I have been underestimated," Akiji commented as he scratched his forehead. He bent down and picked up a handful of ice shards, tossing them lightly before exhaling a breath of frigid air, which caused the shards to freeze and coalesce into an ice blade that he grasped in his hand. Ice military knife. With the blade in hand, Akiji advanced towards Ace with deliberate steps, stating calmly, "Flame boy, this time I shall be serious, so do try not to perish." In an instant, Akiji's form flickered, and he appeared before Ace, thrusting the ice military knife towards him with unerring precision. Ace instinctively sought to utilize elemental transformation to evade the attack. Yet an unexpected surge of frigid air emanated from the ice blade, enveloping him entirely. This icy aura rendered him momentarily incapable of elemental transformation. With a swift thrust, the ice blade pierced Ace's shoulder, instantly freezing the wound. The chilling air continued to spread from the injury, gradually extending its reach. Divine flame, unknowable fire. Ace's hands became enveloped in elemental fire, coalescing into 2 long spears that he thrust towards Akiji's chest. Akiji sprang backward, narrowly evading Ace's fiery assault. As he retreated, the ice blade embedded in Ace's shoulder was wrenched free, taking with it a significant portion of frozen flesh, blood gushing forth. Such is the prowess of an admiral. It is truly formidable, evoking a sense of despair within me, Ace remarked, clutching his shoulder wound with a hint of self-deprecation. Akiji had only just begun to engage seriously when he was met with such a crushing blow. A stark reminder of the chasm that separated him from the likes of Akiji, as if they resided in entirely different realms. Well, though it feels somewhat unfair to bully a child, one must acknowledge that I bear the title of the highest combatant under the world government, Akiji mused, scratching his forehead. Fireboy, how about we strike a deal? Would you consider surrendering now? He suggested. Hey, Ace stood, a smile gracing his lips as flames ignited around him. Surrender? That is out of the question, for I am a pirate. Oh dear, this is quite troublesome, Akiji suddenly confessed, his expression one of exasperation. The relationship between Ace and Garp is known to Akiji. Thus, upon discovering that Ace was responsible for injuring a celestial dragon, he immediately regretted accepting this mission. Given the severity of Ace's actions, nearly killing the celestial dragon, releasing him without consequence would be an untenable position, even for an admiral. However, capturing Ace and returning him would pose a dilemma. Garp has always harbored a disdain for the celestial dragons. And if he were to learn that his grandson had attacked one, the repercussions would be dire. Akiji himself shares a profound aversion to the celestial dragons. In truth, he was already contemplating a way to facilitate Ace's escape. Simply letting him go would be impossible, otherwise he would not have inflicted an injury on Ace in the first place. Unbeknownst to Akiji, Rayleigh was already en route to their location. Had he been aware, he would have refrained from striking Ace, waiting instead for Rayleigh to arrive, for facing the legendary Dark King would render any failure inconsequential, even in the eyes of the celestial dragons. Well, I will capture him first, then allow him to escape during transport. That should suffice, Akiji mused internally. Resolute in his decision, he approached Ace and said, I apologize, Fire Brother, but it seems I must take you back. Just as Akiji resolved to capture Ace, a sudden slash descended from the sky, aimed at him. Akiji's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated a few steps to evade the attack. Yet a scar marred his cheek. This strike not only harmed Akiji, but also carved a deep chasm between him and Ace. Then, Rayleigh's figure descended, landing in front of Ace. Ace, are you all right? Rayleigh inquired, turning to him. I'm fine, Ace replied, shaking his head. It's you, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh. Akiji's face displayed a grave expression, while internally he was elated. A heavyweight had arrived, rendering any pretense unnecessary. Nonetheless, he still needed to maintain appearances. Letting the Dark King simply walk away would tarnish the reputation of an admiral. Perhaps I should engage in a few exchanges, he thought to himself. Is that not the man referred to as the right hand of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh? A naval colonel swallowed hard and asked a nearby rear admiral. Indeed, it is him, the rear admiral replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. It's undeniably him. I never expected to encounter this legendary figure here. Admiral Akiji. Ace is my disciple. I kindly ask that you allow him to go free, Rayleigh said, smiling at Akiji. Alas, that simply cannot be. This young man almost killed a celestial dragon. If I were to let him go, I would have no explanation to offer, Akiji replied. A look of difficulty etched on his face. Is that so? Then there is nothing that can be done. Rayleigh raised the sword in his hand, flexing it slightly, and remarked, It has been quite some time since I wielded a sword. I find myself a bit out of practice. I initially thought this task would be effortlessly accomplished. Yet unexpectedly, I encountered you, the Dark King Rayleigh. Kazan also lifted his ice blade, striking towards Rayleigh as he spoke. Though I have long heard of your residence on this island, I never anticipated our paths would cross. Capturing a man of your caliber is a daunting challenge. Even for me, without thorough preparation. What a headache this is. Then perhaps it would be best to let us go, Rayleigh replied, swinging his sword. Suddenly, as the fierce battle between Rayleigh and Kuzan intensified, a towering figure appeared before Ace, inquiring, If you were to travel, where would you wish to go? Bartholomew Kuma. The sudden intruder removed his gloves and, with an impassive expression, asked Ace the question again. Before Ace could respond, Kuma struck Ace with a forceful palm. And in the next moment, Ace vanished without a trace. After removing Ace, Kuma swiftly appeared between Kazan and Rayleigh, causing both to retreat, creating distance between them. You are the Dark King Rayleigh, are you not? Kuma stated, leaning closer. Bartholomew Kuma? Rayleigh was about to swing his sword, but Kuma's voice whispered in his ear, "I am not your enemy." At these words, Rayleigh paused, lowering his sword. As Kuma continued, "I have already sent him to the Sky Island. If you wish to find him, you may go there. As a member of the 7 warlords, it is difficult for me to trust your words." Rayleigh shook his head in disbelief. "That man is unlikely to appear on the seas for the time being. Believe it or not, it is your choice." Kuma spoke lightly before turning to leave. Bartholomew Kuma," Kazan interjected, blocking Kuma's path. "As a warlord, why do you appear in such a place and assist in the escape of a wanted criminal? Can you enlighten me? Unless it is a mandatory order from the world government, the actions of the 7 warlords do not require reporting to the Navy. Thus, I am under no obligation to answer your inquiries," Kuma replied expressionlessly, then proceeded past him without a backward glance. "This is truly troublesome," Kazan remarked, scratching his forehead as he observed Kuma's retreating figure. "I have long maintained that the 7 warlords are utterly unreliable." At this moment, Kazan suddenly turned to the Navy personnel stationed on the shore, shouting, "Who among you is in charge here?" "I am." A Navy major promptly approached Kazan, saluting with respect. "I am Atlantis, holding the rank of major, sir." Then Major Atlantis, the criminal has escaped, and this matter is concluded." "Stand down," Kazan declared. Akiji rested the icy blade of his sword upon his shoulder and languidly remarked, "A retreat?" At this, Admiral Akainu was taken aback, glancing cautiously at Rayleigh and inquiring, "But, Sir Admiral, how shall we deal with the Dark King Rayleigh?" That is indeed the Dark King. Even I, without thorough preparation, would find it impossible to capture him." "So let it be," Akiji replied, casting a fleeting glance at Rayleigh before departing without a backward glance. Rayleigh chuckled softly as he observed Akiji's exit and then turned to leave as well. The elite naval forces could only watch helplessly as Rayleigh departed, not daring to utter a word. On the outskirts of Sabaody Archipelago, the Spade ship was anchored beside a small island, which had been previously designated as the meeting point between Ace and Rayleigh. The crew, including Gambi, stood anxiously at the ship's railing, their expressions ranging from serious to apprehensive, as they awaited their captain's arrival. Before long, a small vessel appeared in the distance, carrying an elderly man with a head of white hair, yet exuding an aura of vitality. It was Rayleigh. "Who is that old man? Is he coming towards us? Should we drive him away?" One of the crew members asked Gambi upon spotting Rayleigh's approach. "Silence." Gambi immediately reprimanded him, his face grave. "That man is the master of Captain Ace, the Dark King Rayleigh." "The Dark King Rayleigh?" The crew members, including Wallace and the other officers, were utterly astonished by Gambi's words. They turned their gazes toward the elderly man navigating the small boat closer to them, swallowing nervously as they collectively uttered, "Could it be the legendary figure known as the right hand of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh?" "Indeed, that is he," Gambi affirmed confidently. A chorus of swallowed breaths ensued as they all stared intently at Rayleigh, their eyes shimmering with excitement. The fabled man was, astonishingly, the master of their captain. If the right hand of the Pirate King was indeed Ace's master, did that not imply that Captain Ace was destined to become the Pirate King himself? "Certainly. Captain Ace always declares that he will become the Pirate King," they exclaimed. "Long live Captain Ace. Long live the Pirate King." The crew, in a fervor of enthusiasm, seemed to envision a future where Ace had already claimed the title of Pirate King. At that moment, Rayleigh's vessel had docked alongside the Spade ship. He leaped aboard and smiled at the exuberant crew, asking, "Greetings, you must be Ace's companions?" "Yes, hello, Master Rayleigh." They responded in unison, saluting him enthusiastically. "Haha. I am not your master." Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Gambi and inquired, "You should possess Ace's Viver card, correct?" "Yes, we do." Gambi promptly produced Ace's Viver card and handed it to Rayleigh, then asked, "Master Rayleigh, may I inquire where our captain has gone?" Rayleigh took the life card and placed it in the palm of his hand. Observing that one corner of Ace's life card was slowly rising, he pondered for a moment before speaking. "There has been an unforeseen incident on the island, and Ace has already departed for the Sky Island. I shall now proceed to join him. Should you wish to seek him out, you are welcome to accompany me." However, Rayleigh gazed at Ace's companions and continued, "As Ace's comrades, you are still too weak at this juncture. I recommend that you take this opportunity to find a suitable place to hone your skills. Otherwise, when Ace returns to the sea, you may find yourselves unable to keep pace with him." Rayleigh refrained from suggesting that they join him on the journey to the Sky Island, as he lacked the capacity to instruct so many individuals simultaneously. Moreover, each person's path to strength varied greatly, particularly among Ace's diverse group of companions, most of whom he could not mentor. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, everyone aboard the Spade silently absorbed the gravity of his message, yet they understood its truth. "We comprehend," Gamby said, looking towards Rayleigh. "May I inquire, Rayleigh-senpai, how long will Captain Ace be training with you?" "Approximately a year," Rayleigh replied after a moment of contemplation, offering a rough estimation. "A year, you say?" Gamby nodded and said, "Please convey to Captain Ace that we shall all be here awaiting his return in a year's time." "Very well," Rayleigh responded with a smile. Then, Gamby and the others suddenly stood at attention, bowing deeply to Rayleigh in unison, exclaiming, "Rayleigh-senpai, we entrust our captain to your care." The sky was a pristine blue, devoid of clouds. In the heavens above, Ace's body was enveloped by a shockwave resembling a cat's paw, propelling him swiftly toward a specific destination. The shockwave was the ability of Bartholomew Kuma, transporting Ace to the Sky Island situated 10,000 meters above. In the arc of shockwaves, despite being unable to control his own body, Ace maintained an air of calmness, fully aware that this phenomenon posed no threat to him. Little did he anticipate arriving at the Sky Island in such a manner. Observing the swiftly flowing scenery before him, Ace could not help but exclaim, "Indeed. The capabilities of Bartholomew Kuma's pawpaw fruit are remarkably convenient." The Paramecia-type pawpaw fruit not only possesses the ability to repel anything but also alleviates accumulated damage within the human body and even exhibits a semblance of teleportation. Coupled with the extraordinary capacity to transport oneself wherever desired, while also providing complimentary tickets for others, it is nothing short of a dream come true. 2 days later, after traversing a layer of pristine white clouds, the shockwave arc carried Ace through a celestial expanse at an altitude of 7,000 meters above sea level, formed by the convergence of sea clouds within the Emperor's clouds. Another day passed, and the shockwave arc guided Ace through the White Sea, ascending to the ethereal White Sea. Located at an elevation of 10,000 meters above sea level, where the legendary Sky Island awaited. Upon delivering Ace to the skies above the White Sea, the shockwave arc descended onto a soft expanse of clouds, leaving behind an imprint shaped like a paw pad before vanishing from sight. Ace rose to his feet. The surrounding air thinned and suffocating as he stood upon the soft, white clouds that lent an ethereal quality to the scene. This was the Sky Island. Truly a realm of dreams. Gazing at the undulating white clouds in the distance, reminiscent of distant mountains, he marveled at the sight. It was hard to believe that at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the Earth, such a fantastical place could exist. Uncertain of the precise location to which Kuma had transported him, Ace surveyed his surroundings but found no signs of the island's inhabitants. He decided to walk towards the direction of the sun. The expanse of the White Sea above was perhaps no less than that of the verdant Qinghai below, indicating that the Sky Island was indeed vast. The original narrative primarily depicted the map of the Kingdom of God, yet in truth, the entirety of the Sky Island's domain must extend far beyond that, as exemplified by one of the supernovas from the same generation as Luffy, the enigmatic Monk Urich. His homeland likely lay outside the Kingdom of God, belonging to a different Sky Island. Speaking of which, I suppose I am now an illegal entrant, am I not? I wonder if the place where I currently stand is indeed the Kingdom of God ruled by Enel. If so, given the extensive reach of his mantra, if I am within the territory of the Kingdom of God, Enel must have already detected my presence. Ace reflected on the original storyline, recalling that after Luffy and his crew entered Skypiea, they were deemed illegal intruders and classified as second-degree criminals for failing to pay the transit fee, subsequently pursued by the island's guards. Normally, the proper procedure for entering Skypiea would involve ascending the White Sea via the upward flowing currents, passing through the Gate of Heaven, and ultimately arriving in the realm of the gods. However, Ace had been brought to a certain region of Skypiea through Bartholomew Kuma's powers, which could also be considered a legal entry, albeit unbeknownst to anyone. Now, having arrived in Skypiea in this manner, he pondered whether Rayleigh would come looking for him. As he walked, Ace mused, if I am to cultivate my abilities alone in Skypiea, I will have no means to hone my haki. Thus, my only recourse will be to develop my devil fruit powers. Should Rayleigh not seek me out, I shall undoubtedly be unable to train in haki, leaving me with but one path to strength, the enhancement of my fruit's abilities. Although lacking haki in the new world could put him at a disadvantage, if he could maximize the potential of his fruit, he might still emerge as a formidable force, particularly since he possessed the unique advantage of sunbathing to elevate the temperature of his elemental flames. In Skypiea, He could increase the temperature of his Mera Mera Nomi flames by at least 10 degrees each day, if he were to remain on the island for 2 years. The temperature of his flames after elemental transformation could reach a terrifying 10,000 degrees. To put that into perspective, Akainu's magma reaches a maximum of only 300 degrees. Although the true power of the magma fruit lies in its explosive force during volcanic eruptions, it seemed prudent to test how much he could elevate the temperature of his fruit's elemental transformation in Skypiea. Ace raised his palm, and a flicker of flames surged forth, intensifying under his control until they reached their peak. 654 degrees. It appeared that his journey through the skies had indeed elevated the flame's temperature significantly. After accurately sensing the heat emanating from his palm, Ace glanced at the sun above and softly remarked, "It seems that my time basking in the sun is nearing an hour. Soon I shall ascertain the daily temperature increase achievable in Skypiea." As time passed, the hours swiftly elapsed, and Ace felt the temperature of the flames in his palm rising. When it finally peaked, he smiled. 665 degrees, a rise of 11 degrees. Precisely the figure one might expect from ascending sea level to an altitude of 10,000 meters, surpassing a whole number, indicating that this was likely not the limit. Since Ace learned that basking in the sun could elevate the temperature of his flames, he has been apprehensive about whether this method might reach a limit. If such a limit exists, it is likely to be the integer 10. Now that he has surpassed this critical threshold of 10 degrees, it suggests that the possibility of an upper limit to this enhancement is exceedingly slim. With no limits in sight, only height remains. Once he adapts to the atmospheric conditions of the Sky Island, he plans to ascend even higher to test his hypothesis. If there are indeed no limits, he could save a significant amount of time. Ace extinguished the flames in his palm and then gazed upward at the sun, smiling as he mused. If only it were possible, I would love to fly up to the sun and take a look. If he could reach it, he would likely become invincible in no time. Shaking his head, he cast aside this impractical thought and continued on his path towards the sun. After nearly 3 hours of walking, Ace finally spotted signs of activity from the inhabitants of the Sky Island ahead and immediately quickened his pace. Before long, he beheld a quaint town, constructed from clouds, nestled amidst the sea of clouds. Among the structures, he noticed individuals with small wings upon their backs, moving about. From a distance, it appeared as if he had stumbled upon a celestial paradise. Upon arriving at the quaint town, Ace immediately became the center of attention, for he lacked one of the most significant traits of the Sky Island inhabitants: wings. "Greetings, I am Ace. May I inquire what this place is?" Ace approached a seemingly amiable Sky Islander, eager to ascertain his current location. "Hello, I am Lottie," the Sky Islander replied, gazing at Ace with curiosity. "Are you from the Blue Sea?" "Indeed. By your terminology, I have indeed descended from the depths of the Blue Sea." Ace nodded, then inquired, "Might I ask where I am? Is it far from Angel Island?" "This is Flowing Cloud Island, and it is quite a distance from Angel Island," Lottie reflected before asking, "Are you planning to visit the land of the gods?" Angel Island is one of the territories ruled by Enel, the god of that realm. In the original narrative, Luffy and his companions landed on Angel Island upon reaching the Sky Island. I do intend to go there eventually, though there is no rush at the moment. I am quite famished and must first find a place to satisfy my hunger." Ace chuckled, then asked, "Could you direct me to a nearby restaurant?" "The town's eateries are located on Worry Street, at the easternmost edge of the town. Just head east, and you shall find them," Lottie explained, hesitating for a moment before lowering his voice and warning Ace. "However, you must exercise caution. Recently, the broke monks have frequently visited Worry Street, and they are not particularly friendly towards those from the Blue Sea. If you encounter them, it would be wise to hide and avoid drawing their attention." Broke monks? Ace pondered, suddenly recalling that among the 11 supernovas of his generation, there was indeed a pirate crew hailing from the Sky Island, known as the Broke Monks Pirates. Could it be that the Broke Monks Lottie spoke of are the future supernova crew? "Thank you, Lottie. I shall remain vigilant," Ace responded with a hearty smile. He then inquired further about the surroundings before setting off towards the east. From Lottie's account, Ace learned that the island he currently inhabited was called Flowing Cloud Island, a mobile island that shifts its position along the White Sea's currents at regular intervals. The island hosts a grand temple known as the Sky Temple, where the monks are formidable warriors. It is precisely due to the island's mobility and the presence of the Sky Temple that Flowing Cloud Island has evaded the dominion of Enel from the land of the gods. If Lottie's assertions hold true, it seems Enel, having consumed the Rumble Rumble fruit, must have attempted to conquer Flowing Cloud Island. only to fail due to the formidable existence of the Sky Temple. Should this be the case, then the Sky Temple is indeed a place of great terror. Flowing Cloud Island, the Sky Temple, the Broke Monks, how intriguing. Ace adjusted the hat perched atop his head and chuckled softly. Upon arriving at Worry Street, he soon realized that this place could easily be regarded as a culinary haven. Perhaps it was named Worry Street because the locals believed that delightful cuisine could help alleviate their troubles. Given the scarcity of land on the Sky Island, flora and similar entities were exceedingly rare, resulting in the menus of nearly all the restaurants on Worry Street featuring predominantly seafood. However, the seafood harvested from the White Seas appeared to be significantly more delectable than that from the Blue Seas. Ace, known for his prodigious appetite, had not eaten for several days and no longer suffered from the tendency to doze off after a meal. Within the span of less than an hour, he had ravaged every restaurant on Troubled Street, emptying the supplies of several establishments, much to the astonishment of onlookers. Ah, what a satisfying feast. After an hour of indulgence, Ace finally felt content, collapsing into a plush cloud chair at the restaurant, a look of gratification on his face as he patted his stomach. Indeed, the food here is remarkably affordable. After consuming so much, I've only spent 10,000 berries, Ace remarked. The currency of Sky Island is known as IK, which converts to berries at a rate of 10,000 to 1. Thus, Ace's meal cost him a staggering 200 million IK. Thankfully, he had the habit of carrying cash. Otherwise, he might have faced the embarrassment of dining and dashing. As he left, the proprietor bid him farewell with a warm invitation to return, noting that Ace had generously left a tip of 10,000 berries. The owners of Troubled Street collectively waved him off, eager to offer a discount of 20% on his next visit, as such a customer was a rare find. "Ulrike, you scoundrel, are you trying to dine and dash again?" came an angry voice from one of the restaurants just as Ace was about to leave. Recognizing the name, Ace paused and approached the source of the commotion, finding a group of burly men dressed as monks bowing to the owner. "Boss, we truly have no money. If it helps, you can beat us up," said one of the monks, who was none other than Ulrike, one of the 11 supernovas who would later be in the same cohort as Luffy. "What good would that do? You wayward monks shouldn't even be here if you can't pay. Not only did you eat without paying, but you also took food to go? This is infuriating," the proprietor exclaimed, visibly upset. "I apologize, my companions have not eaten in quite some time. This was for them. If possible, we would be willing to work here to settle our debt," Ulrike proposed. "Absolutely not. Having you work here would only lead to me losing more money on meals. Just go. Consider this my misfortune, but do not return." The owner hastily rejected Ulrike's offer, waving them off. "Thank you, boss." Ulrike and his companions politely bowed before departing the restaurant. Indeed, it is he, the wayward monk Ulrike, Ace thought as he observed the departing figures of the monks. Pulling down the brim of his hat, he murmured, "It appears the wayward monks hold little esteem on this island, and they certainly do not exhibit the demeanor of pirates. It seems they have yet to establish the wayward monk pirate crew." With a smile, Ace re-entered the restaurant and addressed the owner. "Excuse me, how much did those monks consume?" "Alas, a staggering 10 million yikes. What misfortune." The shopkeeper lamented with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Ace directly produced 10,000 berries and handed them to the shopkeeper, stating, "I will cover their meal expenses. For any future visits, you may deduct from this amount." The shopkeeper was initially taken aback, but after accepting the berries from Ace's hand, he beamed and replied, "Very well, dear guest. Rest assured that I shall treat them splendidly upon their next arrival. By the way, may I inquire why they are referred to as Broken Precepts monks?" Ace asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had almost retorted, questioning how Ace could be unaware of such information, but upon recalling that Ace hailed from Qinghai, he proceeded to elucidate. The term Broken Precepts monks refers to those who have been expelled from the Sky Temple for their inability to adhere to its strictures. As the Sky Temple is regarded as the sanctuary of Flowing Cloud Island, these monks are quite unwelcome on the island. Given their unpopularity, why do they not leave? Ace inquired, his curiosity piqued. Moreover, these Broken Precepts monks possess strength exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Why are you not afraid of them? "We harbor no fear of them because should they commit any wrongdoing on the island, the guardians of the Sky Temple will expel them completely. As for why they do not depart," the shopkeeper pondered for a moment before continuing, "it is perhaps due to their lingering attachment to the Sky Temple. I have heard that they yearn for the temple to amend its precepts and welcome them back. But how could that be possible? The regulations of the Sky Temple have existed for centuries. How could they change for their sake? The shopkeeper shook his head. To be unable to abide by the precepts yet still cling to the hope of reacceptance while refusing to leave? They are truly a determined bunch. I wonder what ultimately led them to abandon such aspirations and form the Broken Precepts pirate crew to venture to Qinghai. Ace mused with a smile before asking, so, is the term Guardians of the Precepts used to refer to the monks within the Sky Temple? Indeed, the shopkeeper affirmed, his expression reflecting admiration. The Guardians of the Precepts are formidable beings. It is due to their protection that the residents of the island can live in safety. Just contemplating this brings a sense of security. Are the Guardians of the Precepts all indeed such powerful entities? Ace murmured softly, then grinned at the shopkeeper. I sincerely appreciate you sharing this information with me. Not at all. Such matters are common knowledge on the island, easily learned through casual inquiry. The shopkeeper hastily waved his hand in modesty. Then I shall take my leave. Ace smiled and exited the establishment. The Broken Precepts monks and the Guardians of the Sky Temple, indeed. Ace suddenly found himself intrigued by the wayward monk, Urich, and made his way towards the direction they had departed. Intending to engage with this strange monk, one of the supernovas destined to be known alongside Luffy and his crew as part of the worst generation. After all, this individual had, 2 years post the Paramount War, distinguished himself in the New World by vanquishing Charlotte Snack, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, effectively reducing the original 4 commanders to 3. Such a feat was far more remarkable compared to the majority of his contemporaneous supernovas. Furthermore, Ace was curious about the reasons that led Urich and his fellow monks to abandon the fantasy of being readmitted by the Sky Temple, ultimately forming the Demon Monk Pirate crew and departing from Skypiea. Upon catching up to Urich and the others, Ace discovered them in a standoff with a monk. Given their attire, it was easy to identify them. However, while Urich and his companions donned tattered black robes, their opponent was clad in pristine white garments, appearing remarkably tidy. Ace gazed at the monk who stood confronting Urki and his companions, silently reflecting. Is this what they call a vow-keeping monk? Urki, have I not previously implored you to refrain from disturbing the townsfolk? Why have you returned? The monk clad in white addressed Urki and his group in a grave tone. We apologize, Salmon, but our hunger is overwhelming, Urki replied with a look of contrition. Is there not food prepared for you at the monastery? Why must you come to the town to dine? Salmon retorted, clearly displeased. The food at the monastery is simply inedible, Urki scoffed. Moreover, meals devoid of pork and adzuki beans are utterly unacceptable. Scoundrel, who would prepare pork for you? We are monks, Salmon bellowed. That is precisely why we refuse to consume the offerings from the monastery, Urki countered. Let us not forget that we are vow-breaking monks. You wretch, are you truly proud of being a vow-breaker? Salmon shouted in a fit of rage. Is it not the rigid rules of the monastery that compel us to break our vows? The prohibition against meat is utterly barbaric, Urki asserted. Regardless of his words or tone, Urki's perpetually smiling visage often made him appear insufferable. Urki, you insolent fool. How dare you question the monastery's precepts? Salmon rolled up his sleeves and approached Urki's group, seething with fury. It seems necessary to remind you of the terror of those precepts. Master Salmon appears to be enraged. What should we do? A fellow vow-breaking monk, trembling, asked Urki as Salmon prepared to strike. Depart now. Take this food back to them, Urki instructed, handing over the provisions. I shall handle this. Be careful, Abbot, several vow-breaking monks replied as they accepted the food and turned to leave. Urki, Salmon roared, swinging a fist at Urki. Boom. Urki made no attempt to retaliate and allowed Salmon's punch to land, sending him flying. Why do you not fight back? Salmon inquired in a low voice. Urki remained silent, his smile unwavering, which only served to infuriate Salmon further. You scoundrel! Salmon, beside himself with rage, charged at Urki again, landing another punch that caused blood to stream from Urki's nose, yet his smile never wavered. Bang! 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 In a fit of fury, Salmon lunged forward, pinning Urki to the ground and unleashing a barrage of blows while shouting, Fight back, you scoundrel! You wretch! You wretch! Salmon relentlessly struck Urki for over a dozen minutes before finally pausing. Grasping his collar with a face full of fury, he exclaimed, Urki, you scoundrel! You are undoubtedly the most gifted monk in the temple. Why have you chosen to become a wayward monk? Why, you wretch? Because, Salmon, if I do not consume pork and adzuki beans, I would truly perish, Urki replied earnestly. Scoundrel, is it truly for food that you've resorted to this? You are a disgrace. Salmon glared at Urki, but the anger on his face suddenly evaporated, replaced by sorrow as he said, "Ulki, you must leave this place. Depart from the floating island. Go to Qinghai." Salman's expression shifted from rage to melancholy as he continued, "I know you have always yearned for the land. Even as a child, you would treasure a stone from Qinghai as if it were a gem. Your lifelong dream has been to witness the vastness of Qinghai. Has it not? Go, Ulki." Salman looked at Ulki earnestly, saying, "Venture to Qinghai and fulfill your dreams. After all, you have already been exiled from the temple as a wayward monk. Haven to you?" For the first time, the smile faded from Ulki's face. He tilted his head, rendered speechless. Salman released Ulki and sat beside him, both enveloped in silence, one lying down and the other seated. After a considerable time, Salman rose, straightened his monk's robe, cast a glance at Ulki, and departed without uttering a word. Once Salman had left, Ulki also sat up, his expression reverting to the ever-present smile. "It seems your bond is quite strong," Ace remarked as he approached Ulki, removing a flask of wine from his person and offering it to him. "This is wine from Qinghai. Would you care for a sip?" "Qinghai?" Ulki inquired, casting a curious glance at Ace, but did not refuse. He accepted the flask, took a sip, and remarked, "This is potent, far stronger than the wine here. Is this the taste of Qinghai?" "Ah, indeed, this is the essence of Qinghai," Ace replied, settling beside Ulki. "Is it not delightful?" "Indeed, it evokes a sense of longing," Ulki said, his face illuminating with yearning as he took another sip before returning the flask to Ace. "Could you regale me with tales of Qinghai?" "Well, how to put it?" Ace pondered for a moment before saying, "What you know of Qinghai encompasses the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, North Sea, and the Grand Line. Each of the four seas boasts unique vistas, but the most captivating is the Grand Line, where nearly all the formidable individuals of the ocean converge. Some pursue justice, others seek freedom, while some are driven by ambition. Ultimately, each person sails the seas in pursuit of their own dreams. The splendor of the Grand Line cannot be encapsulated in just a few words. Only by immersing oneself in it can one truly appreciate its magnificence." "The Grand Line, you say?" Upon listening to Ace's words, Urki's yearning for the world of Qinghai intensified. He inquired of Ace, "If Qinghai is so magnificent, why have you come here?" "Oh." Ace took a sip of his drink and replied, "Not long ago, I ventured into the latter half of the Grand Line, a realm where only the truly strong can survive, known as the New World. Upon entering this new world, I realized how feeble I truly was. To grow stronger, I have come here to train. The New World, is it?" "I see," Urki nodded, not doubting Ace's words. "By the way, I am Urki, and I have yet to learn your name." "Poor Gasti." Ace introduced himself, adding, "You may call me Ace." Ace understood. "Thank you for sharing your insights about Qinghai and for your drink. Until we meet again." Urki rose, expressed his gratitude to Ace, and departed. Despite his longing for the world of Qinghai, he willingly remained on the Sky Island as a reviled monk, indicating that there must be something of great significance to Urki here. Ace observed Urki's retreating figure, pondering thoughtfully. Among the 11 supernovas referred to as the worst generation, Ace held a favorable impression of this reviled monk, Urki, aside from Luffy. The others, apart from the mysteriously background gluttonous woman Jewelry Bonnie, were either spies, traitors, or backstabbers, a disappointing lot. Having arrived at the Sky Island and encountered Urki before he became a pirate, Ace was eager to see if he could recruit him. If successful, Urki and his fellow reviled monks would undoubtedly be a formidable force. To recruit a promising subordinate like Urki, Ace knew he must understand him better. He was also quite intrigued by the Temple of the Void on this island, curious about the hidden power capable of making Enel retreat, or what it was that instilled fear in Enel. "The Temple of the Sky, my interest in this place grows ever deeper," Ace whispered to himself before turning to leave. On Cloud Island, there were 4 distinct regions. At the center of the island lay the Holy Land, the Temple of the Sky, followed by the town where the island's residents lived, the port area for setting sail, and finally, the exile zone at the island's edge. The exile zone was inhabited by those reviled monks who could not adhere to the temple's rules. This zone, located at the northernmost part of the island, was the most barren, containing little more than a few buildings constructed from white clouds. Meanwhile, upon returning to the exile zone, Urki was immediately surrounded by his fellow reviled monks, who, upon seeing him bloodied, expressed their concern. "Monk leader, are you all right?" "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Urki waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "Has the food been distributed?" "Yes, it has all been given out. and everyone is enjoying their meal, the younger monks responded. In the exile zone, there were hundreds of wayward monks, among whom, aside from those like Urki in the prime of their youth, there were also several elderly monks. These aged individuals, much like Urki and his companions, were also exiled by the Sky Temple, although the Sky Temple provided them with food and shelter. Even arranging accommodations for the elderly monks, the wayward monks preferred to reside together with Urki and his group. Urki approached an elderly wayward monk who glanced at him and remarked, "Urki, you seem quite cheerful today." "Indeed," Urki nodded, replying, "Today, I encountered a person from Qinghai who treated me to some local wine and shared fascinating stories about Qinghai. I truly wish to see it for myself." "Ha ha." The elderly monk chuckled, saying, "It seems you have taken quite a liking to that person from Qinghai, Urki." "Yes," Urki affirmed. "I can sense a profound karmic connection between us." "Ha ha ha." The elderly monk laughed again and then asked, "Urki, what is your dream?" "Ah, my dream." Urki pondered for a moment and replied, "It would be to journey to Qinghai and witness that marvelous world." "Then what are you waiting for?" The elderly monk regarded Urki, stating, "Pursuing one's dreams is an inherent human instinct. Is there anything more important to you than the pursuit of your dreams?" "Ah, there is." Urki lifted his head and replied, "Smack." The elderly monk playfully tapped Urki on the head, saying, "Then what are you hesitating for?" The elderly monk, with a look of indignation, admonished Urki, "If there are more important matters, then complete them at once, and then freely chase your dreams." "I understand." Urki scratched his head, then bowed deeply to the elderly monk, saying, "Thank you, I know what I must do." Go on, go on." The elderly monk rose, turned, and as he walked away, he said, "As a man, one's dreams should never be shackled by anything. The Sky Temple is governed by numerous precepts, one of which dictates that its inhabitants must not leave the floating island." The elderly monk, who has strayed from his vows, became a transgressor after visiting Qinghai in his youth. It is precisely this shared experience that has fostered a bond between him and Urki, who is captivated by the tales of adventure the old monk recounts from his time in Qinghai. Thus, this old monk understands Urki's yearning for Qinghai more profoundly than anyone else in the temple. The following day, Urki arrived at the Sky Temple alone, taking a seat just outside its grand entrance with his eyes closed. What is Urki doing? Has he not become a transgressor? Why has he returned? The guardians of the precepts, upon spotting Urki seated at the entrance, gathered around him, whispering amongst themselves. Shortly thereafter, Salmon emerged from within the temple and addressed Urki. "Urki, have you finally made up your mind?" Urki opened his eyes, gazing at Salmon with a smile. "Yes, Salmon, the one I have been waiting for has arrived, and I am here to sever my ties with the Sky Temple." "Is that so? Congratulations. You can finally pursue your dreams," Salmon exclaimed joyfully. "The abbot is waiting for you. Come with me." Upon hearing Salmon's words, Urki stood up, opened his eyes, and followed Salmon into the temple. Inside, Salmon led Urki to the door of a chamber and said, "The abbot is waiting for you inside. You may enter alone." "Thank you, Salmon," Urki replied, then pushed the door open and stepped inside. Within the room, an elderly monk with flowing white hair sat in meditation. Upon noticing Urki's entrance, he opened his eyes and smiled. "You have finally come, Urki." "Master Abbot." Urki bowed respectfully to the elder and approached, sitting cross-legged before him. The eternal smile that usually graced his face had vanished, replaced by a look of sorrow. "Urki, your presence here signifies that you have made a resolute decision." "Why the sadness?" the old monk inquired. "Master Abbot, yesterday I met a person from Qinghai. At the very first glance, I felt an intense karmic connection between us. My karma tells me that this person is the one I have been waiting for, and I shall journey to Qinghai with him to embark on my adventure." Urki explained. "Is that not a wonderful thing?" "Why the sorrow?" the old monk asked again. "Ever since I consumed the fruit of karma, I have been able to perceive the intricate web of karmic relationships that binds me to all people, events, and things in my life. Master Sungjung, you once spoke of the fruit of cause and effect as a treasure of the Sky Temple, a source of power that safeguards it. Those who consume it are destined to become its protectors. Indeed, after partaking of the fruit, I have deeply felt the weight of this cause and effect. Thus, even though I have become a wayward monk, expelled from the temple, I find myself unable to sever my ties, for the bond one share with the Sky Temple remains. Yesterday, upon encountering Ace, an unexpected connection of cause and effect emerged between us, one so profound that it overshadowed my bond with the Sky Temple. This revelation compelled me to resolve to accompany him to Qinghai. Today, I intended to conclude this cause and effect, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to the adventure ahead. However, from the moment I set foot in the Sky Temple, I sensed that this connection would be severed today. Severed, not concluded. If concluding cause and effect is akin to untangling the knots binding the two parties, then severing it implies the complete detachment of one side. Yet, I hold no desire for such an outcome. I cannot fathom why, upon entering the temple today, I am overwhelmed with the conviction that my bond with it will be irrevocably severed. This is the source of my sorrow, Master Sungzheng. Werqi spoke to the old monk. Werqi, the old monk rose, placing a reassuring hand on Werqi's shoulder. I urged you to consume the fruit of cause and effect so that you might pursue your dreams more fervently, not to let it dictate your thoughts. This concept of cause and effect exists as long as you believe in it. Should you doubt, it becomes non-existent. Your task is to master this power, not allow it to govern your life. The old monk gazed at Werqi with a serious expression. Werqi, I do not wish for you to become like Enlil of the temple, a man swayed by the power of the fruit. Enlil, the self-proclaimed god who rules the kingdom of deities? Werqi inquired. Indeed, the old monk nodded. Had it not been for Enlil's reckless actions, I would not have entrusted you with the fruit of cause and effect. However, is it not the divine pillar that possesses the strength to counteract Enlil? Werqi expressed his astonishment. The divine pillar merely restrains Enlil's abilities. It does not truly defeat him. What can vanquish him is the very power of cause and effect that resides within you. The old monk spoke with a solemn voice. Long ago, on the Sky Island, there existed two sacred places, the Sky Temple of Flowing Cloud Island and the Sanctuary of Baika Island. Each of these hallowed grounds harbored formidable powers, causality and thunder, manifested as the causality fruit and the thunder fruit. For centuries, these potent energies were safeguarded by their respective sanctuaries. The monks of the Sky Temple protected the superhuman causality fruit, while the thunder fruit was entrusted to the guardians of the sanctuary. However, several years ago, the thunder fruit was consumed by Enlil, who, in a fit of madness, obliterated both the sanctuary and Baika Island. It was in the wake of this calamity that the old monk, as the abbot of the Sky Temple, selected the most exceptional among his many disciples to bestow upon him the causality fruit, hoping to empower him to confront Enlil. Yet, upon Yuruki's acquisition of this formidable power, the old monk realized that it would prove insufficient against Enlil, prompting him to consider sending Yuruki away. To everyone's astonishment, the chosen one was not a member of the temple's vigilant guardians, but rather Yuruki, who had become a wayward monk. Ahahaha. Is this truly the power you believe can stand against me? A man, adorned with a white cloth upon his head, bare-chested, and clad in lantern pants, materialized above the Sky Temple, accompanied by a distinctive laughter. This man, bathed in lightning, was barefoot, wielding a golden staff, and carrying 4 large drums emblazoned with the triple comma symbol upon his back. He was none other than Enlil, the sovereign of the Sky Island. Upon hearing Enlil's voice, the old monk and Yuruki promptly emerged from their chamber, joined by the assembled guardians of the Sky Temple, all of whom gazed upon Enlil with expressions of dread. Enlil, what brings you here? The old monk inquired, casting a solemn glance at Enlil, who perched upon the temple's rooftop. I heard your earlier conversation, Enlil replied, raising his golden staff and pointing at Yuruki. The causality fruit he has consumed is the power you deem capable of opposing me? How utterly laughable. Enlil's heart network appears to be an amalgamation of the observation haki and the powers of the rumble fruit, possessing functionalities akin to that of a radio. With a mere desire, the entirety of the divine realm lies under his vigilant watch. Every utterance and movement of its inhabitants cannot escape his keen perception. Consequently, the conversation between the old monk and Ulki was overheard by Enlil in its entirety. Initially, Enlil harbored apprehensions regarding the so-called powers of the Sky Temple that could oppose a deity, particularly after discovering during his previous visit that the temple's weapon, the divine pillar, could strike his corporeal form. This caution had restrained him from taking reckless actions. However, upon witnessing Ulki, who had similarly inherited power, he suddenly regarded his previous trepidation as mere folly. Now, he was determined to demonstrate to these monks that their purported causal powers, which they believed could stand against divinity, were utterly insignificant in the face of his thunderous might. Such frail beings dared to defy one who embodies godhood? It was laughable. With arcs of electricity crackling around him, Enlil raised his hand toward the heavens, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged from his fingertips, disappearing into the clouds above. Divine judgment. Boom. A formidable pillar of lightning descended from the sky, engulfing the figures of the old monk and Ulki. When the radiance subsided, their forms were left charred and blackened. Monk Seiho, Ulki. Upon witnessing the injury of their leader, the guardian monks were incensed, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Enel in a furious throng. Enel turned a blind eye to the fury of the guardians, and as they approached him, a multitude of figures emerged from behind, blocking the irate guardians. They were the priests of God's Island, accompanied by the warriors of the Divine Guard. "My lord Enel, how could you venture here alone? It is far too perilous," complained the livestock keeper of the Trial of Iron, Ohm. "Ha ha ha," Enel laughed heartily, reclining comfortably on the rooftop. "Well, it seems you all arrived rather late." "It is you who were too swift, my lord Enel," remarked the celestial knight, Shura, who presided over the trial of rope. He then glanced at the guardians below, confidently asserting, "My lord Enel, there is no need for you to intervene further. Please, sit back and enjoy our battle. Well then, you must put forth your utmost effort." Enel replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders and producing an apple from seemingly nowhere to indulge in. "Enel." At that moment, an enraged voice erupted from below. Salmon leaped up, clutching a dark hexagonal pillar, and hurled it violently towards Enel. Once again, it was that pillar. Upon seeing the divine pillar that Salmon held, Enel's eyes narrowed slightly. The pillar, forged with sea prism stone, was the sacred column of the Sky Temple, capable of countering the powers of devil fruits. Enel, hailing from the Temple of Burka, acquired the powers of the Rumble fruit from this very sanctuary. Upon gaining such formidable abilities, his ambitions began to swell, ultimately leading him to obliterate both the temple and Burka Island in one fell swoop. Enel was aware that, apart from the temple, there existed another sanctuary on the Sky Island, which safeguarded a formidable power. 6 months prior, upon discovering the Sky Temple, Enel sought to conquer it using the abilities bestowed by the Rumble fruit, intending to seize the power it protected. However, his overconfidence in the fruit's capabilities led to a harsh reprimand from the old monk wielding the divine pillar, resulting in Enel's hasty retreat. Now, having learned that the power safeguarded by the Sky Temple was the fruit of causality, Enel regarded this so-called sanctuary with disdain, believing the abilities of the causality fruit paled in comparison to his Rumble fruit. As for the divine pillar, he had previously been caught off guard and struck, causing his composure to shatter. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that the pillar posed no real threat to him, as it could strike his corporeal form only if it could reach him. "Die!" Salmon cried, swinging the divine pillar forcefully at Enel. "Iron whip!" Suddenly, the priest Ohm appeared, wielding his cloud blade. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of iron clouds from his weapon, striking Salmon's divine pillar with the force of a whip, sending Salmon flying. Ohm, the priest. Salmon landed on the ground, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Ohm, growling, "Get out of my way. I will slay that bastard Enel." "That is out of the question." Ohm coolly adjusted his sunglasses and replied, "As a priest, I cannot stand idly by while you attack, Lord Enel. Then I shall eliminate you first." Salmon leapt again, swinging the divine pillar towards Ohm. Iron Western Sword. Ohm's cloud blade lunged forward, the blade extending rapidly as it aimed for Salmon's throat. Clang! Salmon blocked with the divine pillar, only to be sent tumbling once more. This time, Ohm pursued, his cloud blade slashing downwards towards Salmon. Ohm's weapon was equipped with the ability to emit iron clouds, which possessed the unique properties of being as light as clouds yet as hard as iron, capable of transforming and adapting at will. Salmon, among the most formidable warriors of the Sky Temple, found himself evenly matched against Ohm, despite the priest's slightly lesser strength, thanks to the distinctive qualities of the cloud blade. Retribution. Ulki suddenly materialized before Enel, launching a powerful punch towards him. His originally modest height of 3 meters and 8 centimeters swelled to an imposing 7 meters, as his enormous fist descended fiercely upon Enel. Enel cast a glance at the advancing Ulki, a smirk of disdain playing upon his lips. He showed no inclination to defend himself, remaining supine with his head propped on his hand, allowing Ulki's fist to rain upon him. However, just as Ulki's colossal fist was about to make contact, Enel's expression shifted dramatically. With a resounding thud, Ulki's massive hand struck Enel's face, the sheer force of the blow collapsing the ceiling and propelling him into the temple. How could this be? His attack had actually succeeded. Was it possible that his strike could affect Enel's true form, akin to the so-called divine pillar? No, that couldn't be. He wielded no weapon, which meant he had struck Enel purely with his own strength. How had he achieved this? The priests, equally astonished, were well aware of Enel's abilities. Ordinary attacks could never touch his true form unless they were infused with the properties of sea stone, like the divine pillar. Yet Ulki had landed a blow unarmed, indicating he had indeed attacked Enel's essence with his own might. The absence of knowledge regarding Haki on Skypiea placed this event beyond their comprehension. Not even Enel himself could fathom it. He never anticipated that Ulki possessed the capability to strike him with mere strength. Was it the power of the so-called causality fruit? As he rose slowly from the temple, wiping the blood from his face, he regarded the enormously inflated Ulki with thoughtful contemplation. It was no wonder those old-timers believed the causality fruit could counteract the rumble fruit. It seemed the causality fruit possessed the ability to touch the essence of a Logia user. However, Enel raised his golden staff, a smile gracing his features as he declared, "Merely being able to touch the essence of a Logia is far from sufficient, for the essence of power cannot be bridged by mere causality." 1,000,000 volts. A bolt of lightning erupted from Enel's golden staff, striking the inflated Ulki, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Yet he remained standing. Causality cycle. Ulki bellowed, his body swelling once more, expanding to a staggering height of 8 meters before leaping toward Enel with a mighty punch. Swish. Enel's form transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Ulki. The distinction between being able to strike and merely being able to touch is profound, O monk of transgression. Enel struck the large drum behind him with his golden staff, and a brilliant thunder erupted from it, taking the shape of a colossal bird. With a mere gesture of his staff, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, the magnificent Thunderbird surged towards Ulki. 20,000,000 volts of Thunderbird. Boom. The Thunderbird collided with Ulki, the immense force of the lightning causing his body to convulse violently, thick white smoke billowing from his mouth, before his massive form plummeted from the sky. Ulki, struggling to rise from the ground, bore a charred visage yet maintained an unwavering smile as he gazed at Enel, remarking, "What a despairing chasm of power. Is this truly a strength that humanity can possess? This power, undoubtedly, is beyond human grasp. For the moment I acquired it, I transcended into divinity." Enel raised his hand towards the heavens, his arm transforming into lightning as it surged skyward. "Now, allow me to conclude your existence with the might of a deity. Judgment of the gods." Thunder rumbled ominously as a radiant bolt descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Ulki. Just as the thunderbolt was about to strike Ulki, a fiery light suddenly streaked from a distance, landing beside him and taking the form of a man. It was Ace, Flame of the Fire Pillar. Ace swung his arms, the flames igniting and swirling with his movements, ultimately coalescing into a towering pillar of fire that ascended skyward. It collided with the descending bolt of lightning, resulting in a violent roar as they mutually extinguished, fading into oblivion. Ace. Ulki, witnessing the figure standing resolutely before him, felt a surge of emotion. Despite their brief encounter, Ace had chosen to confront a formidable adversary like Enel on his behalf. Could this be the manifestation of the bond between them? Recognizing the look in Ulki's eyes, Ace understood that his invitation to join him as a companion was assured. With a hearty smile, he remarked, "My apologies, I dozed off and arrived late." Ace turned his head to face Enel and declared, "Leave the rest to me." Although Ace was uncertain of his ability to defeat Enel, he was assured that Enel would not wield Haki, which at the very least meant he would not be vanquished. That was sufficient. From the blue planet, Enel's expression grew grave upon the sudden appearance of Ace. He then addressed Ace, "As a fellow master of elemental powers, you should not oppose me, for like myself, you too possess the potential to ascend to divinity. Join me as my ally, and together we shall conquer the boundless lands." Enel extended his invitation to Ace. "Apologies, but I have no interest in becoming a deity," Ace replied, casting a glance at Urki before continuing, "It seems I have discovered a more fitting candidate than you." "Is that so? How unfortunate," Enel retorted, his countenance darkening as a flicker of murderous intent began to surface in his eyes, feeling insulted by Ace's refusal. Enel raised his hand, striking the thunder drum behind him with his golden staff. Amidst the piercing roar, blinding lightning erupted from the drum, coalescing into the form of a thunderbird, an embodiment of 30,000,000 volts. Under Enel's command, the roaring beast of thunder soared through the air, charging toward Ace with a ferocious cry. Compared to before, this thunderbird was not only larger in size but also swifter in speed. Fire Fist. Ace raised his arm, clenched his fist, and then unleashed a powerful punch. A fierce flame erupted from his knuckles, coalescing into a colossal fiery fist that hurtled towards the Thunderbird. Boom! The collision of the Fire Fist and the Thunderbird unleashed a cataclysmic explosion of lightning and fire, reducing the surrounding structures to rubble. The raging tempest swept away the divine guardians and the vigilant monks in its wake. Lightning metallurgy. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Enel's figure suddenly materialized. His golden staff forged into a blade by the searing heat of the thunder, thrusting fiercely towards Ace. Lightning metallurgy. A flash of lightning flickered again. As Enel's form appeared instantaneously at Ace's side, his golden staff transformed into a sharp blade by the intense heat of the thunder, lunging violently towards Ace. Ace deftly sidestepped Enel's thrust, yet the golden blade grazed his chest, leaving a shallow wound from which a trickle of blood flowed. How is this possible? Ace murmured, casting a bewildered glance at the injury on his chest. He was certain that Enel's golden blade had not been imbued with Haki, so how could he be harmed? Indeed, the mantra can capture the essence of Logia users. Enel thought to himself, secretly elated. It was a significant revelation that the mantra could indeed seize the very being of Logia types. This person from the Blue Sea doesn't seem to comprehend the mantra. Victory is assured. Enel chuckled at Ace, unable to contain his amusement, and then raised his golden blade, launching a frenzied assault towards Ace. Ace retreated swiftly, evading Enel's relentless onslaught. However, Enel's mantra enabled him to foresee Ace's every move, resulting in several wounds inflicted upon Ace by Enel's golden blade. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Ace. It was indeed mantra. Enel, being a master of this technique, could perceive Ace's physical form and strike with precision. During their earlier confrontation, Ace had neglected to maintain his elemental state due to the intensity of his focus and the pressure of the moment, leading to his injuries. Now that he comprehended the essence of the situation, Ace regained his composure. The power of mantra could only detect his corporeal self, rendering it ineffective against his elemental form. Hence, as long as he sustained his elemental state, Enel would be powerless against him. Whoosh! Enel launched another fierce assault, his golden blade swiftly lunging towards Ace. Yet this time, Ace did not evade. He allowed the blade to pierce his body. With a series of puncturing sounds, the golden blade created multiple holes in Ace. But no blood flowed from the wounds. Instead, they instantaneously healed amidst the raging flames. How is this possible? Enel's grin vanished as he realized that Ace remained unscathed, his expression darkening. I was careless before, forgetting that your heart network can capture the essence of a Logia user, but that will not happen again. Ace calmly addressed Enel. With my defenses in place, I will not allow you to seize my physical form. Therefore, relinquish your ambitions. We are now incapable of inflicting harm upon one another, which means we cannot determine a victor. Ace gazed at Enel as he spoke. No, that cannot be. Enel suddenly transformed into pure energy, appearing beside Salmon in a flash of lightning. A jolt of electricity rendered him unconscious, and Enel reached for the so-called God Pillar. The God Pillar can strike at the essence of a Logia user. Even elemental transformation is futile. Whoever possesses the God Pillar shall emerge victorious. Enel declared frantically. Fool. Ace observed Enel's actions without interference, a look of disdain crossing his face. That so-called God Pillar is clearly a weapon forged from Sea Prism Stone, which not only can harm the essence of Logia users but also nullifies the powers of any Devil Fruit user that comes into contact with it, rendering them powerless as if they had plunged into the sea. Enel, in a reckless pursuit of power, has invited his own demise. What else could this be but folly? Indeed, knowledge is strength, and has Enel, in his ignorance, not paid the price? The moment he encountered the Divine Pillar, his expression shifted dramatically, as if every ounce of his power had been instantaneously siphoned away, leaving him utterly drained. In a state of panic, Enel swiftly withdrew his hand from the pillar. Yet even then, his depleted body could not recover instantaneously, let alone revert to its elemental form. Ursus, now is your chance. Ace called out to Ursus with urgency. Upon hearing Ace's voice, Ursus reacted immediately, seizing the moment. His towering 8-meter frame surged forward, charging at the still recovering Enel, his colossal fist crashing down upon him. Karma. With a thunderous impact, Ursus unleashed all his might, sending Enel plummeting into the clouds, piercing through the thick, white layer and creating a substantial hole, from which Enel's form fell. After delivering such a blow, Ursus's inflated body began to rapidly shrink, reverting from the height of 8 meters back to his original 3.8-meter stature. Suddenly, from beneath the clouds, a deafening rumble of thunder erupted, and alongside this sound, Enel's body, enveloped in arcs of lightning, slowly ascended from beneath the clouds. At this moment, Enel underwent a tremendous transformation. His elemental form expanded to several meters in height, surrounded by dazzling bolts of lightning. He resembled a colossal figure of thunder, albeit a smaller version than his godly form in the original narrative, indicating that he had yet to fully harness the power of the thunder god. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Enel, in his thunderous giant form, radiated fury as lightning crackled around him, stirring the clouds. Above his head, a thundercloud began to coalesce, swelling larger with each discharge of electricity emanating from his body. The god was enraged. Lord Enel was furious. This island is doomed. We must retreat. The priests, witnessing the ominous thundercloud above, exchanged fearful glances before hastily withdrawing. This is bad. It's that technique. Ace suddenly recalled something upon seeing the expanding thundercloud and shouted to Ursus, "Quickly evacuate everyone on this island. Enel intends to destroy it. Move, do as he says." Ursus immediately shouted to the surrounding monks, yet instead of springing into action, they merely exchanged glances of confusion. Damn it! Upon witnessing the defiance of the wayward monks in the face of his warnings, Urki was seized by a sudden and profound rage, yet found himself bereft of an outlet for his frustration. How could these scoundrels remain oblivious to the fact that even the priest and the divine guard of the sacred island had retreated? They stood there, staring blankly at one another. Master Monk. At that moment, a multitude of figures appeared in the distance, hastening towards the Temple of the Sky. They were the fallen monks under Urki's command. Master Monk, are you unscathed? They inquired with genuine concern as they approached his side. I am fine, Urki replied, shaking his head before issuing a command. You must hurry to the town. Everyone on the island has evacuated to the exterior. This island is doomed. Go swiftly. Understood. Master Monk. The fallen monks immediately grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing Urki's words and darted towards the town. What are you doing? At that moment, Salmon awoke, and upon noticing the vigilant monks still idly standing around, he was filled with fury. He bellowed at them, "Are you fools? Do not delay. Hasten to assist the fallen monks in evacuating the residence." Yes, Lord Salmon. The vigilant monks, upon receiving their orders, promptly raced towards the small town. Eneru. After the vigilant monks departed, Salmon turned his furious gaze towards Eneru in the sky, shouted in anger, and leaped towards him, clutching the divine pillar. The strength of mere ants dares to challenge the divine. Enel cast a disdainful glance at Salmon, then raised his arm towards the sky, unleashing a bolt of thunder that shot upwards before pointing it at Salmon. Divine judgment. A massive column of lightning descended from the storm clouds above, striking towards Salmon. Just as Enel's divine judgment was poised to descend upon Salmon, an ancient figure suddenly surged from the distance, leaping high to shield Salmon. It was the venerable monk of the Sky Temple. Boom! The lightning of divine judgment struck the aged monk, instantly charring his frail body. Master! Venerable Master! Salmon cried out in panic as he caught the old monk's body, while Ulki rushed over in haste. Do not grieve, Salmon. The venerable monk gazed at the tear-streaked face of Salmon, a serene smile gracing his charred visage as he spoke. Long before the temple was destroyed, I foresaw this day. The Sky Temple and the Divine Hall were one. With the destruction of the Divine Hall, the Sky Temple too must inevitably perish. Such is fate. However, with the demise of the Sky Temple, its monks will be left adrift. Salmon, the responsibility of caring for them now falls upon you. I shall. Master, Salmon nodded repeatedly. Sorrowful. Master, you will be all right. The venerable monk turned his gaze to Ulki, weakly uttering, Now, the ties between you and the Sky Temple have finally been severed. Ulki, from this day forth, live for your own dreams. With those words, the venerable monk succumbed to unconsciousness. Venerable Master. Ulki's face was a portrait of anguish, tears streaming down. Ha ha ha, do not mourn. Soon you shall join him in death. Enel laughed maniacally, raising his golden staff towards the storm clouds above, unleashing a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, the clouds erupted with brilliant flashes, and countless bolts of lightning cascaded down indiscriminately upon the entirety of Floating Cloud Island. A deluge of thunder. Countless strikes fell like raindrops, nearly enveloping the entire expanse of the island. The town was soon filled with anguished cries from those struck by the bolts. Ace, can you stop Enel? Urki inquired, his face still bearing a smile, yet his eyes were filled with desperation and hope. I'll give it a try, Ace replied, nodding, as he transformed his lower body into elemental form and soared toward the storm clouds. Fire Fist. Ace unleashed a powerful punch, attempting to dissipate the ominous thunderclouds with the might of his fiery fist. However, upon entering the dense mass of storm, the flames not only failed to disperse the clouds but instead caused them to swell even further. Haha, it's futile. Flames cannot dispel lightning. They merely accelerate the expansion of the storm. Are you ready to surrender? This island is beyond salvation, Enel proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. Ace returned to the surface, shook his head at Ulki, and remarked, he is not mistaken. The cumulonimbus has expanded to such an extent that it is now beyond containment. Ace felt a tinge of melancholy. He considered attempting to disperse the thunderclouds like Luffy did in the original storyline. However, he found himself devoid of any conductive materials in his vicinity, leaving him utterly helpless. His technique had yet to reach its final accumulation of energy. You all should assist in evacuating the island's residents. I will keep watch over him and at least buy you some time for your retreat, Ace declared. Very well. We entrust this to you, Ace. Ulki expressed his gratitude before he and Salmon, cradling the gravely injured old monk, set off to aid in the evacuation of the island's inhabitants. Do you all treat me as if I am invisible? Though Enel remains indifferent to the fate of the inhabitants of Skypiea, he would never passively observe as Ulki and his companions evacuate right beneath his nose. He raised his hand, pointing towards them, prepared to unleash the judgment of God. Fire Fist. The fiery punch surged forth, striking Enel's colossal form in his small thunder god state, dispersing him and halting his actions. However, the scattered Enel swiftly reformed amidst a flash of lightning, unharmed. I mentioned that I would assist them in buying time. Do you believe I am invisible? Ace remarked with a smile, gazing at Enel. Enel gazed at Ace, his expression darkening, yet he found himself powerless. Although Ace could not defeat him, he too was unable to conquer Ace. Why have you chosen to assist them? As someone who, like me, wields the power of nature, you ought to be my ally. Together, we, who command the forces of nature, possess the potential to ascend to divinity. If we join forces, we could undoubtedly conquer the boundless earth, Enel proclaimed to Ace. Apologies, but I have already found companions who truly resonate with me, and I have no interest in divinity, Ace retorted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Moreover, if you believe that mastery of natural abilities renders you invincible, you are sorely mistaken. Beneath the ocean, countless formidable beings share your mastery of nature, many of whom are far more powerful than you. If you approach the vast seas of the new world with such a mindset, you will soon find someone to help you rid yourself of your divine addiction. Impossible. My power is invincible. No matter where I am, there is no one who can defeat me, Enel exclaimed, despite being oblivious to Ace's references to the new world and divine addiction. His inflated ego led him to believe that no one could possess greater strength than his own. Believe what you will. Regardless, as long as I am here, you shall not undertake any actions before they evacuate the island's inhabitants, Ace stated resolutely. Is that so? Enel chuckled, his body gradually ascending, reaching out to touch the storm clouds above. If you think you can stop me, then by all means, give it a try. The energy of the storm clouds is fully charged. Enel's form gradually ascended beneath the cumulonimbus clouds, and he raised his hand to touch the tempestuous sky. Lightning erupted from his being, resonating with the thunderous roars of the clouds above. If you can withstand it, then let us see, people of Qinghai. Thunder welcomes you. The air trembled with a resounding boom. Under Enel's command, a colossal sphere of thunder, spanning a diameter of 100 meters, emerged from the depths of the stormy clouds, slowly descending amidst the cacophony of thunderclaps. Great Flame Ring. Ace let out a low growl as flames erupted beneath his feet, cascading outward in waves. He then raised his arm, and the flames swiftly converged above his palm, coalescing into a colossal sphere of fire. I have warned you, Enel. Do not seek trouble before the island's inhabitants are evacuated. Behold the blazing meteor. Ace transformed into a being of pure elemental energy, propelling the enormous fireball above his head towards Enel's lightning. A deafening roar erupted upon the collision of the meteor and the lightning. Though the clash occurred in midair, the tremendous shockwave created a massive depression in the sea of clouds below, devastating the sky temple beneath it and sending ripples across the entirety of Floating Cloud Island, rendering it as though it had been ravaged by a tempest. Heavens, is this a natural disaster? How can a mere human wield such power? Look away. This island is on the brink of destruction. If we do not flee, it will be too late. There's no escape. How could there possibly be? Bang. Fool. How can you know you cannot escape unless you try? Do you wish to perish? The inhabitants of the island bore witness to the cataclysmic confrontation of these two forces, Some were engulfed in despair, while others delivered a punch to rouse them from their hopelessness, urging them to escape together. Many more were assisted by the monks of the Broken Precept and the Guardian monks, safely evacuating beyond Floating Cloud Island. Standing at a distance to observe the astonishing spectacle above the island, the battle between fire and thunder continued to rage in the skies above Floating Cloud Island. Yet the flames found themselves at a disadvantage, the colossal fireball being gradually pushed downward by the lightning. Yahaha, people of the Blue Sea. You can no longer prevent the destruction of this island. Relinquish your hopes. Enel bellowed with laughter at Ace, who said, I intended to stop your annihilation of this island. Ace detached himself from the meteor, hovering in the air, gazing at the now desolate island, and replied with a smile. I merely sought to buy time for the evacuation of its residents, and I have succeeded. Upon hearing this, Enel's expression darkened. Very well, I have fulfilled my promise. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again, Enel, Ace said with a grin before soaring away. Shortly after Ace's departure, a thunderous roar of unparalleled fury erupted from Enel on Floating Cloud Island. In the wake of this outburst, the colossal fireball left by Ace was completely engulfed by Enel's lightning, which then descended upon the island without obstruction. With a resounding boom, the lightning unleashed its full wrath upon Floating Cloud Island, releasing a terrifying torrent that illuminated the night sky, consuming the entire island in its blinding radiance. This dazzling display persisted for several minutes, and when the lightning finally dissipated, the island had vanished entirely, leaving behind only a vast emptiness where it once stood. Having obliterated both Floating Cloud Island and the Sky Temple, Enel retreated to his divine realm along with the priests and the Divine Guardian team. His mission was to eradicate the threat posed by the Sky Temple, and with both the island and the temple annihilated under his lightning, he felt assured. Although the power of the causality fruit, which had been consumed by Urki, remained a concern, Enel deemed it a negligible threat to himself. As for the divine pillar capable of attacking natural forms, he regarded it with indifference. After all, while a weapon may be formidable, it must be able to strike him to be of any concern. In this regard, Enel harbored absolute confidence, having never encountered Haki. His greatest frustration arose from encountering someone like Ace, who also wielded the power of a natural-type devil fruit. Although he believed Ace's Mera Mera no Mi to be inferior to his own Garo Garo no Mi, Ace's threat level far surpassed that of Urki. In his moment of uncertainty, Enel chose to withdraw, planning to confront Ace again once he had constructed the prophecy-flying ship to reclaim his dignity. Above the clouds, the wayward monks led by Urki, alongside the vigilant monks led by Salmon, stood mournfully beside the massive void left by the island's disappearance. Behind them were the sorrowful residents of Floating Cloud Island. Salmon lamented the loss of their proud sanctuary, the Sky Temple, while the wayward monks grieved for Urki's sorrow. And the residents mourned the loss of their homeland. Are you all right? Ace descended from the heavens, landing beside Urki with a tone of concern. I'm fine, Urki replied, shaking his head before rising to bow to Ace. Thank you for everything, Ace. Upon witnessing their leader's gesture, the wayward monks immediately formed a line, bowing in unison to Ace and exclaiming, Thank you so much, Boss Ace. You are Ace, correct? Salmon approached, also bowing to Ace in gratitude. I am Salmon, and I sincerely appreciate all that you have done for us. Seeing Salmon's actions, the vigilant monks stood behind him, bowing in unison towards Ace, proclaiming, We are truly grateful. Ace. On this occasion, the residents of Floating Cloud Island were enveloped in a cacophony of gratitude and tears. The heartfelt appreciation from the crowd made Ace somewhat bashful, prompting him to shift the conversation towards Urki and Salmon. Now that Floating Cloud Island has vanished, what are your plans moving forward? He inquired. The original inhabitants of the island could not possibly remain exposed in the clouds, and Ace was particularly eager to learn about Urki's intentions. We intend to reconstruct Floating Cloud Island upon the White Sea Current, Salmon replied first, addressing Urki. The Sky Temple no longer exists, and there is nothing here left for you to protect. Feel free to pursue your own dreams. After a moment of contemplation, Urki turned to Ace and asked, Ace, may I board your ship? I yearn for the thrilling adventures of the Blue Sea. Will you allow me to join you as your companion? Urki gazed at Ace with sincere earnestness. Of course. Ace beamed, responding with enthusiasm. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, you are a member of the Spade Pirates. Urki, equally elated, replied, I shall look after you well, Captain Ace. And us as well, cried the members of the rebellious monks in unison. Indeed, wherever Master Monk goes, we shall follow. Witnessing Ace welcome Urki as a companion, the rebellious monks rushed forward, clamoring excitedly, which left Erky feeling overwhelmed. Ace, may I bring them on board as well? Erky scratched his head, visibly conflicted as he looked at Ace, clearly reluctant to abandon his fellow monks. Absolutely, Ace chuckled heartily, nodding in agreement. Since inheriting the Spade Pirates from Ace's original self, he had never envisioned following the path of a small elite crew like Luffy's. After all, the Spade Pirates already boasted a considerable number of crew members, and his ambition was to cultivate the Spade Pirates into a grand pirate fleet akin to the Whitebeard Pirates. The rebellious monks, overjoyed by Ace's acceptance, promptly bowed in unison, addressing him with respect. Boss Ace. Haha, I welcome you all to my pirate crew. Ace laughed heartily. Upon our return to the Blue Sea, I shall introduce you to the other members aboard our ship. But for now, let us celebrate with a feast. Oh, a feast. A feast. The banquet is upon us. The exuberance of joy is indeed contagious. Under the exuberant influence of the wayward monks, the disciplined monks and the residents temporarily set aside their sorrow of having lost their homes. Together, they engaged in the creation of a magnificent feast that lasted well into the night. As the night deepened, the revelers, weary from their day of merriment, succumbed to slumber. Erky, seated alone on the precipice of the clouds, seemed lost in thought. You have found quite the remarkable companion, Erky, Salmon remarked as he approached Erky. It is evident that you hold a fondness for someone like Captain Ace. Ah, such is the essence of fate, Erky replied with a smile. Though Captain Ace bears the weight of considerable burdens, I sense that he will prove to be an exceptional captain. It brings me immense joy to be embraced by him. In truth, nearly a month prior, Erky had resolved to lead his band of wayward monks to Qinghai. Yet, on the very day he made this determination, an intense voice resonated within him, urging him to bide his time. Having consumed the fruit of causality, which bestowed upon him the ability to perceive causal connections, Erky placed great trust in this mysterious voice, thus postponing his maritime ambitions until he encountered Ace. One cannot deny that this is indeed fate. Had Erky shared the timing of this internal voice with Ace, the latter would surely have been astonished, as it coincided precisely with the day he crossed over. One must acknowledge that certain abilities bestowed by superhuman devil fruits are truly remarkable. Seeing Erky's joyful expression, Salmon felt a swell of happiness for him. For he understood that Erky harbored a deep yearning for Qinghai. At times, he even contemplated how much simpler it would have been had he consumed the fruit of causality himself. Perhaps Erky would have already ventured to Qinghai in pursuit of his dreams. Nevertheless, it is not too late, and Erky has found a steadfast companion. By the way, Salmon said, lifting the divine pillar beside him and handing it to Erky, with the Sky Temple no longer in existence. This divine pillar serves little purpose here. Moreover, it resonates harmoniously with your abilities. My master instructed me to present it to you. Erky accepted the pillar without hesitation and inquired, Is Master Sungjing doing well? Indeed. Salmon nodded, replying, Though gravely injured by Enel's divine judgment, he is out of danger. He himself claims that he could live for another decade without issue. Is that so? That is truly wonderful news. On the following day, before dawn, the vigilant monks, under Salmon's guidance, commenced the construction of a new floating cloud island above a white sea current, utilizing conch shells, in a bid to restore their homeland. Nearly all adult residents of the original floating cloud island participated, and even the wayward monks, upon awakening, joined in the effort. The architecture of the aerial island predominantly relied on the ethereal white clouds emitted from the conch shells, rendering the construction process remarkably convenient, as it merely required the procurement of ample conch shells. Indeed, the resources of marine mollusks in the aerial realm were exceptionally abundant. Even Ace had enlisted the help of the residents to gather various types of shells akin to the flame-producing fire shells. The collective enthusiasm was palpable. Upon arriving at Erky, Ace was heartened to witness the spirited determination of everyone as they toiled to rebuild their home. Indeed, there was a shared anticipation for the new abode. Erky smiled and turned to Ace, inquiring, Captain, when shall we venture to the Azure Sea? Ace, somewhat sheepish, scratched his head and replied, I have come to the aerial island for the purpose of training, and it may be some time before I can return. In the presence of those formidable beings of the ocean, I find myself still too weak. After a moment of contemplation, Ace added, to grow stronger. I shall wait here for someone to guide me in my training. This may take a year. You may descend first. Ace firmly believes that Rayleigh will come to Sky Island to seek him out. What? A man like Ace, who possesses such strength, feels weak? Ulky found it hard to comprehend. If someone of Ace's caliber perceives himself as feeble, then how formidable must the top-tier warriors of Qinghai be? Ulki struggled to envision it. Yet his excitement only grew. Half a month later, after Ulki and the rogue monks assisted Salman in reconstructing a new cloud island, he watched as the island gradually vanished under the currents of the White Sea. It was then that Ulki, accompanied by his fellow rogue monks, embarked on their journey to Qinghai. The loyal crew members of the Spade Pirates entrusted their life cards to Urich, who expressed great anticipation for their eventual encounter on the vast ocean. He was also immensely curious about the true nature of Ace's original companions. On that particular day, as Ace was utilizing the unique flame shells from Skypiea to develop new techniques in conjunction with his powers, he suddenly heard a familiar voice resonating from afar. Ace, you have truly been a challenge to find. As Ace was developing new techniques using the flame pearls unique to the Sky Island, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Rayleigh. Upon hearing his mentor's voice, Ace was filled with joy and hurried to his side, exclaiming, "You have finally arrived." "Ha ha. It took a bit of time waiting for the ascending current," Rayleigh replied, equally delighted as he patted Ace on the shoulder. "You've certainly become stronger. It appears that the Sky Island is indeed a suitable place for your training." Grinning, Ace reflected on his time on the Sky Island. To adapt to the thin air and to challenge himself daily to reach greater heights closer to the sun, he had indeed become quite robust. One cannot deny that the environment of the Sky Island is exceptionally conducive to Ace's cultivation. By the way, before I came to the Sky Island, the world government issued a new bounty on you. Rayleigh produced a bounty poster from his belongings and handed it to Ace, saying, "Your bounty has seen quite a substantial increase. Is that so?" Ace took the bounty poster and was astonished to discover that his bounty had surged by 200 million, rising from 155 million to 355 million. Within a month, the bounty had increased twice. With each increment surpassing 100 million, such a rapid escalation of bounty is indeed rare across the seas. A mere increase of 200 million. It seems that Celestial Dragon has survived, Ace mused, a hint of regret flickering in his heart as he gazed at the new bounty poster. Had he truly taken the life of that Celestial Dragon, his bounty would have undoubtedly soared above 500 million, perhaps even higher. He should have survived. Rayleigh nodded in agreement. However, there is no need for regret. Had the Celestial Dragon perished, your departure from Sabaody wouldn't have been so simple. Indeed, Ace conceded as he tucked away the bounty poster. Had the Celestial Dragon met his demise, he would have likely faced far more than just the pursuit of an admiral. Ace chuckled softly, then turned to Rayleigh and inquired, "Master Rayleigh, since you were able to locate me, you must have obtained my life card from my companions. Did they not accompany you?" "No," Rayleigh replied, shaking his head. "Each individual has their own unique path to strength. Even I may not be suited to instruct every one of them. Therefore, I offered them a piece of advice, to seek out their own places of cultivation. We have agreed to reconvene in a year at Sabaody." "I see," Ace nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Rayleigh's words. He understood that his companions were a diverse group, and even a master like Rayleigh might not be the ideal mentor for everyone. Allowing them to pursue their own training could very well prove more beneficial. Those who caught Ace's attention were certainly no weaklings. When Ace consumed the Mera Mera no Mi, they had already felt a sense of urgency, fearing they might fall behind in his progress and be left behind. Furthermore, after the recent incident at Sabaody, they would undoubtedly come to recognize their own vulnerabilities. Ace firmly believed that as long as they resolved to grow stronger, by the time of their reunion a year later, his companions would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. Even if, hypothetically, someone were to struggle to keep pace, Ace would find a way to discover potent fruits to enhance their abilities. Understanding this, Ace turned to Rayleigh and earnestly said, "Rayleigh-sensei, I kindly ask for your guidance in my training." "Ha ha ha, it is precisely for this purpose that I have come," Rayleigh replied with a hearty laugh. "As a wielder of a devil fruit, your abilities are formidable, and your potential is vast. However, I have little to teach you in that regard." After observing Ace, Rayleigh continued, "Your physical prowess has indeed reached the standards necessary for cultivating Haki. Therefore, let us commence your training in Haki." "Thank you, Master Rayleigh," Ace responded earnestly. "From your demeanor, it seems you are not entirely unfamiliar with this power. Before we delve into Haki training, allow me to pose a question. In your understanding, what kind of power is Haki? What sort of power is Haki?" Ace pondered before answering, "In my view, Haki should be a latent ability inherent to human instinct." "That is not incorrect, yet it lacks precision," Rayleigh, seated upon a fluffy cloud, explained to Ace. "Haki is indeed a latent capability possessed by all of humanity, yet not everyone can wield it. It is a power that can only be harnessed through rigorous training. How does one train this power? Ace inquired. Rayleigh elaborated. This requires a prerequisite, an unwavering belief in one's own strength. Only by wholeheartedly believing in your ability to achieve greatness can you awaken the power of Haki. There are 3 distinct forms of Haki: armament Haki, which allows for the manipulation of physical strength; observation Haki, which extends sensory capabilities; and finally, Conqueror's Haki, which manifests only when one's spirit reaches its zenith. On the seas, those who possess Conqueror's Haki are deemed to have the potential to become kings. Among the masters of the New World, some choose to focus their training on the type of Haki that suits them best, while others master all 3 forms. Undoubtedly, those who become true powerhouses among them will have cultivated at least one form of Haki to an advanced level. Moreover, on the seas, Haki remains the sole known force capable of countering the weaknesses of devil fruit users, even against those like you, who have consumed a Logia-type devil fruit that allows for elemental intangibility, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Haki can still ensnare the tangible, allowing for precise strikes. It is evident that you have awakened the Conqueror's Haki, a trait you share with Roger, demonstrating a remarkable talent in this particular form of Haki. Rayleigh gazed at Ace and remarked, "If you say so, I seem to have a faint recollection." Ace nodded, reminiscing about his childhood when he inadvertently unleashed his Conqueror's Haki at the uncertain terminal. It must have awakened at that moment. "Well then, let us commence," Rayleigh declared, rising to his feet. "Setting aside the matter of Conqueror's Haki for now, time is rather pressing. To ensure you grasp the fundamentals of armament Haki and observation Haki within the shortest possible time frame, I may need to employ some unconventional methods," Rayleigh observed Ace, stroking his beard, a devilish grin spreading across his face. "Let us begin with the training of armament Haki." From that point onward, Ace experienced the true extent of Rayleigh's unconventional methods. Armament Haki is a power born from the adept utilization of one's physical strength, and the most effective way to train it is, undoubtedly, through receiving blows. Furthermore, to swiftly elicit Ace's own armament Haki, it was necessary to deliver strikes imbued with armament Haki as well, allowing for a quicker awakening of his own potential. Thus, Rayleigh's unconventional method involved wrapping a strip of cloth in his armament Haki and relentlessly striking Ace's body, while Ace could not evade but had to endure the punishment. Under the profound mastery of Rayleigh's armament Haki, Ace's natural devil fruit abilities were rendered ineffective. On the first day, Ace's entire body was left crimson from Rayleigh's strikes. By the second day, his already reddened form became increasingly battered and swollen. On the third day, Ace was utterly unrecognizable, transformed into a swollen mass resembling a blimp. Simultaneously, while being instructed by Rayleigh, Ace devoted an hour each day to soaring to the pinnacle of his aerial limits, basking in the sun for an hour before returning to endure further punishment. Enduring strikes is not the objective, Ace. While you feel the pain, you must also perceive the Haki that I am imparting upon you. Embrace it, feel it, then master it, Rayleigh instructed as he continued to strike. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Ace exclaimed in frustration. "After days of being beaten, you finally tell me to feel it with intention. I thought simply enduring the blows was sufficient, and now I resemble a pig. But fine, it is not too late. I will engage with intention. I will feel it." Consequently, Ace followed Rayleigh's guidance, enduring the strikes while striving to comprehend the Haki that coursed through him. Ultimately, just before he succumbed to madness from the torment, Ace finally sensed the power of his own Haki. Snap! With the armed color Haki wrapped around his hand, Rayleigh struck Ace once more, yet it felt akin to hitting stone. He then ceased his actions. "At last, you perceive it?" Rayleigh observed Ace with a look of satisfaction. "Ah, I perceive it." Ace lifted his hand, gently closing it, as the intangible armed color Haki enveloped his arm. Though invisible to the eye, he could distinctly sense this newfound power. To articulate it, Ace felt that the armed color Haki resembled a current emanating from within him. This current could flow freely throughout his being at his will, morphing into various forms as dictated by his thoughts. Whenever he wished, this current could transform into a gentle stream or, in the next moment, solidify into unyielding steel. This was Ace's intuitive grasp of the strength of armed color Haki. "Excellent. You have awakened your armed color Haki far more swiftly than I anticipated," Rayleigh acknowledged with a nod. "Next, rest for 3 days. Take the time to truly appreciate your armed color Haki, and then we shall resume the training for the awakening of observation Haki." "Understood, Master Rayleigh," Ace replied with enthusiasm. In the ensuing 3 days, aside from dedicating an hour each day to bask in the sun at high altitudes, Ace immersed himself in the exploration, contemplation, and application of his armed color hockey. During this period, he requested Rayleigh to clash their armed color hockey once, resulting in a sizable bump on his head. However, this encounter deepened Ace's understanding of the power of armed color hockey. It was indisputable that there existed a spectrum of strength within hockey, otherwise, training would be unnecessary. Yet, beyond mere strength, the application of hockey was equally vital. When Ace requested to spar with Rayleigh using armed color hockey, Rayleigh deliberately adjusted the intensity of his own hockey. Under conditions where both their hockey were of equal strength, Rayleigh effortlessly shattered Ace's armed color hockey, illustrating the finesse of hockey application. To provide a simple analogy, consider Luffy's Gear 4th. During the Dressrosa arc, despite having trained for merely 2 years, Luffy's armed color hockey strength was undoubtedly inferior to Doflamingo's. Nevertheless, through his self-developed Gear 4th, he bridged the disparity in hockey strength, showcasing the potency of skilled hockey application. The subsequent training focused on observation hockey. Rayleigh employed a straightforward technique to expedite Ace's awakening of this ability, blindfolding him while he endured strikes. However, unlike the training for armed color hockey, this time, Ace had the option to evade. In fact, Rayleigh desired Ace to demonstrate his ability to dodge while blindfolded. Observation hockey can be perceived as an extension of the 5 senses. Once your senses reach a heightened level of acuity, you begin to perceive that which lies beyond your line of sight. In the heat of battle, one can acutely sense the opponent's presence, allowing for the discernment of their position and even anticipating their next move. It is important to note that the term here is perception rather than prediction. Some exceptionally skilled practitioners of Kenbunchika hockey have trained their senses to such an extent that they can even see fragments of the future. This is the remarkable power of Kenbunchika hockey. Rayleigh, while deftly wielding a strip of cloth imbued with Busashoka hockey, elaborated to Ace. Perhaps Ace's innate talent for Kenbunchika hockey was not as pronounced as that for Busashoka hockey, despite Rayleigh's relentless training every single day. It took Ace a full fortnight to awaken his Kenbunchika hockey. Excellent, Rayleigh remarked, observing Ace with satisfaction, although it took a bit longer than anticipated. Your Kenbunchika hockey has finally awakened. It has not been an easy journey. Ace glanced at his battered physique and couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. After awakening his Kenbunchika hockey, Ace felt as though his senses had been sharpened several-fold, even with his eyes closed. He could vividly perceive the environment around him when utilizing this newfound ability. Ace's insights into the observation hockey reveal that this power resembles the legendary sixth sense. Yet it possesses a clarity far surpassing the vague intuition typically associated with it. Master Rayleigh, he inquired while seated beside the campfire, savoring the grilled seafood. You once mentioned that to become a formidable master on the seas, one must cultivate a particular hockey to a profound level. What does it mean to reach such depth? Rayleigh stroked his beard, thoughtfully organizing his thoughts before responding. In my understanding, the 3 types of hockey mastered by humanity each have their own pinnacle. When an individual hones one type of hockey to its utmost limit, the power of that hockey can manifest in astonishing transformations. Take observation hockey, for instance. There are individuals on the sea who have developed it to an extraordinarily advanced level, enabling them to glimpse fragments of the future for brief moments. This is the transformation that occurs after reaching its pinnacle. If we consider one extreme of observation hockey to be the ability to foresee the future, akin to influencing time, then the pinnacle of armament hockey involves manipulating space. For example, Carp possesses an armament hockey so potent that it can distort, even shatter space itself. I have yet to encounter anyone stronger than him in this regard on the seas. Even Roger pales in comparison when it comes to armament hockey, Rayleigh elaborated. Does the mastery of observation hockey indeed influence time, while the ultimate armament hockey affects space? Ace pondered aloud, then softly remarked, I never imagined that Old Man's armament hockey could be so formidable. What about Conqueror's hockey? Ace asked curiously. What is its ultimate form? Rayleigh's face illuminated with nostalgia as he replied. The pinnacle of Conqueror's hockey leads one into a realm known as the domain of the Conqueror. Those who attain this level can merge their Conqueror's hockey with the surrounding nature, communicating with all living things and receiving their allegiance, even altering the natural laws of the world around them. Roger once achieved such a state, allowing him to converse freely with the elements, a power he referred to as listening to the voices of all things. Looking at Ace, Rayleigh continued, You carry Roger's blood within you, and you awakened your Conqueror's hockey at a young age. Your talent surpasses even Rogers, and I believe that given time, your Conqueror's Haki will undoubtedly enter the domain of the Conqueror. The domain of the Conqueror? Ace's eyes sparkled with excitement. I never imagined that mastering Conqueror's Haki could lead to gaining the allegiance of the natural world and even altering the natural laws. Wouldn't that render the abilities of those with nature-type devil fruits utterly ineffective in the face of such power? When you reach that level, you shall understand, Rayleigh replied. Rayleigh smiled mysteriously and remarked, well, let's return to the main topic. Now that your Busoshoku Haki and Kinbunchika Haki have awakened, the next step is to enhance their strength. He gazed at Ace, his expression turning serious as he said, the real training begins now, Ace. You must be prepared. Time passed swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. Somewhere above the White Sea on Sky Island, a series of resounding clashes echoed through the clouds. Rayleigh and Ace darted through the sky, their figures intertwining and colliding, each impact sending tremors through the thick cloud cover. It had been a year since Rayleigh had arrived on Sky Island to instruct Ace in the mastery of Haki. Throughout this time, following Ace's acquisition of Busoshoku and Kinbunchika Haki, such encounters had become a regular part of their daily routine. Haha, Ace. Your command of Busoshoku and Kinbunchika Haki has greatly improved. Rayleigh paused in his movements, laughing heartily. With a hint of nostalgia, he continued. I never imagined that within just a year, you would reach such proficiency. I find that I have little left to teach you. If it weren't for your daily training sessions over the past 6 months, my progress wouldn't have been this remarkable, Ace said earnestly, bowing deeply to Rayleigh. Master Rayleigh, I am truly grateful for your guidance this past year. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, however, at this stage of your Haki training, relying solely on my sparring will no longer yield rapid growth. What you require now is real combat. Only through genuine battles, forged in blood and fire, can your Haki evolve more swiftly. During this year of cultivation, Ace devoted the first half to intensifying his Haki training. By the latter half, Rayleigh began to spar with Ace personally. In just 1 year, Ace elevated his Haki to such a remarkable level, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Particularly in the realm of Conqueror's Haki, Ace seemingly inherited Rogers' innate prowess, mastering its application within a year and even reaching a stage where he could influence reality itself. For reference, consider the scene where Shanks shattered the hull of Whitebeard's ship with his Haki. However, Ace has yet to reach that level. Rayleigh even speculated that Ace's potential in Conqueror's Haki might surpass that of Roger. Prior to mentoring Ace, Rayleigh believed that the individual most likely to achieve Roger's level of mastery over Conqueror's Haki at sea would be Shanks. The author has investigated some unofficial rumors suggesting that Shanks has attained the realm of dominion of the Sovereign in his Conqueror's Haki, though the veracity remains uncertain. Nevertheless, after training Ace, Rayleigh revised his perspective, feeling that if Ace's growth continued unimpeded, he might soon surpass Shanks in his mastery of Conqueror's Haki, perhaps even surpassing Roger himself. The following day, Rayleigh departed. As he had informed Ace, he had already mastered both Armament Haki and Observation Haki, achieving considerable proficiency. The only remaining path for Ace's improvement lay in real combat experience, rendering Rayleigh's continued presence unnecessary. It had been a year, and Ace wondered about his current strength, whether he could contend with opponents at the level of admirals. After bidding farewell to Rayleigh, Ace stood at the edge of the White Sea, gazing out at the ethereal sea of clouds, a surge of ambition swelling within him. He felt an urge to shout Luffy's catchphrase but hesitated. Ace gazed at the immense bean vine in the distance, a faint smile blossoming on his face as he remarked, after a year of training, I shall use you to assess my progress. The Divine Realm, Appiato. This island was originally a part of an island named Gaia, situated in the first half of the Great Maritime Route of Qinghai. Centuries ago, it was carried to the Sky Island by an ascending current, transforming into the present-day island of the gods. Upon being transported to the White Sea by the upward currents, Appiato was immediately revered by the local inhabitants as a sacred land, for it was the only island in the White Sea possessing soil, a most precious resource in that realm. Moreover, Appiato concealed an ancient city entirely crafted from gold, though all the gold there has since been stripped away by Enel. High above the clouds, a streak of fire swiftly approached Appiato, ultimately landing upon the vast expanse of the bean vine's cloud cover. Within the divine sanctuary, Enel reclined lazily, an apple in hand, savoring its taste while meticulously overseeing the construction of the flying vessel, Proverb, through his heart network, simultaneously monitoring every movement within the divine realm. The moment Ace soared into the divine domain, Enel's heart network instantly sensed his arrival. Is it that Qinghai native? Upon perceiving Ace's presence, Enel furrowed his brow, promptly transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing from the divine sanctuary. Ace stood atop the colossal beanstalk, gazing upwards, hesitating whether to ascend to the golden bell at its pinnacle when a bolt of lightning struck, revealing Enel's figure before him. "Ah, Enel, what a pleasure to see you again." Ace greeted him with a smile. "What brings you here, Sky Islander?" Enel's expression was far from pleasant, as he vividly recalled the incident from a year prior when this Sky Islander had humiliated him. Enel was well aware that Ace had been residing on Sky Island for the past year. However, recognizing his own inability to confront Ace, he felt little inclination to provoke him. Moreover, with the construction of his dream vessel, the Penance, reaching a critical juncture, he needed to keep a vigilant watch, thus neglecting any thoughts of Ace. The young man from the Blue Sea was astute enough not to disturb him during this time. Yet today, Ace's unexpected visit instilled in Enel a sense of foreboding. "I'm leaving, and I wanted to bid you farewell," Ace said with a smile, "and before I depart, I'd like to give you a good thrashing." Initially, Enel felt a twinge of joy upon hearing the first part of Ace's statement, but the latter half ignited his fury. "You're courting death, Blue Sea Dweller." Enel roared, his entire being crackling with lightning, his expression dark as he glared at Ace. "Aha, my life is just beginning. How could I possibly seek death?" Ace laughed heartily, flames erupting around him as he proclaimed, "I merely wish to give you a sound beating." To challenge a deity invites divine retribution. Enel struck the thunder drum behind him, unleashing a blinding bolt of lightning that coalesced into a thunder beast, fierce as a wolf, roaring with thunderous might as it charged toward Ace. 30 million volts of thunder beast. The sheer power of his attack revealed the depth of Enel's rage. "Hey," Ace chuckled lightly, balling his fist as searing flames gathered and compressed upon it. Then he unleashed a punch. 3,000-degree fire fist. Boom. The intense flames seemed to extend from Ace's arm, the massive fire fist colliding with Enel's thunder beast, obliterating it in an explosive display. The residual force surging directly toward Enel. Even when utilizing a standard fire fist, Ace's current strength rivaled that of the original narrative, where one punch shattered 5 ships. Coupled with the compression of the flames and the enhancement of 3,000 degrees of extreme heat, the power of his strike was nothing short of magnified. Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, evading the fiery punch, and his gaze towards Ace was now laden with gravity. The man from the East Blue had grown stronger over the past year. Enel marveled at Ace's prowess in his heart, yet he remained unwaveringly confident in his own abilities. However, as a deity, I have not stagnated either. Enel struck the thunder drum once more, unleashing a more potent lightning that coalesced into the form of a dragon. 60 million volts of lightning dragon. Roar. Accompanied by the thunderous echoes reminiscent of a dragon's roar, the lightning dragon lunged fiercely towards Ace under Enel's command. Flame of the Ring. Ace swung his arms, and a torrent of flames surged forth from his being, converging behind him to coalesce into a fearsome fire Qilin, a creature of 6,000 degrees Celsius. With a flick of his wrist, the fire Qilin roared and lunged towards the menacing thunder dragon. The clash resounded through the air as the two elemental giants engaged in a ferocious battle, their ferocity nearly shattering the colossal vine beneath them. After a fierce struggle lasting several tense seconds, both titanic beings dissipated into nothingness, their powers exhausted. On Divine Island, the 4 disinterested priests, drawn by the commotion from the immense vine, made their way toward the sanctuary of the gods. Upon witnessing the fierce conflict between the formidable thunder dragon and the majestic Qilin, they halted in their tracks. Such power could only belong to Lord Enel. Who was it that dared to challenge Lord Enel? It was that person from Qinghai a year ago. Indeed, this flame, as potent as Lord Enel's thunder, could only be attributed to him. Standing beneath the colossal vine, the priests gazed upward at the clash of thunder and fire, instinctively refraining from advancing. They understood well that their adversary wielded a catastrophic force akin to that of their deity. Given their own capabilities, any attempt to intervene would be futile. So they chose to remain below, channeling their faith to empower Enel, praying for his triumph over this formidable foe. In the realm of the divine, nestled in Cloud-Hidden Village, lay the secret abode of the Shandians. Weber, a warrior of Enel, pondered aloud, who is Enel battling? As he beheld the spectacle of thunder and fire colliding in the sky, shock evident on his face. "I do not know," Weber replied, shaking his head. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Regardless of who it is, It is clear that this individual possesses the power to contend with Enel. Kamachili, this may be our chance. But we do not even know who they are. Kamachili hesitated. Yet they are engaged in battle with Enel, Weber insisted fervently. Whoever they may be, their conflict with Enel signifies they are not allies. Kamachili, we both comprehend that we cannot stand against that madman Enel. Thus, this could be our final opportunity. Weber gazed intently at Kamachili and urged, summon the warriors. We must reclaim our homeland. At the summons of Kamachili, the warriors of Sandia swiftly gathered. This generation of Sandian warriors, led by the formidable war demon Weber, the man is Kamachili, as well as Brahm and Raki, had been engaged in a relentless battle against the priests and guardians of the Divine Society, whom the inhabitants of the Sky Island referred to as guerrillas. The Sandians were originally the indigenous people of Gaia Island, uprooted 4 centuries ago by the ascending currents, along with half of Gaia, and subsequently expelled from their homeland by the Sky Islanders of that era. Although their biological traits had been transformed over the lengthy span of 400 years, and wings akin to those of the Sky Islanders had sprouted from their backs, the Sandians remained steadfast in their remembrance of the great warrior, Kalgra's, aspirations. For 400 years, they had relentlessly pursued the reclamation of their homeland and the ringing of the Golden Bell, clashing with the Divine Society, which had occupied the Island of the Gods. Initially, their battles with the Divine Society had been evenly matched. However, following the sudden emergence of Enel a few years prior, who defeated the former deity and seized control of the Divine Society, the Sandians, having witnessed Enel's might, were plunged into despair. The reason the Sandians were not annihilated by Enel was not due to his inability to locate them, but rather because he perceived them as no threat whatsoever. And their sporadic rebellion provided a modicum of amusement to his otherwise monotonous existence. After all, within the realm of the divine, only they dared to openly defy him. Weber, have you truly made your decision? Raki inquired, her expression laden with concern as she gazed at him. Indeed, this may be our final opportunity, Raki, Weber proclaimed, shouldering his cannon and addressing the surrounding warriors with fervor. Warriors of Sandia, we have waited 400 years, and today we finally seize the chance to reclaim our homeland. Today we shall fulfill the wish of the great warrior Kalgra, ignite the lantern of Sandora, and charge forward with me. For the reclamation of our homeland, onward. For the ignition of the lantern of Sandora, onward. For the great warrior Kalgra, onward. Under Weber's leadership, the Sandian warriors surged with vigor into the Island of the Gods. Raki, do not go. Just as the female warrior Raki was about to follow Weber and the others into the Divine Island, a young girl suddenly grasped her, her face awash with pleading. Aisha, what is it? Raki inquired, lifting Aisha with concern. Raki, I am so frightened. I want you to stay with me. Please do not go, Aisha said, her voice tinged with distress. No, Aisha, Raki replied, setting Aisha down and speaking earnestly. Weber is right. Enel has encountered a formidable adversary, and this may be our best chance to reclaim our homeland. I cannot let it slip away. But you will fail, Aisha insisted anxiously. Raki, Aisha may be correct. One of the companions interjected. The chieftain of Sandia approached, gazing apprehensively at the colossal vines clashing with thunder and flame in the distance. Aisha has possessed the gift of foresight since birth, he remarked with concern. What he said may hold truth. That formidable warrior battling Enel might not be our salvation. Chieftain, you are aware that relying solely on our strength, we shall never triumph over Enel. Nevertheless, we must make an attempt, Raki asserted resolutely. Very well. The chieftain accepted Aisha from Raki's arms and instructed, inform Weber and the others to exercise utmost caution. Understood. Raki nodded, and then followed the warriors as they charged into the Island of the Gods. Aisha wa. Upon witnessing Raki's dash into the island, Aisha immediately burst into tears. Fear not, Aisha, they will be safe, the chieftain reassured her, casting his gaze towards the Island of the Gods, perhaps soothing himself as well. The massive vines loomed over the site of the divine shrine, where the battle between Ace and Enel raged on. Give up, Qinghai man, Enel proclaimed. Though I cannot defeat you, you shall not conquer me. He regarded Ace and continued, I extend to you another invitation. Join me as my ally, and together we shall conquer the boundless earth. I have already expressed my disinterest in conquest or becoming a deity, Ace replied with a smirk. Moreover, I was merely testing the new techniques I developed over the past year. Did you truly believe I was at your mercy? Buzz. Ace clenched his fist, an imperceptible layer of armament hockey enveloping his hand, and then addressed Enel. Allow me to demonstrate a power that can only be wielded by true warriors beneath the vast sea. Whoosh. Ace's figure flickered and instantaneously appeared before Enel, his fist, enveloped in the aura of Haki, struck directly towards Enel's face. Futile, for you cannot strike a being of divinity. Bang. Before Enel could complete his imposing demeanor, he was struck squarely in the face by Ace's powerful punch, sending him flying in a state of utter bewilderment. Impossible. How could you possibly hit me? Enel exclaimed in terror, attempting to regain his balance as he shouted at Ace. Enel is not unfamiliar with being struck at his core. The divine pillar of Skypiea and the power of Urki's paramecia have both made contact with his essence. Yet, Enel remains unfazed, for in his perspective, regardless of the threat posed by the pillar or Urki's abilities, there exists no possibility of his defeat. However, Ace is a different matter altogether. In Enel's eyes, Ace, who wields the same elemental powers, possesses the potential to master abilities capable of reaching him. This notion of defeat, even if merely a possibility, is intolerable for Enel. For he is a god. A deity cannot be vanquished, not even by one who shares divine power. I have long told you. The powers of the natural element are not invincible. As Ace strides towards Enel, he remarks, beneath the vast ocean, there are countless individuals who can strike the essence of those with natural devil fruit abilities. Impossible. Enel vehemently dismisses Ace's words, unleashing a blinding storm of lightning that envelopes his form, causing him to swell into a towering giant exceeding 50 meters in height, entirely cloaked in crackling electricity. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Qinghai man, that was merely an accident, and it shall not happen again. A deity cannot be defeated. The inflated Enel bellows at Ace, his voice resonating like thunderous roars. Sighing at the frenzied Enel, Ace responds, his own body ablaze with flames. Enel, do you not realize that one who cannot accept defeat will never truly become a formidable warrior? Enel, do you know? My master once told me that those who cannot accept failure will eternally remain incapable of attaining true strength. The flames enveloping Ace surged and flickered with his every movement, ascending to heights of 100 meters. Suddenly, a colossal arm of fire, reminiscent of a giant, emerged from the inferno, tearing through the flames to reveal a towering figure akin to Enel's Thunder God, a magnificent fire giant. In that moment, Enel had perfected his Thunder God technique, reaching a state even more formidable than during his battle with Luffy in the original narrative. Ace's fire giant, standing at a height comparable to Enel's Thunder God, also exceeded 50 meters. However, in Ace's vision, this fire giant was merely the initial phase of his development of the giant state technique. Ace and Enel are currently in a state of gigantism. The colossal vine clouds can no longer bear their weight, resulting in their direct descent onto God's Island. True warriors? No, I am not merely a warrior. I am a deity. Hammer of Thunder. One of Enel's arms transformed into the shape of a hammer, striking down towards Ace's colossal fiery warrior. The highly compressed fire fist. Ace's colossal fiery fist clenched tightly, flames rapidly coalescing around his knuckles to form a searing halo. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the oncoming thunder hammer. With a resounding boom, Enel, the god of thunder, staggered backward, the arm that had transformed into the thunder hammer vanishing entirely. Ace's fiery punch is executed by compressing a vast quantity of flames at high velocity within the fist of the flame giant. At the moment of striking the opponent, this energy is unleashed in an instant, resulting in an explosive force that is truly formidable. Ace, with an air of unyielding dominance, orchestrated a swift motion with his hand, conjuring a fireball with a diameter of 10 meters in his palm. This orb was rapidly compressed to a mere few dozen centimeters before being hurled towards the retreating Enel. Super high-speed compressed flame bomb. A resounding explosion echoed as the fiery projectile detonated before Enel, sending the colossal form of the Thunder God soaring, with a portion of his left chest vanishing into thin air. The flame bomb was among the first techniques Ace had developed. Initially, compressing a half-meter diameter fireball to 1/10 its size would take him 7 seconds. Now, he could nearly instantaneously compress a 10-meter diameter fireball to 30 centimeters. And the power was incomparable. Damn it, damn it. Enel roared in a frenzy, unleashing bolts of lightning to swiftly mend the missing parts of his Thunder God form, then charging towards Ace's fiery colossus. The clash of the two towering giants, each standing dozens of meters tall, could be witnessed from kilometers away. Every punch they exchanged crackled with ferocious thunder and searing flames. A single blow could shatter a portion of their magnified elemental bodies, only for them to regenerate almost immediately. Such brutal combat was exhilarating to behold. Is that truly a power attainable by humans? Kamachili gasped, staring in astonishment at Weber. Weber himself was rendered speechless by the epic confrontation between Ace and Enel, their colossal forms engaged in battle. The group of Sandia warriors behind them halted in their tracks, paralyzed by fear, despite their desire to advance. They can hardly be considered human. Should we proceed? All the Sandia warriors turned to Weber, who suddenly sat down resolutely, declaring, "We shall wait here until a victor emerges." Meanwhile, the priests of the God Society and their divine guard observed from a distance, too terrified to approach. It's terrifying. Lord Enel's power has transcended the realm of humanity. This is the manifestation of a true deity, remarked Son of the Great Enlightenment, gazing in admiration at Enel's thunder god form. Yet, it appears that Lord Enel may be at a disadvantage. The priest in charge of the trial of the marsh, Captain Gades, expressed with concern. Silence. The Sky Knight, Shura, reprimanded Gades sternly, asserting, regardless of the opponent, Lord Enel shall prevail. He is our deity. Behold, people of the Blue Sea. Even now, you cannot defeat a being such as I, your god. Enel bellowed, laughing maniacally as he engaged Ace in close combat. Armament Haki, harden. Suddenly, Ace spoke up. And in an instant, the armament Haki entwined around the chest of the colossal being of fire. When Enel struck with a punch, he shattered his own arm, which was infused with the power of the thunder god. Impossible. Enel retreated in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Ace replied with a calm demeanor. I have previously stated that this is a power only true warriors can wield. This power not only serves as an offensive force, but also manifests in invisible armor, rendering your strength ineffective against me. It is rare to encounter a natural-type user with such formidable destructive capabilities like yours. So my earlier battle was merely a test of the combat potential of the fire giant. Impossible. I am a god, you bastard. Enel, in his thunder god form, roared at Ace, raising his palm with the palm facing the fire giant as a tremendous amount of lightning gathered in his hand. 100 million volts discharge. Ace similarly raised his arm, directing his palm towards Enel, where an immense conflagration converged, compressed, and was subsequently unleashed. A devastating temperature of 10,000 degrees. Akin to a city-destroying cannon. Boom. The thunderous roar and the howling flames collided, instantly creating a massive crater at the epicenter, while the terrifying aftershocks, akin to a rampaging hurricane, uprooted trees within a radius of several hundred meters, which were then engulfed in flames and reduced to charred remains. The ground within the crater crystallized due to the extreme heat. Over the past year, Ace had not only honed his Haki, but had also diligently explored the potential of his devil fruit, enhancing the temperature of his elemental flames. As far back as 6 months ago, Ace had achieved a height approaching 35,000 meters, where his elemental flames had surpassed 10,000 degrees, exceeding even the surface temperature of the sun. It is crucial to understand that this 10,000 degrees is not merely a number. It signifies a terrifying heat that is far removed from the concept of the same temperature in the original narrative. For context, pure iron has a melting point of only around 1,500 degrees and a boiling point of merely 2,700 degrees. Flames at 10,000 degrees could, even in a world that defies conventional science, instantaneously melt the majority of metals known to humanity. Enel, I have discerned what I sought. This battle must come to an end, Ace declared as he relinquished his form of the fire giant, addressing Enel. Go ahead, if you can, you Qinghai dweller. Enel bellowed in fury. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of Haki. Ace raised his hand, the intangible Haki enveloping his arm, and in an instant, he appeared before the thunder god Enel. Wait. Despite the disparity in their sizes, as Ace approached, Enel felt a surge of fear and pleaded for Ace to cease his assault. You will not comprehend the magnitude of this power until you experience it firsthand. Awaken, Enel. Armed god strike. Boom. Ace's punch sent Enel, in his godly form, hurtling through the air, causing his immense body to disintegrate completely during the flight. After a year of rigorous training, Ace had attained a level of power capable of utterly overpowering Enel, who was oblivious to the very concept of Haki. Lord Enel, the priests and the members of the goddess guard, witnessing Enel's defeat, were struck with disbelief and hurriedly rushed towards him. The outcome has been determined. Kamachili, equally astonished by Enel's downfall, turned to Weber and inquired, Weber, with Enel defeated, what shall we do? We must charge in and finish him off while we have the chance. Weber replied after a moment of contemplation, gritting his teeth. Very well, we shall follow your lead. The warriors of Sandia responded in unison. Arm yourselves and follow me, Weber exclaimed, hoisting his shoulder cannon as he boldly advanced towards Enel. Behind him, the warriors of Sandia pursued closely. However, as they approached Enel, they encountered the priests and the goddess guard. The Sandia people will not allow you to harm Lord Enel. Do not impede us, priests. This time, we shall reclaim our lost homeland. The two factions instantly grasped each other's intentions upon meeting, and a fierce battle erupted. You are all too loud. Suddenly, Ace's voice echoed, causing the warriors and priests of Shandia, along with the divine guardians, to come to an abrupt halt. An invisible wave radiated from Ace, sweeping over everyone present. In an instant, both factions succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Under the overwhelming force of Ace's conqueror's haki, only 4 priests of the divine shrine and a few warrior leaders of Shandia remained standing. What just happened? Weber, observing the fallen Shandian warriors, instinctively raised his shoulder cannon towards Ace, shouting in anger, "What did you do to them?" "Silence. I merely rendered them unconscious for a brief moment," Ace retorted, dismissing Weber and striding purposefully towards Enel. As Ace passed by, both the priests and Weber trembled involuntarily, gripped by fear. "How does it feel?" "The might of haki," Ace inquired as he approached Enel. "So this power is called haki?" Enel, lying helplessly on the ground, his eyes devoid of life, murmured, "Indeed, it is quite formidable." Ace replied with a smile, "Yes, it is powerful." Enel struggled to raise a hand to cover his face, tears streaming through his fingers. "I have lost." "Yes, you have lost, and quite miserably," Ace said, sitting beside Enel. "However, acknowledging your defeat will make you even stronger. Enel, become my ally." Ace lowered his gaze to Enel, a bright smile illuminating his face as he continued, "Cast aside your delusions of divinity. Join me, and I will teach you the power of haki. Together, we shall traverse the seas freely. That is the essence of a meaningful life." "Are you insulting me, Blue Sea Dweller?" Enel retorted angrily. "No, I am inviting you," Ace replied earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Enel. "Ha!" Upon witnessing Ace's sincerity, Enel suddenly burst into laughter, asking, "What if I refuse?" "Then I shall continue to pummel you until you agree," Ace declared, raising his fist with utmost seriousness. "I will not relent until you say yes." Such a formidable and promising ally as Enel would undoubtedly not escape Ace's attention. However, he fully comprehends that individuals like Enel only acknowledge those who possess the strength to earn their respect. Thus, a year ago, upon witnessing Ace's own mastery of the Logia-type abilities, he did not hesitate to extend an invitation. To truly sway Enel, Ace must demonstrate an overwhelming power that shatters his divine illusions. Otherwise, even if their strengths are comparable, he would merely achieve recognition rather than genuine approval. More crucially, Ace requires this fellow's vessel, the proverb. Ace's elemental flames have now reached a staggering temperature of 10,000 degrees. However, he finds himself stagnated at this point, unable to ascend further. Ace believed that to transcend this limit, it might be necessary to venture closer to the sun. However, conducting incremental tests himself would prove too sluggish. Thus, Ace sought to leverage the vessel proverb, crafted by Enel, to ascend to greater heights and ascertain whether he could shatter the 10,000-degree barrier. After all, this very vessel eventually soared to the moon. Yet, at this juncture, Enel's ship was likely still under construction. Ace recalled from the original narrative that when Luffy and his crew arrived at Skypiea, Enel's vessel had only just been completed. Presently, a full year still lay ahead before Luffy set sail, and considering his journey from the East Blue, through the Grand Line, to Skypiea, it would take at least another year and a half. Ace could not afford to wait that long. "Enel, I remember you secretly crafted a ship capable of flight from gold. To what stage has its construction progressed?" Ace inquired of Enel. "How do you know about Proverb?" Enel responded, casting a curious glance at Ace before shaking his head. "Though I am unsure how you came by this knowledge, Proverb is not yet complete, and it will require at least another 2 years before it is fully operational." 2 more years? Ace frowned and pressed further. "What stage is the ship at now? Is there any possibility of completing it ahead of schedule?" "That is impossible," Enel replied, shaking his head. "The initial design of Proverb relies on my lightning abilities for propulsion, rendering its internal structure exceedingly complex. To achieve flight, it would take at least a year at the soonest." Ace pondered for a moment and inquired, "If we were to abandon flight, how long would it take to transition it to sea navigation? Furthermore, would temporarily relinquishing the flight propulsion system expedite the completion of the vessel?" Reflecting on the original narrative, Ace held a certain fondness for the ship crafted by Enel. However, the absence of a shipyard on the Sky Island, let alone skilled shipwrights, was a significant concern. The design and construction of the Pride were solely overseen by Enel, and Ace did not regard this individual as possessing any remarkable talent in this domain. Should the vessel already possess a functional prototype capable of navigating the sea, it would be prudent for Enel to pilot it to the Blue Sea, where adept shipwrights could refine the craft. Sea navigation? Enel glanced at Ace and replied nonchalantly. When I initially designed this ship, I had no intention of it ever traversing the seas. Thus, the Pride lacks any capability for maritime navigation. Upon hearing Enel's words, Ace could not help but facepalm. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. This individual had always fancied himself a deity, and a ship soaring through the heavens perfectly aligned with his persona. Let us modify it, so it can venture into the sea. Otherwise, if it reaches the Blue Sea and remains suspended in the sky without ever touching water, it would merely become a target, Ace stated. Enel pondered for a moment and remarked, if we are to transform it, we will require considerably more time. Let us expedite the process by incorporating only the essential functions, and we need merely to craft the prototype. After we reach Qinghai, we can seek out skilled shipwrights for further modifications. Very well, Enel nodded, adding, as a self-proclaimed failure, I possess no grounds to refuse your request. I shall endeavor to complete the transformation of the Penance within a year. Fear not, Enel. Failure is not to be feared. Ace replied, gazing at Enel with a smile. If you can confront failure head-on, your future will undoubtedly grow stronger. I aspire to be the king. If a single setback causes you to falter, I must reconsider your place as my partner. Confront failure? Enel fell silent for a moment, then sat up, fixing his gaze upon Ace. Rest assured, since your ambition is to become the king of the world, I shall also muster the formidable strength of a crew worthy of a king. Should you ever lag behind, I will not hesitate to cast you aside and claim the title for myself. Captain Ace, do not let me surpass you. With a grin, Enel said this, prompting Ace to rise, lift his head toward the heavens, and clench his fist. I will gather a band of like-minded and powerful allies, and together, we shall become the freest kings in this world. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Ace's declaration, Enel suddenly erupted in laughter. I find myself unexpectedly eager to join you on this quest to conquer the world, Captain Ace. Trust me, you will not be disappointed. Ace replied with unwavering confidence. Thus, the deity of Skypiea, Enel, was persuaded by Ace's enthusiasm to board the Spade Pirate's ship. However, he would not venture into the seas just yet, as he needed to oversee the construction of the flying vessel, Penance. The following day, aboard a small golden flying ship, Ace stood at the bow, feeling a surge of excitement. He had initially believed he would have to wait a year for the Penance to be completed before embarking on a journey into the skies. To his surprise, Enel had crafted a smaller flying vessel, a delightful unexpected bonus. Captain Ace, it's ready. I'm preparing to set sail. Enel called from the controls of the flying vessel. It's all right, set sail. Ace replied, taking his place at the bow. You needn't worry about me. I'll remain here. Very well, Enel shrugged, then activated his powers, channeling lightning into the vessel to initiate its launch. 100 million volts discharge. With a rumble, as Enel infused the golden ship with electricity, it began to tremble and slowly ascend, swiftly advancing toward the sun. 3 hours later, the vessel reached an altitude of 50,000 meters above Skypiea. Ace, seated at the bow, basked in the sunlight, feeling something within him stir with anticipation. Feeling the exhilarating tremors within his body, Ace's face illuminated with excitement as he turned to Enel and shouted, Not enough yet, Enel. Ascend further. Though filled with uncertainty, Enel adhered to Ace's instructions, piloting the vessel higher into the sky. After half an hour, the craft ascended another 10,000 meters. And Ace sensed an intensifying surge within him. Not yet sufficient. They must continue to rise. 70,000 meters, 80,000 meters. Under Enel's deft control, the ship soared until it reached an altitude of 90,000 meters above the Sky Island. Suddenly, Ace, seated at the bow, stood up and embraced the sun, flames igniting across his body. At this height, 90,000 meters from the Sky Island, or 100,000 meters above sea level, Ace finally felt the shackles that had long plagued him beginning to loosen. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy rhythm of his heartbeat resonated from Ace's heart, each powerful thump causing his body temperature to rise exponentially. Then, with a resounding roar, a thunderous sound erupted from within Ace, signifying the shattering of a certain restraint within him. His elemental flames transcended the threshold of 10,000 degrees, and the temperature continued to escalate. The heart Now the epicenter of this elemental fire transformed the blood coursing through Ace's veins into searing flames. Could this be the so-called awakening of the fruit? Feeling the core flame's temperature rise within his heart, Ace could not help but exclaim, "If this is the awakening of the devil fruit, then it seems rather simple. Ace, if you continue to unleash your power like this, the ship will melt." Enel suddenly shouted, snapping Ace from his rapture of breaking free from his shackles. "Oh!" Upon hearing Enel's exclamation, Ace quickly regained his composure, tempering his temperature and offering an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, I got a bit lost in thought." "Not a problem." Enel waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of curiosity as he regarded Ace. He instinctively sensed something different about Ace, yet could not pinpoint what had changed. Ultimately, he set aside his thoughts and asked, "Captain Ace, shall we continue to ascend? Now that the restraints are broken, there is no need to push for greater heights. As long as I know the temperature can still rise, we can explore other aspects gradually." "That's sufficient. We shall remain here for an hour," Ace replied. Sitting at the bow, basking in the sunlight, the Sky Island, the terminus of the cloud layer above the White Sea, Ace, laden with his backpack, stood on the precipice of the clouds, gazing downward, his face betraying a surge of excitement. After breaking the shackles of elemental flames that soared beyond 10,000 degrees at an altitude of 100,000 meters, Ace dedicated another 10 days to imparting the fundamentals of Haki to Enel, before ultimately deciding to depart from Skypiea. A year had passed, and he was finally returning. Ace looked down at the clouds below and exclaimed with exhilaration, "Ace Captain, do you truly not require my company on this journey?" Enel inquired eagerly, his anticipation palpable. During the 10 days Ace had spent teaching him Haki, he had gleaned a multitude of tales about the Blue Planet, navies, the Four Emperors, the world government, and the formidable beings congregating in the New World. Upon learning of these matters, Enel felt as though the blue planet beneath was beckoning him. "Not for now. Your current task is to diligently oversee the construction of the penance and expedite its completion," Ace replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Enel. "Rest assured, when I descend, I intend not only to gather our former comrades, but also to invite several individuals I have long admired to join our ranks. Once I have assembled everyone, I shall return to Skypiea to welcome you, and we will embark on our adventures together aboard the vessel you have crafted." "Very well," Enel said, a hint of disinterest creeping into his voice. "What shall we do about the Shandians?" The Shandians had approached Ace, imploring him to assist in reclaiming their lost homeland. Yet Ace had declined their plea, regardless of Enel's status as his companion. Ace was resolute in his decision to remain uninvolved in the conflict between the Shandians and the Scypians, deeming it futile. Even if Ace were to restore the island to the Shandians, as long as it remained part of Skypiea, their strife would never cease. Indeed, in the original narrative, Luffy had vanquished Enel, enabling the Shandians to coexist peacefully with Gon Fall, who had reclaimed the upper yard. Yet, how long could such peace endure? The resources on God's Island were exceedingly scarce for the native inhabitants of Skypiea, and as long as the island remained within Skypiea, their disputes would inevitably resurface, such as human nature. After accepting Ace's invitation, Enel had lost interest in God's Island, or perhaps he had never cared for it. Should Ace request it, he would undoubtedly relinquish it to the Shandians without hesitation. "Do as you wish," Ace mused before adding, "However, the warriors of the Shandians possess commendable strength. You might utilize them to hone the abilities of your subordinates." "I understand," Enel nodded, accepting Ace's counsel, for he had no intention of abandoning his few subordinates. "Then, we shall meet again in a year." Ace turned away from the cloud's edge, bidding farewell to Enel before plunging into the abyss below. "Until we meet again, Captain Ace." Enel watched Ace's figure vanish beneath the clouds and softly uttered a phrase before turning to depart. The Grand Line, the first half, the Paradise. Ace leaped from an altitude of 10,000 meters, only transforming half of his body into an ethereal state just before touching the ground, allowing him to soar through the air. The Grand Line commences at the entrance of Reverse Mountain, featuring a total of 7 distinct routes. Upon entry, one may select any of these paths. However, regardless of the magnetic pull from the initial island, once a route is chosen, it cannot be altered. One must traverse this designated path, island by island, until reaching the terminus of the first segment, the Sabaody Archipelago. Ace found himself adrift, unaware of the current path he traversed. Lacking both a vessel and a navigational compass, he was rendered incapable of directly soaring to the archipelago of Sabaody. Without a compass, even in the skies, one risks losing their way. Thus, upon leaping from the Sky Island, he descended upon the first isle that caught his eye, a diminutive land known as Barren. Here, Ace discerned that the route he was on diverged significantly from that which Luffy and his companions traversed in the original narrative. Barren Island was steeped in poverty. Ace initially sought a place to satiate his hunger, but after a thorough search, he discovered that the island boasted not a single respectable eatery. Ultimately, he found sustenance at a local tavern. It is pertinent to note that in the original storyline, Ace possessed the habit of dining and departing without payment, often indulging in a free meal. However, the soul now inhabiting his body belonged to one who hailed from a materialistic world, making it entirely reasonable for such a spirit, leading his existence to carry currency as a matter of course. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Ace was preparing to depart when a familiar group entered, causing him to pause. Could it be them? He returned to his seat and ordered another glass of rum, curiously observing the newcomers and murmuring, "How intriguing. I never anticipated finding myself on this path." Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law. While Law was not among Ace's top choices for crewmates, he certainly made it onto his list of candidates. In fact, Law was likely one of the more amenable prospects on Ace's roster. Law's full name is Trafalgar D. Water Law, a user of the Ope Nomi, once a subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo, but later betrayed him after the death of Corazon, vowing to take Doflamingo's head in revenge for the profound kindness shown to him by Corazon. Coincidentally, Ace's Mera Nomi was also seized from the Don Quixote family, making peaceful coexistence with Doflamingo an impossibility for Ace. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as Ace demonstrates the strength to defeat Doflamingo, recruiting Law should not pose a significant challenge. Having just descended from Skypiea, encountering Law felt like destiny, especially since he was already on Ace's list of potential allies. A smile crept across Ace's lips as he watched Law and his crew. "Hey, bartender. Bring us all the delicious food you have, along with your finest wines." A member of the Heart Pirates shouted at the bar. "Hey, Law, look at that person." Bepo, the furry tribe member, nudged Law and pointed in Ace's direction, whispering, "That person has been watching us since we arrived." "Who?" Law followed Bepo's gaze and immediately noticed Ace smiling at them, his expression shifting to one of tension. "No way. Running into him here is trouble." Law's demeanor darkened as he recognized Ace, his voice laced with concern. "Why is that man here? If he has set his sights on us, we could be in serious trouble." The notorious Fire Fist Porgus D. Ace, with a bounty of 355 million. Ace noticed Law's gaze upon him, and rather than shy away, he raised his glass and confidently approached them. "Hey there, furry brother, staring at others is not a commendable habit," Ace remarked, addressing Bepo, who had been the first to notice him. "I am sorry." Bepo immediately stood at attention, bowing and apologizing profusely. "Well, considering your sincere attitude, I shall forgive you." Ace chuckled. Ace's demeanor left Bepo momentarily taken aback, sensing something amiss, yet he courteously replied, "Thank you." Law stood up, pulling Bepo behind him, his expression alert as he gazed at Ace. "I never anticipated encountering a man of your stature, the renowned Fire Fist Ace. Might I inquire about your purpose here?" In Law's perspective, a man of Ace's caliber ought to reside in the New World. His unexpected appearance in paradise surely harbored ulterior motives. For Law, the worst-case scenario was that Ace had come seeking trouble. "Am I truly that famous?" Ace mused, glancing at Law's tightly clenched hand around his sword, then chuckled softly. "Do not be alarmed. I merely happened to pass through this area. It has been a year since I last roamed the seas. Would you be so kind as to inform me if any significant events have transpired during this time?" Ace inquired, settling across from Law. After a moment of silence, Law regarded Ace, and, upon realizing that Ace did not seem to be a harbinger of trouble, relaxed and took a seat. "Indeed, a considerable number of events have unfolded over the past year, yet in light of what you accomplished a year ago, they pale in comparison. You dealt a severe blow to the celestial dragon at Sabaody Archipelago, nearly taking his life, and then managed to evade Admiral Akiji with your life intact. This incident reverberated throughout the seas for an entire year. Following that, everyone was keenly focused on your whereabouts, eagerly anticipating your next move, only to find that you vanished for a full year." Law's expression turned serious as he scrutinized Ace. "I evaded Akiji? Has it come to that?" Ace lifted his cup, took a sip of his drink, and chuckled again. "To clarify, I did not escape from Akiji. In fact, I suffered a bitter defeat. It was precisely through that experience that I recognized the vast chasm between myself and the top-tier combatants of the sea, the admirals. Consequently, I sought a place to diligently train for an entire year to enhance my prowess, and I have only just concluded my period of cultivation," Ace explained. Ace speculated that the incident he orchestrated in the Sabaody archipelago was something the world government wished to conceal, particularly to prevent the legendary figure of Rayleigh, who had long since retreated from the public eye, from resurfacing. Thus, in their reports on the Sabaody archipelago incident, they deliberately omitted any mention of Rayleigh, resulting in the narrative that he had escaped unscathed from the Admiral's presence. So that was the case. Law nodded in agreement with Ace's assessment and then inquired, "Even so, a man of your caliber should return to the sea in the New World. What brings you to such a place?" I mentioned that my presence here was purely coincidental. However, Ace turned to Law, his face lighting up with a sincere smile as he extended an invitation, saying, "The fact that I encountered you just as I set sail a year later signifies a remarkable fate between us. What do you say? Would you care to join my pirate crew and become my companion, Trafalgar Law?" At that moment, Law, who had been sipping his drink, was so astonished by Ace's proposal that he spat out his beverage, exclaiming, "What kind of joke is this? There is no way I could ever be your subordinate." Ace wiped the mixture of alcohol and saliva from his face, maintaining his smile as he remarked, "They are not subordinates, they are companions. Partners in the pursuit of our dreams. Even if you say that, I shall not acquiesce." Luo gazed at Ace, his expression earnest as he declared, "I possess my own ambitions and objectives that I must fulfill." Ace gazed at him earnestly and remarked, "Your ambition does not conflict with your desire to become my ally. As for your intentions, I am well aware of them. Don Quixote da Flamingo, your objective is to sever his head." Ace looked at Law and smiled. "Am I mistaken?" "How do you know?" Law asked, astonished, his face a mask of surprise. "If you had paid attention to my intelligence, you would know that my Mara Nomi was seized from the Don Quixote family. Thus my relationship with Doflamingo is inherently adversarial. In such circumstances, it is only logical for me to investigate Doflamingo's affairs, is it not? During my inquiry, I uncovered many intriguing details, including information about you. You betrayed the Don Quixote family to avenge Corazon, am I correct? My first task upon returning to the seas is to dismantle Doflamingo's influence. This means our goals align. You must realize that relying solely on your own strength, you cannot hope to confront Doflamingo. The mere presence of the Don Quixote family will hinder your progress in the New World. Thus, I implore you to join my side, Law." Ace regarded him once more with an invitation, "Join my pirate crew. I will assist you in dealing with Doflamingo, and together we shall navigate the seas, chasing our respective ambitions." Law remained silent, his heart stirred by Ace's proposition. However, his pride prevented him from yielding to subservience. Yet his determination for vengeance against Corazon left him in a state of turmoil, caught in hesitation. Noticing the conflicted expression on Law's face, Ace surmised that he was indeed tempted by the proposal. He resolved to stoke the flames further. "By the way, during my investigation of Doflamingo, I unexpectedly uncovered his true identity." Ace rose, approached Law, and whispered in his ear, "You may not yet realize, but that man is, in fact, a celestial dragon. You cannot be serious." Upon hearing Ace's words, Law's expression darkened considerably. Having once been a subordinate of Doflamingo, Law was acutely aware of the latter's vast influence. The mere knowledge of Doflamingo's power had plunged him into despair, compelling him to wait 2 long years after the Summit War before daring to confront him. Now, with Ace revealing that Doflamingo was indeed a celestial dragon, Law felt an overwhelming sense of futility in his quest for vengeance against Doflamingo for Corazon's sake. Indeed, this was the reality. In the original narrative, had Law not allied himself with the Straw Hat Pirates, it would have been utterly impossible for him to defeat Doflamingo. Even with their assistance, he relied heavily on the protagonist's aura. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even triumphed over Virgo. "If what you say is true, I shall accept your proposal." Law contemplated for a long while before fixing his gaze on Ace and speaking solemnly. "Of course, I have no habit of deceiving my comrades." Ace replied, gazing back at Law with a smile. "If you ever find me misleading you, you are free to leave at any time." Ace rose to his feet, raising his goblet toward Law, and proclaimed, "Come, let us drink from this cup. From this moment forth, we are comrades." Law gazed at Ace, lifted his own cup, clinked it against Ace's, and together they imbibed the contents in one swift motion. "Henceforth, I shall address you as Captain," Law remarked with a smile, before pouring himself another drink. He then turned to his bewildered companions and called out, "My friends, raise your cups and join me in this toast. From this day forth, our Heart Pirates shall serve under the banner of the Spade Pirates." He continued, his voice resolute, "Listen well, this is my unilateral decision. Should any of you harbor reservations, I shall not compel you. Law regarded his crew with a serious demeanor. What are you saying, Captain? They exclaimed. We shall surely follow you. Indeed, even if it means being your humble subordinates, we willingly choose to remain under your command. Though the members of the Heart Pirates found Law's decision astonishing, they expressed their unwavering support and readily joined him in consuming their subordinates' drink. Ace gazed at the scene before him, a smile gracing his face. He understood that at this moment, Law did not genuinely seek to be his ally. Rather, he merely wished to harness Ace's strength for vengeance against Doflamingo. Yet, Ace was unconcerned, for he was confident that after dealing with Doflamingo, Law would undoubtedly become a true companion. Fresh from the Sky Island, he had just recruited another ally, which buoyed his spirits. Speaking of which, Law was the second of the infamous Worst Generation supernovas that Ace had recruited from the original storyline. Among the 11, aside from the Straw Hat crew, Ace held an interest in Kid and the gourmet girl, Jewelry Bonnie. However, given Kid's fiercely independent nature, recruiting him seemed impossible. As for Bonnie, Ace was merely intrigued by her background and had no intention of making her his comrade. After Law and his Heart Pirates joined Ace's crew, it was only natural for Ace to board Law's ship. However, their current location was still quite far from Sabaody Archipelago. At a normal pace, it would take several months to reach their destination, but the time agreed upon with his companions was fast approaching. Hence, Ace resolved to set out on his own. Law, do you have a record pointer that leads directly to Sabaody Archipelago? Ace inquired aboard the Heart Pirates vessel. No, Law replied with a shake of his head, then asked, What's the rush, Captain Ace? Do you have pressing matters to attend to at Sabaody? Yes, the gathering time with my companions is almost upon us, Ace nodded, a hint of regret coloring his expression. Had I known, I should have brought a record pointer along. Now I fear I might be late. There's nothing to be done about it. Even with a pointer, it would still take several months to sail to Sabaody, assuming everything goes smoothly, Law stated. That is not an issue. As long as I have a pointer, I can fly over in just a few days, Ace asserted. Wait, you can fly? Law exclaimed, astonished. If so, don't you have their life cards? Those should help indicate the direction. No, I only have my own life card, Ace chuckled awkwardly, producing his life card and tearing off a piece to hand to Law. Here, this is for you. Law accepted the life card from Ace and pondered for a moment before saying, If you're in a hurry, I do have a method to acquire a pointer. What method? Ace inquired, his interest piqued. There's a naval base on the island ahead. Typically, such bases have stockpiles of record pointers for all the islands in the first half of the Grand Line. If we can seize that base, we're highly likely to find a pointer to Sabaody, Law explained. Then what are we waiting for? Let us accelerate and go seize that pointer, Ace exclaimed eagerly. All right, I'll get ready, Law replied. Law nodded and then turned to leave. In the Grand Line, even traversing the initial stretch, breaching a naval base is no trivial matter. One can never be certain when an admiral might unexpectedly arrive for tea at such a base. Hence, the gathering of intelligence is of utmost importance. Moreover, Law's suggestion may have also been a subtle test of Ace's prowess. However, Ace remained unfazed. To him, as long as he did not have the misfortune of encountering an admiral on a leisurely stroll, seizing a record pointer from a naval base seemed quite feasible. With his current strength, even if he were to confront an admiral, retreating would not pose much of a challenge. Before long, Law had gathered pertinent intelligence regarding the naval base. The next island on their route was Iceland, where the left coast housed the A3 naval base. The commanding officer stationed there was merely a vice admiral of average standing. Holding the intelligence of the A3 naval base, Law addressed Ace. Just an ordinary vice admiral? Then this is assured, Ace remarked with an air of nonchalance. The disparity in strength between an ordinary vice admiral and one from the headquarters is significant. At the very least, Law could manage an encounter with a standard vice admiral, but facing one from the headquarters would likely result in a hasty retreat. With your strength, Captain Ace, dealing with an ordinary vice admiral should pose no issue. However, there is another concern, Law said, hesitating slightly as he regarded Ace. This vice admiral has a history with Admiral Akainu, and they share a cordial relationship. If we were to attack his base, we might incur the wrath of Admiral Akainu. At the mention of Akainu, Ace's expression turned increasingly stern, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes, before he broke into a smile. Well, I've already been pursued by one admiral. Provoking another is hardly a significant concern. Then there is no issue, Law nodded, then regarded Ace, inquiring, So, Captain Ace, do you have any plans for our incursion into the naval base to seize the record pointer? Plans? Ace paused, then chuckled. Of course I have a plan. The plan is to charge in, seize the record pointer for the Sabaody archipelago, and then make our escape, Ace declared with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Ace's notion of a plan, Law couldn't help but facepalm, inwardly lamenting, how did I come to agree to serve under such a captain? Is it too late to withdraw now? Captain Ace, perhaps you should consider my plan instead. After gathering his thoughts, Luo unfurled the architectural plans of Base A3 before Ace and stated, Base A3 is classified as a medium-sized installation, housing approximately 1,000 Marines. The front is fortified with 13 artillery turrets. If we attempt a frontal assault, we will undoubtedly face fierce bombardment. Thus, a direct attack is ill-advised. I propose we infiltrate from the northern side of Base A3. However, Ace interrupted Luo, asserting, why infiltrate? Why not mount a direct assault? I am not afraid of artillery fire. Luo regarded Ace and suddenly recalled that his captain possessed the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, rendering him impervious to cannon fire. Furthermore, they were not engaging in warfare. They merely sought to seize a recording pointer. You need not accompany me. I can handle it alone. Once I obtain the recording pointer, I shall make my escape. It's quite convenient, Ace added, after contemplating Ace's words. Luo conceded that there was merit in his captain's perspective. Nonetheless, he replied, let us proceed with your plan, Captain. However, it would be too perilous for you to go alone. I will accompany you. My abilities are well suited for locating items and facilitating our escape. Agreed, then it is settled, Ace declared with a serious demeanor. Tomorrow, upon our arrival at Iceland Island, we shall infiltrate the naval base to procure the recording pointer. The following evening, the Heart Pirates ship reached Iceland Island. Iceland Island is a substantial landmass, home to a naval base, which renders it impossible for pirate ships to brazenly dock in its ports. Upon their arrival at Iceland Island, the Heart Pirates chose a secluded spot on the northern shore to anchor their vessel. Their mission on this occasion was to plunder the naval base stationed on the island. Consequently, only Ace and Law disembarked to set foot on Iceland Island, while the remaining members of the Heart Pirates remained aboard the ship, awaiting their return. At the A3 naval base of Iceland, Ace and Luo stood together, the latter gazing at the heavily guarded entrance. Unable to contain himself, Luo inquired, Captain Ace, are we truly going to charge right in? With a slight smile, Ace grasped Luo's shoulder firmly, his lower body gradually becoming ethereal, and declared, prepare yourself. We are about to break through. Wait. Realizing Ace's intent, Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to voice his concerns, but Ace had already lifted him and soared toward the imposing gates of the A3 naval base. Enemy attack. Ace, accompanied by Luo, soared to the entrance of Base A3, where they were promptly detected, triggering an ear-piercing alarm throughout the facility. However, Ace's speed was so remarkable that the guards could only watch helplessly as he penetrated the base's defenses. Over there, that is the storage area of the base. The pointer we seek is most likely located within, Luo indicated towards a building in the sky. All right. Ace acknowledged Luo's words with a nod, accelerating swiftly until he reached the structure, only to be obstructed by a formidable steel door. Fire fist. Boom. Ace unleashed a fiery fist, reducing the steel gate of the naval base's warehouse to rubble. Robin's intelligence had proven accurate. This indeed was the warehouse of the naval base, filled with various logistical supplies. Bang, bang, bang. The enemy is here. Quickly come to our aid. After a flurry of gunfire and shouts, a multitude of footsteps approached Ace and Robin's location. You go find the pointer. I'll handle this, Ace declared excitedly, standing at the entrance of the shattered gate. Understood, Robin replied without hesitation, swiftly entering the warehouse to search for the record pointer. Before long, a large contingent of soldiers converged on the warehouse. One officer, upon spotting Ace at the entrance, immediately commanded all soldiers, he is the intruder, apprehend him at once. Yes, the naval soldiers, upon receiving the order, charged towards Ace. Flame on. With a swift motion of his hand, flames surged forth from Ace's arm, forming a blazing wall that separated him from the Navy personnel. Apologies, but I have yet to find what I seek. I cannot allow you to pass, Ace remarked with a smile, peering through the flames at the Navy. This fire, undoubtedly, belonged to a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit. How could such a being dare to assault our base? The obstructed sailors gazed at the flames with expressions of sheer horror, for to those navigating the first half of the Grand Line, a Logia user represented an insurmountable foe. Particularly the elemental Logia, which was synonymous with invincibility. Right angle slash. A fierce strike emerged from beyond the flames, cleaving through Ace's fiery barrier. A true battle should be fought face to face. I detest underhanded tactics. A man, reminiscent of a creature from a horror film, stepped forward, brandishing a long sword high above his head. He bellowed to the Navy soldiers behind him. Logia users are not invincible foes. Soldiers, charge with me. With that declaration, the man boldly surged through the gap he had just created. Oh. Ace observed the fearless figure charging towards him, adjusting his hat with a finger and chuckling. Here comes a man of spirit. It was Colonel T. Penn, the shipslayer. How formidable he was, capable of slicing through flames. The presence of Colonel Penn instilled a profound sense of reassurance. With Penn leading the charge, what could a Logia user do? Rallying behind their valiant leader. The spirits of the Navy soldiers soared, and they surged forward towards Ace. Oh. Ace noted the undaunted man rushing towards him, tipping his hat with a finger and smiling. Here comes a man of spirit. Ace recalled this man, who had made his appearance in the original storyline when Luffy and his crew embarked on the sea train en route to Enies Lobby to rescue Robin. Despite his terrifying visage reminiscent of a horror film, he possessed a compassionate heart that cared for his subordinates. Although he was defeated in battle against Zoro aboard the sea train, it did not overshadow his integrity as a man of honor. You are the enemy? Such a young man, he exclaimed. However, criminals must be apprehended. Awaken to this truth, young one. T. Penn charged through the wall of flames, and upon seeing Ace, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and swung his long sword, launching a fierce slash toward Ace. The angle of his attack was dazzling, like a flash of light, imbued with a sharpness that seemed capable of severing anything in its path. Bearing down upon Ace with ferocity. Fire fist. Ace swung his fist, and a searing flame coalesced into a fiery fist, meeting T. Penn slash head on. Boom. The fire fist shattered the strike and continued its relentless course towards T. Penn. Penn cleaved through the fire fist with his sword and leaped into the air, executing a powerful slash with his longsword. A man's strike, even if it curves, must always be direct. The acute angle bird, Penn. As Penn unleashed his slash, it descended from the heavens like a great bird, only to make a sudden right angle turn midair, diving towards Ace with predatory intent. Armament. Ace raised his right hand, wrapping his arm in invisible hockey, and then launched a punch at the dazzling slash descending upon him. This man never resorted to convoluted tactics. His attacks were straightforward, and thus Ace had no intention of dodging. To defeat such a man head-on was the ultimate expression of respect. Bang! With a thunderous sound, T. Penn's strike was obliterated by Ace's fist, enveloped in hockey. Whoosh! Ace's figure flickered and abruptly materialized before T. Penn, his fist, enveloped in the formidable hockey of armament, struck directly against Penn's chest, sending his towering form hurtling through the air. With a resounding thud, T. Penn crashed down from the heights, landing before the bewildered naval soldiers. Unconscious and defeated. Although T. Penn held the rank of colonel within the Navy headquarters and possessed considerable strength, he proved insufficient against Ace, who had honed his skills for a year upon the Sky Island. The sheer swiftness of his defeat left the naval soldiers, previously emboldened by his presence, now stricken with terror. Captain Ace, at that moment, Law emerged from the warehouse, shaking the log pose in his hand, and addressed Ace. I've found the item. Let us depart. Understood. Ace approached Luo, gripping his shoulder, and then, with his lower body transformed into an ethereal state, ascended into the air. Just as Ace prepared to whisk Luo away from the naval base, a gruff voice echoed from a distance. In the next moment, a figure adorned with a canine-headed hat materialized beside Ace, unleashing a massive fist aimed squarely at Ace's head. Bang! Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Ace had no time to react before being forcefully struck down, crashing into the ground alongside Luo. The pain was excruciating. Ace rose from the ground, clutching his head and grimacing in pain, while Law stood by, utterly astonished. Law gazed at the swollen bump atop Ace's head and exclaimed in disbelief, Captain Ace, you are a natural-type devil fruit user. How could you be struck? Love's iron fist is indeed indefensible. A newcomer removed the dog-headed hat from his head, revealing a rugged visage adorned with a broad grin as he looked at Ace and remarked, Ace, you truly made me search high and low for you. It was him. Upon recognizing the true identity of the visitor, Law's forehead instantly beaded with cold sweat. He swallowed hard and stammered, Hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp. Why on earth are you here, you old fool? Ace grumbled, rubbing the swelling on his head while eyeing Garp with irritation. I am a Marine Vice Admiral. Is it so strange for me to appear at a Marine base? Garp retorted, strolling towards Ace while picking his nose. And you, Ace, after such a long absence? You don't even bother to greet your grandfather? Grandfather? Law, who was about to caution his captain to prepare for a hasty escape, was unable to maintain a normal expression upon hearing Garp's words. His eyes widened in astonishment, darting back and forth between Ace and Garp. He could hardly fathom that his captain was the grandson of the legendary hero of the Marines. At that moment, Law longed to grasp Ace by the collar and demand, "How on earth do you have such a connection? Why are you even a pirate when you could simply join the Marines?" It was not only Law who was taken aback. The Marine soldiers accompanying Garp from Base A3 were equally stunned, their minds seemingly short-circuited. "I had no idea you old fool would show up in a place like this," Ace grumbled in annoyance. "To refer to your esteemed grandfather as an old fool, what a disobedient grandson you are." Garp delivered another punch to Ace's head, instantly adding to the swelling. "Ouch, that hurts. You old fool." After receiving yet another blow, Ace jumped about in agony, simultaneously grappling with his astonishment. If Garp's initial punch had been a surprise attack, this one had been anticipated, and Ace had even employed Haki for defense, yet it had proven utterly ineffective. Given Ace's current mastery of Haki, even Rayleigh would not easily breach his defenses, but before Garp, his hard-earned mastery seemed to vanish into thin air, highlighting the profound strength of Garp's Busashoko Haki. "Ace, do you have any idea of the trouble you stirred up a year ago, nearly killing a celestial dragon?" Garp seized Ace by the collar, hoisting him up as he scolded him angrily. Then, suddenly shifting his tone, he raised his thumb in approval, laughing heartily. "However, nearly eliminating that celestial trash, truly worthy of being my grandson. Ah ha ha." The scene abruptly froze, the expressions of the surrounding Marine soldiers turning to stone. "Ah, you're all here. Forget what I just said." Aboard the Doghead warship, within Garp's office, Garp reclined on the sofa, one hand cradling a cup of tea while the other grasped a rice cracker. Ace sat cross-legged on the floor opposite him, while Law stood by the door, sword in hand. Garp's arrival at the A3 base was serendipitous. He had just returned from the North Sea and happened to pass by this base to replenish supplies, only to unexpectedly encounter Ace. "Ace, you have met Rayleigh and Sabaody, haven't you?" Garp inquired, munching on his snack. "Indeed, for the past year. It has been Master Rayleigh who has guided my training," Ace responded, a flicker of reverence in his eyes as he smiled at the mention of his mentor. "Rayleigh? You mean the legendary figure known as the right hand of the Pirate King, Silvers Rayleigh? That is quite the remarkable name," Law thought, struggling to maintain his composure. His gaze shifting towards his captain, secretly contemplating the revelation that this man was Ace's mentor. "No wonder you vanished for a year. It appears you were sequestered in training," Garp remarked, fixing his gaze on Ace with a serious tone. "Was this suggestion made by Rayleigh?" "No, it was my own decision," Ace replied, shaking his head. "Upon entering the New World, I became acutely aware of my shortcomings and fortuitously encountered Master Rayleigh and Sabaody, thus I requested his guidance in my training." Ace would certainly not reveal to Garp that he had specifically sought out Rayleigh to become his mentor. Recognizing one's own shortcomings is indeed a positive development. However, the fact that Rayleigh agreed to guide you in your training is quite surprising. Garp, with a grave expression, looked at Ace and inquired, "Is it because he is aware of your lineage?" "Yes," Ace nodded and replied, "Senior Rayleigh mentioned that he became aware of my existence shortly after my birth." "I see." Garp responded with a nod, then asked Ace, "What do you intend to do next?" Ace fell silent for a moment, then raised his head to look at Garp. Speaking earnestly, "Grandfather, I aspire to surpass that man." Upon hearing Ace's words, Garp finished the snack in his hand, set down his teacup, and suddenly lapsed into silence. Garp was well aware of the identity of the man Ace referred to, yet he harbored no desire for Ace to pursue that individual, if circumstances permitted. Garp would prefer Ace to follow in his footsteps and become an exemplary Marine. Should Ace serve alongside him as a Navy officer, Garp would be better equipped to safeguard him. However, Ace had already embarked on the path of a pirate, and a notorious one at that, having even earned the ire of the Celestial Dragons. Although Garp held a deep-seated disdain for the Celestial Dragons, he understood that Ace, having offended them, could never become a Marine. Moreover, it was evident that Ace had already formulated a clear vision for his future, rendering Garp's wish merely a fleeting fantasy. Ace observed the silence of Garp and chose not to utter another word, instead gazing intently at the elderly figure before him. He was suddenly reminded of the evaluations regarding this old man that he had encountered in a previous life as Forum. At the age of 76, Garp, despite still possessing formidable strength, had long transcended the phase of youthful rivalry. In this stage of his life, the only thing that could hold him in check was the weight of justice upon his shoulders, while the only force capable of vanquishing him might well be the bonds of familial love. During the original narrative of the Marineford War, this old man witnessed Ace's demise unfold before his very eyes. Though he yearned for vengeance, he was relentlessly restrained by the burden of justice. Who could truly fathom the depths of such sorrow? Contemplating that haunting image, a wave of profound sadness surged within Ace's heart. Ace and Carp fell into silence, while Law felt as if a cat's claws were scratching at his heart. From the earlier conversation between Ace and Carp, it was evident that his captain's lineage was shrouded in significant secrecy. However, the half-finished dialogue left him in a state of agitation. How could one endure such discomfort? His grandfather was a legendary marine, his master a notorious pirate, and he himself possessed formidable strength, not to mention the enigmatic father. Although Ace's background remained partially concealed, the information Law had gathered thus far was already astonishing enough to astonish the entire world if revealed. With such connections, even the likes of Doflamingo, despite his celestial dragon identity, posed no threat. This was a secure situation. Law mused to himself. An hour later, Carp emerged from his office, with Ace and Law trailing behind him. "Old man, is it really all right for you to let us go so casually?" Ace asked, gazing at Carp's nonchalant demeanor. A frown etched on his face. "Because you are my grandson, I want to apprehend you here. I have devised an infallible excuse. You may leave with confidence," Carp replied, exuding self-assurance. "Admiral Carp, that hardly qualifies as an excuse. It would be better to say you let them escape," his aide interjected, only to be completely disregarded by Carp. "Well, as long as you're happy," Ace said with a sense of resignation, then beckoned to Law. "Let us go." "You're leaving just like that? How heartless," Carp exclaimed suddenly, delivering a playful punch to Ace's shoulder. "After such a long time without seeing your esteemed grandfather, can't you at least bid farewell properly? What do you want from me, you old coot? You just want to hit me?" Ace retorted, rubbing his head in irritation. Thud! Carp landed another playful punch on Ace's head, exclaiming, "I also wish to be a revered elder, you ungrateful grandson. You're utterly unreasonable, you old man," Ace grumbled, clutching his head as he dragged Law towards the exit. "Come on, Law, let us go." Law, accustomed to the antics, wore a blank expression as he allowed Ace to pull him along, and in an instant, the duo took to the skies and vanished from sight. "Take care of yourself, you old coot," Ace called back. Ace's figure has vanished, yet his voice lingers in the distance. What a wretched scoundrel he is. Upon hearing Ace's awkward expression of concern, tears glistened in Carp's eyes, while a genuinely joyful smile graced his face. At times, a single word of care can bring unexpected delight. Such is the simplicity of the old man's happiness. On the northern coast of Isolin Island, where the ship of the Red Heart Pirates is anchored, Ace descends from the heavens, landing gracefully upon the deck. "Captain Ace, this is the record pointer for the Sabaody Archipelago," Law states as he hands over the pointer he had seized from the naval base. Ace took the record pointer from Law's hand and smiled, saying, "I shall await you in the new world. Do not arrive too late, or I may be compelled to deal with Doflamingo prematurely." "Do not underestimate me, Captain Ace," Law replied with confidence. At the Sabaody Archipelago, in Area 16, a lawless zone, dozens of bounty hunters were encircling a man with 3-sectioned arms and a dwarf, who stood less than a meter tall, yet wielded a naginata, thrice his own length. These two were none other than members of Ace's Spade Pirates, the long-arm tribe's Ian and the dwarf tribe's Phenamore. "Hey, we just arrived on the island and we're already targeted." "Phenamore, it seems our luck is rather unfortunate," Ian remarked boisterously to the dwarf beside him. "Shut up, this is all your fault, Ian," the diminutive Phenamore shot back with a fierce glare. "Your arms are too conspicuous. I ought to help you shorten one." "All right, my mistake," Ian shrugged. "Let us quickly deal with these fellows and reunite with our comrades. It has been a year since we last met. I wonder how much they have changed." With bounties of 58 million for Ian and 64 million for Phenamore, the leader of the bounty hunters stepped forward and addressed the two. "We, the Anabon's hunters, shall claim your heads." Bang! Before the bounty hunter could finish his sentence, he was suddenly sent flying by an immense force. "My apologies, but we must continue to follow our esteemed captain, so we cannot surrender our heads to you," Ian said, slowly lowering his raised arm, from which faint wisps of smoke were dissipating. "Hey, what just happened?" The leader of the bounty hunters was sent flying. "It was you, wasn't it, long arm over there?" Indeed, it was I. Ian nodded and raised his arm, which was irregularly bent, pointing his palm at the speaker. Boom. Ian's bent arm suddenly straightened, striking the air and creating a blast of compressed air that propelled the man away. Long-arm fighting technique. Airstrike. Never underestimate me. I endured great hardships over the past year to master this technique. Ian declared earnestly as he lowered his arm. Swish. At that moment, Fenimore's figure erupted forth, darting through the crowd of bounty hunters at astonishing speed. With a dazzling flash of his blade, blood splattered from each bounty hunter he passed. What in the? The bounty hunters turned in shock to see Fenimore crouched behind them with his Naginata, before they all rolled their eyes and collapsed. Clap, clap, clap. What a magnificent display of skill. Ian applauded, his face adorned with admiration. You have grown stronger, Fenimore. Be quiet, you show off. Fenimore hefted her Naginata, expressing her disdain with a remark, before taking dainty steps towards District 13. Yin Lu observed Fenimore's retreating figure, lost in thought. Who, after all, is the one seeking the spotlight? In District 30, on the bustling shopping street, a tall man with evident signs of past modifications on his right hand reveled in his surroundings. Behind him trailed two remarkably similar men, their faces etched with worry as they struggled under the weight of numerous shopping bags. These three were members of the Spade Pirates, the modified fighter Yaki and the twin brothers, Saba and Bali. Hey, Yaki, isn't this enough? Even if today is the day of gathering, you needn't tea by so much, Saba and Bali chimed in succession, their tones seamlessly blending as if spoken by a single person. Captain Ace is a voracious eater. How could I not prepare sufficient provisions? Yaki replied without glancing back. The twin brothers exchanged resigned glances, continuing to follow Yaki like reluctant porters. Trailing behind them was an individual with a camera, stealthily capturing their every move while muttering to himself. The modified fighter Yaki, with a bounty of 85 million, and the brothers Saba and Bali, with bounties of 73 million and 67 million, respectively. These three are undoubtedly members of the Spade Pirates, who vanished after attacking the Celestial Dragons a year ago. Their appearance in Sabaody signals that their captain must also be near. Portgas D. Ace, the man who managed to escape unscathed from Admiral Akiji, would be monumental news if his whereabouts were uncovered. In District 13, at Shaki's extortion bar, aside from Shaki, 5 individuals were seated. Cornelia, the navigator of the Spade Pirates, Wares, the helmsman, Pai Bansi, the sniper, Iboli Gambi, the swordsman, and Kei Kai, also a swordsman. Today marked the reunion of the Spade Pirates, as the men who had honed their skills across the seas for a year gathered here, eagerly awaiting the return of their captain, Ace. As Shaki poured drinks for them, she remarked, "Time indeed flies. I can hardly believe a year has passed so swiftly. Speaking of which, over this past year, you all have made quite a name for yourselves. Wares, the fishman with a bounty of 88 million. Cornelia, with a bounty of 64 million. Kei Kai, the bounty hunter with a bounty of 68 million. Pai Bansi, the gunslinger with a bounty of 77 million. And let us not forget the yet-to-arrive Scar, with a bounty of 51 million. Xiachi unfurled the bounty notices across the table, then, pointing at the one with the highest reward, turned to Gambi and remarked, "Especially you, the mad swordsman Iboli Gambi, with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Dear Sister Xiachi, you flatter me," Gambi replied with a shy smile. "We still fall short compared to Captain Ace." "Indeed. Ace is unparalleled in excellence, yet you all are not lacking," Xiachi said, taking a puff from her cigarette. "From being obscured and now having every member with a bounty surpassing 50 million, it has taken merely a year. During this time, some returned to their clans for training. Others became bounty hunters, tirelessly battling criminals at sea, while some fought ferocious beasts on uninhabited islands. They all shared a singular purpose: to grow stronger. We merely wish to continue adventuring alongside Captain Ace. If we do not wish to be a burden, we must dedicate ourselves to becoming stronger," Gambi declared. "Ha!" At that moment, Rayleigh strode in with a hearty laugh, surveying Ace's companions with a satisfied nod. "The current Ace has become quite formidable. If you wish to keep pace with him, such determination is essential." Simultaneously, in the skies above the Sabaody archipelago, a figure descended from afar. Landing at the entrance of the bar, he pushed open the door, and upon seeing the familiar faces, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. "Hey, long time no see. I'm back." It was evening, and the setting was Xiachi's bar. At this moment, all 11 members of the former Black Spade Pirates, excluding their Captain Ace, had gathered. Their expressions ranged from excitement to joy, and periodically, their gazes would drift towards the entrance. They awaited the return of the individual they had long anticipated for an entire year. Throughout this year, they had diligently honed their skills, striving to become stronger, all in preparation for his return, to embark once more upon the vast sea and resume their adventures. In the sky, a figure approached from the distance, landing at the bar's entrance. As Ace pushed open the door, he was greeted by the familiar silhouettes that brought an involuntary smile to his face. He raised his hand in a cheerful greeting, exclaiming, "Ah, it's been a while. I'm back. Ace, Captain Ace." The members of the Spade Pirates were filled with excitement at the sight of him, each rising to greet him in their own unique way. "You all have grown stronger." Ace beamed at his comrades standing before him, his face radiating joy. "Of course. I'm quite formidable now. We won't hold you back this time," they chimed in unison, each eager to share the tales of their past year and the strength they had gained. "My friends," Ace lifted his glass high, addressing them with a booming voice. "Let us toast to the reunion of the Spade Pirates. Cheers! Cheers!" They echoed in unison. "By the way, I've brought along a few new comrades, each remarkably powerful. And they all command their own loyal followers, truly exceptional individuals," Ace remarked as he set down his glass. "Huh? New comrades? Who are they? Are they from the Long-Arm tribe? Or perhaps the Fishmen? Oh well, they certainly can't be from the Dwarf tribe," they eagerly inquired, their joy palpable at the news of new additions. "There are 3 new members," Ace explained. "One is a monk from Skypiea named Urki, a wayward priest with a band of similarly wayward followers. Another, like myself, wields the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. His name is Enel, also from Skypiea. That fellow is quite strong. He once believed himself to be a god until I defeated him. He possesses a fine ship, though it is still under construction. Once it's completed, we'll rendezvous with him in Skypiea. By the way, his crew includes several capable priests as well. The last is a doctor named Law, who commands his own pirate crew but is currently under the banner of the Spade Pirates," Ace added after a moment's thought. "I have a few other esteemed companions in mind as well. If we encounter them at sea, we must recruit them into our ranks." "Ah, Scypians? I've heard they possess wings, resembling angels. Are they Logia-type users like Captain Ace? That would be remarkable." "Oh, Captain Ace, you have indeed found some splendid companions." "Indeed. I eagerly anticipate meeting them. By the way, since they joined after us, they will likely address us as seniors upon our first encounter, right?" After Ace introduced his newly found companions, everyone was filled with joy, eagerly anticipating the moment they would meet their new allies. "What a vibrant group of young individuals they are." Rayleigh observed the lively bunch, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. Following this, a grand banquet unfolded, where a year's worth of conversation could scarcely be contained within a single evening. At the Sabaody Archipelago, a reporter from the World News Agency's Sabaody branch rushed into the office, clutching a camera. "Boss, I have sensational news. I've captured something monumental," he exclaimed, bursting into the office of the branch chief, brimming with excitement. "What sensational news?" the branch chief inquired lazily, seemingly unimpressed by the reporter's fervor. News circulated daily in Sabaody, but in recent times, the only event truly deserving of the title sensational was the attack on the Celestial Dragons that occurred a year ago. Incidents involving the Celestial Dragons were not commonplace, as even fools among pirates were few. He doubted anything world-shattering would transpire now. "I photographed a member of Port Asti, Ace's crew from the attack on the Celestial Dragons last year." The chief's demeanor shifted instantly, intrigued by the reporter's claim. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," the reporter asserted. "The Long-Arm tribe S. Rockflow, with a bounty of 58 million, and the Dwarf tribe S. Phenamore, with a bounty of 64 million, are undeniably members of Port Gasti. Ace's Spade Pirates, the principal perpetrators of that incident." Placing his camera on the chief's desk, he continued excitedly, "The reappearance of his companions on Sabaody indicates that Port Gasti, Ace himself, may also be present. If Port Gasti, Ace truly resurfaces, that would indeed be monumental news," the chief mused. "Here's what you'll do. Immediately gather all our staff on Sabaody to search for any trace of Port Gasti Ace. I will report this to the headquarters. If he truly appears, tomorrow's headline will feature this story." "Understood. I'll get right on it," the reporter replied, dashing out of the office. After the reporter's departure, the branch chief retrieved a bird-like transponder snail from his drawer. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed the number. "Hello, this is Morgans. Who am I speaking with? Is there significant news for me?" came the voice from the other end. "Chief, this is Stanley, The head of the Sabaody branch, Stanley replied cautiously. Oh, Stanley. What momentous news do you have for me? Morgans queried. Yes, Chief. I have discovered that members of the Spade Pirates, including the principal perpetrator of last year's attack on the Celestial Dragons, Port Ghastie, Ace, may once again appear on Sabaody. Oh. The principal perpetrator of the attack on the Celestial Dragons, Port Ghastie Ace? On the other end of the transponder snail, Morgans pondered for a moment before speaking. Stanley. The reappearance of the pirate supernova who vanished for a year is indeed intriguing news. However, if it is merely a reappearance, it hardly qualifies as groundbreaking. Stanley, who had anticipated praise from the boss, felt his initial elation wane significantly upon hearing Morgan's words. Yet, what followed from Morgan sparked an exhilarating tremor within him. Stanley, sometimes even seemingly inconsequential news can transform into world-shattering headlines with just a hint of embellishment. The return of a pirate supernova after a year may capture attention, but it lacks the explosive significance to truly shake the globe. However, consider this. What if the celestial dragon noble Charlemagne, who narrowly escaped death at the hands of this pirate a year ago, learns that the very pirate who attacked him has resurfaced at Sabaody Archipelago? What actions might he take? Morgans remarked ominously. Most likely, he would dispatch an admiral. Stanley quickly comprehended Morgan's implication and, with a trembling voice, inquired, Are you suggesting, esteemed President, that we inform the celestial dragon Charlemagne? Precisely. After a year, the clash between the admirals and the pirate supernova at Sabaody will undoubtedly make for an astonishing global headline, regardless of which side prevails. I understand. I will promptly deliver this news to Charlemagne, Stanley exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Go forth, Stanley. I shall ensure that tomorrow's world news headline is splendidly preserved for you. An hour later, atop the red line at the Holy Land Mariewa, Charlemagne, having received word from Sabaody, felt a fiery vengeance ignite within him upon learning that the pirate who had attacked him a year prior had resurfaced. Contact the Navy headquarters at once. I must speak directly with the Gora CI and instruct them to order the Navy to dispatch all 3 admirals. This time, I will ensure that this wretched pirate is captured alive. I want to witness him being torn apart right before my eyes. The wounds inflicted by Ace on Charlemagne had yet to heal, still causing him lingering pain each day. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat with a furrowed brow, gazing at the transponder snail before him. On the sofa across from him sat 2 individuals, one donned in a red suit with a cloak of justice, sitting upright and serious, the other sporting black curly hair and dressed in a yellow and white striped suit, with a circle of facial hair and sunglasses. They were none other than 2 of the Navy's highest-ranking admirals, Akina Sakazuki and Kizaru Borsellino. Fleet Admiral, what has transpired? Kizaru inquired of Sengoku. Having just received news from the Holy Land of Mariewa, 1 year ago, the pirate known as Fire Fist Port Ghastie, Ace, who had attacked the Holy Land, has reappeared in the Sabaody Archipelago. Upon learning this, the Holy Saint Charlemagne has requested that we dispatch an admiral to capture him. Sengoku's expression was one of concern. What's there to fret about? Allow me to handle it and bring him back, Kizaru replied languidly. However, Charlemagne is exerting pressure through the 5 elders, demanding that I send 3 admirals simultaneously, ensuring that Fire Fist is captured alive, Sengoku said, his countenance darkening. We are not the servants of the celestial dragons. Why should we heed their commands? Akina spoke, his voice grave. This matter could have been resolved a year ago, but it was Kazan's negligence that allowed that pirate, Port Gas, to escape, leading us to this predicament. This is a disgrace to the title of admiral. Akainu rose, resolutely declaring, this time, I shall take it upon myself to apprehend the pirate Port Ghastie Ace. Sengoku looked at both Akainu and Kizaru, stating, You 2 will go together on this mission. It is imperative that you capture Fire Fist Ace alive. Wait, Sengoku, are you serious? Kizaru asked, astonished. To mobilize 2 admirals for a mere pirate? Indeed. Sengoku replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Akainu. And remember my orders. He must be captured alive. Do you understand? Akainu met Sengoku's eyes, noting a fleeting look of awkwardness in Sengoku's gaze. With a dismissive sound, Akainu turned and exited Sengoku's office. Borsellino, keep an eye on Akainu. Ensure he does not kill that pirate. The 5 elders' order is to capture him alive, Sengoku instructed Kizaru. Understood, Admiral Sengoku, Kizaru replied with a smile before departing the office as well. Once Akainu and Kizaru had left, Sengoku sighed deeply and murmured, Carp, do not hold this against me. I have no choice in this matter. Let your grandson reflect on his actions and impel down for a while. The following day, the entire Spade Pirates crew arose early, filled with vigor as they arrived at the coated factory port in District 41. Rayleigh had coated the Thousand Sunny days prior. At long last, we are once again aboard the Thousand Sunny. How nostalgic this feels, remarked Navigator Connolly, caressing the ship. After a year, we are finally setting sail again. I am so looking forward to it, exclaimed the cyborg Frankie, eyes gleaming with excitement. This time, we shall not turn back halfway, Gamby stated earnestly. We will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle this time, Ace declared confidently, raising his arm and surveying his comrades, proclaiming loudly, our destination is Fishman Island. Set sail, everyone, we embark. Hoist the sails, we set forth. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, the sails of the Spade ship ascended slowly. Master Rayleigh and Ace approached the bow, where Ace gazed at Rayleigh, standing at the harbor, and proclaimed loudly, I shall surpass that man. Rayleigh waved his hand toward Ace, his eyes glistening with tears, silently affirming, that you have not inherited Roger's will, I believe you will achieve it, Ace. The Spade Pirates' renewed voyage commenced without incident, or so it seemed, until an unforeseen event transpired. Boom. Just as Ace and his crew prepared to set sail, a cannonball suddenly hurtled toward them from the distance, interrupting their departure, and all eyes turned in astonishment toward the incoming projectile. Yet the cannonball itself was not the true surprise. It was the figure standing atop it. It was he. Upon seeing the person atop the cannonball, Ace's expression grew solemn. Vice Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters. Oh dear, I've caught up, Kizaru remarked in a flippant tone as he stood on the cannonball, observing the Spade Pirates preparing to embark. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, you might have escaped. Vice Admiral Kizaru. Ace fixated his gaze on the seemingly lecherous man, his demeanor tense. If Ace most feared Akainu among the three admirals, he certainly wished to avoid an encounter with Kizaru. Unlike Akiji's lazy justice and Akainu's absolute justice, Kizaru adhered to ambiguous justice. Though he often appeared lethargic and roguish, one could never predict when he might become serious, and when he did, Kizaru, while perhaps not the strongest of the three admirals, was undoubtedly the most troublesome. It's me, Kizaru said, his form transforming into a flash of light, vanishing from the cannonball and reappearing on the Spade ship. His gaze swept over all the members of the Spade Pirates before finally resting on Ace. As he spoke in his peculiar tone, you must be Port Asti, Ace, correct? Indeed. Flames ignited across Ace's body as he smiled at Kizaru, stating, I never anticipated that our departure a year later would be graced by a Navy admiral. What an honor. An admiral? Not necessarily, Kizaru replied with a slight smile. As his words fell, his body shimmered once more and disappeared, only to reappear beside Ace, one foot already poised in a sidekick. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Boom. With that proclamation, Kizaru's luminous leg struck Ace, propelling him from the Spade ship and into the Yarkaman red tree on the island, the blinding laser severing the number 41 red tree in half. Ace, X5 Captain Ace, X6 on board the Spade ship, Gamby and the others cried out in alarm upon witnessing Ace being kicked away by Kizaru. I'm fine. Emerging from the explosion, Ace gazed at Kizaru with a smile and remarked, even if you are an admiral, launching an attack without a word will surely provoke my ire. Alas, you are indeed a user of the Logia type. How formidable. Upon hearing Ace's words, Kizaru offered a faint smile. Then his form transformed into a brilliant flash, instantly appearing before Ace. With a smirk, he addressed Ace, if you are indeed upset, what shall you do about it? Naturally, I will send you flying, Ace declared, raising his hand, with the armament hockey enveloping his fist, and struck towards Kizaru. Sensing the armament hockey coiling around Ace's punch, the smile on Kizaru's face vanished in an instant. He raised his arm to block Ace's blow. I thought you wouldn't block it, Ace said with a grin. Oh dear, you've even mastered hockey, how terrifying. It seems I can no longer take it so lightly, Kizaru replied, his lecherous grin still intact. Yet his gaze had turned serious. He then lifted his hand and extended a finger towards Ace. Buzz. A blinding flash shot from Kizaru's fingertip, aimed directly at Ace's head. Ace tilted his head, evading the blinding light, and then ignited a searing flame in his right hand, launching a fiery fist toward Kizaru. The flame-imbued punch struck Kizaru, propelling him into the air, yet his body disintegrated into glimmers, deftly avoiding the fiery onslaught. In midair, Kizaru crossed his arms, rapidly gathering blinding light. Just as he was about to unleash his power, a figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a kick that sent him flying. It was Rayleigh. Ace, leave Kizaru to me. You and your crew set sail, Rayleigh said with a smile, swiftly dashing towards the direction where Kizaru had been sent sprawling. Kizaru, caught off guard by Rayleigh's sudden ambush, was propelled from Area 41 to Area 53, traversing 2 zones. Dark King Rayleigh. Kizaru, somewhat disheveled, gazed at Rayleigh, his previously sly grin replaced by a serious demeanor. I had heard whispers of your seclusion on this island. I never expected to encounter you here. This truly complicates matters. Kizaru, feeling a headache coming on, remarked. Since you have chosen to live in seclusion, why re-emerge before the world? Because Ace is my disciple, Rayleigh replied, gripping his sword with one hand, a smile gracing his face. As he embarks on his journey, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from interfering. That is out of the question. If he escapes again, our Navy's reputation will be utterly tarnished, Kizaru retorted, scratching his chin contemplatively. Then it appears we have no choice, Rayleigh declared, raising his sword towards Kizaru. Though I may be aging and my strength waning, it will not be easy for you to pass me. Oh dear, this complicates matters. Kizaru suddenly interjected. However, I am not alone in this endeavor. Rayleigh's smile vanished as he focused his observation hockey towards Ace and his crew, his expression shifting dramatically. You've dispatched 2 admirals, Rayleigh exclaimed incredulously, looking at Kizaru. To think 2 admirals would be sent to apprehend Ace. Has his identity been exposed? Though it is somewhat embarrassing. This command came directly from the 5 elders. We are quite helpless in this situation, Kizaru said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. While our orders are to capture that fiery young man alive, given Akainu's temperament, if you impede me, he may very well eliminate that young man. Rayleigh pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. What do 2 admirals matter? As long as I can hold you back. 1 admiral alone cannot stop Ace. He has grown remarkably strong. Rayleigh spent a year on Sky Island instructing Ace, and he possessed a profound understanding of Ace's capabilities. He believed that while Ace might not be able to contend with an admiral's formidable strength, escaping from an admiral's subordinate should pose no difficulty. You are overly optimistic, Rayleigh, Yellow Monkey remarked with a dismissive smirk. If the adversary were either myself or Kazan, your assessment might hold merit. However, facing Sakazuki, such optimism could indeed lead to grave consequences. Let us await the outcome, Rayleigh replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Ace and his companions were preparing to flee, taking advantage of Rayleigh's diversion of Yellow Monkey. Just as they were ready to set sail, a naval warship unexpectedly loomed before them. It's him. How is this possible? Ace's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the cold, imposing figure at the ship's bow. Admiral Akainu. Another admiral has arrived. Ace exclaimed in disbelief. Has the Navy headquarters lost its sanity to deploy 2 admirals simultaneously? That ship is undoubtedly the target, Akainu observed from a distance, eyeing the Spade pirate's vessel. Indeed, Admiral Sakazuki. The ship in question carries the target, Port Asti, Ace, and his associates, his lieutenant confirmed. With no further ado, Akainu, stationed at the forefront of the warship, unleashed a devastating magma fist upon confirming Ace's identity. The searing lava erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, hurtling towards the Spade ship with ferocious intensity. Flame Pillar. As Ace unleashed a swirling inferno, a towering column of flames erupted into the sky, meeting the ferocious blaze of Admiral Akainu. The thunderous clash reverberated as flames and magma collided above, exploding into a breathtaking spectacle akin to resplendent fireworks. It was thwarted. The Admiral's onslaught had been intercepted. The onlookers, captivated by the sight of Akainu's infernal attack being countered by Ace's fiery fist, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, hidden among the crowd, the journalists from the World News Organization fervently clicked their shutters, capturing this moment from every conceivable angle. Incredible! The Navy headquarters has dispatched 2 admirals, Stanley exclaimed in shock, clutching a din-din mushy. Ha ha ha. Look, Stanley, this is the kind of world-shattering news we've been waiting for, Morgan boasted, grinning from ear to ear as he observed the unfolding events through the din-din mushy. On board the warship, Akainu furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing his move being deflected. He then stepped forward, propelling himself into the air towards the Spade ship. Prepare to set sail. I will hold him off, Ace called out to his comrades before leaping into action, enveloped in blazing flames as he charged at Akainu. Perceiving Ace's advance, Akainu's right arm began to transform, morphing into a torrent of crimson magma as he swung a powerful fist toward Ace. The simplicity of Akainu's punch belied its cataclysmic force, akin to the eruption of a volcano, leaving Ace feeling as though he stood at the very edge of the abyss. Flame Fist. Ace similarly unleashed a punch, his blazing fiery fist colliding with Akainu's molten magma strike. However, it was swiftly suppressed and subsequently shattered, with the searing lava surging towards Ace. Ace swiftly retreated, landing on the island, his gaze heavy as he regarded Akainu. Setting aside the immense temperature of the magma fruit's elemental form, the sheer explosive power was truly terrifying. Each punch from Akainu felt akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting suddenly. The overwhelming force alone instilled a sense of dread. Infernal Hound. Akainu's figure descended, unleashing a powerful punch towards Ace, ferocious magma surging forth like a blazing hellhound, lunging fiercely at Ace. 5,000 degrees Fire Fist. Ace unleashed a fiery fist, the flames coalescing into a blazing punch aimed at the magma hound. Boom! The fiery fist collided with the hellish beast. Yet Ace's flame-laden strike was utterly incapable of withstanding the terrifying force of the magma dog. The searing fire dissipated instantly, and the scalding magma splattered upon Ace. Ace swiftly retreated, glancing down at the areas of his body that had come into contact with the lava, only to be met with a searing sensation of pain. How could it be that Captain Ace had sustained burns? Aboard the Spade ship, the crew members gazed at Ace's injury inflicted by Akainu's magma with expressions of disbelief. Originally, it was presumed that Ace, who possessed the Mera Mera no Mi, would never experience the sensation of being scorched by flames. Yet, the magma from Akainu had indeed caused him to feel pain. Could this be the inherent disadvantage of being countered by another's fruitability? Had he grown complacent, believing himself invincible as a Logia user? As Akainu approached Ace, he remarked, "Your power is fire, while mine is magma, capable of incinerating even flames. Our abilities are fundamentally hierarchical. In essence, no matter your efforts, you are destined to be unable to triumph over me." So, it is true that the concept of elemental countering exists? Paying little heed to Akainu's words, Ace diverted his gaze and offered a faint smile. He had refrained from utilizing Haki earlier, wishing to ascertain the authenticity of this notion of elemental disadvantage. The recent pain had confirmed that the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi were indeed restrained by the Magu Magu no Mi. His flames could not consume Akainu's magma, while Akainu's magma could effortlessly extinguish his flames. This was a natural disadvantage, a clear representation of elemental countering. Nevertheless, even with his abilities being countered, it required the opponent's powers to physically touch him. There were numerous ways to counteract this, especially considering he had already mastered Haki. Furthermore, ever since his last flight aboard Enel's flying vessel at an altitude of 100,000 meters, his flames had undergone a profound transformation. Ace raised his hand, his palm outstretched, as a flicker of flame ignited within his grasp. Ace, this time, refrained from employing his Haki, for he still needed to ascertain a particular matter. Under Ace's command, the temperature of the flames began to soar rapidly. 1,000 degrees, 5,000 degrees, 8,000 degrees, 10,000 degrees. Within mere seconds, the temperature of the flames in Ace's palm reached an astonishing 10,000 degrees, yet this was not the pinnacle. As the temperature surpassed this threshold, the color of the flames began to transform, shifting from a vivid crimson to a brilliant white. Akainu, you claim our abilities are bound by a hierarchy? Ace, cradling the white flames in his palm, extended his hand slightly towards Akainu and declared, "Then let us see if your magma can extinguish my fire. Which is superior, your magma or my flames that have transcended their limits? Open your eyes and witness clearly." Akainu. Ace suddenly clenched his fist, and white flames enveloped his hand before he launched a powerful punch towards Akainu. "Ignorance will not render you strong, brat." Akainu's expression grew increasingly frigid, with crimson magma dripping from his body as he retaliated with a punch aimed at Ace. Great fire. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom as Akainu's fist collided with Ace's. The blazing magma erupted from Akainu's arm, yet it was fiercely repelled by the flames emanating from Ace's fist, igniting in the process. Witnessing this, Akainu's demeanor shifted dramatically, his arms surged with power, akin to a terrifying volcano erupting toward Ace. The overwhelming force sent Ace hurtling through the air, yet he erupted into joyous laughter. In stark contrast, Akainu's expression darkened. Raising his hand, Akainu discovered a burn mark upon the back of his hand. Ha ha! Ace rose from the ruins, laughing heartily. Since his arrival in this world, He had been suspecting that his ability to bask in sunlight and elevate the temperature of his elemental flames was not merely a result of the Mera Mera Nomi, but rather a special boon acquired through his traversal. After Ace ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, allowing his flames to surpass a temperature of 10,000 degrees, a qualitative transformation occurred in his elemental flames. Initially, he believed this change stemmed from the awakening of his fruit's power, but later realized it was not the case. It became evident that Ace's conjecture was correct. According to the established lore of the pirate world, the abilities of he and Akainu were in a superior subordinate dynamic. If this dynamic were indeed true, then even if Ace's powers awakened, he could not inflict harm upon Akainu. Thus, he needed to ascertain the source of this transformation. Now, Ace could confirm that this change was not merely an awakening of his fruit's capabilities. It was a manifestation of the special boon he had acquired through his traversal, with Akainu's burn serving as irrefutable evidence. This indicated that once Ace's flames underwent their qualitative transformation, the erstwhile dynamic of their abilities had been shattered. However, the disruption of their fruit's opposing relationship did not imply that Ace's flames had surpassed Akainu's magma. Rather, it transitioned from a state where only Akainu could inflict damage upon Ace to one where they could harm each other. Yet, Ace harbored a premonition that the current transformation of his flames was not the final evolution. Perhaps, when the temperature of his flames exceeded 20,000, 30,000, or even 100,000 degrees, a further metamorphosis would occur, potentially altering their abilities such that he could unilaterally dominate Akainu. Of course, this was merely Ace's aspiration. The true outcome would only be revealed upon the next qualitative transformation of his flames. Nevertheless, realizing that the previously established superior-subordinate relationship of their abilities had been dismantled was already a significant victory in this battle. K9 devouring Crimson Lotus. Having sensed the imminent threat posed by Ace's abilities, Akainu unleashed a lethal assault, with his Crimson Magma Dog head lunging towards Ace in a voracious manner. 100 degrees. The flames transformed. Ace raised his body, assuming a fighting stance, while simultaneously elevating the temperature of his flame to an astonishing 10,000 degrees, altering the very nature of the fire within him. A pure white flame erupted from his being, coalescing around his right fist. Pure Flame Fist. The pristine white flame symbolized purity and flawlessness, prompting Ace to name it Pure Flame. With a thunderous crash, the crimson magma collided with the immaculate white fire fist, creating a colossal spherical shockwave, each color occupying its own half. The intense clash caused the entire Area 41 to tremble violently. Armament. Suddenly, Ace's figure surged forth from the fiery chaos, darting swiftly towards Akainu. He spread his hands wide, enveloped in the power of armament Haki, positioning his palms against Akainu's chest. Sky God Strike. Bang! The Haki-imbued palms struck Akainu's chest, sending his towering form hurtling away. Akainu was propelled a considerable distance, soaring over an entire district. Upon landing, he did not return to continue the fight with Ace, fully aware that there was no time left. Unlike Kizaru, he lacked the instantaneous speed to traverse an area in the blink of an eye. By the time he arrived, Ace and his comrades would undoubtedly have fled. Reflecting on Ace's final strike, a slight twitch crossed Akainu's cold visage. Although Ace's last attack had taken him by surprise, it was primarily his own negligence that had led to this moment, as he had not anticipated that Ace had mastered Haki, achieving a level of armament Haki potent enough to shake a vice admiral's physique. A vice admiral sent flying. The onlookers in Area 41, including the crew aboard the Spade, gaped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Oh my, Captain Ace is incredible. Captain Ace has sent a vice admiral flying. The crew aboard the Spade could no longer contain their exhilaration. They were pirates, well aware of the formidable strength of a Navy admiral, yet now, one was being sent flying by their own captain. What could be more joyous than witnessing their captain's overwhelming power? After dispatching Akainu, Ace leaped onto the deck of the Spade, basking in the adoration of his crew. A slow smile spread across his lips. While his victory over Akainu had indeed been unexpected, it was an undeniable fact witnessed by all. He felt no need to offer explanations, for there were no surprises in battle. Moreover, on this very day, he had faced two admirals directly, not only successfully escaping but also striking down Admiral Akainu before the eyes of many. Such an achievement, even in the New World, would undoubtedly elevate his reputation to extraordinary heights. Ace raised his hand and proclaimed loudly to his waiting companions, "My friends, Not even an admiral of the Navy can thwart our journey to conquer the Grand Line. Hoist the sails, we set sail. Hooray! Setting sail, setting sail. We shall return to the new world. Hooray! Hoist the sails, we embark. Amidst the jubilant cheers of all, the gilded membrane of the Spade gradually ascended, transforming into a colossal circular bubble that enveloped the entire vessel. In the distance, Rayleigh, who had inexplicably returned, observed as the Spade slowly vanished beneath the waves, lingering on the shore for a considerable time before departing. Beneath the surface, under Cornelia's command, the Spade navigated steadily towards the ocean depths. This was not their first journey to Fishman Island, and thus, their voyage unfolded without incident, leading them smoothly to their destination. The crew remained exhilarated, still captivated by the image of Echina being sent flying by their Captain Strike. Ace smiled as he gazed at them, simultaneously contemplating the plans for their arrival in the new world. Unlike the original storyline where Luffy and his companions arrived at Fishman Island, at this moment, the island was under the dominion of Whitebeard. The entrance was adorned with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, and under its protection, along with the guardianship of the Fishman pirates, few dared disturb trouble on Fishman Island. "Captain Ace, shall we make a stop at Fishman Island?" asked the helmsman, Woolies of the Fishman tribe, as he turned to Ace. "No need," Ace replied with a gentle shake of his head. "After we replenish some essential supplies, we shall head straight to the new world." Although Ace is eager to meet that humanoid ancient weapon from Dragon Palace City, the time is not yet ripe. For him, the foremost priority is to establish a foothold in the new world and steadily accumulate strength. Ace was acutely aware that following the recent incident in Sabaody, his name would undoubtedly echo throughout the vast seas, drawing the attention of many. For Ace, his identity had always been akin to a ticking time bomb. Without the protection of Whitebeard, he needed to amass sufficient strength for self-preservation before his true identity was fully exposed. Once revealed, he would have to forge an alliance with either Whitebeard or Shanks to ensure his survival. However, to ally with one of the four emperors rather than submit to their command, he would need to demonstrate a level of power that warranted their respect. Ace glanced at his companions and sighed inwardly, saying, "To earn the recognition of the four emperors, we still have a long way to go. The bloodline of the Pirate King, when one is weak, may serve as a harbinger of doom, yet when one becomes powerful, it can transform into a prestigious emblem." This is evident from the original narrative, where, 2 years later, upon the Straw Hat Crew's reunion at Sabaody, those imposters claiming to be part of the crew were able to gather countless followers simply by invoking their name. Ace harbors a lucid vision for his future. He refuses to be anyone's subordinate or to fall under anyone's banner, yet he does not dismiss the idea of forging alliances. In his perspective, should he seek allies, the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates would undoubtedly serve as the most suitable partners. However, given his current strength, it is evident that he lacks the qualifications to earn the recognition of the four emperors in the new world, thus necessitating a rapid accumulation of power. To ally with forces of such magnitude, one must possess considerable strength themselves. At present, the force Ace can rally includes not only the crew of the Spade pirates but also the formidable members of the Brookmonk pirates led by Urich, the Heart pirates under Law, and Enel along with his priests still residing in Skypiea. The prowess of Enel is beyond question once he masters Haki. Even if he does not attain the rank of an admiral in the short term, he will undoubtedly surpass the majority of the 7 warlords. The Breakermonk pirates led by Ulki and the Heart pirates under Law may currently be lacking in strength, yet given time, they will evolve into formidable forces that cannot be ignored. A year is ample time for their growth. Ace removed his hat and mused to himself. During this period, I shall set a modest goal for myself. First, I will carve out a territory of my own in the new world. Upon entering Fishman Island, Ace and his crew prepared to rest for the night and replenish their essential supplies, with all crew members dispersing to attend to their individual tasks. Ace found himself wandering through Fishman Street when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd, Carla, a member of the Revolutionary Army. Once a slave to the Celestial Dragons, Carla was liberated during Fisher Tiger's audacious infiltration of Mariehua, where thousands of slaves were freed. After her rescue, she spent some time aboard the ship of the Sun Pirates before joining the Revolutionary Army at the tender age of 13. In her role within the Revolutionary Army, she served as a secretary to Sabo. Although not an officer, her capabilities were remarkable, earning her the praise from Sabo. "Is there anything in this world that you cannot handle?" She was a woman of considerable prowess and intelligence. "Is it her?" Ace observed Carla as she hurriedly navigated through the throng, occasionally glancing back as though evading someone. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to follow her. Shortly thereafter, Carla arrived at a deserted alleyway at a corner, where two men in white suits and peculiar masks appeared, blocking her path. Is it CP0? Hidden in the shadows. Ace swiftly recognized them as members of the world government's most enigmatic intelligence agency. Revolutionary Carla, surrender yourself, declared the tall CP0 member as he approached her. You think capturing me will be so simple, lackeys of the world government? Carla replied with a light laugh, then delivered a swift kick toward the advancing CP0 agent. Tech-Eye. The CP0 member employed the technique known as Tech-Eye, allowing Carla's kick to strike him without budging an inch, before reaching out to seize her. Carla's body spun gracefully in the air, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the CP0 agent's face. Shark fist. Thud. Carla's fist connected solidly with the CP0 member's face, shattering his mask and sending his towering form reeling backward. Interestingly, beneath the broken mask, another mask was revealed. This woman possesses formidable strength. Ace, having witnessed Carla's prowess, chose to remain concealed in the shadows, refraining from intervening. Ace was genuinely intrigued by Keela's purpose for visiting Fishman Island. The members of the Revolutionary Army seldom reveal themselves, yet their presence invariably heralds significant events. In the original narrative, this woman appeared alongside Sabo in Dressrosa, and after Luffy triumphed over Doflamingo, she effortlessly absconded with a substantial cache of weaponry intended for trade, executing the transaction with remarkable ease. As the saying goes, no one seeks the three treasures haul without reason, and he could hardly believe that this woman had come to Fishman Island merely for leisure. At that moment, another CP0 agent advanced towards Keela, thrusting a sharp finger gun aimed directly at her prominent chest, hidden in the shadows. Ace could no longer restrain himself upon witnessing this scene. After all, this woman was the childhood friend of his sworn brother. He could not stand idly by while she was threatened in such a manner. Crossfire. Ace interlaced his fingers, forming a cross, and then unleashed a searing cross of flames that pierced through the arm of the CP0 agent. Heh, striking a woman is hardly the act of a gentleman, Ace remarked, adjusting his hat as he stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor. It's you. Upon seeing Ace, the two CP0 agents immediately recognized him. One of them spoke sternly, the pirate port asked Ace, with a bounty of 355 million, after a year of disappearance, why do you appear on Fishman Island? Obstructing our capture of a notorious criminal? Carla, who was responsible for gathering intelligence for the Revolutionary Army, gazed at Ace in astonishment. She was certainly aware of his identity, though her knowledge was limited to the surface. It's merely a coincidence, Ace chuckled, replying, and given that you are lackeys of the world government, it is quite normal for a pirate like me to hinder your efforts. I assenti it. Since that is the case, we retreat. The two CP0 agents exchanged glances before decisively turning to leave. Ace watched in astonishment as the two vanished swiftly, disappearing before both him and Carla. It seems they are already aware of the happenings in Sabaody Archipelago, Ace remarked with a smile. Beyond this reason, he could think of no other explanation that would compel two formidable CP0 agents to retreat without further ado upon encountering him. Never mind. Ace shook his head and turned to Carla, smiling as he asked, So, Miss Carla of the Revolutionary Army, could you enlighten me as to why you are here? Pursued by the world government? What are your intentions? Carla immediately regarded Ace with suspicion, her demeanor suggesting he posed a threat. Miss Carla, there is no need for such wariness. While I am not a member of the Revolutionary Army, I am an acquaintance of Kuma, Ace said, his expression remaining friendly. Kuma? Upon hearing this, Carla's vigilance lessened slightly, though doubt still lingered in her mind. Oh, and I am also acquainted with Sabo, and our relationship is quite close. Though he may not remember that now, Ace added. Sabo. As soon as Carla heard Ace mention Sabo, her skepticism diminished further, prompting her to inquire. What is your relationship with Sabo? He has never mentioned you. Carla was aware that Sabo had suffered an injury in his childhood, which erased his memories from before the incident. Yet, Ace's demeanor suggested a genuine connection to Sabo, leading her to begin believing in Ace's claims. We are brothers, Ace smiled, stating, we shared a blood oath in our youth, making us sworn brothers. Yes, I am the elder brother. What? You are actually Sabo's brother. Keela gazed at Ace in astonishment, surveying him from head to toe before retrieving a din mushi. Please hold on, let me confirm something. Hello, this is Sabo, came the voice from the other, and once the call connected. Sabo, it's me, Keela announced, identifying herself. Oh, Keela. Hearing your voice lightens my mood, Sabo replied, inquiring, so, did you successfully acquire the item? Let us set that aside for now, Keela interrupted, addressing the Din Din Mushi. I encountered someone on Fishman Island who claims to be your sworn brother. What? Sabo on the other end paused, taken aback, before asking, my sworn brother? Who is it? I don't recall. His name is Ace, Port Asti. Ace, and he is a pirate, Keela responded. Ace? Sabo fell silent for a moment before saying, I have no recollection. May I speak with him? Of course. Keela handed the Din Din Mushi to Ace, who smiled and said, Hey, Sabo, it's Ace. How have you been? I'm sorry, but I don't remember you. Are you truly my sworn brother? Sabo's voice trembled with anxiety. At that moment, Sabo's feelings were tumultuous. He had no memories of the events following his injury, yet he hoped that Ace spoke the truth, for it would mean reclaiming his past. However, he feared that Ace might be deceiving him, which could lead to his own disappointment and potentially place Keela in danger. Ace, you've endured much over the years, Ace said after a brief silence, a remark that left Sabo puzzled. Ace then began to recount their childhood together, sharing memories, including the day they and Luffy partook in the Brotherhood sake, a gradual unfolding of their shared past. Sabo had no recollections of the events Ace described. Yet for some inexplicable reason, as he listened to Ace's familiar yet vague voice, tears began to stream down his face uncontrollably. The instinct of the body and the emotions buried within the depths of the human subconscious do not deceive. Sabo had completely come to believe Ace's words, although his memories remained elusive. Can I call you Ace? Sabo asked, wiping away his tears with caution. Absolutely not. Ace firmly declined the title, then added seriously, you must refer to me as Big Brother Ace. Though uncertain of the truth behind Ace's words, Sabo instinctively resisted the title of Big Brother Ace. Thus, he deftly changed the subject, saying, Ace, although I have not yet recalled our shared history, I fully believe in our bond now. And from what I can gather, you must have been keeping an eye on me. Therefore, you should be aware of my identity, correct? Ah, Uncle Long's disciple, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. You have indeed ascended to prominence, Ace remarked with a smile. So you are aware of the leader as well? On the other end of the transponder snail. Sabo's tone turned grave as he addressed Ace. Ace, I have a favor to ask of you. Kureha is currently in possession of something of great significance, and she is being pursued by the world government. I am unable to leave my post at the moment. Could you assist in protecting her for a while? Of course. We are brothers after all, Ace responded without hesitation, readily acquiescing to Sabo's request. He then inquired, but could you enlighten me on what Kureha possesses? Although the Revolutionary Army has been relentlessly hunted by the world government, the fact that CP0 is personally in pursuit signifies that what Kureha holds is of paramount importance to both the world government and the Revolutionary Army. Ask Kureha yourself. She will disclose it to you, Sabo replied. Ace, I eagerly anticipate the moment we shall meet. After uttering those words of anticipation, Sabo promptly ended the call. In the new world, amidst the chaos of an island, Sabo, clutching the transponder snail, gazed vacantly at the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. His hasty disconnection from the call was not due to urgency, but rather his fear of continuing the conversation with Ace, as he worried that he might succumb to the overwhelming desire to rush over and meet him. I feel the same way. I truly wish to see you at once. Sabo. Ace wiped his eyes and then returned the transponder snail to Kureha. Hello, Sabo-kun? Kureha called into the transponder snail, only to find that the line had already gone dead. Her delicate features immediately contorted with irritation, and she exclaimed, Sabo-kun, how rude. I still have more to say. He might be busy. Ace offered a brief explanation and then turned to Kureha. Now, can you tell me why CP0 is pursuing you? Kureha hesitated for a moment before producing a thick notebook from her belongings and handing it to Ace. This is Dr. Vegapunk's research journal. Oh, it is indeed Vegapunk's research journal. Ace exclaimed in astonishment as he accepted the notebook and flipped through a few pages, only to realize he could not comprehend the contents. He casually returned the notebook to Kureha and remarked, to think you managed to acquire something so significant. It is no wonder the world government is so troubled by you. Indeed, we are revolutionaries, Kureha replied with pride. The research facility of Vegapunk is among the most heavily guarded locations by the world government. We exerted tremendous effort to bring this item out. Was it because of Kuma? Ace smiled and inquired, Carla, could you enlighten me on the nature of the transaction that Kuma engaged in with the world government? It is perplexing that a man who harbors such disdain for the world government would willingly surrender his own body to the research of Vegapunk. Ace gazed intently at Carla, his voice low and serious. Among the companions that Ace holds in high regard, the name Bartholomew Kuma stands out as one he is particularly eager to recruit. Ace is determined to uncover the nature of Kuma's dealings with the world government, or more specifically, with Vegapunk, to the extent that he is willing to sacrifice his own body for answers. "You knew about this all along?" Kurla exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Ace. It was evident that the knowledge of Kuma's transactions with the world government was scarce, even within the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. In the original narrative, even the cadre member, the Okama King Ivankov, was only aware that Kuma accepted an invitation from the world government to become a warlord of the sea for the purpose of facilitating greater contributions to the Revolutionary Army. He remained unaware that Kuma had engaged in deeper arrangements with Vegapunk, possibly involving alterations to his very being by that scientific madman. After a moment of contemplation, Kurla spoke. "I cannot ascertain the specifics of the dealings between Kuma and Vegapunk, but it is true that this notebook was indeed brought out by Kuma. Over the years, he has extracted numerous research from Vegapunk's laboratory, and the rapid advancement of our Revolutionary Army owes much to these findings. To say nothing of the fact that the ability for ships to access the Grand Line without traversing Reverse Mountain has provided immense convenience for our cause. Indeed, Kuma and Vegapunk are entangled in clandestine dealings. However, it remains uncertain whether these transactions were conducted in secrecy or with the tacit approval of the world government." Ace contemplated the notion that Kuma and Vegapunk may have clandestinely forged an agreement. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the world government to stand idly by while the Revolutionary Army rapidly advanced using Vegapunk's groundbreaking research. It seemed plausible that they engaged in some covert exchange. Could it be that the world government's pacifist robots, modeled after Kuma, were also being studied by the Revolutionary Army? This possibility crossed Ace's mind, yet he quickly dismissed it as unlikely. The production of such pacifist robots would not only be exorbitantly costly, but would also require exceedingly rare resources, a luxury the impoverished Revolutionary Army could scarcely afford. "Do you know what valuable research is contained within this notebook?" Ace inquired, casting a glance at Kira. "This notebook holds an abundance of highly valuable research findings, including innovative gunpowder and laser weaponry. Most importantly, Vegapunk has meticulously documented his complete research on enabling objects to consume devil fruits. Thus, this notebook is of immense significance. I must ensure its safe delivery to Sabo," Kira replied with a grave expression. "Enabling objects to consume devil fruits? What an extraordinary breakthrough!" Ace exclaimed, marveling at Kira's words. The legendary super scientist, lauded for being 5 centuries ahead of contemporary technology, certainly lived up to his reputation. In the original narrative, whether it was the genetic enhancements of Germa 66 from the North Blue or the artificial devil fruits traded between Doflamingo and Kaido, Vegapunk's influence was unmistakably present, seemingly crafting these remnants that others discarded. After the Paramount War, Frankie, too, had experienced a remarkable transformation upon discovering Vegapunk's abandoned research facility, significantly augmenting his power. Ironically, the technologies Frankie inherited were merely remnants of Vegapunk's childhood aspirations. The emergence of artificial devil fruits stemmed from Vegapunk's revelations regarding the conditions under which devil fruits communicated within the human body, culminating in the creation of the first artificial devil fruit. Most intriguingly, the essence of Vegapunk's most crucial research, referred to as the blueprint of life, remains shrouded in mystery, underscoring the enigmatic nature of his existence, which arguably eclipses even that of Enel. Thus, Kira's assertion that Vegapunk's laboratory is among the most meticulously protected places in the world is hardly an exaggeration. After all, one of the 3 admirals, Kazuru, is tasked with serving as Vegapunk's bodyguard. It is evident that without Vegapunk's explicit consent, the prospect of extracting research results from his laboratory is nothing short of a fanciful dream. This serves to illustrate the pivotal role Kuma has played in enabling the Revolutionary Army to access Vegapunk's successful research over the years. Since Ace has already deemed Kuma a necessary ally in his heart, he cannot bear to watch him be completely transformed into a soulless automaton by Vegapunk as in the original narrative. Therefore, to expedite the process of recruiting Kuma, the pace must be quickened. Firstly, attempting to persuade him through virtue alone is futile. Kuma's willingness to sacrifice himself for the Revolutionary Army undoubtedly stems from a steadfast belief, which must be shattered to draw him into their ranks. This task is undoubtedly formidable, yet not insurmountable. If dismantling his belief proves ineffective, alternative approaches must be explored. In any case, regardless of the method employed, Ace is resolute in securing this companion. What is Kuma doing now? Ace suddenly inquired of Kureha. I do not know. Kureha replied, shaking her head. After Kuma entrusted this notebook to her comrades, he has temporarily lost contact. It is worth mentioning that every time Kuma emerges from Vegapunk's laboratory with something, he tends to go missing for a while. This occurrence has become increasingly frequent over the years, and the duration of his absence has also lengthened, she expressed with concern. It seems that Vegapunk's modifications on Kuma have already commenced. It remains uncertain at what stage they currently are. Ace pondered. Recalling the original plot when Kuma first encountered the Straw Hat crew, his body was nearly entirely transformed, as evidenced when Zaro tore his clothing. No, next time we meet. No matter the method, Kuma must not continue to undergo Vegapunk's modifications. Ace resolved in his heart, declaring that if he cannot persuade Kuma, he will resort to force to ensure his retention. Captain Ace, you have returned. Oh, who is this adorable young lady? Upon witnessing Ace return from an outing with an adorable young girl, his comrades erupted with excitement, circling around Kila with unrestrained curiosity. After all, the Spade Pirates had not a single female member, being comprised entirely of rugged men, and rather peculiar ones at that. However, Kila's presence infused the crew with a newfound vitality. The following day, the Spade Pirates ship glided gently out of Fishman Island. Initially, Ace intended to visit the mermaid Charlie, known for her fortune-telling abilities, but after rescuing Kila, he abandoned that plan. His previous escapades at Sabaody Archipelago had already drawn considerable attention, and now, with Kila, a member of the Revolutionary Army, alongside him, the stakes were even higher. To complicate matters, Kila carried Vegapunk's notes, a treasure of such immense value that the world government would undoubtedly dispatch an admiral to retrieve it, and they would not take such a matter lightly. Thus, Ace and his crew lingered only a night at Fishman Island before making their swift departure. Beyond the confines of Fishman Island lay the New World, a treacherous and formidable sea, notorious not only for its unpredictable and violent weather, but also for being the realm of the Four Emperors, the most powerful pirates on the ocean. To establish oneself in the New World, a pirate must possess formidable strength to dominate a territory, as well as a robust crew. Otherwise, survival becomes an arduous challenge. Upon entering the New World, Ace's ambition was to secure an island, recruit formidable allies, and subsequently forge alliances with the red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard, two of the Four Emperors, in hopes of achieving one of their alliances. At last, they arrived in the New World. The crew shouted in unison, their spirits soaring with exhilaration. This time, they would not retreat in defeat. Indeed, they were determined to elevate Captain Ace to the pinnacle of power, to become the Pirate King. With renewed vigor, the members of the Spade Pirates were elated to re-enter this perilous sea. It was their first foray into these waters, and after having retreated the previous year, they returned stronger and more resolute. This time, they would not yield an inch. Their immediate objective was to identify a viable island upon which to establish themselves. Ace gazed at the vast, undulating ocean ahead and softly spoke, Kila, as the one responsible for gathering intelligence for the Revolutionary Army. You must have some knowledge of the islands in the New World. Are there any nearby that would be suitable for us to settle? There are many, Kila replied. Kila, without a moment's hesitation, declared, although the New World is home to numerous islands with extreme climates and environments, the majority are indeed suitable for human habitation. However, Ace interrupted Kila with a serious expression, stating, what I mean is, are there any islands nearby that would serve as a viable base for us? Are you suggesting that you wish to seize an island as your stronghold in the New World? Kila gazed at Ace in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? Almost all islands in the New World have been divided among the Four Emperors and those formidable pirates. What remains are either undiscovered hidden islands or extreme islands that are inhospitable to human life. If you desire to claim an island in the New World, your only option is to wrest it from the grasp of the Four Emperors or those great pirates. However, this approach inevitably means you must engage in battle with a certain faction in the New World. Frankly speaking, that would be premature for you. Kila shook her head. Then we shall seize it, Ace boldly proclaimed, turning to his comrades and asking loudly, are you all afraid? Oh, Captain Ace, who are we challenging? The Don Quixote family? Or perhaps one of the Four Emperors? Do you see that, Kila? Ace looked at Kila, grinning. My crew is brimming with excitement. Have you all gone mad? Kila observed the eager faces of these novice pirates and suddenly felt that entrusting them to Sabo was indeed a perilous decision. as Keela scrutinized Ace. She recalled his abilities and suddenly thought of an island that would be perfectly suited for him. More importantly, that island was not under the dominion of any four emperor or other great pirate factions. It was an uninhabited isle. Ace, I just remembered. There happens to be an island nearby that would be ideal for you, Keela said suddenly. Oh? Ace looked at Keela with surprise and inquired, Really? That is splendid. Whose waters does that island belong to? It belongs to no one, Keela replied, shaking her head. The island is called Burning Island, also known as Sun Island. It is perpetually engulfed in scorching flames throughout the seasons. Though it is uninhabited, it is quite suitable for you, is it not? Burning Island? Upon hearing the name of this island, Ace's thoughts immediately drifted to the battlefield of the Paramount War, which transpired 2 years prior. It was there that Aokiji and Akainu clashed for 10 days and nights, transforming the island into a realm divided by the extremes of ice and fire. Nonetheless, the unique environment of that island was a consequence of their fierce duel and bore no relation to the Burning Island that Keela had mentioned. However, what piqued his interest was Keela's assertion that the island was uninhabited. If he understood correctly, this implied that the environment of the so-called Burning Island was inhospitable to human life. Ace cast a sidelong glance at Keela, who wore an expression of embarrassment. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Ace swiftly deduced the underlying intention behind her introduction of the Burning Island. It was evident that this young lady wished to avoid any conflict with the powers of the New World, fearing the repercussions that might ensue for herself, which prompted her to present him with a desolate isle. Realizing that her intentions had been uncovered, Keela felt a tinge of bashfulness, and the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Suddenly, a seagull soared overhead, dropping a newspaper onto their vessel, effectively shattering the uncomfortable silence. It was today's edition. Yenlu eagerly picked up the paper and hastily unfolded it. The headline features Captain Ace. It seems we are destined for fame, he proclaimed, proudly displaying the article to the others. Where? Let me see, clamored his companions. Is there any news about me? Fool, how could there be news about you? You haven't even taken down an admiral. Quick, check if there are any bounty notices. Has Captain Ace's bounty increased? In an instant, everyone converged upon Yenlu, vying for possession of the newspaper, which soon became a jumbled heap of torn and reassembled pages. How fortunate that the bounty notice wasn't shredded, Wallace exclaimed, eyeing the bounty notice nestled amidst the carefully pieced-together papers. Indeed, Captain Ace, your bounty has skyrocketed. Hee, as anticipated, Ace remarked, attempting to maintain a facade of composure, though a smile betrayed his excitement. The commotion they had stirred in Sabaody was undoubtedly monumental news, and considering his encounters with 2 admirals, culminating in sending Akainu flying, it would have been peculiar if his bounty had not surged. Ace desired to glance at his bounty notice, yet he hesitated, fearing it might undermine the captain's prestige. After a moment of restraint, he could no longer contain himself and inquired, How much has it risen? My bounty. 500 million. Warrius exclaimed excitedly. Only 500 million? Ace scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. After causing such a commotion in the Sabaody archipelago, his bounty had merely increased from 355 million to 500 million. A mere increment of just over 100 million. This amount hardly did justice to the appearance fees of Admirals Akainu and Kizaru. It was noteworthy that a year prior, after merely confronting Admiral Aokiji, Ace's bounty had surged by 200 million. Was the combined presence of 2 admirals worth only a little over 100 million? In the eyes of the world government, Akainu and Kizaru seemed to hold little clout. No, it's not 500 million. It has increased by 500 million. Warrius handed the bounty notice to Ace, proclaiming loudly, Captain Ace, your current bounty has soared to 855 million. So it has indeed risen by 500 million. Now that makes sense. Ace gazed at his bounty notice, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Such an increase befitted the appearance fees of 2 admirals. With a bounty exceeding 800 million, he could be regarded as a significant figure even in the New World. Meanwhile, Keela stared blankly at the newspaper spread out on the floor, absorbing the news. Ace had been pursued by 2 admirals in the Sabaody archipelago, and remarkably, he had managed to escape. Moreover, he had even sent Admiral Akainu flying. Surely, this must be a fabrication? Keela looked at Ace, her eyes filled with scrutiny, struggling to reconcile the sight of this foolish man, who was drinking from his nostrils, with the prowess to confront an admiral. After a prolonged gaze at Ace, Keela let out a sigh and murmured, Alas, the world government has truly fallen. In her estimation, despite Ace's formidable strength, It was implausible for someone so young to face two admirals and emerge unscathed. This could only imply that the highest combatants of the world government had not exerted their full effort in capturing him. It was not surprising for Keela to harbor such thoughts, as she was well aware of Ace's background, with Garp in his corner. It was not unreasonable to assume that the admirals had shown leniency towards Ace. This was certainly more palatable than the notion of Ace confronting two admirals simultaneously. However, such a substantial bounty. Keela glanced at Ace's bounty notice and whispered, perhaps Ace's strength truly exceeds appearances. With a bounty of 855 million, he belonged to the strongest echelon just beneath the four emperors. Oh, to celebrate Captain Ace's bounty increase and our return to the New World, comrades, let us feast. Oh, a feast. A celebration. The bounty on Ace has skyrocketed, instantly transforming the atmosphere within the Spade Pirates into one of jubilant celebration. However, this festivity was abruptly interrupted when snowflakes began to fall from the sky, though, to be precise, they were more akin to chunks of snow, each measuring at least half a meter in diameter. The surrounding temperature plummeted below freezing in an instant. Given such weather conditions, it was evident that the revelry could not continue. Thus, Ace and his companions were left with no choice but to set sail towards Burning Island, as indicated by Keela. Burning Island lies outside the territorial dominion of any pirate in the New World, yet it is perilously close to the territory of one of the four emperors, the red-haired pirates. Keela informed Ace that the route to Burning Island would necessitate traversing isles under the jurisdiction of the red-haired pirates. The red-haired pirates, you say? Ace chuckled nonchalantly, remarking, it seems I had intended to meet Shanks anyway. If we happened to encounter him, it would be splendid. Wait. What do you plan to do upon meeting Shanks? Keela gazed at Ace incredulously, questioning, you don't intend to provoke the red-haired pirates, do you? Rest assured, it's merely a courtesy call. There's no intention of engaging in conflict with Shanks, Ace replied, adjusting the brim of his hat as he focused on the sea ahead. Adding with a grin, after all, Shanks is a benefactor to my brother. Given that we are passing through his territory, it would be quite impolite not to pay our respects, wouldn't it? Phew, as long as you don't mean to provoke the red-haired pirates. Keela exhaled in relief upon hearing Ace's words. After all, Ace had recently gained notoriety for confronting two admirals simultaneously, and she genuinely feared that he might let his fervor lead him to challenge one of the four emperors' crews, prompting her to consider making a hasty retreat. However, Keela then inquired, is the brother you speak of the same who shared a brotherhood bond with Sabo? Indeed, he is our brother, Ace smiled, affirming. Considering the passage of time, that lad will soon be of age to set sail. At the age of 17, Ace set sail, while Luffy was merely 14. Now, Ace has reached the age of 19, having spent 2 years at sea. Luffy, too, embarks on his journey at 17. This implies that in less than a year, the true protagonist of this world, Monkey D., Luffy, will commence his fated quest to become the Pirate King. Time indeed flies. Ace gazed skyward and mused to himself. Although I never intended to vie for the title of Pirate King for the sake of pride, I must carve out my own territory in the New World before that fellow sets sail. After a day's voyage, they finally arrived at the first island beyond the New World. The island before them was cloaked in a blanket of white snow and ice. Yet signs of human habitation were discernible from afar. Upon docking the Spade, they observed a flag adorned with 3 scars over its left eye, the emblem of the red-haired pirates, suspended at the entrance of the port. The presence of this flag signified that the island belonged to the red-haired pirates. Once the Spade was securely moored, Ace and his crew, clad in thick winter coats, disembarked. This island, known as Ice Island, serves as the gateway to the domain of one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the red-haired pirates. To reach Burning Island, we must traverse this territory, Clara remarked, gesturing toward the flag at the harbor entrance. Stop. Just as Ace and his companions prepared to enter the island, they were intercepted by several armed pirates. One of them, eyeing Ace and the others, declared, no one is permitted to enter this island today. Why? Ace inquired, perplexed. Because the red-haired pirates will be making their appearance here today. If you wish to avoid incurring the wrath of that esteemed individual, you would do well to refrain from landing, the pirate warned. Oh, the red-haired is coming, is he? Ace responded with a sudden smile. I was just hoping to meet him. It seems I am quite fortuitously destined to cross paths with him. Kid, do you understand what you're saying? The pirate's expression darkened with anger as he retorted, that is the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World. You, with your youth, are not worthy of such an encounter. I warn you, pirates of the New World do not engage in childish games. To provoke the sovereign of the seas could cost you your life. Now be gone. What are you talking about? Our captain is Ace's companions. Enraged by the insult directed at their captain, were ready to charge at the pirates, but Ace restrained them. Stand down. We did not come here to fight. Since they refuse us entry, we shall return to the ship and await the arrival of the red-haired. Ace stopped his companions with a bright smile before turning back to the Spade ship. Although Gamby and the others were filled with anger, they obediently followed Ace back aboard the Spade. Approximately 3 hours later, a colossal pirate ship gradually sailed into the harbor of Ice Island. The bow of the ship bore a formidable dragon's head emblem, while the sails were adorned with the insignia of the red-haired pirates. This vessel was none other than the warship of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force. Once the Red Force docked, Shanks, with his crimson hair, stepped forward, followed closely by a group of officers from the red-haired pirates, who descended from the ship, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Despite being the youngest among the 4 emperors, having held his position for only a few fleeting years, Shanks commanded a pirate crew whose might was not to be underestimated. Each of his officers was renowned in their own right, and the collective bounty of the crew was extraordinarily high, earning them the reputation of being the most balanced and formidable pirate crew among the 4 emperors. Though they appeared exceedingly approachable, the pirates on the island remained cautious, daring not to approach, for even their amiable demeanor could not alter the fact that they were one of the most powerful pirate crews in the New World. And a careless word could indeed lead to dire consequences. Is that Shanks? Doesn't he seem all that impressive, remarked Rockflow, who was fiddling with his elongated arms, as he observed the members of the red-haired pirates disembarking from a distance aboard the Spade. Silence. Gamby reprimanded Rockflow, saying, no matter how unremarkable he appears, he is one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World. Speaking carelessly on his territory could ignite a war, you fool. It's not that serious, Ace chuckled, interjecting, although Shanks possesses an overwhelming presence, he is quite amicable when not provoked. Wait here, Ace instructed Yaki. Bring out the gift I prepared. I shall go meet him. Upon hearing Ace's words, Yaki swiftly returned to the cabin, emerging with a backpack nearly half his height, which he handed to Ace, saying, Captain Ace, are you truly going to meet Shanks alone? Yes, it's sufficient for me to go alone, Ace replied as he took the backpack, glancing at his companions. Given your current abilities, aside from Gamby, the rest of you would struggle to remain composed in his presence. It's best not to embarrass yourselves. With that, Ace slung the backpack over his shoulder, leaped off the Spade, and proceeded directly towards the entrance of Ice Island. Stop. What are you doing back here, kid? Ace was halted once more at the entrance as a few guards recognized him. They did not hinder him but merely waved him off, urging, We've already told you. This is not a place for you. Depart quickly. I have my reasons to see Shanks. I apologize for the inconvenience. Ace lifted his gaze, smiling at the guards before him. In the next instant, his expression sharpened, and an invisible aura suddenly erupted from his being. A hum resonated as the intangible conqueror's haki surged forth, sweeping through the air, causing the guards to lose consciousness in an instant. Ace then leisurely strode past them. Meanwhile, on the island, Shanks and his crew, indulging in their revelry, sensed the conqueror's haki emanating from Ace. Almost simultaneously, they turned their heads towards his direction. Oh? The conqueror's haki, Shanks remarked with a smile. It appears we have a distinguished guest gracing us with their presence. Let us extend our welcome. Ace approached the members of the red-haired pirates, gently placing his backpack on the ground. With a faint smile, he said, Esteemed seniors, I am Ace. I apologize for my boldness in coming here. Please forgive any rudeness. Oh? You are the new pirate who caused quite a stir at Sabaody, Shanks remarked, his gaze fixed on Ace. I did not expect the legendary super rookie to seek me out first upon entering the New World. So, Ace, do you intend to challenge us? Shanks questioned, his eyes sharp and penetrating. No, Shanks-senpai, you misunderstand, Ace quickly interjected, raising his hands in a gesture of reassurance. P.S. Please read until the end. The renowned super rookie has come to my territory, seeking a confrontation? Shanks scrutinized Ace with a hawk-like gaze, causing even Ace to feel a tremor within. Prior to meeting Shanks, Ace was puzzled by how this man had concluded that Luffy was the heir to Roger's will, even going so far as to bestow upon him the straw hat that symbolized that legacy, wagering an arm in the process. However, upon encountering Shanks in person, Ace began to form a hypothesis, for in that fleeting moment of eye contact, he felt as though all his secrets lay bare before this man. a sensation that transcended mere scrutiny, invoking a profound fear of having one's privacy fully exposed. Shanks-senpai, you have misunderstood. I am not here to stir trouble, Ace asserted. Acutely aware of the oppressive aura emanating from Shanks and his crew, Luffy often speaks of you, calling you his savior, as his brother. I felt compelled to visit you upon entering the New World. He then opened his backpack to reveal a large seashell inscribed with the character for wine. This is Yun wine, a specialty from Skypiea. I hope you will enjoy it. Yun wine is a delicacy from the Sky Island of Burka, the homeland of Enel. Since he devastated his own home, this exquisite wine had become lost to time, and what Ace brought back was merely a third of the remaining stock. Oh, you were Luffy's brother? Upon hearing Ace's declaration, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated and the expressions of Shanks and his crew softened. It was indeed unexpected to learn that Luffy had an older brother. Shanks raised his glass and stepped forward, throwing an arm around Ace's shoulder, offering him the cup with a cheerful, "Since you are Luffy's brother, you are one of us. Come, let us drink. I consider Luffy a sworn brother." Ace responded with a smile, accepting the cup and downing its contents in one go. "It has been far too long since we last saw Luffy," Shanks exclaimed, pulling Ace towards the other members of the red-haired pirates. "Come, let us have a good conversation. Everyone, a feast has begun." Perhaps it is due to Luffy's influence that Shanks and his crew exhibited remarkable friendliness towards Ace at the banquet. The topics they discussed were predominantly centered around Luffy, and Ace shared amusing anecdotes from his childhood with Luffy. The following morning, Ace and Shanks found themselves seated on the frozen shoreline. Shanks held a newspaper in his hands, featuring news of Ace's departure from Sabaody, while Ace gazed at the sunrise slowly ascending on the distant horizon. "I never imagined you could escape unscathed from the pursuits of Akainu and Kizaru," Shanks remarked, setting the newspaper aside and turning his gaze to Ace. "You truly astonish me." "Ace, that is not entirely accurate," Ace quickly interjected, waving his hand. "In truth, I am still no match for an admiral. It was only with the assistance of Master Rayleigh that we were able to set sail successfully." "Oh, Rayleigh, you say?" Shanks replied, a hint of surprise in his voice, followed by a smile. "To have caught the attention of Rayleigh suggests that you possess some remarkable qualities. However, you may now reveal the true reason for your visit," Shanks said, looking intently at Ace with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ace was momentarily taken aback, then a faint wry smile appeared on his face as he said, "Senpai Shanks, your keen insight is truly terrifying." Astonished, Ace turned to Shanks and inquired, "Senior Shanks, do you know why I was able to become Master Rayleigh's disciple?" "Rayleigh has been in seclusion for many years, and to be honest, it truly surprises me that he would accept a disciple like me." Shanks gazed at Ace, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "I suspect there must be some connections within you that are difficult for Master Rayleigh to decline. Indeed, it is due to my lineage," Ace stated, locking eyes with Shanks and solemnly declaring, "My father is Gold. Roger." "Oh, you are the son of the captain." Upon hearing Ace utter his father's name, a look of astonishment crossed Shanks' face. He then remarked, "So that's the case. No wonder Master Rayleigh would take you as his disciple. You are indeed of the captain's bloodline." Ace gazed at Shanks, attempting to discern whether he was genuinely astonished by his lineage. In the original narrative, when Shanks approached Whitebeard, advocating for Ace to refrain from pursuing Blackbeard, Ace had assumed that Shanks must have known about his connection to Roger all along. However, based on Shanks' demeanor during their encounter today, Ace was convinced that Shanks had no knowledge of his true identity prior to the Marineford War. It now appeared that Shanks' intervention with Whitebeard, urging him to recall Ace from his pursuit of Blackbeard, was merely a bid to avert the impending conflict at Marineford, unrelated to Ace's heritage. After all, given Whitebeard's character, regardless of Ace's lineage, if one of his sons was to be publicly executed by the world government, he would undoubtedly rush to their aid, a fact well understood by the red-haired pirate. Nonetheless, in the original storyline, before joining the Whitebeard pirates, Ace had indeed met Shanks once, and it was conceivable that he might have divulged his lineage to him then. Initially, Shanks was Ace's primary candidate for an ally, even preceding Whitebeard in his considerations. Yet after encountering the man himself today, Ace suddenly felt that this Shanks differed somewhat from the impression he had held. Exactly how he was different eluded Ace. Perhaps it was due to divergent philosophies or some other reason. But he began to sense that Shanks might not be the optimal choice for an alliance. Moreover, in the world of pirates, Shanks' position and background have long remained one of the most perplexing enigmas. After all, it is difficult for anyone to fathom how a Yonko from the New World could quietly visit the holy land of Mariewa and receive an audience with the Gorosei, without harboring some secrets. Thus, after revealing his identity, Ace reconsidered his intention to seek an alliance and instead said, "Senior Shanks, Rayleigh informed me that your Conqueror's Haki might be the most formidable on the seas. I possess some innate talent in this regard, and I came here hoping to learn from you about the cultivation of Conqueror's Haki." "Conqueror's Haki, you say?" Shanks scrutinized Ace, his gaze appraising him thoroughly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, you are the bloodline of the captain. You have wholly inherited his remarkable talent for Conqueror's Haki. However, the development of Conqueror's Haki is entirely contingent upon personal aptitude and cannot be taught, so there is little I can impart." Shanks shook his head and added, "Nevertheless, remember this, the strength of Conqueror's Haki is determined solely by one's spirit. To strengthen one's Conqueror's Haki, it is imperative to steadfastly uphold the ambition that resides within one's heart. The closer one gets to their unwavering goal, the mightier their Conqueror's Haki becomes," as Shanks articulated. Uphold ambition? Ace pondered over Shanks' words, suddenly recalling that in the original narrative, Luffy's ambition has always been to become the Pirate King. This aspiration has remained unchanged from the very beginning. Ambition can also be interpreted as one's objective. In the context of the pirate world, Conqueror's Haki is a power that can only be awakened by those possessing the qualities to become a king. According to Shanks, this power cannot be cultivated. Rather, it flourishes through an unwavering commitment to one's ambition. The closer one draws to this inner aspiration, the stronger their Conqueror's Haki becomes. If we consider Rayleigh's notion of the dominion of conquerors as the ultimate state of Conqueror's Haki, could we then infer that when an individual endowed with this power achieves or comes exceedingly close to their deeply held belief, their Haki reaches its pinnacle? Roger's ambition was to become the freest pirate upon the seas, and he succeeded. Before discovering the final island, Laugh-Tale, he roamed the seas with unbridled freedom, thus entering the realm of the dominion of conquerors. Similarly, Shanks' Conqueror's Haki seemingly has also reached this domain. If this holds true, it suggests he too has fulfilled or is very close to realizing his ambition. This raises an intriguing question. What precisely is Shanks' ambition? If it mirrors Roger's desire to be the freest pirate, as one of the four emperors, he has nearly accomplished this feat, especially considering he inherited Roger's straw hat, making this theory plausible. Nonetheless, Ace felt there was more complexity to it. With this realization, Shanks' character in Ace's mind became increasingly nebulous. P.S. The author's grievance. It's all Oda's fault for burying so many mysteries within Shanks without resolving any. It's truly infuriating. I hope I am overthinking this. However, Shanks' piercing gaze, one that seems to see through everything, is undeniably fearsome. Ace cast a glance at Shanks, reflecting upon this in his thoughts. Returning to my own ambition, what is it? Upon contemplating this question, Ace momentarily froze. His soul had traversed dimensions, yet it had inherited the will of Ace's body. Thus, what is the strongest desire that resides within Ace's will? Indeed, it is to surpass the man he harbors deep resentment towards, Gold, Roger, the Pirate King. Yet, another question arises. Roger has already achieved the title of Pirate King. What milestone must I reach to be considered as having surpassed him? Discovering the final island, Laugh-Tale, and unveiling its secrets? This seems insufficient, as Roger has already encountered that secret. Overthrowing the world government? That is the task of the Revolutionary Army. I cannot usurp their purpose. I understand now. As I await the day when Luffy ascends to the title of Pirate King, I shall deliver a resounding blow to him, thus surpassing the Pirate King myself. Indeed, such is the ambition that drives me to strike down the Pirate King. Ace rose to his feet and bowed to Shanks, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Shanks. I believe I have grasped your words. Oh? Shanks regarded Ace with unexpected surprise before breaking into laughter. Ha ha ha. You truly are the captain's son. It seems you have discovered your own ambition. Indeed, my ambition has always been unwavering. Ace responded confidently, gazing at Shanks. When we next meet, we may find ourselves as adversaries, Shanks. Ha ha ha. What an invigorating spirit. Shanks laughed heartily. I eagerly anticipate your growth. I shall not disappoint you, Ace declared, adjusting his hat with a smile. Shanks, I will soon challenge you and the kings of the sea. Do keep watch. Shanks rose, looking at Ace earnestly. Ace, I will await your challenge from my position among the four emperors. Though the sun blazed high in the noon sky, it could not alter the frigid climate of Ice Island. At the harbor, the Black Spade pirate's ship slowly set sail, with Ace standing at the bow, gazing contemplatively at the island that gradually faded from view. This encounter with Shanks, while dissuading him from his desire to ally with the red-haired pirates, provided Ace with a deeper understanding of Conqueror's Haki, a valuable gain. Ultimately, the only suitable ally remaining appeared to be Whitebeard, though he was rather proud. Ace pondered whether he would gain the old man's approval without formally becoming his son. It matters not. I shall postpone my approach to Whitebeard for now and focus on developing my strength first. Warless, we shall remain here for 1 hour. Ace instructed the helmsman before soaring into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the crew aboard the Black Spade. As long as he remained above the sea, Ace committed to an hour of training at the highest altitude he could reach each day. After all, this regimen would enhance both his physical prowess and the abilities granted by his devil fruit. Following his training in Sky Island, Ace had honed his flying skills to reach an altitude of 100,000 meters above sea level. The speed of Ace's flight is exceptionally swift. Within 10 minutes, he ascends to an altitude of 100,000 meters, then maintains a semi-ethereal state, basking in the sunlight. What is Ace up to? Clara, unaware of Ace's daily hour-long training at such heights, inquired of Gambi beside her. Ace has gone to train. He will return in an hour, Gambi replied. Training? In the sky? Clara was somewhat perplexed, but did not press further, instead waiting patiently with the crew aboard the Spade for Ace's return. An hour and a half later, Ace descended from the heavens, and the Spade set sail once more. Around 8 in the evening, they finally arrived at the burning island, as Clara had described. The island appeared exactly as Clara had depicted, engulfed in fierce flames. Even from several kilometers away, the crew aboard the Spade could already see the island ablaze. In this maritime expanse, the sight was reminiscent of a match striking fire upon an icy, snow-covered sea. The crew aboard the Spade were astounded at the sight of the blazing island. Is that truly the burning island? It is indeed on fire. Can humans survive in such a place? What is there to fear? Captain Ace can control flames. We shall simply navigate towards it. Indeed, it was the burning island. Ace gazed at the fiery isle with a look of wonder, a thoughtful expression gracing his features. As the Spade slowly approached the burning island, they discovered that it was not as they had imagined. Rather than being a result of volcanic activity that sustained flames year-round, the island itself appeared to be an embodiment of unquenchable fire. The entire island was ablaze, rendering it impossible for the Spade to dock, necessitating a halt at a distance. You wait on the ship. I will go and take a look, Ace remarked, his curiosity piqued by the flaming island. With that, he leaped and landed on the burning island. Upon his arrival, the flames parted as if acknowledging their sovereign. Surprisingly, the ground revealed was not charred and cracked from the fire, but rather resembled ordinary soil, devoid of any signs of being scorched. The flames did not seem to emanate from beneath the surface. Instead, they appeared to materialize from thin air. Ace crouched down and grasped a handful of soil, discovering an unexpectedly moist texture, reminiscent of earth scorched by flames. Could it be a fire without a source? Intriguing. Rising to his feet, Ace surveyed the surrounding flames, pondering for a moment before extending his hand into the licking fire. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he contemplated the phenomenon, remarking, "Indeed, it is ordinary fire. Yet its temperature surpasses that of typical flames. However, why does the land on this island show no signs of having been consumed by fire?" Ace suddenly stamped his foot, causing the surrounding flames to converge towards his body as if drawn by an unseen force, ultimately being absorbed into him and vanishing without a trace. In a fleeting moment, all the flames within a kilometer radius were consumed by Ace, revealing an astonishing landscape of unblemished land, teeming with flourishing vegetation, devoid of any signs of prior combustion. It was indeed peculiar. Could it be that the soil of this island was impervious to flames, or perhaps these mysterious flames were incapable of scorching anything on this island? What principle allowed these flames to ignite and persist in an eternal state, unextinguished through the seasons? Truly, in the grand line, nothing was impossible. Shaking his head, Ace approached the island's edge, absorbing the remaining flames and unveiling the coastline. After clearing an area suitable for the Black Pearl to dock, Ace waved to his ship, exclaiming, "Wallace, bring the ship over." Once the Black Pearl anchored, Gambi and the others disembarked, their expressions transforming into astonishment as they beheld the transformed surroundings. The landscape revealed by the vanishing flames was entirely different from their expectations. "Captain Ace, is this truly the burning island?" Cornelia inquired, gazing at the fertile land in disbelief. In his mind, he had envisioned a charred wasteland remaining after the flames, yet the lush greenery before him bore no resemblance to a place ravaged by fire. "I cannot fathom it either," Ace shrugged, then remarked, "However, I must admit, The environment here is surprisingly favorable after the flames have dissipated. This location appears to be exceptionally suitable for our base of operations. With a flourish of his hand, a burst of flame erupted, igniting the surrounding air into a roaring blaze. Remarkably, these flames seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, avoiding Ace's companions and the anchored Black Pearl, forming a fiery barrier that enveloped the entire coastline. These flames burn without the need for fuel and can be controlled like ordinary fire. It feels as though this environment has been naturally sculpted for my use, Ace stated while manipulating the flames. Indeed, considering Captain Ace's abilities, we may not find a more suitable territory than this island, Gamby concurred. However, this island is vast, and we need to thoroughly inspect it to determine if anything else exists here aside from these flames. Yes, after all, this will serve as our headquarters, and we must eliminate any potential dangers. Ace nodded in agreement. You all set up a camp here. I will take a tour around the island and address the flames. With that, Ace transformed into his elemental form and soared away. Ace first circled the coastline of the burning island, attending to the flames that engulfed its periphery. He left behind a formidable wall of fire approximately 10 meters thick along the shoreline, allowing it to continue to blaze as a defensive barrier. After all, this was to serve as his stronghold. With such a blazing wall in place, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to set foot on the island. Once he had managed the outer flames, Ace began to clear the fire within the island, all the while inspecting for any signs of life that might inhabit this place. Despite the fact that the island was perpetually shrouded in these seemingly unquenchable flames, they did not appear to ignite anything on the island. Therefore, even if he were to encounter any living creatures capable of surviving here, Ace would find it entirely unremarkable. As Ace ventured deeper into the island, he discovered that the temperature of the flames intensified as he approached its heart. In just a few kilometers, the scorching flames exceeded a staggering 1,000 degrees. This revelation only deepened Ace's curiosity about the island of fire, prompting him to disregard the flames and hasten his flight toward the center of the island. In the realm of Ace, an inexplicable sensation enveloped him as he approached the heart of the island, where the unexpected awaited. Upon reaching the center of the burning island, Ace discovered unmistakable signs of life. This core was enveloped in a vast forest of towering yellow trees. Astonishingly, these trees bore not leaves upon their branches, but rather flickering flames, radiating temperatures exceeding 5,000 degrees, nearly reaching that of the sun's surface, albeit with a limited range of influence. Though the yellow trees were few in number, each soared to heights surpassing 50 meters, their trunks thick enough that 5 individuals would struggle to encircle them, with branches sprawling wide like umbrellas. This grove resembled a fantastical realm of flames. What truly astounded Ace were the nests resembling avian abodes, constructed upon these yellow giants. These nests were substantial, akin to diminutive houses perched upon the trees, clearly inhabited by some form of life. Suddenly, a faint rustling echoed from above, and Ace's gaze followed the sound, revealing a diminutive figure descending from the branches. This figure possessed a humanoid form, yet was but a tenth the size of an ordinary person, adorned with gossamer wings reminiscent of cicada wings, and flowing blue hair that trailed behind. Its ears, wrists, and ankles flickered with the same yellow flames as the trees. At first glance, Ace's instinct was to identify this being as a member of the diminutive folk. Yet it was evident that these creatures diverged from the legends of such beings. They bore a striking resemblance to the fabled sprites. The more he observed, the more he felt convinced that this small entity embodied the essence of the mythical sprite. "Who are you?" A melodious voice suddenly resonated from behind Ace. He turned to find himself surrounded by a gathering of a dozen or more sprites, most armed with wooden spears, their tips ablaze with yellow flames. Their translucent wings fluttered incessantly, enabling them to hover midair, weapons pointed squarely at Ace. "Human, how did you come to this place?" The leader, a sprite with distinctly feminine features, hovered before Ace, questioning him with a pointed finger. "Clearly, I walked here," Ace replied with a smile, observing the sprites. "I had never heard of your kind existing over the vast ocean. Might you enlighten me regarding your race?" "We are the Sun Sprites, children of the sun." The elven maiden proudly responded to Ace. Then, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Human, this sun forest is a sacred ground of the sun. The temperature emitted by the sun trees is beyond what a human body can endure. How is it that you have come here?" "Sun trees? Do you refer to those trees that bear the same hue as the sun?" Ace asked, pointing at the yellow trees. "Indeed. The sun trees are extraordinary beings that absorb sunlight to grow and emit the flames of the sun. They are the sacred trees of our kin. After answering Ace's question, the elfess expression suddenly turned grave, and she demanded loudly, "Human, answer me. How can you disregard the temperature of the sun trees to arrive here?" "Because I am a flame man, having consumed the burn fruit." Ace lifted his hand, igniting a flicker of flame from his palm, then added with a smile, "By the way, my name is Ace. May I inquire as to your name, lovely elf maiden?" "I am Carolis," the sun elf replied, gazing at the flames in Ace's palm with astonishment. "The burn fruit. So, you are a wielder of a devil fruit? No wonder you can withstand the temperature emitted by the sun trees. Now, human, what is your purpose for being here?" "Purpose?" Ace pondered for a moment before responding. "I wish to claim this island as my domain." "What? Human, do you mean to seize our homeland?" Upon hearing Ace's words, Carolis and the sun elves behind her were instantly enraged, their fiery wrists and ankles flaring up as they glared at Ace. With a thrust, the sun elves lunged at Ace with their spears. Hey, when did I ever say I wanted to seize your homeland?" Ace dodged the attacks of the sun elves while exclaiming, "I merely wish to turn this island into my territory." "Shameless human, do you still deny your covetous intentions towards our homeland? Behold my blade." With a swift motion, Carolis unsheathed her sword from her waist and unleashed a fierce slash towards Ace. Ace did not evade, allowing Karos's strike to pierce through his body before he instantly recovered. "It is futile. I consumed the power of a natural-type devil fruit, rendering me impervious to physical attacks. You cannot harm me." Suddenly, Ace ceased to dodge, permitting the sun spirits to relentlessly jab him with their swords and spears, while he languidly remarked, "I have stated that I do not wish to seize your homeland. I merely desire to claim this island as my territory." Noticing that her strikes failed to inflict any damage on Ace, Karos felt a surge of flames igniting around her wrist, which entwined around her sword as she prepared to strike again. Flame slash. This time, Karos's attack was imbued with searing flames, reaching temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees. The magnificent slash, combined with the intense heat, aimed once more at Ace. The strike pierced through Ace's body, yet the flames merely absorbed into his form. Despite the dazzling display of Karos's ability to fuse fire with her strikes, she remained unable to harm Ace. "I have already told you, my body is composed of flames. You cannot inflict harm upon me, so relinquish your efforts," Ace said, smiling at Karos. "That is impossible." Karos refused to accept Ace's words. With her wings beating rapidly, her petite figure appeared before Ace in an instant, and her 10-centimeter sword began to stab repeatedly into his chest, creating thumb-sized punctures. The other sun spirits joined in, utilizing their 20-centimeter spears to incessantly poke at Ace's body. Suddenly, Ace reached out, swatting away the sun spirits, and grasped Karos's small form in his hand, exclaiming with exasperation, "Miss Karos, I truly have no intention of seizing your homeland. Would you kindly allow me to finish speaking?" "Let go of Karos, you scoundrel. Let go of Karos." An enraged voice erupted from behind Ace. He turned to see a sun spirit, larger than Karos, soaring towards him at high speed. "It is Lord Carcass. At last, the Sun Knight Lord Carcass has arrived." The presence of Carcass filled the surrounding sun spirits with exhilaration, as they believed his arrival would surely lead to Ace's defeat and the rescue of Miss Karos. This sun spirit, known as Carcass, towered significantly above the typical sun spirit, while ordinary sun spirits stood at a mere 16 or 17 centimeters. Carcass was at least 26 or 27 centimeters tall, exceeding them by a full 10 centimeters. He was enveloped in blazing flames, wielding a pitch-black knight's lance, which was also shrouded in fiery heat. As he swiftly approached Ace, he raised his lance high and thrust it fiercely towards him. Knight's thrust. Majestic. Ace's gaze sharpened as he raised his arm, enveloping it in the armor of Haki, subsequently blocking the thrust of the solar spirit's lance. Clang. The knight's spear struck Ace's arm, its formidable force unleashing a violent gust that swept away all the surrounding solar spirits. Indeed, among these spirits, there were those who wielded Haki with great prowess. Ace regarded Carcass, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke. "Human, who are you? Release Karos at once." Carcass, with his knight's spear pointed menacingly at Ace, replied in a low voice. "Before inquiring about another's name, you should at least disclose your own." Ace responded with a smile, fixing his gaze on Carcass. "I am Carcass, a warrior of the Solar Spirit clan." Carcass declared his name, then aimed his spear at Ace, demanding, "And you? Who might you be?" Carcass's full name was Alexander Carcass, a revered warrior among the solar spirits known as a Solar Knight. The Solar Knights are chosen from the strongest of the solar spirits, capable of mastering the combat techniques passed down through their lineage, which includes the application of Haki. Among all Solar Knights, Carcass stood as the most formidable, earning him the esteemed title of Solar Knight among his kin. "I am Portgas D. Ace, a pirate," Ace declared. "A pirate?" Upon hearing Ace's declaration, a flicker of disdain crossed Carcass's eyes. With a powerful beat of his wings, his diminutive form surged forward. The knight's spear aimed directly at Ace. Clang! Ace did not employ his abilities. Instead, he raised his arm, enveloped in the color of armament Haki, to block Kaku's thrust. The two then engaged in a fierce battle. Bang! 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 The collision of their armament Haki reverberated violently. The aftermath raging like a tempest as their movements were incredibly swift, each clash producing a deafening sound. Despite the significant disparity in their physiques, Kaku proved to be equally formidable as Ace in both strength and Haki. Knight's spiraling thrust. Suddenly, flames ignited on the knight's spear in Kaku's grasp. And as he rotated his arm, the searing fire coalesced into a sharp flame vortex, lunging toward Ace's chest. Armament Fire Fist. The flames ignited on Ace's fist as the Haki of armament enveloped the fire. He then unleashed a powerful punch towards the knight's lance that was thrusting forward. Boom! The collision between Ace's fist and Carcass's knight's spear erupted with flames, strength, and an overwhelming aura, causing the air to crackle with electricity and resound with a thunderous roar. Carcass, with a grave look in his eyes, cast a fleeting glance at Ace. Suddenly, he gripped the knight's spear tightly. And with a powerful flap of the wings behind him, his speed surged dramatically, akin to a flash of lightning, as he darted towards Ace in an instant. The knight's radiant thrust. A dazzling brilliance erupted from the tip of Carcass's knight's spear, accompanied by a piercing wail as it lunged fiercely towards Ace. Ace raised both hands. His right palm aimed at the incoming shining knight's lance wielded by Carcass. Under his command, the armament Haki converged in his palm before being unleashed. Armament Air Godstrike. Boom. The released armament Haki surged forth like an invisible, powerful cannon of air, directly sending Carcass's lance flying, then striking him and propelling him hundreds of meters away. Rayleigh had once imparted to Ace that the application of armament Haki is divided into two forms, wrapping and releasing. The rudimentary use involves enveloping a part of one's body with armament Haki to enhance its strength. With diligent training and mastery over armament Haki, one can achieve the ability to cover the entire body or even extend it beyond. The advanced method of utilizing armament Haki, however, lies in its release. Only those who can unleash armament Haki from their bodies without any intermediary demonstrate a higher level of mastery. Rayleigh had once demonstrated this technique to Ace, showcasing his ability to effortlessly control the intensity, quality, and range of the released armament Haki, even manipulating its form at will. Ace can now only unleash his domineering aura through a brutish method, manifesting as the technique known as Void God Strike. Although Ace's Void God Strike currently results in straightforward attacks with limited range, it is undeniable that he has approached the threshold of advanced mastery of the armament Haki. My Lord Cacrus. Upon witnessing Cacrus being sent flying by Ace, the surrounding solar spirits were utterly astounded, and they simultaneously launched an assault against Ace. Stop. You are no match for this human. Retreat at once. Cacrus shouted desperately, attempting to halt the solar spirit's advance, but it was too late. Buzz. Ace's gaze sharpened as an invisible conqueror's Haki emanated from his body, sweeping over the solar spirits, causing them to instantly lose consciousness and plummet from the air like leaves in a storm. Even Cacrus himself was momentarily dazed by Ace's overwhelming presence. You scoundrel! What have you done to my kin? Regaining his composure, Cacrus was horrified to see his brethren fall unconscious due to Ace's conqueror's Haki, and he furiously brandished his knight's lance, charging towards Ace. In the face of the enraged Cacrus, Ace chuckled softly and raised his left hand. Cacrus's expression changed dramatically at Ace's gesture, and he came to an abrupt halt, for Karos was still held captive in Ace's grasp. You despicable human! Using Karos as a shield, Cacrus glared at Ace, demanding, release Karos at once, and let us continue the fight. Hey, even if you are quite strong. I must say that such words would provoke my ire, Ace replied, rolling his eyes. He then lifted Karos, who was held in his hand, addressing Cacrus. I have no intention of using her as a shield. I merely wish to avoid further conflict. I have already stated that I harbor no malice towards you. Ace sighed with exasperation. Brother Cacris, do not mind me. This intruder has come to seize our homeland. You must defeat him. Kairos shouted, still in Ace's grip. Hey, little spirit, I truly have no intention of seizing your homeland, Ace responded, releasing Kairos with a hint of frustration. I have already explained that I am not here to fight. I simply find this island appealing and wish to make it my territory. You see, he even claims that he is not here to take our home. Kairos retorted angrily upon hearing Ace's words. All right, perhaps my wording was unclear. Disregard what I said earlier. Allow me to clarify. Ace gestured to the solar spirits and contemplated for a moment before continuing. My companions and I have arrived in the new world seeking a place to settle, and this island is perfectly suited for us, hence our desire to reside here. Indeed. It means living as your neighbors, not to encroach upon your territory. Ace gazed at the sun spirits and continued. Look, this island is vast. And you are but a few. You scarcely require such a large expanse, so sharing some of it with us would pose no inconvenience, would it? I refuse. Kairos shot a fierce glare at Ace before flying to Carcass's side. Brother Carcass, the elders have warned us that humans are treacherous beings. We cannot trust his words. He surely seeks to earn our confidence only to seize our homeland when we are unsuspecting. Well, if it truly comes to that, consider it a rental of the island, excluding your homes. I am willing to pay rent, Ace proposed, retrieving a shell from his pocket and presenting it to the sun spirit siblings, Kairos and Carcass. This is a wind shell, capable of storing the winds of nature and releasing them as desired. Allow me to demonstrate. Ace directed the wind shell towards Kairos and gently pressed it, unleashing a powerful gust that sent her soaring. How marvelous! Kairos exclaimed as she was blown back, her eyes alight with wonder. Can I truly have this? Of course, Ace replied, handing the wind shell to Kairos with a smile. The wind shell is merely one of many unique shells found on the Sky Island. I possess numerous intriguing shells aboard my vessel. If you agree to let us remain on this island, I can offer you even more shells with various functions. He then briefly introduced several shells he had brought from the Sky Island, igniting an undeniable desire in Kairos's gaze. Clutching the wind shell tightly, she turned to Carcass with earnest conviction. Brother Carcass, I believe this human is trustworthy. Let us acquiesce to his request. Ace and Carcass were both taken aback by Kairos's rapid change in demeanor, the latter nearly plummeting from the sky. Human, do you truly wish to remain on this island? Carcass inquired gravely, disregarding Kairos. Indeed, this island does not belong to anyone, and the environment suits me perfectly. I have grown quite fond of it. Ace replied with a smile. You mentioned earlier that you have companions, correct? Carcass continued, his gaze fixed on Ace. While you possess the powers of a devil fruit, enabling you to disregard the flames and heat of the sun tree, your companions likely lack such abilities. How do you intend to ensure their survival on this island? Just as you do? There is no quicker way for two men to truly understand one another than through battle, from their previous skirmish. Carcass had already come to recognize Ace as a formidable individual. In his recent battle, Ace refrained from utilizing his left hand, for at that moment, Kairos was firmly grasped within it. You need not worry. My powers can absorb the flames of this island, effortlessly clearing their dwelling, Ace proclaimed, raising his arm as flames ignited upon his hand. Is that so? Kaku observed the fire dancing upon Ace's hand, pondering for a moment before responding, Follow me. With that, Kaku turned and made his way towards the sun tree. Where are we going? Ace inquired, trailing behind Kaku. Do you not wish to remain on the island? I will take you to meet the elders. If they grant their approval, you and your companions may stay, Kaku replied without looking back. Kaku led Ace to the base of the largest sun tree, where a substantial cavity resembled a circular archway at its roots. Kaku landed before the entrance, folding his wings, and gestured for Ace to follow him inside. Upon entering the cavity, a lengthy passage unfolded, seemingly leading underground, with flickering yellow flames illuminating both sides at intervals. The corridor stretched on, with Kaku in the lead and Ace closely behind, while Kairos perched upon Ace's shoulder, playfully manipulating the wind shell, creating gusts that made the flames flicker and sway in delight. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing the passage, they arrived at a vast cavern. Once inside, Kairos alighted from Ace's shoulder, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as she tucked the wind shell away. The temperature within the cavern was intensely high. Even Kaku and Kairos, who were accustomed to the flames of the sun tree, were drenched in sweat upon entering. At the heart of the cavern stood a squat, peculiar sun tree, devoid of branches, tapering from a robust base to a slender top, upon which gleamed a radiant orb, resembling a whimsical lamp perched atop a pillar. Beneath this oddly shaped sun tree sat 5 ancient sun spirits, their eyes closed, basking in the luminous glow of the orb above. In the cavern, the 5 venerable sun spirits sat cross-legged beneath the grotesque sun tree, seemingly bathing in the brilliance of the great orb. However, Ace perceived the scene as though the 5 spirits were absorbing the energy emanating from the orb. What astonished Ace further was the orb itself, which radiated a warmth akin to that of a miniature sun. Ace gazed at the resplendent orb of light, then turned his attention to the venerable solar spirits beneath the tree, ultimately unable to contain his curiosity. What are they doing? And what is that magnificent orb? They are the elders of our solar spirit lineage, Carcass replied, his gaze fixated on the distorted sun tree's luminous sphere, a flicker of turmoil crossing his features. That is the seed of the sun. The seed of the sun tree? Ace questioned, perplexed. No, it is not the seed of the sacred tree, but rather the seed of the sun, Carcass asserted, fixing a solemn gaze upon Ace. It is precisely what you imagine to be the seed of the sun. You jest, Ace exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Carcass's declaration, skepticism etched across his face. Are you suggesting that the sun in the sky sprouts from a tree? How is that conceivable? Though somewhat incredulous, Carcass affirmed, indeed, it is true. According to the ancient records passed down through our solar spirit lineage, the sun does indeed emerge from a tree. However, this sun seed is still in its infancy. It may require thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years, or longer, to mature into the sun that graces the sky. Is that so? Ace marveled at the sun seed resting atop the gnarled tree, his mind swirling with newfound and astonishing knowledge. Is this truly what you believe? Carcass and Carollos exchanged glances, astonished by Ace's swift acceptance of such an extraordinary revelation. It is indeed remarkable that the sun grows from a tree. Ace was convinced, even exclaiming in wonder, before directing his attention to the 5 elderly solar spirits seated beneath the distorted sun tree. What are they doing? The elders are absorbing the energy of the sun seed, preventing it from continuing its growth, Carcass explained, a hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes as he regarded the 5 ancient solar spirits. For our solar spirit lineage, the sun is sacred, yet profoundly destructive. Even in its juvenile seed form, the energy contained within is immense, and if allowed to flourish, it would inevitably bring ruin to this island, perhaps even to the world. What the elders are undertaking is the consumption of the sun seed's energy, staving off its growth, he continued. The reason this island experiences eternal flames of all seasons is due to the elders releasing the energy they have absorbed from the sun seed. Those flames pose no harm to the island's inhabitants, owing to the elders' control. I see now. Ace looked once more at the 5 solar spirits, a newfound respect illuminating his expression. They are, in fact, saving the world. Indeed, Carcass confirmed, what the elders are engaged in is the salvation of this world. Carcass raised his right hand and placed it over his chest, performing a knightly gesture towards the 5 solar spirits, and spoke solemnly. The elders are the warriors of the sun from the previous generation. Once they pass, our generation of sun warriors will take their place, continuing to absorb the energy from the seeds of the sun and safeguarding this world. How impressive. You are all worthy of respect. Ace looked at Carcass with admiration and then pointed at the 5 elder solar spirits, asking, for how long have they been absorbing energy? 600 years, Carcass affirmed with a serious expression. The elders are quite old. They may have another 100 years left before they depart. At that time, our generation of sun warriors will inherit their duties to continue protecting this world. Our clan of solar spirits has a long lifespan. Typically, we can live for 1,000 years, added Karis from the side. 1,000 years, Ace exclaimed, his previous admiration now diminished. Given that you can live that long, it is only fitting that you engage in meaningful endeavors. Suddenly, a frail voice resonated. The 3 of them turned to see that one of the elder solar spirits had opened his eyes and was gazing at them. Elder Pym. Carcass respectfully looked at the elder solar spirit who had awakened. Carcass, who is this human? Elder Pym inquired, directing his gaze towards Ace. Carcass was about to respond when Ace interjected, I am Ace, a pirate. I wish to turn this island into my territory. I ask for your consent. Elder Pym. Ace means to rent the areas of the island not inhabited by our clan, not to plunder, Carcass quickly clarified. Yes, precisely. I will pay the rent, Ace said earnestly. Aha. It has been many years since I encountered such an interesting human, Elder Pym chuckled upon hearing Ace's declaration of being a pirate. However, young man, the sea belongs to everyone. and thus this island does not belong solely to us. As long as you can adapt to the environment of this island, our clan of solar spirits would be delighted to have you as our neighbors. That is perfectly fine. I have consumed the flame fruit, making me a man of fire. Ace raised his arm, flames igniting at his hand as he declared, I can freely emit and absorb flames. As long as I consume the excess flames on the island, the environment will not hinder our ability to live here. Oh, a user of a devil fruit? Elder Pim looked at Ace in astonishment and then laughed. Ha ha ha. Then it is no problem. As long as you can adapt to the island's environment, you may stay without needing to pay us any rent. Is that true? That is wonderful. Upon hearing Elder Pim's words, Ace was filled with joy, while Karos's small face drooped in disappointment, her feelings evident. Do not worry, Karos. If you truly desire the shell, I shall still bestow it upon you, Ace said with a smile, noticing her forlorn expression. Really? Karos exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Ace. Of course. We are friends now, are we not? Ace replied with a grin. Yes, yes. Karos nodded vigorously, her spirits lifting. Indeed, Ace is Karos's friend, her best friend. Hee, would you like to join my pirate crew? Ace seized the opportunity to extend an invitation, then turned to Carcass and invited him as well. And you too, Carcass, would you join my pirate crew and embark on adventures across the sea? Really? I can be a pirate too? Karos's eyes sparkled as she flew onto Ace's shoulder, excitedly exclaiming, I have heard tales of giants towering dozens of meters high and merfolk dwelling 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Are these truly real? Indeed, both giants and merfolk exist. Among my companions is a merfolk named Walrus, Ace explained, gesturing toward Karos. The sea is home to a myriad of races and breathtaking sights. Beyond the merfolk island 10,000 meters underwater, there are sky islands 10,000 meters above, inhabited by people just like you, who possess wings but cannot fly. Furthermore, in a land called Dressrosa, there exists a diminutive race akin to you, often referred to as fairies, Ace continued. Fairies. Upon hearing Ace's words, the light in Karos's eyes grew brighter as she grabbed Ace's finger, eagerly declaring, I want to join you. I want to be a pirate, to visit the Sky Islands, to see the Merfolk Island, and to meet those fairies of Dressrosa. You will take me, won't you, Ace? Certainly, Ace replied earnestly. My dream is to traverse every corner of the world with my companions and become the freest pirate upon these seas. Yes, I want to join you. Karos nodded vigorously, then turned to Carcass, saying, Brother Carcass, I wish to join Ace and become a pirate, to explore every corner of the world with them. You should come along too, Brother Carcass. Indeed, Carcass, join us and embark on adventures across the sea. Ace reiterated his invitation to Carcass. Faced with Ace's invitation, Carcass felt a stirring in his heart, yet his duty as a Sun Warrior reminded him that he could not abandon Sun Island. He must protect this place. Thus, he shook his head at Ace with an apologetic expression, saying, I am sorry. Thank you for your invitation, Ace, but I cannot join you. Why not? Ace inquired in confusion. Is it because of the oath of the Sun Warriors, Brother Carcass? Karos flew before Carcass, biting her lip and gazing at him with a heart full of sympathy. What oath? Ace asked. The oath of the Sun Warriors. Karos replied, tears welling in her eyes. In the Sun Elf clan, every warrior, upon accepting the Corona and becoming a Sun Warrior, vows before the Sun Tree to protect the sacred tree of Sun Island and, upon the passing of the elders, to continue absorbing the energy of the Sun Seeds. As Carcass's younger sister, Karos understands that Carcass yearns for the sea even more than she does. Moreover, the Sun Warrior's duty to succeed the elders and continually absorb the energy of the Sun Seeds significantly shortens their lifespans, which is why she feels such deep compassion for Carcass. Though as a warrior of the Sun Elf clan, Carcass would never betray the oath of the Sun Warriors. Karos still hopes that he could join her in becoming a pirate, believing that at least Carcass would find some happiness that way. Karos. Carcass gently stroked her head and said, Do not worry, dear sister. I am a Sun Knight, the most powerful Sun Warrior in history. Even the sun cannot defeat me. Carry forth my aspirations and traverse every corner of the sea with Ace and the others. After comforting Karos, Carcass turned to Ace and asked, Do you understand the oath of a man, Ace? Of course, Ace replied earnestly. As a man, once an oath is made, it must be honored. He then added, however, Carcass, your oath is merely to protect the Sun Tree and to assume the Elders' duty after their demise to continue absorbing the energy of the Sun Seeds. It does not imply that you cannot leave this island, does it? Therefore, joining us does not conflict with your oath, right? Ace gazed at Carcass as he spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Carcass replied, "It does seem there is no conflict, but the elders are nearing their limits." Just then, Elder Pym suddenly chuckled and said to Carcass, "Do not underestimate us, Carcass. With our lifespans, we can endure at least another 100 years. Hey, Pym, can you only last another 100 years? I can endure another 120 years. You are indeed weaker than I." "Silence, Marcus. If you can last 120 years, then I can last 150. Enough bickering, I can last another 200 years. You are all weaklings. I can endure another 250 years. Be quiet, I can last 300 years. The elder is the strongest." Thus, the 5 venerable sun elves suddenly erupted into a quarrel. Elders Pym, Marcus, Tim, Kaz, and Victor gazed at the bickering elders with a mixture of emotion and tears welling in their eyes. They yearned to interject, but were interrupted by Ace. "Kakus." Ace directed his gaze towards Kakus, speaking earnestly. "The elder with the red beard has already consented to allow us to inhabit this island. Henceforth, it shall also be our sanctuary. We shall aid you in safeguarding this island and your sun tree. As for the matter of harnessing the energy of the sun seeds." Ace suddenly approached the grotesque sun tree, then leapt towards the sun seed perched atop it, opening his mouth wide as he aimed to bite into the sun seed. "Ace, what are you doing?" Carcass and the others exclaimed in alarm at Ace's actions. Several ancient sun sprites, seated beneath the sun tree, simultaneously opened their eyes, astonished as they beheld Ace lunging toward the sun seed. Their concern was not rooted in the fear that Ace would damage the sun seed, but rather in the apprehension that the seed's energy might harm him. For within the understanding of the sun sprite lineage, only they could endure the power of the sun seed. Carcass flapped his wings fiercely, soaring towards Ace in an attempt to intervene, but it was too late. Ace had already sunk his teeth into the sun seed. Buzz. Ace bit down on the sun seed, and immediately, a surge of scorching energy erupted from it, flooding the entire cave with blinding light and oppressive heat. "Ace! Ace-kun!" Kaku and the others called out loudly, yet the intense radiance overwhelmed their vision, while the terrifying temperature began to bear down on them, even causing the sun spirits to falter. "You all go outside first. I will save Ace." Kaku shouted, his eyes tightly shut as he unleashed his haki, enveloping himself in a protective aura. He then braved the searing heat, struggling to fly toward the sun seed. However, the temperature emanating from it was exceedingly high, far surpassing even Ace's maximum flame elemental temperature. Despite Kaku's use of haki for defense, as he drew closer to the sun seed, he felt as though he were on the verge of being melted away. "Don't mind me. I'm fine," Ace remarked to Kaku, still firmly clenching the sun seed. In truth, Ace was not only unscathed but felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. Upon biting the sun seed, a powerful energy began to flow continuously into his body, and with the influx of this energy, Ace felt this power akin to the brilliance of the sun, yet exponentially more intense. As this energy coursed through his body, he could distinctly sense the rapid growth of his devil fruit abilities. He perceived that the temperature of his elemental flames was skyrocketing, as though each passing second equated to an hour of sunbathing at an altitude of 10,000 meters, if not more. "Ace!" Upon hearing Ace's voice, Kaku shouted urgently, "You must stop. The energy from the sun seed is beyond your capacity to endure. Return at once." "Ace, I'm fine. I am the flame man who has consumed the Maramara no Mi. The energy within this seed is just what I need for a hearty feast. You should leave this place. I will handle this." Ace momentarily released his grip and quickly spoke to Kaku before biting into the sun seed before him. Kaku, momentarily taken aback by Ace's words, used his Kinbunchika haki to confirm that Ace could indeed withstand the energy of the sun seed. Satisfied, he heeded Ace's advice and retreated from the cavern for the time being. "Kaku, where is Ace?" Outside the cavern, upon seeing Kaku emerge, Kairos flew over to him, inquiring. "Ace is unharmed. He is currently absorbing the energy from the sun seed." Kaku gently patted Kairos on the head and reassured her, "Ace is not reckless. He possesses the abilities of a devil fruit user, and his powers are perfectly suited to harness the sun's energy. He may even prove to be of great assistance." Indeed, Ace mentioned he's the flame man who consumed the Maramara no Mi. Even the energy of the sun cannot harm flames. He will surely be all right. Kairos recalled Ace's earlier words, her anxiety dissipating. "Ah, so that individual is a devil fruit user?" Elder Marcus, adorned with a beard, stroked his facial hair thoughtfully. "The powers of the devil fruits are indeed remarkable. Perhaps he can help us mitigate the eruption of the sun seed. In truth, the mere ability to harness the power of the burning fruit is insufficient to endure the energy of the sun seed. However, Ace possesses a unique advantage brought forth by his traversal, which seems to render this world's sun particularly benevolent towards him. Perhaps this is what one might refer to as the fabled protagonist's privilege. Within the cavern of molten rock, Ace continuously absorbs the energy unleashed by the sun seed. As time progresses, he distinctly perceives that the temperature of his flames is soaring rapidly, soon surpassing the monumental threshold of 20,000 degrees. Yet, after breaching this mark, the rate of temperature increase decelerates significantly. What initially surged by over 100 degrees in a mere second dwindles to a mere 10 degrees per second, a tenfold reduction. Minutes later, Ace's flames exceed 30,000 degrees, only to see the rate of increase slow down fivefold again, now barely rising by more than 10 degrees a second. After half an hour, his flames reach a staggering 40,000 degrees, at which point the acceleration of temperature growth diminishes yet again, plummeting to an increase of merely 1 degree per second. Approximately an hour later, the sun seed ceases to emit energy. Ace releases his grip, observing that not only has the seed diminished in size, but its radiance has also significantly dulled compared to before. Have you surrendered? Ace muses, glancing at the sun seed, smacking his lips and lamenting, "What a pity. I had hoped to breach the remarkable threshold of 100,000 degrees this time." Ace initially intended to experiment with the possibility of destroying this object, yet unexpectedly, he fortuitously reaped such significant benefits. The elemental flames surged past the threshold of 40,000 degrees, nearing 50,000 degrees. If one were to rely solely on sunlight, it would take nearly a year to reach such temperatures. He wondered what would transpire if he consumed this entity directly. Perhaps it could even reach 1,000,000 degrees. With a fervent gaze fixed upon the solar seed, Ace licked his lips and declared, "I shall undoubtedly consume you someday." Upon hearing Ace's words, the solar seed visibly trembled, its radiance dimming as if it were intimidated. At that moment, several small figures darted in, and Karis flew directly in front of Ace, anxiously inquiring, "Ace, are you all right?" "I'm perfectly fine." Ace raised his arms in a show of strength, grinning as he proclaimed, "I couldn't be better. Look, hasn't the solar seed diminished in size?" Elder Pym exclaimed, pointing in astonishment at the solar seed. "Indeed, not only has it shrunk, but its brilliance has also faded," Elder Marcus affirmed with a nod. "You human lad, what have you done? Why has the solar seed undergone such a transformation?" Elder Victor directed his question at Ace. "I absorbed its energy, and it transformed into this state." Ace sheepishly scratched his head and cautiously asked, "That won't cause you any trouble, will it?" "Not at all. You have indeed been a tremendous help to us." Elder Kes sighed, stating, "From this day forth, we old fellows may no longer need to sit here daily absorbing the energy of the solar seed." The 5 elders exchanged glances before simultaneously addressing Ace. "You human lad, you are a great benefactor to our solar spirit clan." On board the Black Spade, as Karis arrived with Ace, she instantly attracted the attention of all. "Wow, so the elven race truly exists. How exquisite, just like a doll. Are those wings real? Let me touch them. This is simply adorable. How dare you? Karis is a lady. You cannot simply grope her." Keela swiftly punched away the impertinent Rockflow who attempted to reach for Karis, holding her protectively in his embrace. "It's all right, Keela-chan," Karis said with an understanding smile, her gaze sweeping over everyone aboard the Black Spade, as it was her first encounter with so many diverse races. "Hee. Karis is indeed a genuine member of the elven race. Isn't it incredible?" Ace beamed at the crowd and proclaimed, "From this day forth, Karis shall join our crew, officially becoming a member of the Black Spade Pirates." "Oh, we have a new member." They cheered, "Let the feast begin. Hooray. Our pirate crew finally has a female member." Yaki concealed his face, overwhelmed with joy and tears. At the banquet, Ace recounted his encounters with the Sun Elf tribe on this island, while Karos regaled the attendees with amusing tales about the Sun Elves. Everyone was astounded when Karos mentioned that Sun Elves could live for a millennium under normal circumstances. It is worth noting that the longest-lived known human race at sea, the Giants, can only reach around 300 years, rendering the Sun Elves' lifespan more than 3 times as long. "By the way, Karos, how old are you this year?" inquired Fenimore, a dwarf, unexpectedly. Bang! Keela delivered a swift blow to Fenimore's head, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! It is not gentlemanly to inquire about a lady's age." "It's all right, Keela. I'm 13 this year." Keros began to reveal her age but was promptly covered by Keela, who, with utmost seriousness, admonished her. Keros, you must remember, as a lady, you must never disclose your age to anyone. Do you understand? Is that so? Keros responded, taken aback. Indeed, a lady's age must remain a secret, Keela affirmed confidently. Ah, I understand. Keros nodded earnestly, then gazed at the cheerful atmosphere aboard the ship and suddenly remarked, Ace's companions are truly wonderful people. I sincerely hope my brother Kaku can also experience this joy. Hiki, I quite fancy him. I must ensure that fellow joins our crew. Ace replied with a smile. Yes. Yes. Keros nodded vigorously, and as she mingled with Ace's companions, her desire for her brother to join this joyous pirate crew grew stronger. The night passed in a splendid revelry. The following day, Ace and his group commenced the construction of their dwelling on Sun Island, choosing a location on the northern side of the island. This area not only boasted an excellent environment, but was also sufficiently distanced from the Sun Tree. The Sun Tree emitted an extraordinarily high temperature, which only individuals with special abilities, like Ace and the Sun Elf tribe, could withstand. However, the influence of the Sun Tree's temperature did not extend far, so as long as one maintained a safe distance, they would remain unaffected. Yaki was tasked with overseeing the construction, while the others were responsible for transporting materials and assisting. Ace is responsible for absorbing the excess flames on the island and transforming the entire environment. Everything proceeds in an orderly manner. While Ace and his companions wholeheartedly endeavor to forge a new world, a bounty on him has already been presented before nearly all the renowned factions across the seas. In Wano country, on Onigashima, Flame Calamity Jean holds Ace's bounty and approaches the Yonko, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, stating, Lord Kaido, a remarkably promising newcomer has recently emerged upon the seas and has entered the new world. Shall we send someone to recruit him? Kaido glances at Ace's bounty and replies, a natural type ability user? There is no need for special recruitment. If he crosses into our territory, let him experience the terrors of the new world. If he can become an asset, then let him join us. If not, he shall sink to the ocean depths and feed the fish. In these waters, no one will indulge him in a game of pirate pretend. Understood, Jean nods and then withdraws. In Tato Land, at Cake Island, Big Mom's attitude towards Ace mirrors that of the 100 Beasts pirates. Recruiting promising newcomers into their ranks is a common practice among all the Yonko crews, for they believe that new pirates entering the new world must either join them or be consigned to the depths. The territory of the new world is limited, already divided among them, so none of the Yonko factions would welcome the emergence of new powers. In the first half of the Grand Line, on a primitive island known as Watson, the Heart pirate ship docks at its shores. Law sits in his cabin, holding a newspaper, his face adorned with a smile as he reads. 855 million. Captain Ace's return after a year's disappearance has truly astonished the entire world. Law exclaims, marveling at Ace's exploits detailed in the paper. Though the bounty surged by 500 million in one go, compared to what Captain Ace has accomplished, this increase feels rather acceptable. To evade capture by 2 admirals and emerge unscathed, such prowess undoubtedly warrants this bounty. Setting the newspaper aside, Law rises and steps out onto the deck, gazing towards the latter half of the Grand Line, murmuring to himself, Captain Ace has made a name for himself. He must be forging his path through the new world by now. It seems I must hasten my pace, otherwise, when I meet Captain Ace in the new world, being left far behind would be quite the embarrassment. In the first half of the Grand Line, on an adjacent waterway to that of Luo, a pirate ship manned entirely by monks adorned in robes and sporting white wings is sailing serenely upon the tranquil sea. This vessel is none other than the ship of the wayward monks, established a year ago by the rebellious monk, Urage, after descending from Skypiea. After a year of navigation, the wayward monk pirate crew has garnered a significant reputation in the first half of the Grand Line, with Captain Urage's bounty soaring to a remarkable 88 million. Aboard the ship, Urage sits cross-legged in the cabin, a broad smile illuminating his face as he peruses a newspaper. Truly, Captain Ace has made a name for himself. After lying low for a year, he has stunned the world with his return. Urage gazes upon Ace's bounty poster, his expression brimming with admiration. After a year at sea, Urage is acutely aware of what a bounty of 855 million signifies, especially considering that Ace managed to evade the pursuit of 2 admirals at Sabaody Archipelago. It is well understood that the term admiral represents the pinnacle of the world government's military prowess, as well as the utmost strength upon the seas. To escape unscathed from such formidable forces indicates that Ace has indeed touched the heights of power on the ocean. Setting the newspaper aside, Urich steps out of the cabin. Gazing out at the vast sea, and muses to himself, Captain Ace has already made his mark upon the world. It seems I can no longer remain languid in my pursuits. Meanwhile, on Skypiea, at the Temple of the Gods, Enel is instructing 4 priests in the art of hockey while meticulously overseeing the construction of the proverb. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World, lies the nation known for its love, passion, and toys, Dressrosa. Within the royal palace of the King's Plateau, the king of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is also a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, one of the 3 great powers, holds a glass of red wine. His countenance shifting between moods as he examines the newspaper and bounty poster laid before him. Ha ha ha. Has that little brat from a year ago truly grown to such an extent? Doflamingo exclaims, his hand slamming down on the table as he dials the snail phone resting upon it. Initially, when Ace had mysteriously vanished from the seas a year prior, Doflamingo had collected intelligence regarding him. However, as time passed, he nearly forgot about the young man. For being the mastermind behind the largest underground arms trade in the world kept him immensely occupied. During that period, he was also preoccupied with dealings concerning artificial devil fruits with one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Thus, when Ace's name faded from the ocean's discourse a year ago, Doflamingo ceased to monitor news of him closely. Unexpectedly, a year later, the very boy who had stolen the Mera Mera no Mi from his grasp returns, and in a manner that shocks the world. If Ace's bounty has indeed reached 855 million, and he charges back into the New World, it would be impossible for Doflamingo to ignore him, regardless of his intentions. Morishimo, who is this? On the other end of the transponder snail, a cheerful voice resonated. It's me. Don Quixote Doflamingo spoke in a grave tone. Oh, Joker, what do you require of me? Inquired the voice from the transponder snail. I need comprehensive details on one Portgas d'Ace. Remember, it must be thorough. Doflamingo emphasized with solemnity. Oh, is he the rookie who snatched the Mera Mera no Mi from you a year ago? Please hold on a moment, the voice replied. A rustling of papers echoed from the transponder snail, followed by an astonished exclamation. This rookie is quite remarkable, isn't he? To have evaded the pursuits of Admirals Akainu and Kizaru unscathed, he must possess considerable strength. After a brief contemplation, the voice continued, accompanied by more paper shuffling. Oh. It appears this rookie has a very close connection to the hero garb of the Navy headquarters. No wonder he managed to escape from the clutches of 2 admirals. Such a background is intriguing. Joker, this rookie's background is quite complex. I will require some time to uncover the secrets behind him. Ho ho ho. Very well. I shall grant you time, but you must ensure that you uncover every detail of his background, where he was born, who his parents are, where he was raised. I want to know it all. Do you understand? Doflamingo's voice was low and firm. Absolutely. Leave it to me. The voice on the other end assured him before disconnecting the call. Grandson of the hero Garp, is it? Doflamingo mused while gazing at Ace's bounty notice, chuckling to himself. Hehehe, do surprise me further, Portgas d'Ace. My intrigue in your background grows ever deeper. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stared at Ace's bounty notice for a moment before retrieving a transponder snail from his drawer. After contemplating for a moment, he dialed the number. This transponder snail could directly connect him to the office of Fleet Admiral Sakazuki of the World Government. Hello, Sakazuki. This is Sengoku. He spoke into the transponder snail once the call was connected. Oh, Sengoku, what brings you to call? Sakazuki inquired from the other end. Regarding the 7 warlords candidate I submitted last time, has Portgas d'Ace been approved? Sengoku asked. I'm afraid not, Sengoku. Although he possesses sufficient strength, he has previously inflicted serious injury upon a celestial dragon, and as a result, the Gorosei have removed him from the list of candidates for the 7 warlords. Sakazuki replied apologetically. Is that so? Sengoku said, suppressing his disappointment as he had anticipated this outcome. I understand. Thank you for your trouble, Sakazuki. Not at all. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Sakazuki inquired. Nothing further. Please continue with your duties. Burgess responded and then hung up the phone. His gaze once again fixating on Ace's bounty notice, letting out a sigh. Sengoku was aware of the relationship between Ace and Garp, yet at that moment, he remained oblivious to Ace's true identity as the last bloodline of the Pirate King, Roger. Thus, when the events at Sabaody Archipelago unfolded and Ace's name echoed throughout the world, Sengoku proposed to the Gorosei that Ace be included in the candidate list for the Warlords of the Sea, to which he was met with refusal. Undeterred, Sengoku sought the assistance of his former superior, Admiral Steelbone Kizaru, only to face another rejection. His intentions were clear. He sought to safeguard Ace, leveraging his long-standing camaraderie with Garp to advocate for Ace's legitimate status as a pirate serving the government. However, his appeals had been dismissed twice, and it was evident that this route was no longer viable. Unbeknownst to Sengoku, even if he had successfully secured Ace a place among the warlords, Ace would have declined, as he had in the original storyline. Alas, Garp, I have done all I could, Sengoku lamented. Aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco held Ace's bounty notice and remarked to Whitebeard, Captain, a promising newcomer has recently emerged on the seas, and it seems he has already entered the New World. Oh? Whitebeard glanced at Ace's bounty notice and said, Hand it over. Let me take a look. Ace was oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of powers from all corners of the world, or perhaps even if he were aware, it mattered little to him. He remained fervently engaged in constructing his first domain in the New World. With the assistance of the Sun Elves, the place where Ace and his companions resided was swiftly completed. The Sun Elf clan, as neighbors, warmly offered them an abundance of food and daily necessities. As a transformational architect, Yaki was not only an exceptional shipwright, but also a remarkable builder. In just half a month's time, Yaki had erected an enormous edifice rivaling a palace, spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of inhabitants. At last, it was finished. Now they had their own territory in the New World. Ace beamed as he gazed upon the magnificent structure. Ace-kun, merely declaring this island to be your domain is insufficient. Kirara interjected, dousing his excitement with a splash of cold reality. In the New World, to claim your territory, it is not enough to simply announce it. You must gain the recognition of the sovereigns. Kirara's assertion was indeed accurate. To establish oneself and possess a territory in the New World, merely finding an island and unilaterally declaring, this place belongs to me, would not suffice. At the very least, one would need the acknowledgement of the majority of the powers in the surrounding seas. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of various factions. Oh, what must one do to have them recognize this island as my territory? Ace inquired, adjusting his hat with a smile. First, you must earn the respect of everyone in these waters. At the very least, when you raise your pirate flag, it should be immediately recognizable as yours. Once you have hoisted your own flag in the New World and displayed it upon the island you desire, the dominant powers of the sea will come bearing gifts for you. If you possess the capability to accept their offerings, you will attain recognition. Only with the acknowledgement of these sovereigns can you truly secure your standing in the New World. Thus entering the ranks of the great pirates, Kirara explained. Some may believe that the hallmark of a great pirate is having a multitude of subordinates, yet this understanding is fundamentally flawed. In truth, it is the name that signifies a great pirate, as exemplified by Mihawk. Bearing the titles of both the world's greatest swordsman and a warlord of the sea, Mihawk's island is inhabited solely by him and a group of gorillas that mimic humans. Yet, no one dares to act recklessly upon his domain. This illustrates the formidable power of a name. I see. Upon hearing Keela's words, Ace began to grasp the situation. A smile crept across his face as he waved his hand, and suddenly, a massive firewall that had sealed off the coastline of Burning Island cracked open, revealing a fissure several dozen meters wide. This crack resembled a portal, a gateway to the Burning Island. From this day forth, this entrance shall be known as the Gate of Flames, our Spade Pirates' threshold in the New World. Ace turned to address all members of the Spade Pirates with a resounding voice. Lads, hoist our pirate flag upon this gate. From this moment onward, I declare to the world that this island belongs to the Spade Pirates. Cheers erupted as Gambi and the others shouted in excitement, swiftly hanging the Spade Pirates flag upon the Gate of Flames. Keela, could you kindly relay the news of my flag raising on Sun Island to the entire world? Ace requested, looking at her. Certainly. This time, Keela did not refuse Ace. She stepped aside, took out a transponder snail, dialed a number, and after a brief conversation, hung up. Ace, tomorrow's newspaper will feature the news of your flag raising in the New World. Are you prepared to receive gifts from the rulers of the New World? Keela returned to Ace's side, her expression serious. Whether from the four emperors or the Navy, I shall accept any gifts that are sent my way. From this day forth, this island is the territory of the Spade Pirates, Ace proclaimed, gazing at the pirate flag billowing above the Gate of Flames with conviction. The next day, propelled by the Revolutionary Army, news of Ace raising his pirate flag on Burning Island spread across the seas. The sovereigns of this maritime realm, upon receiving the news, reacted accordingly. On Winter Island, the headquarters of the red-haired pirates, Shanks held a newspaper in his hands, studying the article about Ace raising his flag near their territory. A cryptic smile played on his lips. He truly has raised his own flag. Ace is rather impetuous, Shanks remarked, setting the newspaper down with a grin. What should we do, Captain? While he is Luffy's brother, he has chosen a territory right next to ours. If we remain unresponsive, we might attract unwanted attention. The stout Lucky Lu inquired, looking at Shanks. Though I feel inclined to say, it's still too early for him to raise his flag. I am more intrigued to witness Ace's true strength, Shanks replied, rising to his feet. Let us observe how this unfolds. Even if we remain passive, others will question Ace's actions. We merely need to watch if he can establish his flag in these waters. As for whispers, have I ever cared about such trivialities? Shanks scoffed. Understood. Then Beckman nodded and remarked, I shall ensure that we keep a close watch on the developments of this matter. Aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco approached Whitebeard, holding a newspaper. Father, you must see the news. That newcomer named Ace has done something significant. Oh, what has that little brat done now? Let me see, Whitebeard replied, taking the newspaper from Marco. After glancing at the article, he erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Kwah, what an impatient little rascal. To raise his flag so soon. He is certainly provoking us. Indeed, for a newcomer, he is rather hasty. Marco nodded in agreement. He then inquired, however, Father, the territory he has chosen lies right at the intersection of our influence and that of the red-haired pirates. What shall we do? Anyone can go and meet this young lad, showing him the dangers of these waters. Whitebeard contemplated before adding, but do not let him perish. I have a certain interest in this boy. If he is sufficiently humbled, ask him if he would join my crew. Heh. So you too have an interest in this lad? That is truly splendid. Marco chuckled at Whitebeard's words. I know what to do. I shall make arrangements and personally pay him a visit. Shortly thereafter, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division known as the Phoenix, and Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division, set sail from the Moby Dick. Simultaneously, in the waters of the Torrens Kingdom, Charlotte Cracker, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, departed with several subordinates, heading towards Sun Island. In Dressrosa, within the royal palace of the King's Plateau, Doflamingo had just finalized a collaboration regarding artificial devil fruits when the news of Ace raising his flag in the New World arrived before him. Hee. This little brat wishes to raise his flag so soon. How audacious. Doflamingo remarked darkly as he examined the newspaper. What is it, Joker? Jack, one of the calamities of the beast pirates, asked curiously upon noticing Doflamingo's expression. Nothing much. Doflamingo waved a hand dismissively. Just a reckless young fool who thinks he can raise his flag upon entering the New World. Oh, is this a lad known as Fire Fist? Jack inquired, his interest piqued. Indeed, it is he. Mingo nodded and said, he is merely a fledgling who has just ventured into this new world, daring to provoke our standing. I shall show him the true terror of this realm. Oh, you intend to teach this young rogue a lesson? Jack inquired. Indeed. I have a personal vendetta against this boy, and I shall seize this opportunity to settle the score. Mingo replied in a low voice. I see, Jack mused, then added. Earlier, Brother Jean called me, suggesting I meet this newcomer to assess his potential as an ally. However, since there is history between you and Joker, I shall refrain from that visit. Our priority now is to swiftly return with the samples of the artificial devil fruit. For Jack, the matters of the beast pirates and Mingo's business took precedence over a mere rookie pirate. After all, they had just established a significant partnership regarding the artificial devil fruit. Thus he chose Mingo without hesitation and departed from Dressrosa. Once Jack left, Mingo retrieved a Din Mushy and dialed the number, stating directly, Virgo. Have you seen the news regarding the Fire Fist boy? I have, came Virgo's solemn voice from the other end. Doflamingo, allow me to take action this time. I will surely erase the disgrace from a year ago. Upon hearing Virgo's words, Mingo fell silent for a moment. His original plan had been to leak Ace's whereabouts to the world government, hoping they would initiate a purge to eliminate this nuisance. Yet, confronted with Virgo's request, he hesitated. After contemplating for a long while, Mingo ultimately decided to acquiesce to Virgo's plea, but not before questioning. The boy's strength is formidable. Are you confident you can defeat him? Doflamingo, I have not wasted this past year, came Virgo's confident reply. Very well. Seemingly reassured by Virgo's conviction, Mingo nodded and declared, Bring me his head, Virgo. Trust me. Doflamingo, I will not disappoint you, Virgo asserted firmly before ending the call. At Burning Island, within the Gate of Flames, the members of the Spade Pirates stood resolutely behind the immense fiery portal, all exhibiting fierce determination, including the newly joined Kairos. Gambi and others were exhilarated, fully aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead with the strongest adversaries of the sea. Though the sovereigns might not come personally, their subordinates would undoubtedly arrive. And those who came would be no weaklings. Yet, having raised their own flag, they were resolved to stand firm and fight to the last breath. Moreover, this time, they would not allow their captain to face the battle alone. As if sensing the thoughts of their companions, Gambi and the others exchanged glances and then simultaneously smiled. Wasn't their year of arduous training and hellish conditions all for this very moment? Ace was unaware of the resolve of his companions. At that moment, he sat cross-legged in the center of the Gate of Flame, gazing out at the sea and pondering who might arrive. Suddenly, the surface of the ocean beyond the Gate of Flame rippled, and a large school of whale sharks emerged, among which sat a robust man bearing the characteristics of a fisherman. This man was none other than Jinbei, the current captain of the Fishman pirate crew and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Ace had anticipated that the first arrivals might be from the red-haired pirates or the white-beard pirates, given that Sun Island was closest to both factions. He was utterly surprised that the first man to arrive was Jinbei. Was he concerned about a potential conflict between me and the white-beard pirates? As Ace contemplated Jinbei's intentions, the man had already approached the Gate of Flame riding atop a whale shark. I am Jinbei, the current captain of the Fishman pirate crew. Here to pay my respects to the members of the Spade Pirates, he proclaimed, his voice carrying a distinct aura of camaraderie. He leaped from the back of the whale shark and landed on the land outside the Gate of Flame, fixing his gaze on Ace, who remained seated within. Though it may be somewhat presumptuous, I have come to request that you temporarily lower your flag, and I sincerely hope you will agree. I beg of you, Jinbei said, bowing deeply to Ace in earnest. That's him, the Sea Knight Jinbei, with a bounty of 438 million berries, exclaimed Scar, the warlord of the sea. I never expected the first to arrive would be such a formidable figure, remarked Fenimore. Glup. Yinlu swallowed hard. Just looking at him is overwhelming. Can we truly face such a man? You're such a coward. He's merely one of the warlords of the sea. We will inevitably clash, retorted Gambi. Though it may be somewhat impolite, I must say, raising your flag here will only incite unnecessary disputes. To prevent a senseless war, I kindly request that you lower it temporarily, Jinbei implored as he stood before Ace, bowing once more. I'm sorry, but I cannot comply with your request, Ace replied as he rose to his feet, gazing at the man before him with a smile. Since our flag has already been raised, our next course of action is to risk our lives to ensure it does not fall. As a man, you should understand my intent, Jinbei. Though Ace had yet to engage with Jinbei directly, he grasped the essence of Jinbei's visit. This man's arrival likely bore no malice. He merely wished to avert conflict between Ace and the myriad forces of the New World. However, he underestimated Ace's resolve at this moment. I see now, Ace thought. Gazing into Ace's unwavering eyes, Jinbei realized that his request was destined to remain unfulfilled, though he had initially held little hope for his plea. The outright rejection still left him somewhat disheartened. With a sigh, Jinbei's expression hardened as he declared, Then let me be your opponent, at the very least. Before you clash with other factions, allow me to seize your flag. If Jinbei's initial request was tinged with a hint of folly, his current determination to personally claim the Spade Pirates banner was resolute. He held no underestimation of Ace, yet he possessed great confidence in his own capabilities. To him, if he were to take the Spade Pirates flag, it would not only avert conflict between Ace and the various powers of the New World, but also safeguard the lives of these young individuals. One cannot deny that Jinbei's intentions were noble, yet he underestimated Ace, and even more so, Ace's crewmates. Let us see if you can, Ace replied fearlessly, locking eyes with Jinbei. Just as Ace prepared to engage with Jinbei, his comrade, Wallace, suddenly stepped forward, addressing Ace, Captain Ace, allow me to handle this battle. Wallace, you. Ace regarded Wallace, initially inclined to decline, but upon witnessing the steadfast resolve in his comrade's gaze, he swallowed his words of protest. With a sidestep and a smile, he acquiesced, saying, Very well, you shall be Jinbei's opponent. Thank you, Captain Ace. Wallace cast a grateful glance at Ace before turning to Jinbei, his expression a blend of emotions as he spoke. Jinbei, I did not anticipate encountering you under such circumstances. Wallace is it? I am surprised to see you. I hadn't realized you were a member of the Spade Pirates. No wonder you declined my invitation back then, Jinbei remarked, taken aback. My apologies for not mentioning it earlier. I joined the Spade Pirates long ago, Wallace replied. 6 months prior, Wallace had gained tremendous fame on Fishman Island after defeating the chief martial artist of the Ryugu Kingdom. Following this, he received an invitation from Jinbei to join the Fishman Pirates. Though he declined, it did not diminish the respect he held for the man. While he was reluctant to confront Jinbei, the current circumstances dictated that no one in the Spade Pirates was more suited to face him. Jinbei, although I may not be your match, for the sake of our crew's reputation, I must take offense. Wallace bowed deeply to Jinbei, then fixed him with a determined gaze. Adopting a fighting stance as he solemnly stated, this time, I shall be your opponent. With great pleasure. Jinbei mirrored Wallace's stance, affirming, I will not hold back. Wallace. That suits me just fine. Wallace grinned widely, exclaiming, I'm about to make my move, Jinbei. Come on. Then, Wallace. Fishman Karate. Thousand Tile Punch. Bang. Two forces, powerful enough to shatter 1,000 tiles, collided, sending shockwaves that cracked the ground beneath Jinbei and Wuris. After the clash, Wuris staggered back a few steps, while Jinbei remained steadfast, the disparity between them glaringly apparent. Despite acknowledging he was no match for Jinbei, Wuris's indomitable fighting spirit could not be quelled. This battle was pivotal for their crew's survival in the New World, and he would rather perish than concede defeat. With a swift step, Wuris lunged forward, appearing before Jinbei in an instant, his clenched fist aimed directly at Jinbei's face. Tangchao Wazhongquan. The force of Wuris's punch unleashed a 360-degree shockwave towards Jinbei. Thud. Jinbei raised his arms to block Wuris's powerful strike, yet the tremendous impact propelled his massive form back several meters. Wuris, your Fishman Karate is indeed formidable, Jinbei remarked, admiration evident in his voice. No wonder you were able to defeat the chief martial artist of Dragon Palace. Huh. Compared to you, Jinbei, I still have a long way to go. Wuris grinned, leaping into the air to deliver another Tangchao Wazhongquan directed at Jinbei. Unflinching, Jinbei met Wuris's fist head-on. Boom. The battle between Jinbei and Wuris was fierce, yet as time wore on, Wuris's previously equal strength began to wane, ultimately being sent flying by Jinbei's punch. Undeterred, he quickly rose, shaking off the impact, and charged at Jinbei once more. An hour later, Wuris was battered and bruised. Yet no matter how grievously injured, he always managed to rise and launch another attack. The contrast was stark. Jinbei bore only minor injuries, while Wuris was on the brink of collapse, Jinbei even refraining from using his haki. Wuris, Gambi and the others watched with tears streaming down their faces. Yet none dared to intervene, fully aware of Wuris's resolve and the significance of this battle. Enough, Wuris. Seeing Wuris on the verge of collapse, Jinbei could not bear to continue the fight and called out to him, halting Wuris's advance. What are you saying, Jinbei? Wuris trudged toward Jinbei, enunciating each word. This is a battle of men. I may fall in battle, but I will never yield. Witness my determination. Fishman Karate, 3,000 Tile Punch. This is a battle of men, and I will absolutely not lose. Witness my resolve, Jinbei. Fishman Karate, 3,000 Tile Punch. I understand, Wuris. Perhaps sensing Wuris's unwavering determination, Jinbei adopted an unprecedentedly serious demeanor, poised to confront Wuris's charge. Fishman Karate, 5,000 Tile Punch. Thud. In this encounter, Wallace was forcefully propelled by the might of Jinbei's punch, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing resonating from his right hand, before he fell heavily to the ground. Ace and his companions intended to catch him, but Jinbei's figure had already intervened, seizing Wallace in advance. I apologize, Captain Ace. I have failed. Wallace raised his head to gaze at Ace, a ghastly smile twisting his features as he uttered those words before succumbing to unconsciousness. The one who should apologize is I. Dear Brother Wallace, Jinbei said, handing the fainted Wallace to the approaching Yaki, his expression laden with regret. A surge of scorching flames ascended as Ace stepped forward, positioning himself before Jinbei, his voice resonating with gravity. Then allow me to be your opponent, Jinbei. Clang. A broadsword was brandished before Ace as Gambi obstructed his advance. Captain Ace, it is not yet your turn to engage. After all, you are our captain, Gambi declared, his demeanor impassive yet filled with an unmistakable fury. He turned to Jinbei, stating flatly, I shall be your opponent now. See Knight Jinbei. Gambi's expression remained inscrutable, but the intensity of his wrath was palpable. Jinbei observed the exchange between Gambi and Ace, and with a sudden sigh, he sank to the ground, speaking solemnly. I am truly sorry, my friends. This time, I have erred. I underestimated your resolve. From this point forward, even if you wield your swords against me, I shall not retaliate. I only wish to remain and witness your forthcoming battle. I implore you. Jinbei bowed his head in earnest supplication. Observing Jinbei's demeanor, Gambi felt much of his anger dissipate. And he then turned to Ace. Ace pondered for a moment before gently nodding, prompting Gambi to sheath his broad sword and step aside. An hour later, a warship approached from the distance, its sails emblazoned with the emblem G5. It was none other than Vice Admiral Virgo, the commander of the G5 naval base. Upon seeing the insignia on the approaching vessel, Gila immediately informed Ace and the others. Has he already attained the rank of Vice Admiral? Ace remarked, gazing at the man standing at the bow of the ship with a light chuckle. What a familiar face after such a long time. Ace, have you ever crossed paths with this man? Jinbei suddenly inquired. Indeed, Ace nodded. A year ago, when we clashed, he was still a rear admiral. I never imagined he would rise to Vice Admiral in such a short span, and also serve as the commander of the G5 base. His ascent has been remarkably swift. Is that so? Although Ace appeared relaxed, Jinbei couldn't help but caution. While I am unaware of the outcome of your encounter a year prior, do not underestimate this man. He personally defeated a pirate with a bounty of 330 million berries just 6 months ago, which is why he attained the rank of Vice Admiral. His strength is formidable. Haha, Ace chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. A year ago, he had relied on a pre-prepared strategic advantage to defeat Virgo. Yet now he regarded opponents of Virgo's caliber with disdain. Before long, the warship docked on the ocean surface outside the Gate of Flames. Virgo leaped from the vessel and approached with a somewhat awkward gait, halting 10 meters from Ace. Upon seeing Jinbei seated there, a look of surprise crossed his face. Jinbei, as one of the 7 warlords, what brings you here? I had intended to seize the flag of Ace and the others, but I failed. Now, I am merely brazenly staying to observe, Jinbei replied. To think a man of your caliber could be defeated? Virgo expressed his astonishment. Jinbei shook his head and remained silent. He had not been defeated. He had simply encountered failure. Noting Jinbei's response, Virgo dismissed him and turned to face Ace, his expression devoid of emotion. Pirate Pordasti, Ace. We meet again. Indeed, we do, Ace replied with a light smile. I never expected you to survive, Virgo. I lost a leg in that battle. Virgo slightly rolled up his pant leg to reveal a prosthetic limb and declared, this time, I shall personally take your life. Haha, if you possess such capability, then come at me, Ace retorted as flames ignited around him, laughing. Whoosh. In an instant, Virgo's figure appeared before Ace, wielding a weapon imbued with haki. Aimed directly at Ace's head, yet Ace remained motionless. Clang. A broadsword intercepted Virgo's ghost bamboo, then with an upward flick, sent him soaring into the air. Our captain, after all, does not engage lightly. Gambi, wielding his sword, positioned himself protectively in front of Ace, addressing Virgo with determination. Allow me to be your opponent, Rear Admiral Virgo. I am Gambi, the mad swordsman with a bounty of 168 million. Virgo recognized Gambi and responded, I did not expect you to be a companion of Fire Fist Ace. However, with a mere bounty of 100 million, you are no match for me. Step aside. I'm afraid that by defeating you, my bounty will surely double. Gambi replied with a grin, then lunged forward, his broadsword slicing through the air with a powerful whoosh, aimed directly at Virgo. Virgo frowned slightly, twisting his wrist to position his ghost bamboo, imbued with armament haki, as a barrier. Clang. The clash of ghost bamboo and broadsword produced a resounding echo, and Virgo's face shifted to one of astonishment as he was propelled back by an overwhelming force. Clearly, he had underestimated Gambi's prowess. With a wild laugh erupting from the usually composed Gambi, he charged at Virgo, his broad sword raised high. Clang, clang, clang. The two figures danced in a flurry, their weapons colliding with explosive sounds. Gambi's fighting style was extraordinarily ferocious, persistently pressing the attack against Virgo. To Ace's astonishment, Gambi had also mastered armament haki. In the midst of battle, Gambi exuded an almost manic energy, his fighting demeanor seeming to transform from a year ago. With each swing of his sword, he unleashed fits of wild laughter. Both Gambi and Virgo lacked devil fruit abilities, so their confrontation was a raw display of physical prowess and swordsmanship, showcasing strength and haki. Though Gambi's armament haki was evidently inferior to Virgo's, his formidable strength compensated for this shortcoming, and amidst his increasingly frenzied laughter, Gambi held his own against Virgo. Clang, clang, clang. Gambi's broadsword whirled rapidly, while Virgo defended with his hockey-wrapped ghost bamboo, momentarily being forced back by Gambi's relentless onslaught. Finger pistol. With a swift motion, Virgo seized an opportunity, piercing Gambi's shoulder, creating a gaping wound. Yet, rather than revealing any sign of pain, Gambi's expression only grew more exhilarated. Slash wave. A powerful arc from Gambi's sword sliced towards Virgo, followed by moonwalk. With a powerful push from his feet, Virgo leaped into the air, skillfully suspending his form in the void as he inhaled deeply. He placed the ghostly bamboo before his lips and blew forcefully, causing the slender stalk to expand in an astonishing manner. An air cannon. Boom. The compressed air shot forth like an invisible projectile, hurtling towards Gambi. Wave slash. Gambi swung his sword, unleashing a slicing attack that cleaved through the air cannon, and with a decisive stomp, propelled himself upward, instantly appearing before Virgo and striking with his sword. So swift. Virgo's expression shifted as Gambi's broadsword descended upon him. Armored block. Virgo raised his left hand, executing the iron block technique from the Six Styles, while simultaneously channeling his haki to harden his defenses, successfully blocking Gambi's strike. However, the overwhelming force sent him crashing back to the ground with a heavy thud. Wave slash combo. Gambi cackled, unleashing a series of relentless slashes from his sword, each blow crashing down where Virgo had fallen, stirring up a cloud of dust. Stormfoot. A blue arc sliced through the haze, aimed directly at Gambi. He raised his sword to defend, but Virgo, following closely behind the stormy strike, landed a punch squarely in Gambi's abdomen. Boom. Gambi was sent flying several meters by Virgo's blow, yet he quickly regained his footing and lunged forward once more, his sword aimed menacingly at Virgo. Crack. This time, Virgo raised his left hand and astonishingly caught Gambi's broadsword with his bare hand, remaining unmoved despite Gambi's desperate exertion. Your strength, speed, and techniques have been deciphered. This battle must come to an end. As Virgo spoke, he lifted his right hand, unleashing a powerful wave of haki that enveloped the ghostly bamboo. With a swift twist of his wrist, the slender stalk began to spin rapidly in his grasp. Ghost bamboo whirlwind. Virgo struck. The centrifugal force generated by the swiftly rotating bamboo, combined with the hardness of his haki, landed a crushing blow against Gambi's chest, the immense power shattering his clothing from behind. And yet, Virgo's assault was far from over. Continuous whirlwind. Virgo's right hand swung rapidly, the spinning ghost bamboo relentlessly striking Gambi's chest, each blow powerful enough to penetrate his body. Struck hard, Gambi arched his back, blood spewing from his gaping mouth. Yet his face bore no trace of pain. Instead, he erupted into a more frenzied laughter. Ha ha. Gambi raised his head, his expression contorted, eyes glimmering with a crimson light, as he gripped his broadsword tightly and charged once more at Virgo. Seeing Gambi in such a state, Virgo furrowed his brow slightly. An ordinary person would have long collapsed under the continuous barrage of his ghost bamboo. Yet this man appeared unscathed, his fighting spirit only intensified. Armored iron block. Without flinching, Virgo met Gambi's strike head-on with his iron block and fierce haki, his body remaining utterly immovable. It's futile, no matter how frenzied your state. It cannot bridge the gap between us, Virgo stated expressionlessly, then raised his left hand and delivered a punch to Gambi. To Virgo's astonishment, his punch failed to repel Gambi's body. With a sinister grin, Gambi seized Virgo's wrist, tilting his head back, and with a maniacal laugh, he brought his head crashing down onto Virgo. Bang! Caught off guard, Virgo was stunned by Gambi's headbutt, blood trickling through his fingers as he clutched his mouth and nose in shock. Ha ha. Amidst the maniacal laughter, Gambi launched another fierce assault on Virgo. Virgo lifted his arm to block, but the impact jolted him, forcing him to take a step back. Impossible. Virgo stared incredulously at Gambi, realizing that this man had significantly enhanced both speed and strength. Even his haki had grown considerably stronger since their last encounter. Clang, clang, clang. In the midst of Gambi's ferocious onslaught, the two engaged in another fierce battle, the sounds of their violent clashes echoing. The saying, "There are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names," was perfectly embodied in Gambi. Unlike Virgo, who expertly wielded the Navy's 6 powers in combat, Gambi's fighting style was purely a frenzied assault, even abandoning defense at times. Yet, every time Virgo's attack failed to land on Gambi, the laughter that escaped his lips grew more deranged, and his strength surged even further. Boom. After another collision, both Gambi and Virgo staggered back. Gambi was now covered in wounds, his upper body marked by deep indentations from punches, while Virgo, though also battered, remained composed. I see, He mused, using a loss of reason to amplify strength and speed, even dulling pain. Was this the essence of the mad swordsman? Virgo gazed at the crimson-eyed Gambi, gently adjusting his sunglasses, his expression once again exuding calmness as he remarked, "However, if this is all you possess, then this battle shall conclude here." A hum resonated as powerful haki emanated from Virgo's being, enveloping him like an invisible armor, impervious to detection, yet palpable to all present, instilling an undeniable sense of pressure. Bang! Bang! Encased in the formidable haki, Virgo struck the ground with his staff, the ghost bamboo. Though the staff never made direct contact with the surface, the ground beneath him caved in with each strike, a testament to his overwhelming strength. Such remarkable haki. Even Jinbei, a man of considerable stature, could not help but feel a surge of admiration in the face of Virgo's oppressive aura. His haki had indeed grown more formidable compared to a year ago. Ace regarded the imposing Virgo with a grave expression, sensing that this man's armed haki, akin to his own, seemed to have approached the threshold of release, on the verge of stepping into the realm of advanced armed haki. In the original narrative, Virgo's armed haki, though powerful, was evidently still in its nascent stages, lacking the capacity for release. Yet now, he appeared to have grasped the threshold of advanced armed haki. It seemed that a year of defeat, despite costing him a leg, had propelled his mastery to new heights, even surpassing the pinnacle he had achieved 2 years post the war at Marineford, where he granted another 2 years. Perhaps Virgo's armed haki could truly transcend into the advanced domain. As the pressure radiating from Virgo intensified, Gambi's previously manic expression began to shift. His wild grin gradually receded to a semblance of normalcy. Most astonishingly, as the madness on Gambi's face faded, the dents and scars upon his body also began to diminish, accompanied by wisps of white smoke wafting from him. With a deep exhale, a plume of pristine breath escaped Gambi's lips, and his manic demeanor vanished entirely, the scars fading completely. More crucially, his physique appeared to have shrunk slightly, transforming his once towering presence into one of striking handsomeness, while his aura intensified. This state of Gambi, with smoke emanating from his body, bore a striking resemblance to Luffy's second gear. And the alteration in his physique echoed the essence of the Six Styles' ultimate technique, Life Return. Rage reclaimed. Gambi clenched his fist and directed his gaze at Virgo, declaring, "Though my body has reached its limit, this degree of augmentation is sufficient to defeat you, Vice Admiral Virgo." Rage? Fascinating, converting inflicted damage into strength? What a remarkable combat style. Observing Gambi's current state, Virgo couldn't suppress his admiration. Rage? That term seems familiar, echoing in the recesses of his memory. Keela pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "I just recalled that frenzy is a unique combat style exclusive to the royal family of the Iboli Kingdom from 3 centuries ago. It is said that the royal lineage has perished, yet some bloodline remains. Legends speak of a peculiar hereditary affliction known as madness that plagued the Iboli royalty, which caused its victims to gradually lose their sanity, succumbing to delirium, accompanied by a phenomenon referred to as frenzy. This frenzy significantly amplifies the physical capabilities of those afflicted during an episode, rendering them impervious to pain. What was once a terrifying ailment transformed when a genius emerged from the Iboli royal family, who trained his madness into a distinctive fighting technique. This method not only allowed the afflicted to maintain lucidity during their episodes, but also harnessed the frenzy generated during these times, merging it with their physical agony to form a formidable force. It turns out that Gambi is of royal blood. Ha. Ace laughed heartily. What are you focusing on? Keela glared at Ace, exasperated. Shouldn't your concern be about our companion's fighting style? Ha. It's all the same, Ace replied with a grin. Regardless, I know Gambi is exceptionally strong. Keela was at a loss for words, unsure whether to label Ace as overly optimistic or simply carefree. Though Gambi's frenzy was indeed powerful, the Vice Admiral named Virgo was evidently a formidable opponent. Even if she were not the one battling Virgo, she could still keenly sense the intense pressure emanating from him. A manifestation of his formidable haki. That is trust, Keela-chan. Ace seemed to have caught on to Keela's inner thoughts, suddenly turning to her. Even without that so-called frenzy, I believe Gambi will undoubtedly triumph over Virgo. Gambi is a partner I wholeheartedly endorse, Ace declared confidently. Keela gazed at Ace in astonishment and disbelief, surprised that he could intuit her thoughts while simultaneously feeling exasperated by his unyielding confidence. Defeat me? Virgo glanced at Gambi, his expression darkening. Such arrogance could cost you your life, brat. Virgo gripped his weapon tightly, adopting an aggressive stance with his feet positioned apart. As a formidable haki coalesced through his hands and into his weapon. Meanwhile, Gambi mirrored the stance, sword held downward and angled toward the ground, gathering his own frenzy into the blade. The two combatants were merely charging their energies, yet the intense auras radiating from them clashed, causing the very air around them to tremble and emit a mournful whimper. Boom. Boom. In almost the same instant, Gambi and Virgo simultaneously gathered their strength, unleashing a tempestuous and fervent aura that erupted from both of them. And then they struck in unison. Armed Six Styles Ultimate, Demon Wheel Spear. As a master of physical combat who has honed the Marine Six Styles to perfection, Virgo had also developed his own ultimate technique. However, unlike Rob Lucci's Six Kings gun, the impact of Virgo's Six Styles Ultimate, combined with the enhancement of his haki, made his Demon Wheel Spear attack resemble a meteor plummeting from the heavens, resplendent and formidable. If the captain is the sun, then as a crew member, I willingly transform into the moon, becoming his shadow. Frenzied Moon Wheel. A chilling blade of light erupted from Gambi's sword, akin to a crescent moon slicing through the void, cleaving everything in its path, including Virgo's attack, in twain. With a piercing sound, the frigid moon will severed Virgo's body, slicing him diagonally from shoulder to abdomen. Crimson blood gushing forth. Virgo's upper body fell away, and with his remaining arm, he retrieved a similarly bisected snail, mustering his last ounce of strength to utter, "Apologies, Doflamingo. I have lost again," though fully aware that his words would never reach the ears of that person. Virgo still exerted his final breath to convey this message to the lifeless snail, before succumbing to the void. This undercover vice admiral, who had infiltrated the Navy for decades, the first-generation Red Heart of the Don Quixote family, met his end at this moment. Meanwhile, after vanquishing Virgo, a surge of heat suddenly erupted from Gambi's body, causing him to swell back to his original imposing form, vibrant blood mist spraying forth as he toppled forward. Gambi. In a fleeting moment, Ace swiftly caught the collapsing Gambi, gently laying him down. Gambi, gazing at Ace, managed a bloodstained smile and declared, "I have triumphed." "Indeed, you have." Ace responded with a warm smile, affirming Gambi's victory. Upon hearing Ace's words, a look of satisfaction spread across Gambi's face before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Although he had vanquished Virgo, Gambi paid a heavy toll. The accumulation of his injuries erupted simultaneously, a pain unimaginable to the average person. "Bonesy, take Gambi and Wallace back for medical attention. The ensuing battles will be entrusted to us," Ace instructed as he handed Gambi over to the sniper, Bonesy. He then turned to Karas and said, "Karas, our ship's doctor has yet to arrive. Please ask the doctor from the Sun Elf tribe to tend to them." "Leave it to me," Karas replied with a firm nod. Flapping her wings as she ascended and instructed Bonesy, "Follow me." At that moment, several soldiers from the G5 warship approached Ace and his companions, gathering their courage to request, "Please hand over the remains of Admiral Virgo to us, we beg you." Ace turned his head, casting a piercing gaze towards the group of Marines, and bellowed, "Leave." The Marine at the forefront attempted to utter a response, yet Ace had no desire to engage in further dialogue. With a swift release of his Conqueror's haki, he rendered the majority of the Marines unconscious. To those who withstood the force of his haki, he declared, "You have 10 seconds to take these individuals and depart immediately, or I shall consign you all to the depths of the sea." The Marines bit their lips, tears brimming in their eyes, as they bowed in unison to the lifeless body of Virgo. They then hastily boarded their warship, swiftly departing from the waters surrounding Sun Island. Although Ace harbored no intentions of desecrating Virgo's remains, he certainly would not entrust the body to these naval officers. Ace understood that Virgo's presence was not a command from the world government, but rather a directive from Don Quixote Doflamingo to procure Virgo's corpse. It would require Doflamingo himself to come. After the Navy's G5 fleet departed, Ace turned to the cyborg, Frankie, and instructed, "Frankie, prepare a coffin to contain Virgo's remains." Unaware of Virgo's true identity, Frankie felt perplexed by Ace's request. Nevertheless, he promptly crafted a coffin and placed Virgo's body within it. Jinbi, observing Ace's actions, relaxed his tense hands. Initially, he had presumed that Ace intended to keep Virgo's body as a trophy, a common practice among pirates to enhance their reputations. Even the Navy would display the heads of notorious pirates as tokens of their achievements, and a rear admiral, like Virgo, represented a significant accomplishment for any pirate. Jinbi contemplated intervening should Ace choose to pursue such a path, yet it was evident that Ace harbored no such intentions. He realized he had underestimated this young pirate. cultivating a newfound sense of respect for him. It seemed that Ace was no ordinary pirate. Jinbe silently hoped that they would avoid any conflict with their father. Ace remained seated in the center of the Gate of Flames, patiently awaiting the arrival of the forthcoming guest. Ace was acutely aware that both Jinbe and Virgo were merely appetizers. The true adversaries were the impending Yonko pirate cruise, the genuine feast awaiting him. As the undisputed sovereign of the New World, Ace's act of raising his flag was undoubtedly a challenge to their hegemony. Even if they chose not to appear in person, they could not remain indifferent. Before long, several ships arrived near Sun Island. However, these vessels did not approach but rather lingered at a distance, observing. Clearly, they were not there to stir trouble, but to witness the spectacle. As time passed, the number of ships drawn to the scene continued to grow, including some notorious pirates who had already carved out a formidable reputation in the New World. Hours later, the ships of the Yonko finally manifested in the waters surrounding Sun Island. Look, that is the fleet of the Yonko Bigmom. On board stood Charlotte Cracker, one of the sweet commanders, with a bounty of 860 million berries. Ha ha ha, the Yonko have finally made their entrance. This promises to be quite the show. The gathered pirates erupted in excitement upon the sight of the Yonko's ship. Have they finally arrived? Sitting cross-legged within the Gate of Flames, Ace smiled upon seeing Charlotte Cracker's vessel. I had thought the first to arrive would be the red-haired pirates. But who would have imagined it would be the Bigmom pirates? It seems the red-haired crew has no intention of joining the fray, which is just as well. Boss. Look, another ship is approaching. At that moment, the sea stirred once more as another ship from a Yonko crew slowly made its way. Gulp. That is the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates. They have arrived as well. At the bow stood Marco, the 1st Division commander, alongside Sachi, the 4th Division commander. The presence of two captains from the Whitebeard pirates was astonishing. Were they here to annihilate the Spade pirates? The arrival of the Whitebeard pirates escalated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. As a man who had once rivaled the Pirate King, Roger, Whitebeard was the only legendary pirate still active at sea. Even in his absence, his name alone was enough to instill fear. The reputation of this man eclipsed that of the Yonko. With Marco, the Phoenix, and Sachi alongside Charlotte Cracker of the Bigmom pirates. Such a formidable lineup would likely make even the most daunting of adversaries tremble. Truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. It's over. This new pirate crew is surely doomed. Indeed, even a man like Whitebeard would not remain silent when provoked by a newcomer. I wonder what members from the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates will show up. It is truly something to anticipate. If there were still onlookers among the pirates who believed that Ace's Spade pirates could establish their own banner in these waters. The arrival of the Whitebeard pirates and the Bigmom pirates, along with the formidable lineup aboard their vessels, shattered that illusion. Even if the remaining two of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews chose not to intervene, it was evident to all that this fledgling pirate crew would struggle to survive. Upon the arrival of the Whitebeard and Bigmom pirates, neither crew immediately disembarked on Sun Island. Instead, they lingered at sea for a while. After waiting for an hour, with no sign of the red-haired pirates or the beast pirates, Ace surmised that they were unlikely to show up. The captain of the 1st Division, Marco the Phoenix, and the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, were present, and upon witnessing the formidable presence of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace's expression grew grave. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled, remarking, to have 2 captain-level figures come directly, Whitebeard truly holds me in high regard. Ace rose to his feet and declared loudly, "Let us welcome our guests." Upon hearing Ace's words, his comrades silently stood up, resolutely positioning themselves behind their captain. Such a formidable group of young individuals they were. On the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco observed Ace and his crew standing outside the flame gate with admiration. "Hey, Marco." On the ship of the Bigmom pirates, Cracker, clad in biscuit armor, greeted Marco and then inquired, "This time, we arrived first, so you can just stand aside and watch the spectacle." Although Bigmom had commanded them to first attempt to recruit Ace and his crew, and if that failed, to eliminate them, Cracker had no intention of following her orders. He was ready to eradicate these newcomers outright. "Come now, we are not here to fight." Marco raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, smiling as he spoke. "Feel free to do as you wish." With that, he perched himself on the mast, assuming the demeanor of an observer. "Smart of you." Cracker chuckled triumphantly upon realizing Marco would not intervene, then turned to his subordinates and commanded, "You lot. Let these newcomers witness the consequences of provoking the sovereign of the seas. Bring the ship closer." Oh, bring the ship closer." Take them down. Such an arrogant little brat. Marco, are we truly doing nothing? Sachi looked at Marco and asked, did you not mention that Dad is quite interested in this newcomer? What if he gets foolishly killed by that Charlotte brat? Rest assured, as long as I am here, he will not perish, Marco replied with a smile. Then glanced at Ace, murmuring softly, however, if that is all he is capable of, I would be most disappointed. Marco. Jinbe unexpectedly emerged from the waters near the Whitebeard pirate ship, calling out to Marco. Oh, Jinbe, you are here too, Marco exclaimed in surprise, waving at him. What brings you here? Jinbe leaped from the water and landed on Marco's ship. I originally intended to remove Ace and his crew's pirate flag before you arrived, to prevent any conflict between him and you, but I failed, Jinbe sighed. Ha ha ha, that truly is your style, Jinbe, Marco laughed heartily before asking. But did you truly lose to that newcomer? I merely recognized their determination and chose to withdraw. Jinbe shook his head, then addressed Marco. Marco, although I am unaware of your intentions, if you plan to make a move against Ace and his crew, I implore you, for my sake, to spare them. Oh, you are actually pleading for them? Marco squinted his eyes and said, rest assured, we are not here to wage war. However, the fact that these newcomers have provoked such a response from Jinbe piques my curiosity even further. Yet, they must first survive the onslaught of Charlotte's cookie boy with narrowed eyes. Marco continued. This time, Charlotte Cracker did not arrive alone. Aboard his vessel, in addition to himself, the Star of the Sea with a staggering bounty of 860 million, were 3 subordinates each boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, along with dozens of fierce pirates. As Cracker's ship approached menacingly, flames ignited fiercely around Ace, who stood on the shore. Listen up, everyone. Let's crush them. As Cracker's ship docked, Ace charged forward, directly confronting Cracker. Fire Fist. Ace descended with a fiery punch. A strike so potent that it not only sent Kureha, who had been hiding within the Cookie Man, sprawling into the distance, but also ignited flames that divided the battlefield into distinct zones. Is this all your flames can muster? Kureha scoffed at Ace, retorting, if this is the extent of your fire, you won't even singe my clothes. In response to Kureha's taunt, Ace merely smiled faintly, choosing silence over words, standing still as he observed his comrades engage in their battles. The division of the battlefield was, of course, a deliberate act on Ace's part, resulting in 5 distinct zones. In Zone 1, Ace faced the formidable Kureha alone, while his comrades confronted their respective adversaries in the arenas Ace had meticulously delineated. Zone 2 witnessed the swordsman Konghai pitted against the formidable swordsman pirate of the Big Mom Pirates, boasting a bounty exceeding 100 million. In Zone 3, the modified human Yaki clashed with another pirate from the Big Mom crew, also holding a bounty surpassing 100 million. Zone 4 saw the twin brothers, Saba and Bali, engaging a pirate from the Big Mom Pirates with a bounty exceeding 200 million. Finally, in Zone 5, the Longhand tribes Yenlu and the dwarf tribes Fenimore, alongside Navigator Cornelia and Scarl, faced off against the remaining 37 members of the Big Mom Pirates. Fierce battles erupted across the various zones, the sounds of combat resonating amidst the flames as the members of the Black Spade Pirates engaged in their respective confrontations. In truth, Ace possessed the capability to defeat Kureha even before the latter's ship had docked, yet he refrained from doing so. This was not merely an individual struggle. It was a collective endeavor for their entire pirate crew. Had their crew not lacked the strength to contend with Kureha, he would not have intervened at all. In essence, this battle commanded the attention of the entire world. He could not single-handedly bear the brunt of it all, for it was imperative that his comrades also had their moments to shine in this conflict. Ace firmly believed that once this battle concluded, the bounty on their entire crew would undoubtedly soar. Enraged by Ace's disregard, Kreeja brandished his famed sword, the Salted Pretzel, and lunged at Ace. The Salted Pretzel, enveloped in armament hockey, spun rapidly before piercing forward, unleashing a spiral slash aimed at Ace. Flames ignited upon Ace as he prepared to withstand Klea's assault. At that moment, a diminutive figure abruptly dashed into the battlefield between Ace and Klea, swiftly positioning itself before Ace. Knight's spinning thrust. Clang. The burning knight's spear pierced through Klea's spiral slash, colliding with the renowned sword, the pretzel, and astonishingly forced him back several paces. Who dares to intervene? Klea inquired, his gaze fixed upon the sudden intruder. I am Alexander Carcass, a warrior of the sun. Indeed, this unexpected arrival was none other than Carcass, a warrior of the Sun Elves, accompanied by Karos and Pai Bansi. They had joined the fray alongside the members of the VS-37 Big Mom Pirates. A Sun Warrior? Clea scoffed, indicating his unfamiliarity, then extended his arm, swiftly shaking it before thrusting his sword toward Carcass. Wave Pretzel. The rapidly formed wave tore through the air, hurtling toward Carcass. Just as Carcass prepared to engage, Ace intervened, sternly advising, "Stand down, Carcass. This battle is not yours." With that, Ace clenched his hand, the burning flames coalescing into a fiery spear, which he hurled at Clea. Divine Fire, Unknown Flame. Boom. In an instant of collision, the spear Ace launched erupted violently, the shockwave propelling Clea backward. Ace. Why? Carcass gazed at Ace, eager to question why he was being sidelined, but the intensity in Ace's eyes stifled his words. "This battle belongs to our Spade Pirates," Ace declared, turning to Carcass with a grave tone. "You, who have yet to join our ranks, are not entitled to participate. Do you understand, Carcass?" Upon hearing Ace's words, Carcass fell silent for a moment, then resolutely met Ace's gaze and replied, "Then, may I join you now? Will you accept me?" Ace. In truth, Carcass had already resolved to assist Ace in this battle when he witnessed Karos and Bansi escorting Varias and Gambit for healing. He intended to fight under his own name, rather than as a Sun Warrior, which led him to decline the offers of other Sun Warriors wishing to assist. Perhaps, at that moment, Carcass had already considered himself a member of the Spade Pirates. All he lacked was a formal application for membership. Of course, upon hearing Carcass's words, Ace's face broke into a joyful smile, exclaiming, "I've always held you in high regard, you rascal." Then, Captain Ace. Carcass immediately altered his address toward Ace. Turning to face Clea, he declared, "This foe shall be dealt with by me. It's entrusted to you, Knight Carcass." Ace immediately stepped back, entrusting the battlefield to Carcass. Meanwhile, upon hearing Carcass's request to join the team, Kararos burst into tears, not from sorrow, but from sheer joy. Her brother, burdened by the oath of the Sun Knights, had finally cast off his shackles. What could be more joyous than this? Carcass, the star of the Big MOM Pirates, with a bounty even greater than Ace's. Could he truly handle it? Yinlu voiced his concerns. Bang! Kararos struck him on the head with her fist, indignantly exclaiming, "Carcass is incredibly strong, you jerk." "How painful." Yinlu retorted, "Serves you right." Aki laughed heartily. "Carcass is now our comrade. All we need to do is trust our allies." From within his armor, Carcass introduced himself. "I am Carcass of the Black Spade Pirates." He raised his knight's spear, pointing it at Clea. "From now on, I shall be your opponent." "Damn it." Clea felt insulted by the sudden change in adversaries and furiously shouted, "Don't look down on me. I am Clea, the star. Double roll, pretzel." In a fit of rage, Clea commanded the cookie soldiers to sprout 2 additional arms, and the replicated cookie swords lunged forward, unleashing spiraling slashes towards both Ace and Carcass. With swift precision, Carcass thrust his knight's spear, creating afterimages in the air. His assaults fell like raindrops, dismantling Clea's dual spiraling strikes. "I told you, the only opponent you have is me," Carcass declared sternly to Clea. With a powerful flap of his wings, his diminutive figure soared to Clea's front, and he thrust his knight's spear with ferocity. Knight's thrust. Bang! Clea was knocked back by Carcass's strike, a crack appearing on the chest of the cookie man. "That hurts, you little bastard." Clea bellowed in anger, swiftly charging at Carcass, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. "This is your domain now, Carcass," Ace said to Carcass amidst the fray before stepping back from the battlefield. "Now, it is time to meet the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates." Ace gazed towards the direction of Marco and his crew's ship, then partially elementalized and soared towards them. Among the 4 emperors, Shanks remained uninvolved, while the Beast Pirates had inexplicably chosen not to appear. The Big Mom Pirates, bolstered by the addition of Katakuri, could handle the situation without Ace's intervention. It now seemed evident that the pivotal factor in this confrontation lay in the stance of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even at his current strength, Ace felt uncertain about besting the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division. Look, that newcomer is heading towards the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates. What does he intend to do? Is he daring to challenge both the formidable commander of the Big Mom Pirates and the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates simultaneously? Ha ha. I admire this newcomer. If he survives this encounter, I shall join his ranks. As Ace flew towards the Whitebeard Pirates vessel, the surrounding pirates erupted in excitement once more. Although many remained skeptical, an increasing number began to appreciate Ace's Blackbeard Pirates. "Ah, the fiery young man." Marco greeted Ace nonchalantly as he approached. "This is our first meeting. I am Ace." Landing on Marco's ship, Ace introduced himself and continued, I see the esteemed captains of the Whitebeard pirates have graced us with their presence. What brings you here? Fear not, we are not here to fight. We are merely intrigued by you, the newcomer, and wish to witness the spectacle. Marco replied with a smile. I see. Ace responded with a smile of his own. That is indeed preferable, if possible. I wish to avoid conflict with you sovereigns of the sea at this moment. Haha, you, who cannot wait to raise your banner upon entering the new world. Hardly seem like one to utter such words, Marco remarked, observing Ace with amusement. Do you not realize that your current actions are already perceived as a provocation towards the four emperors? Perhaps from your perspective. But I merely seek to carve out my own territory in the new world, Ace replied with a chuckle. Nevertheless, it matters little. Regardless of whether my actions are deemed provocative by you, a clash with the four emperors is inevitable in my pursuit of ambition. Ambition, indeed. Marco's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing Ace's words. Young pirates, upon entering the new world, often yearn to loudly proclaim their aspirations to the world. Yet few manage to endure until the end. Ace, might I inquire what your ambition entails? Is it to become the pirate king? Not at all. Ace shook his head and declared, my ambition is to surpass a certain man and become a pirate more powerful and free than he. A certain man? Marco was intrigued by the identity of the man mentioned by Ace. However, he refrained from inquiring further and suddenly extended an invitation to Ace, saying, well then, Ace, would you care to join us? Ace, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected offer, replied, I apologize, but I have no intention of submitting myself to others. Nevertheless, I hold deep admiration for Whitebeard, a man who has forged countless legends across the seas. If the opportunity arises, I would indeed wish to meet him. Oh, you wish to meet our father? Marco suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha, what an audacious little rascal you are. If you wish to meet our father, you should first ensure your safe passage through this ordeal. With that, Marco waved his hand dismissively to his companions and declared, let us return. There is no further need for us to linger here. Marco, thank you for everything, Ace called out suddenly, raising his voice. Please tell Whitebeard that within a year, I shall certainly pay him a visit. TCH, what an insufferable little brat. I wish I could just toss him into the sea right now. Marco muttered softly under his breath, offering no further response as he set sail away. Ace gazed at the vessel of Marco and his crew as it gradually faded from view, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He contemplated whether to caution Sachi regarding the dark fruit and Blackbeard, yet after careful consideration, he resolved against it. There remained a considerable interval before Sachi could acquire the dark fruit. For now, he would have someone keep watch, and when the moment arrived, they would seize it. Ace pondered this. A mere warning would likely be dismissed, and the dark fruit, regardless of who consumed it, would bestow an overwhelming power that could not be overlooked. Naturally, Ace coveted it, especially since his comrades had yet to partake of any devil fruit. Once the ship of the Whitebeard pirates had entirely vanished from sight, Ace turned his gaze towards Sun Island, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, well then, it seems today as matters must be resolved once and for all. Meanwhile, on Sun Island, fierce battles raged on, with no victor emerging from the 5 battlefields. Ace floated in midair, observing the battle between his comrades. Even as some found themselves at a disadvantage, he showed no inclination to intervene. However, Kureha, engaged in combat with Kaku, felt an inexplicable surge of anger upon seeing Ace spectating from above. As one of the 4 commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, it was a profound humiliation for Kureha to be underestimated by a fledgling pirate. Roll, salted pretzel. Kureha struck Kaku back, then leapt into the air. His renowned sword, salted pretzel, swiftly aimed at Ace. Explosive, salted pretzel. The blade, rapidly slicing through the air, ignited in flames that enveloped it, hurtling towards Ace with great velocity. In the face of Kureha's assault, Ace remained utterly unmoved, even stifling a yawn. Knight's flash thrust. Suddenly, Kaku appeared before Ace. A brilliant light erupting from the tip of his lance, accompanied by a piercing whistle that clashed violently with Kureha's salted pretzel. I told you, your opponent is me, Kaku declared seriously, positioning himself protectively in front of Ace. I am Lord Charlotte Kureha, a commander of the Big Mom Pirates. Do not underestimate me, you scoundrels. Kureha was genuinely enraged this time. He clapped his hands, and an abundance of cookie fragments materialized around him. With another clap, these fragments coalesced into countless cookie warriors, numbering in the hundreds, encircling Kaku and Ace. Behold, Lord Kureha's cookie army. The members of the Big Mom Pirates were invigorated at the sight of the Cookie Warriors. They believed that if Kureha were to get serious, these newcomers would stand no chance against him, even if their captain had a bounty exceeding 800 million. Having consumed the cookie fruit, Charlotte Kureha was not only one of the 4 commanders, but also bore the title of Thousand Hands Kureha when he unleashed his full power. He possessed the formidable strength to rival an army, a true pirate of the seas. I am Lord Charlotte Kureha, a commander of the Big Mom Pirates. Do not underestimate me. You scoundrels. 100-fold assault. Roll, salted pretzel. With a mighty roar, Kureha commanded the Cookie Warriors to charge simultaneously towards Kaku and Ace. As Kaku sensed the overwhelming force of the advancing Cookie Warriors, his expression grew serious. He could feel the substantial strength behind them. I am the Sun Knight, Alexander Kaku. Do not underestimate me either, Cookie Freak. Kaku's let out a fierce roar, gripping his knight's spear with both hands. Suddenly, flames erupted from his wrists and ankles, engulfing his entire being in a searing blaze. His once modest stature of 20 centimeters transformed into a towering flame giant of 200 centimeters. Wielding the blazing knight's spear as he charged directly at the legion of Cookie Warriors. Knight's blazing assault. Boom, boom, boom. The scorching flames unleashed upon the 100-strong Cookie Warriors, shattering them one by one. Within mere minutes, the multitude of Cookie Warriors conjured by Kalia was utterly obliterated by the overwhelming force of Kaku's. Clap, clap. However, with another resounding clap of Kalia's hands, more Cookie Warriors materialized from thin air, and this time their numbers doubled. My Cookie Warriors are limitless. Let us see how many you can shatter. Kalia guffawed from the rear of his Cookie army. Whoosh. Kaku's, ignited in flames, darted through the ranks of Cookie Warriors like a shooting star, causing vast numbers to crumble into pieces. No matter how many you conjure, I shall break them all. Kaku's declared resolutely. Go ahead and try, you arrogant little sprite. Kalia clapped his hands again, and the Cookie Warriors surged in number once more, nearly flooding the battlefield. For the next half hour, the struggle between Kaku's and Kalia unfolded in a relentless cycle of creation and destruction of Cookie Warriors. In truth, the most effective strategy against Kalia's power would be a direct assault on his corporeal form. Defeating Kalia would naturally dismantle the Cookie Warriors he had summoned. However, Ace refrained from advising Kaku's, as this was Kaku's battle to fight. Moreover, given Kaku's abilities, he might find it difficult to breach the ranks of Kalia's Cookie Warriors and reach his opponent. An hour later, Kaku's began to show signs of fatigue, while the number of Cookie Warriors continued to swell, with Kalia himself concealed within their armor, his true form remaining elusive. As the battle wore on, the disparity in their strengths became increasingly apparent. Indeed, Kaku's was not yet equipped to confront an adversary of Kalia's caliber alone. Observing Kaku's wavering strength and the sluggishness of his movements, Ace sighed softly and swiftly appeared beside him. Enough, Kaku's. Allow me to take over from here. Yet, Kaku's felt a pang of reluctance. This was his inaugural battle since joining the Spade Pirates, and the thought of not defeating his foe left him disheartened. Kaku's. There is no shame in failure. The true disgrace lies in an inability to accept it. Losing this time is inconsequential, for your opponent is indeed formidable. As long as you can gracefully acknowledge this defeat and resolve to grow stronger, you will surely prevail next time. Ace gazed at the despondent Kaku and spoke. Kaku looked at Ace, pondered for a moment, and then replied solemnly, I understand, Captain Ace. Seeing that Kaku had finally come to terms with the fact that he was currently no match for Charlotte Kurazumi, a smile graced Ace's face. He then turned to Kurazumi, pressed his palm down, and declared, As you wish, I shall be your adversary, Charlotte Kurazumi of the Big MOM Pirates. Don't get too arrogant, you mere rookie. Kurazumi swiftly closed the distance between them, thrusting his long sword forward. Salted pretzel. The spinning blade aimed directly at Ace's chest, yet Ace stood firm, raising his right fist. The formidable haki enveloped his fist, igniting with flames as he struck directly at the whirling sword. Boom! The collision of fist and blade unleashed an explosive force, sending shockwaves that cleaved the ground beneath them, radiating outward like a spider's web. Inferno impact. What had begun as an evenly matched standoff suddenly shifted as flames erupted from Ace's arm, akin to a powerful engine igniting. This instantaneous surge of energy amplified his punch, sending Kurazumi's prized sword, Salted Pretzel, flying and delivering a fierce blow to Kurazumi's chest. Crack! Kurazumi's cookie armor shattered under Ace's strike, revealing the true form of Kurazumi hidden within the crumbling confection. Who is that? The spectators, shocked by the revelation of Korazumi's true self, were astonished. Though a few recognized his abilities, it was shattered. Korazumi grimaced at the remnants of his cookie armor and, addressing Ace, remarked, "Kid, I truly despise pain. Since you have destroyed my cookie armor, this battle must come to an end." "Ah, indeed, it should come to an end." Ace chuckled softly, then raised both hands, unleashing a torrent of flames from behind him, engulfing the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Flame onslaught. The flames unleashed by Ace appeared to possess a consciousness of their own, swiftly separating the engaged members of the Spade Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, creating an impenetrable barrier. "Step back, everyone," Ace bellowed, raising his arm and extending his palm. In an instant, the surrounding flames began to converge rapidly towards his outstretched hand. And within moments, a colossal fireball, several hundred meters in diameter, materialized above Ace's head. Ace's body gradually ascended into the sky, then he looked down, surveying the crowd with a broad grin, and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, the battle concludes here today. Allow me to present a splendid finale." He expressed his gratitude to all who had come to witness, declaring that the conflict had reached its end. "Now, I shall bid farewell to this encounter in the most extravagant manner." With a colossal fireball held aloft, Ace's cheerful voice resonated far and wide, reaching the ears of nearly every ship present. "What does the captain intend to do?" one asked. "How should I know? But I have a foreboding feeling. We must set sail quickly and leave this place." Another exclaimed, "This is bad. I sense that this fellow is about to go wild. Hurry, let us depart." Upon hearing Ace's voice and witnessing the immense fireball above him swelling ominously, the surrounding pirates simultaneously sensed impending calamity and hastily prepared to retreat. "That rascal isn't contemplating a reckless display, is he?" Kureha, observing the expanding fireball above Ace, suddenly shouted to his crew, "Quick, return to the ship. We must leave now. That lunatic is about to unleash a conflagration." With that, he dashed toward his vessel with utmost urgency. The Big Mom Pirates, seeing the unfolding chaos, swiftly carried their injured comrades and followed suit. "Hee, look at those pirates down below preparing to flee." Ace chuckled, then clenched his outstretched palm tightly. Boom. As Ace tightened his grip, the enormous fireball above him, now hundreds of meters in diameter, erupted with a thunderous blast, its flames bursting forth like a magnificent firework display that could obscure the sky, visible even from dozens of kilometers away in all its resplendence. Yet, following this dazzling spectacle came the terrifying calamity. Heavenly disaster, meteor of flame. In the sky, the exploding flames cascaded downward like meteors, their widespread descent engulfing even the most distant observing pirate ships. "Is this madman intent on annihilating us all?" one pirate exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, indeed a splendid finale. I find myself rather fond of this newcomer." "Enough laughter, Captain. We must flee, or our ship will be ignited." The pirates, while attempting to shield themselves from the falling flames, expressed a mix of curses and admiration. They had not anticipated Ace's sudden and reckless maneuver, targeting not just the pirates who had disrupted the event, but sparing no one present, a truly deranged display of power. "This scoundrel," Kureha cursed as he shielded himself from the descending flames, shouting, "Hurry, set sail, and escape the reach of the fire." While the flames posed little threat to Kureha himself, should they land upon their ship, it would undoubtedly be obliterated. Ace, although this technique encompasses a vast area, its power pales in comparison to Akainu's meteor volcano. However, the intensity of the torrential rain of fire inflicts greater destruction upon ships than Akainu's magma. The pirates who gathered to observe, though not ordinary individuals, found themselves somewhat flustered in the face of the sudden flames. Nevertheless, most managed to fend it off with ease. Only a small number of unfortunate souls found their vessels ignited by the flames, and without the option of feeding the fishes, they had no choice but to swim away. The audacity of such rampant arson is truly the hallmark of an exaggerated young rogue. Over 10 kilometers away, Marco, who had not ventured far, could not help but chuckle at the spectacle. While undeniably extravagant, it was indeed quite splendid, wasn't it? Sachi exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "It is indeed splendid." Marco nodded in agreement with a smile. Thanks to his protection, Kreeja's ship departed unscathed from the fiery deluge. Although leaving in such a hasty manner left him feeling quite vexed, he could no longer afford to return and trouble Ace and the others. "Curse that fiery scoundrel. I will settle the score one day." After uttering this fierce declaration, Kreeja set sail with his crew back to the Big Mom Pirates. Ace did not intervene, or rather, given his current strength, he could perhaps defeat Krija, but killing him would prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, even if he resolved to take drastic measures to eliminate Krija, the inevitable consequence would be a full-scale war against Big Mom's pirate crew, who would undoubtedly come for him without any hesitation. With the current might of the Spade Pirates, they stood no chance against an all-out assault from one of the Emperors of the Sea. Thus, establishing a bitter enmity at this juncture would be unwise. It would be far more prudent to spare Krija and allow himself to grow stronger in the meantime. When Ace eventually gathered the companions he desired, and when Enel and the others were united, that would be the moment he would dare to challenge the Emperor's crew. Thus, the banner-raising battle of the Spade Pirates came to a close after Ace's magnificent display of fireworks, marking a triumphant moment that solidified Sun Island as the territory of the Spade Pirates. The lineup for this battle was nothing short of illustrious, featuring two captains from the Whitebeard Pirates, the formidable Krija of Big Mom's crew, the warlord Jinbei, and the Navy Vice Admiral Virgo. Although the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates did not engage, the small contingent of the Spade Pirates, numbering merely a dozen, first clashed with the warlord Jinbei and subsequently defeated Vice Admiral Virgo, ultimately driving back numerous pirate crews, including Krija from Big Mom's faction. This remarkable achievement shone brightly in the annals of their history. Following this battle, not only did Ace, as captain, reveal his brilliance once more, but his comrades also showcased their formidable prowess, allowing the Spade Pirates to truly make their name known across the seas. Congratulations, Ace, after this event. Your crew has truly secured a place in the New World, Clara said softly as she approached him. Hiki, this is merely the beginning. I am far from satisfied with this level of accomplishment, Ace replied, donning his hat with a smile. It won't be long before I launch a genuine challenge against those kings of the sea. This time, Clara did not dampen Ace's ambitions but instead encouraged him, saying, Go for it. I believe you can achieve it. Upon hearing her words, Ace looked at her in confusion. Her demeanor was unusual today, as she typically would have been more skeptical. I must take my leave now, Clara said, feeling slightly bashful under Ace's gaze, nervously rubbing her hands. Could you do me the favor of traveling to the land of Wano? Sabo will be waiting for me there. Ah, so there is a request at hand. No wonder her attitude is so amiable, Ace mused. The land of Wano, is that the place that built the Sky Island? With a smile, he replied, No problem. It's a perfect opportunity to meet with Sabo. Wonderful, Clara exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon Ace's agreement. Sabo said the same. He also wishes to see you. The land of mountains, also referred to as the Sky Kingdom, is not named for its elevation above the clouds, but rather for its remarkable floating city that graces the heavens. In the initial stretch of the Grand Line, two renowned islands stand out. One is the City of Water, famed for its exceptional shipbuilding craftsmanship, where the legendary sea train was born. The other is known as Mountainside Island, home to a nation nestled amidst towering peaks. Aptly named the Land of Mountains, due to the sheer enormity of its rugged terrain, ordinary individuals find it nearly insurmountable, prompting the inhabitants to construct numerous aerial tramways between the mountains. Over time, they have mastered this skill, resulting in a populace adept in the art of building various cableways. Among their creations is the Sky Tramway, celebrated throughout the Grand Line, akin to the sea train of the City of Water. And at the pinnacle of Mountainside Island lies the Castle in the Sky, revered as a magnificent aerial marvel. Years ago, the Land of Mountains experienced a period of turmoil, during which they sought assistance from the world government. However, since they were not a member nation, no aid was rendered. Instead, the world government attempted to seize the secrets of the Sky Tramway, but to no avail. After many years, while the unrest subsided, the grievances against the world government lingered. Consequently, the Land of Mountains not only harbored resentment, but also refused to engage in any cableway projects for member nations, which ultimately contributed to the obscurity of their tramways when compared to the fame of the sea train. The Land of Mountains, the Sky City, perches majestically atop the highest peak of this realm, appearing from a distance as an ethereal palace suspended in the sky. Countless tramways extend from the city's edge, connecting the floating metropolis to the earthbound mountains below. It is these aerial pathways that enable the city to seemingly hover above the highest summit. Standing at the precipice of the Sky City, Sabo gazes at the mist-shrouded mountains below, a smile gracing his face. His visit to the Land of Mountains was to persuade them to join the Revolutionary Alliance, and after months of endeavor, he succeeded in convincing the royal family to sign an alliance agreement with the revolutionary forces, allowing them to truly become allies of the revolution and offering their expertise in constructing the Sky Tramway. Sabo, you appear quite pleased. Is it because Kella is returning? Inquired Karis, the masked commander of the Revolutionary Northern Army, as he approached Sabo. Oh. Sabo smiled and nodded, for this time. Carla not only brought the long-anticipated research notes of Vegapunk but also his brother. Although Sabo still could not recall any memories regarding his brother, he felt an inexplicable excitement at the thought of soon reuniting with Ace. Sabo-kun. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from below the Sky City. Sabo and Carla followed the direction of the voice, catching sight of Carla and Ace ascending in the aerial tramway. Sabo's gaze fixated on Ace, who stood beside Carla in the cabin. The instant he laid eyes on Ace, a torrent of repressed memories surged forth in his mind. Indeed, the moment he beheld Ace, the fragments of lost memories began to resurface. Ace, Luffy. As Ace drew nearer, vivid images of their shared childhood flooded Sabo's consciousness, stirring an uncontrollable stream of tears. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the tramway, sprinting toward the cabin carrying Ace and Carla. Ace. With a powerful leap, Sabo soared onto the tram, reaching out to embrace Ace. Sabo. Ace caught the leaping Sabo, and the two embraced tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the beautiful Miss Koala was entirely overlooked. Sabo, have you finally remembered? Ace inquired, delivering a playful punch to Sabo. Ah. Sabo nodded and replied. The moment I laid eyes on you, my memories began to resurface. Suddenly, with a forceful strike, Sabo punched Ace on the head and exclaimed, You rascal. Last time, you tried to trick me into calling you brother before I could remember, when it is I who should be the elder brother. You scoundrel. Ace delivered a swift punch to Sabo's head and exclaimed, What are you saying? I am the elder brother here, you rascal. Thus, the two engaged in a playful brawl on the cable car, exchanging blows before ultimately embracing each other tightly. It's truly wonderful to remember you, Ace. Sabo choked out. Likewise, Ace replied, patting Sabo's shoulder, softly murmuring, It is indeed a blessing to witness you regain your memories. By the way, how is Luffy? Is he still shouting every day that he wants to be the Pirate King? Sabo suddenly inquired. Ah, he remains his usual self, Ace chuckled. If I recall correctly, that lad is almost ready to set sail. And you? Sabo turned to Ace and asked, Is your dream still to become the Pirate King? I no longer wish to be the Pirate King. Ace shook his head and stated, My current ambition is to become a man who surpasses the Pirate King. Surpass the Pirate King? Sabo was taken aback by Ace's words, then burst into laughter, as expected of you. Ace, what an extraordinary dream. Of course, since Luffy's dream is to become the Pirate King, how could we, as elder brothers, compete with our younger brother's aspirations? However, as the elder brother, I must ensure I am not surpassed by him, right? Ace smiled and then asked Sabo, What about you, Sabo? What is your dream now? Me? Sabo pondered for a moment and replied, Having devoted myself to the revolutionary cause, I can no longer become a pirate. Therefore, my current dream is to assist Uncle Dragon in realizing the revolution. I see. Ace nodded and then smiled. Sabo, you have indeed become a person as great as Uncle Dragon. Hiki, Sabo chuckled, not denying it. For in his heart, the revolutionary leader Dragon was indeed a remarkable figure, and he was striving to become someone like him. By the way, Sabo, Ace suddenly turned to Sabo and said earnestly, I have a great fondness for Kuma and wish to have him as my companion. Indeed, Sabo, I have a great fondness for Kuma, Ace reiterated seriously. Although he is an officer in your revolutionary army, I want him as my ally, so I shall be taking him from you. Upon hearing Ace's words, Sabo was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, Kuma possesses an incredibly steadfast will. If you have the ability, Ace, feel free to try and take him. No one knew better than Sabo and his comrades just how resolute Kuma's will was. So in Sabo's view, even Ace, no, anyone could not possibly pry Kuma away from the revolutionary army. Hiki, just you wait and see. Kuma shall surely become my companion. Ace spoke with unwavering confidence. Subsequently, Ace and Sabo engaged in heartfelt conversations that lasted an entire day, sharing the experiences they had accumulated over the years. 3 days later, at the port on the outskirts of the Land of Mountains, Ace stood upon a speedboat specially crafted for him by Yaki, waving to Sabo and Koala who stood on the shore. Sabo, I am departing. Take care of yourself. Ace shouted towards Sabo. You too, Ace, please take care. Sabo cried out, tears streaming down his face. After Ace's departure, Sabo also left the Land of Mountains. However, having regained his childhood memories, he had acquired the most vital treasures of all, Though their dreams and ambitions had evolved, the bond of brotherhood between the two remained steadfast. Although Ace and Sabo never vocalized it, an unspoken agreement lingered in their hearts. No matter the perils faced by the other, even at the world's edge, they would hasten to each other's aid. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the details of their reunion had been uncovered by the agents of the world government and presented to its higher echelons. After meeting Sabo, Ace did not rush back to the New World. Instead, he resolved to visit the kingdom of Sabaody. Presently, Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was originally the king of Sabaody. It is said that Kuma, in his earlier days, was exceptionally ruthless, earning him the moniker of tyrant before he ascended to the ranks of the warlords. The question remains, however, why did this former sovereign abruptly abdicate his throne to embrace the life of a pirate? Ace held a profound affection for bears. However, in order to persuade one to become his companion, he realized that he must first understand the bear's past experiences. Mere words would not suffice to convince such a resolute individual to join his pirate crew. Ace initially intended to inquire about the bear from Sabo, however. Sabo revealed that he was not well versed in the bear's past. Consequently, Ace resolved to journey to the bear's homeland, the kingdom of Sobel, to personally uncover the bear's history and understand the reasons behind his transformation from a king to a pirate and ultimately to a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Upon arriving at the sovereign kingdom of Sobel, Ace discovered that it was, in fact, a member state of the world government, possessing the qualification to participate in the World Conference. Furthermore, the former king of the sovereign kingdom was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Sober, Ace intended to inquire about the bear, only to discover that the name Bartholomew Bear had become a taboo. The mere mention of this name caused the citizens of the kingdom to visibly pale. However, at that moment, Ace encountered an unexpected individual, a woman. She was a young lady with long, straight pink hair, clad in denim overalls, and sporting heart-shaped lipstick. This remarkable figure was none other than Jewelry Bonnie, one of the supernovas from the same cohort as Luffy, and notably the sole female pirate among them. Hey, I've heard you're inquiring about that man. Who exactly are you? Bonnie confronted Ace with a fierce expression. Ace gazed in astonishment at the woman standing before him, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with the enigmatic Tao Tai girl. Just then, one of Jewelry Bonnie's subordinates widened his eyes and stammered, "This man is Fire Fist Porges D. Ace." Indeed, he was the notorious pirate who had recently triumphed over one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbe, the Star Charlotte Cracker of the Big Mom Pirates, and Vice Admiral Virgo, all within a matter of days in the New World. His bounty had soared to an astounding 880 million berries. 880 million? Ace chuckled, inquiring, "Has my bounty increased once more?" "Gulp." "Indeed," replied Bonnie's subordinate, his gaze fixed on Ace as he retrieved a newspaper from his pocket, excitement evident in his voice. "Following the incident at Sun Island a few days ago, the bounties of your crew have all risen significantly. Now, apart from you as the captain of the Spade Pirates, 7 others have bounties exceeding 100 million, with 2 surpassing 300 million berries. The twin brothers, Saba and Bali, saw their bounties increase from 73 million and 67 million berries to 123 million and 115 million berries, respectively. The fishman, Wallace, saw his bounty rise from 88 million to 165 million berries. The cyborg Yaki's bounty increased from 85 million to 125 million berries. The bounty of the bounty hunter, Kong Hai, surged from 68 million to 108 million berries. Alexander Kakus of the elf race, due to his display of strength rivaling that of the Starcracker from the Big Mom Pirates, received a bounty of 300 million berries upon his first announcement, which was astonishing. Among them, the mad swordsman Ubali Gambi saw his bounty skyrocket to an impressive 350 million berries. While other members may not have reached the 100 million mark, their bounties also experienced varying degrees of increase. However, just yesterday, one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, launched a surprise attack on Sun Island, injuring Alexander Kakus and the twin brothers Saba and, before the subordinate could finish his sentence, Ace snatched the newspaper from his hands. As he read the news, his expression darkened ominously. Doflamingo. Ace gritted his teeth, acutely aware that Doflamingo's sudden assault on Sunny Island was undoubtedly motivated by his desire for Virgo's corpse. In his eagerness to reunite with Sabo, he had overlooked the matter of Virgo's remains, a lapse in judgment on his part. Nevertheless, upon reading the newspaper report indicating that the injured Kaku Alongside the brothers Seabass and Bali had sustained no grave injuries, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, he noted this debt and resolved to confront Doflamingo personally upon his return to the New World. "Hey, you still haven't told me why you're inquiring about that man." Jewelry Bonnie questioned Ace once more. However, now that she was aware of Ace's identity, her demeanor had softened considerably. "Why should I tell you?" Ace retorted, folding the newspaper and casting her a glance. "My mood is rather foul at the moment, so you would do well to vanish from my sight before I lose my temper. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will leave unscathed." As Ace's words resonated, the followers who had accompanied Jewelry Bonnie hastily dispersed, leaving only a handful trembling behind her. Under the pervasive propaganda of the world government, Ace had become a notorious pirate in the eyes of the common folk, a figure whose very name could instill fear in children. At this juncture, Jewelry Bonnie had yet to set sail, and thus lacked trustworthy companions. Her relationships were not forged through trials that would compel them to lay down their lives for her. Consequently, when faced with a pirate of Ace's formidable reputation, the majority chose to abandon her. Jewelry Bonnie paid no heed to those who fled. Instead, she focused on the impassive Ace, her expression a mixture of turmoil and resolve. "I share a profound bond with that man. Hence, I must ascertain the reason behind your inquiries about him. Should your intentions be hostile, I shall stand against you, even at the cost of my life," Bonnie declared with unwavering conviction. "Oh?" Observing the determination etched on her face, Ace's curiosity about her connection to Bartholomew Kuma was piqued. "What is your relationship with Bartholomew Kuma that you would risk your life for him?" "Because he is my father, you scoundrel," Bonnie retorted, biting her lip and raising her voice at Ace. "You are Kuma's daughter?" Ace was genuinely taken aback. He had never anticipated that this future pirate, one of the 11 supernovas regarded as the epitome of the worst generation, would be the sole female offspring of Kuma, a revelation that was truly astonishing. "Indeed, although that man is unaware of my survival, his blood undeniably flows through my veins," Bonnie affirmed. Upon hearing her words, Ace narrowed his eyes, beginning to piece together the implications of her revelation. The information currently known to Ace reveals that Kuma was once the king of the Sorbet Kingdom. However, the reasons behind his abrupt resignation from the throne and his subsequent transformation into a pirate, one characterized by extreme brutality, earning him the epithet of tyrant during his bounty period, remain shrouded in mystery. When this information is intertwined with the words of Jewelry Bonnie, the entire narrative begins to take a discernible shape. In the original storyline, Sabo infiltrated the Holy Land of Mariehua with several commanders of the Revolutionary Army to rescue the modified Kuma. At that time, Bonnie also managed to infiltrate. And upon witnessing Kuma being treated as a mount by the celestial dragons, she shed tears. If her identity is indeed that of Kuma's daughter, then everything falls into place. Furthermore, during her infiltration of Mariehua, Bonnie utilized her abilities to assume the appearance of an elderly woman, successfully gaining entry. The identity she adopted was that of the Queen Mother of the Sorbet Kingdom, which corresponds to Kuma's mother. With these revelations, Ace has nearly come to believe in Bonnie's identity as Kuma's daughter. He even harbors a premonition that the key to persuading Kuma to join his crew may lie with this young woman. Upon confirming Bonnie's identity, Ace's demeanor towards her shifts. Observing her anxious expression, a smile unexpectedly breaks across his previously somber face as he remarks, "So, you are the daughter of Kuma. What a delightful coincidence. Kuma is indeed a companion I hold in high regard. I came to this country to learn more about him. Could you share what you know about Kuma?" Ace inquires kindly, his face radiating warmth as he addresses Jewelry Bonnie. Bonnie scrutinizes Ace for a moment, ensuring he is not jesting, before gesturing for him to follow, saying, "Come with me." Ace followed Jewelry Bonnie into a bar, where Bonnie dismissed her subordinates and led Ace to a quiet corner. "Were you serious about what you just said? You wish for that man to become your companion?" Bonnie inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed on Ace. "Indeed, Kuma is a highly desirable candidate for my crew. Even if it requires force, I will ensure he becomes my ally," Ace responded with unwavering conviction. "And how much do you know about him?" Bonnie pressed further. "I may not know as much about Kuma's past as you do, but I believe I possess a deeper understanding of his current situation," Ace replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "How about we exchange information? You tell me about Kuma's history, and I will share his present circumstances." "Deal," Bonnie agreed, realizing her lack of knowledge about Kuma's current state. "So where is he now?" "I am uncertain," Ace admitted, shaking his head. "However, it is highly likely that Kuma is currently in the laboratory of Dr. Vegapunk, the chief scientist of the world government." "Vegapunk's laboratory?" Bonnie echoed, momentarily taken aback. Why would he be in such a place? Kuma is presently one of the world government's greatest adversaries, a commander of the Revolutionary Army, Ace elucidated. He may have engaged in perilous dealings with Vegapunk to procure some of his research for the Revolutionary Army. What? Bonnie exclaimed, rising abruptly from her seat. Biting her lip as she murmured to herself, so he is indeed a commander of the Revolutionary Army. No wonder he agreed to become a warlord. It was to attain a higher status and provide greater assistance to the revolution. Bonnie, I have shared Kuma's current status. Now it is your turn, Ace urged. Tell me why Kuma would forsake his royal title to become a pirate. It is all because of me, all because of me, Bonnie cried, her voice trembling as she bit her lip. It is because of me that my father abandoned his identity as a king, becoming a pirate he despised. After shedding tears for a moment, Bonnie turned to Ace and asked, You mentioned that my father and Vegapunk are engaged in dangerous dealings. Is there a risk to his life? Under normal circumstances, yes, Ace replied gravely. Upon hearing Ace's response, Bonnie took a deep breath, determination flickering in her eyes as if she had made a resolute decision. She addressed Ace, You said you wished for my father to join your crew. So you would certainly not allow your companions to face peril, correct? Of course, Ace affirmed resolutely. Then that is reassuring. Bonnie nodded, and then said, I will reveal everything about my father to you, hoping that you can truly persuade him to become your ally. Even if I am unaware of Berkuin's past, I will compel him to be my companion, even if it requires force. Ace declared confidently. Let us hope that is the case. Bonnie smiled softly before recounting the past of Bartholomew Kuma to Ace. At that moment, Bonnie was precisely 20 years old, 15 years prior. When she was merely 5, she had accompanied Kuma, then the king of the Sorbet Kingdom, to the World Conference. During this gathering, the young Bonnie inadvertently collided with a celestial dragon, narrowly escaping death. Kuma, constrained by his royal status, swallowed his anger, but fate took a darker turn as, on their return journey, they were ambushed by the forces of another kingdom. At that time, Kuma had not yet consumed the pawpaw fruit, and the Sorbet Kingdom's fleet suffered devastating losses. Apart from Kuma, whose extraordinary strength allowed him to survive, the entire escort, along with his wife and daughter, perished in the attack. Unaware that his daughter had also survived, Kuma was engulfed in grief. Upon returning to the Sorbet Kingdom, he discovered that the attack had been ordered by the celestial dragons, particularly the one Bonnie had bumped into at the conference. Enraged, Kuma's ire was directed not only at the kingdom that had assaulted them, but even more so at the celestial dragons in the world government. However, as a king, he was unable to retaliate without risking a war between nations, despite the support of the royal family and the people of Sorbet Kingdom. Ultimately, after consuming the pawpaw fruit, Kuma abdicated his throne. Once he shed his royal identity, he embraced the life of a pirate, seeking vengeance against those who had attacked his kingdom. Initially, Kuma intended to kill the king who had ordered the assault on his fleet, but upon entering that kingdom, he was appalled by the corruption and selfishness of its royal family. In a fit of rage, he eliminated the entirety of the royal lineage, subsequently becoming a target of the world government. Following this incident, Kuma fully embraced the life of a pirate, earning the moniker of tyrant for his ruthless actions against a kingdom's royalty. Bonnie's narration concluded here, but Ace, piecing together the information he possessed, could easily infer the subsequent events. After the obliteration of the royal family, Kuma had intended to confront the celestial dragon who had issued the order, driven by a resolve to perish in the attempt, hoping to take the celestial dragon down with him. However, he ultimately failed. His determination led him to be defeated by the guards of Mariehua without even laying eyes on the celestial dragon. It was only through the powers of the pawpaw fruit that he narrowly escaped, gravely injured, and was rescued by Monkey D. Dragon, who introduced him to the deep-seated corruption of the world government and his own grand aspirations. Kuma came to believe that only Dragon possessed the potential to overthrow the celestial dragons and fundamentally alter the world, leading him to become a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army. Later, in an effort to counterbalance the power of the four emperors, the world government established the Shichibukai system. To aid the Revolutionary Army more effectively, Kuma accepted the government's offer of allegiance, thus becoming a member of the Shichibukai. Following an unexpected encounter with Dr. Vegapunk, he secretly forged an undisclosed pact with the renowned chief scientist of the world government. Reflecting on Kuma's experiences, it is evident that his role within the Revolutionary Army is perhaps the aspect of his life of which he is most proud. Ace furrowed his brow and remarked, It seems that persuading Kuma to become my companion is quite a formidable challenge. Does he harbor a disdain for pirates? Undoubtedly. For the majority of pirates in this world are notorious for their plundering and destruction. It would be rather peculiar for someone who once held the title of king to have any fondness for pirates. Yet, in pursuit of vengeance, Kuma chose to become the very thing he detested most, a pirate. Ultimately, it was by joining the Revolutionary Army that he perhaps truly discovered his path. Are you considering giving up? Asked Jewelry Bonnie, sensing Ace's troubled expression, her voice laced with concern. Giving up what? Ace inquired, perplexed. Are you thinking of abandoning the idea of inviting your father to join you? Bonnie bit her lip as she spoke. Impossible, Ace replied with a sudden smile, asserting. Once I have set my sights on a companion, I shall never relinquish the effort to bring them to my side. Then perhaps I should join your crew. Bonnie suggested after a moment of contemplation. I had originally intended to set sail and form my own pirate crew to follow in my father's footsteps. If you're inviting him to be your companion, my joining you would alleviate many complications. Moreover, my background might enhance your chances of winning him over. Upon learning that her father was engaged in perilous dealings with Vegapunk, Bonnie resolved to assist Ace in convincing Kuma, even though she was aware that her father might not alter his convictions for her sake. At the very least, she wished to provide additional support should he find himself in danger. You wish to join us? Ace regarded Bonnie, his gaze momentarily lost in thought. Among the 11 notorious supernovas of the worst generation, she was the one he had never contemplated recruiting. It was indeed surprising that she was now proposing to join his crew. Fate can be rather extraordinary at times. Are you looking down on me, you scoundrel? Bonnie suddenly erupted in anger, glaring at Ace. I am quite formidable. No, no. Ace quickly gestured. I wholeheartedly welcome you as my companion. Well, I appreciate that. Bonnie's mood brightened as she replied. Since you have agreed to my joining, I shall henceforth be under your command, Captain Ace. Not under my command, but as a companion. Ace corrected her. Same difference, Bonnie said affectionately, drawing closer to Ace and throwing her arm around his shoulder. To celebrate my official induction as a pirate, let us dine extravagantly, Captain Ace. You shall treat us, Bonnie added with a playful smile. Thus, as Ace departed from the Sobel Kingdom, he found himself accompanied by a boisterous, ravenous beauty and a few capable subordinates. Ace never anticipated that his visit to the sovereign kingdom of Sober would merely be an inquiry into the past of Bear, yet upon his departure, he found himself with a new companion from the notorious worst generation. As for the remaining members of this infamous group, he resolutely vowed not to accept any more. Glancing at Bonnie, who was indulging herself in a feast beside him, he mused internally. It is worth noting that Bonnie was indeed the first genuine female human companion of their pirate crew. Thus, when Ace returned to Sun Island with Bonnie and her few subordinates, the crew members, upon seeing their captain with another beautiful companion, erupted in joyous celebration. Encircling Bonnie with enthusiasm, even the injured Saba and Bali brothers were no exceptions. Naturally, a banquet was held to welcome the new addition to their ranks and, coincidentally, to celebrate the substantial increase in their bounty. The following day, Ace once again set off alone from Sun Island, this time with the intent to confront Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Punk Hazard. Originally, Ace intended to confront Doflamingo directly in Dressrosa. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unwise to engage in an all-out war with the Don Quixote family at this juncture. He had promised Law to wait until he arrived in the New World so that he could witness the downfall of the Don Quixote family with his own eyes. Abandoning his plan to storm Doflamingo's stronghold, Ace opted instead to visit Punk Hazard. At that time, Doflamingo had just begun the production of artificial devil fruits, with sad being the primary ingredient in their creation. However, the project was still in its infancy, and by destroying the sad factory, Ace could inflict pain on Doflamingo without provoking a reckless war. Thus, he resolved to venture to Punk Hazard and dismantle Doflamingo's sad factory to teach him a lesson. Once a naval research base, Punk Hazard had imprisoned several offenders of the world government. However, 2 years prior, an experiment conducted by Caesar Clown had unleashed a vast amount of toxic gas, transforming the island into a deadly wasteland. Even the few inmates who managed to survive were left disabled, their lower limbs rendered numb by the poison, leading to Caesar's incarceration by the world government. A year ago, Caesar escaped from prison and, under the pretext of conducting experiments on human gigantification, secured substantial funding from Charlotte Lin, Big Mom, to return to Punk Hazard. Utilizing his antidote, he dissipated the toxic substances on the island and reopened his laboratory, resuming his cruel experiments on the surviving prisoners. Soon after, Caesar's human gigantification experiments hit a bottleneck. Fearing retaliation from Big Mom, he struck a deal with Doflamingo, using his research on artificial devil fruits to establish a sad factory on the island. He began producing artificial devil fruits and negotiated with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, to manufacture and trade these fruits in large quantities, thereby securing protection from both Doflamingo and the Beast Pirates. Navigating the treacherous underworld between the powerful Doflamingo and the 2 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, Caesar proved himself to be quite a talent. Shortly thereafter, Ace arrived at Punk Hazard aboard a speedboat. At this time, Punk Hazard had yet to transform into the icy and fiery battleground resulting from the ensuing conflict between Akainu and Aokiji over the position of Fleet Admiral. Although the environment appeared somewhat desolate due to the toxic gas, everything still seemed relatively normal. Upon landing, Ace made a beeline for the location of the research facility on the island, which now served as Caesar's research base, housing Doflamingo's sad factory as well. At this moment, the guards in Punk Hazard were rather sparse, with the most formidable among them being Caesar himself, who possessed the powers of the natural-type gas fruit, followed closely by Monet, who wielded the powers of the natural-type snow fruit. While Caesar's abilities posed a significant challenge, his overall combat prowess was rather lacking, rendering him manageable. As for Monet, Ace's flame fruit had a natural advantage over her abilities. In summary, at this juncture, there was not a single opponent on the island who could pose a threat to Ace. Thus, upon ascending to Punk Hazard, Ace did not resort to stealth or concealment. Instead, he boldly strode directly to the entrance of the research facility. Who goes there? As Ace arrived at the entrance of the research institute, he was confronted by a peculiar being wielding a heavy hammer. The upper half of this entity resembled a human, while its lower half was that of a sheep. This individual was known as Van Bach, once a prisoner who had been rendered paralyzed from the waist down due to poisoning by a sorcerer, and subsequently transformed into this grotesque form by Caesar. Ace refrained from engaging in futile conversation and chose to disregard the provocateur, striding directly towards the entrance of the research facility. How dare he ignore me? Van Bach, incensed at being overlooked, brandished a massive hammer belonging to Jolie and aimed to strike at Ace. However, lacking the necessary prowess, he failed to make contact, the hammer passing harmlessly through Ace's form. A natural element user. Realizing his hammer had traversed Ace's body, Van Bach trembled in fear, his grip loosening as the hammer clattered to the ground. He could only watch helplessly as Ace entered the research facility, devoid of any intention to intervene. Absurd. Although he was unaware of Ace's identity, it was evident that the latter had no desire to stoop to the level of a mere gatekeeper. Any further approach would surely be tantamount to courting death. Bang! Bang! Just as Ace was about to cross the threshold, 2 gunshots rang out from a distance. With a swift sidestep, Ace extended his hand, capturing the 2 bullets mid-flight. However, upon contact, a wave of fatigue washed over him, prompting immediate disposal of the projectiles. Special sea stone bullets. Ace's countenance darkened. He had been careless, neglecting the existence of sea stone, a substance capable of countering ability users, nearly leading to his downfall. Once his strength returned, Ace swiftly turned towards the origin of the gunfire, unleashing his observation haki to pinpoint the sniper's location concealed behind a distant peak. So, they hide over there? A sardonic smile crept across Ace's face as he lifted his arm towards the snipers, aligning his index fingers into a cross shape. Flames ignited from his fingertips, projecting a searing cross of fire. Crossfire. Boom. The slender beam of flame struck the sniper's hiding spot, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated a section of the mountain. They were eliminated. Witnessing the devastation, Van Bach felt a chill run down his spine, simultaneously relieved that he lacked the means to threaten this man. Otherwise, his fate would have been little better than that of the Snow Mountain brothers ambushed by sea stone bullets. After dispatching the assailants, Ace cast a glance at Van Bach, who promptly rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Ace was at a loss for words. While he had contemplated whether to eliminate this individual, Van Bach's self-submission made the act feel somewhat distasteful. Shaking his head, Ace stepped over the pretending to be dead Van Bach and entered the research facility. That was close. He almost met his end. Once Ace had departed, Van Bach opened his eyes, feeling as if he had survived a calamity. Who on earth is this man? He is utterly terrifying. Van Bach gazed at the entrance of the research facility, lost in thought. After a moment, he seized his mighty hammer and, with all 4 limbs in swift motion, fled with great haste. Yet, who was that man? His demeanor suggested he was undoubtedly a harbinger of trouble. Given the formidable strength of his adversary, it was uncertain whether anyone on this island could thwart him. Indeed, it was plausible that this place might face utter destruction. After some contemplation, Van Bach prioritized his own survival and resolved that retreat was the wisest course of action. Boom. As anticipated, Van Bach had scarcely made his escape when a tremendous explosion resonated from within the research facility. Upon hearing the thunderous sound, he quickened his pace. Transformed into this ghastly form, Van Bach lamented that 4 legs were simply insufficient. He fancied that an additional 4 legs would enable him to depart the island with greater swiftness. Inside the research institute, Ace traversed through a specially designed door. Behind him lay several grotesque figures, akin to Van Bach, half human and half beast. However, at that moment, their bodies were charred, emitting an enticing aroma of roasted flesh. Beep beep. The commotion caused by Ace's actions had triggered the alarm system of the research facility, filling the air with its shrill sound. In Caesar's laboratory, the ongoing experiment was abruptly interrupted, igniting his fury as he bellowed at the guards stationed outside, demanding to know the cause of the sudden alarm. An intruder has breached the premises, came the response, not from the guards, but from a voice imbued with magnetism. Monet had arrived. Observing Monet's approach, Caesar inquired with a smile. "This is Joker's territory. Who dares to trespass here?" At that moment, Monet had yet to be transformed into a half-human, half-bird creature. She was an undeniable beauty. Monet was an undercover agent secretly placed beside Caesar by Don Quixote da Flamingo, currently serving as his secretary. "I am uncertain. However, a glance at the surveillance will reveal the truth." Monet replied with a hint of indifference, then instructed a nearby guard, "Fetch me the surveillance snail." "Yes, Miss Monet." The guard nodded and swiftly brought the surveillance footage snail before Monet and Caesar. "It's him." Upon seeing Ace on the surveillance screen, Monet's expression darkened significantly. "You seem quite fearful of this individual. Who is he?" Caesar, unfamiliar with Ace, inquired with a puzzled look. "He is a rising star among pirates, Portgas d'Ace," Monet stated solemnly as she gazed at the image of Ace. "Though still a newcomer, this man possesses formidable strength. Not only did he escape unscathed from simultaneous pursuits by 2 admirals upon entering the New World, just days ago he repelled numerous infamous pirates on Sun Island, including Star of the Sea Charlotte Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates and Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, successfully raising his own flag. His current bounty stands at a staggering 880 million berries. During that battle, Marine Vice Admiral Virgo perished, and even the 1st Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Phoenix Marco, and the 4th Division Commander, Sachi, were present, yet for reasons unknown, they refrained from engaging him. In any case, this man has become a notorious pirate in the New World. Monet elaborated. Caesar, upon hearing Monet's words, found himself at a loss for words, staring at Ace on the monitor with his mouth agape. After a considerable pause, he regained his ability to speak and, bewildered, asked Monet, "Why would such a man come to Punk Hazard? I do not recall having provoked him." Monet, fully aware that Ace was targeting her master Doflamingo, could not disclose this to Caesar, fearing his incessant inquiries. Instead, she replied, "Perhaps you have forgotten, aside from yourself. I cannot think of anyone else who might have drawn the ire of such a man. Is that so?" Caesar pondered, taken aback. Upon hearing Monet's words, Caesar inexplicably found a semblance of truth in them. After all, he had indeed offended a multitude of individuals. Yet he could not recall when he had ever provoked someone like Ace. Enough of this, Monet thought, rolling his eyes at Caesar's contemplation of whether he had wronged Ace. She promptly advised, "This man clearly harbors ill intentions. We are no match for him. We must gather our belongings and evacuate before he arrives." "Evacuate? That is out of the question." Caesar vehemently opposed Monet's suggestion. "My research is at a critical juncture, and there are too many invaluable items here that cannot be taken in haste. We should contact Joker and let him deal with this individual. Joker can handle him, right?" Caesar remarked, retrieving the communication snail to reach Doflamingo. "That won't suffice. We are out of time," Monet interjected, halting Caesar from dialing the snail. She then grasped his arm and pulled him toward the emergency exit, stating, "Moreover, this man may not necessarily destroy our work. Let us first retreat and then contact Doflamingo to resolve this matter." "Indeed, Monet, your reasoning is sound," Caesar conceded. Stowing away the communication snail and activating the emergency exit from the laboratory. However, at that moment, a sudden explosion resonated from outside the lab, and flames surged from all directions, swiftly enveloping the entire research facility. Snowstorm. Monet swiftly conjured a vast expanse of ice and snow, forming a thick wall around herself and Caesar in an attempt to insulate them from the oncoming inferno. Emerging from the flames, Ace beheld the snow wall conjured by Monet, who had consumed the snow fruit. A faint smile graced his lips as he extended his arm to rest upon the icy structure. "Sunshine!" he exclaimed, unleashing a searing torrent of flames from his palm, which swiftly enveloped the entire snow wall. Despite the formidable hardness of the snow wall, rivaling that of steel, it succumbed to the intense heat of Ace's flames, melting away in mere seconds. As the snow wall dissolved, the figures of Monet and Caesar became visible before Ace. At that moment, an ethereal chill enveloped Monet, forming an icy domain around her, isolating her and Caesar from the surrounding flames and heat. Within this frosty aura, countless snowflakes began to fall from the air, creating a surreal spectacle. "Caesar, you must go first. I will hold him off," Monet urged, fully aware that she stood no chance against Ace. However, she was acutely cognizant of Caesar's significance to Don Quixote da Flamingo, and thus resolved to sacrifice herself to grant him the time to escape. She spread her arms wide, and the swirling snowflakes coalesced into crystalline wings of ice. Icy wings. On her arms, each feather of the wings transformed into a razor-sharp blade of ice, each with a sharpness and hardness that could rival a true sword. "Calm snow, skin blade." Monet thrust her arms, sending the blade-like feathers darting towards Ace in a fierce assault. Seizing this moment, Caesar swiftly fled into the emergency escape route of the laboratory. Despite being somewhat stronger than Monet, he did not hesitate to make his escape. Ace gazed at the fleeing Caesar, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then raised his right arm, palm facing the icy blades that were hurled towards him. As the searing flames within began to brew, mirror fire. Intense flames surged from Ace's palm, instantly melting the icy projectiles. And the residual force effortlessly shattered Monet's realm of frigid air. Monet expelled a significant amount of cold air from his mouth, resembling a chilling gust of wind. This low-temperature air converged with the snow, forming a frigid current that, under Monet's command, transformed into a snow tornado. "Blizzard!" Monet exclaimed, and in that moment, the snow tornado began to expand, swiftly enveloping the entire laboratory, while the extreme cold extinguished all flames within the room. Ace stood at the heart of the blizzard, his body enveloped in flames that kept the surrounding ice and frigid air at bay. How infuriating! Even my most powerful techniques have no effect on this man. Concealed within the snow, Monet observed Ace, who remained entirely unscathed in the tempest, and her spirits plummeted. His flames seemed to be his ultimate nemesis. Yet, the image of someone dear to her ignited a renewed determination within her. Monet understood the critical importance of Caesar to her young master at this moment. Thus, even if it meant her demise, she was resolute in buying time for Caesar to escape. Ace, standing amidst the snowstorm, closed his eyes and unleashed his observation haki with all his might, scanning the entire research facility, but he could not find the person he sought. Indeed, Ace was searching for Momonosuke, but alas, it appeared that the young boy had yet to arrive in this timeline. What a pity, not finding the one he sought. Ace sighed softly and then turned his gaze towards the concealed Monet, addressing her. "Hey, snow woman over there, can you contact Don Quixote da Flamingo? What do you intend to do?" Monet's wary voice drifted through the storm. "Please relay to Da Flamingo that everything on this island, even the interest I owe him, will be nothing compared to the day I personally come to Dressrosa to claim his head. He should prepare himself." Ace proclaimed loudly. "You scoundrel! I will not allow you to harm my master," Monet exclaimed, her arms outstretched, as a flurry of snowballs resembling white rabbits erupted from her body, hurtling towards Ace through the snowstorm. Great flame ring! As Ace clasped his hands, a swirling inferno of flames unfurled from beneath his feet, swiftly dispelling Monet's tempest of snow and enveloping the entire floor of the laboratory in searing heat. Ace raised his right arm, palm facing upwards, and the surrounding flames swiftly began to coalesce above his hand, soon forming a colossal fireball with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Under Ace's command, the immense fireball began to contract in concentric circles, each compression resonating with a heartbeat-like sound, causing Monet's heart to race in tandem with each pulsation. "Run, Snow Maiden!" Ace urged Monet, whose face was etched with astonishment. "What I am about to unleash will obliterate everything within a 10-kilometer radius centered here. If you do not flee swiftly, you may truly perish." Upon hearing Ace's words, Monet's pupils dilated, and without hesitation, she spread her arms wide, releasing a flurry of snowflakes that transformed her hands into wings. With a powerful flap, she ascended into the air, fleeing without looking back. Monet understood that this man was not jesting. She could sense the immense dread contained within the fireball above Ace's head. If she did not escape now, her demise was inevitable. Within mere seconds, the once massive fireball had been compressed into a sphere no larger than a palm. Regrettably, that little brat had yet to arrive. Otherwise, burying him along with this research facility would have rendered this endeavor perfect. Ace gazed at the orb in his hand, expressing his disappointment before raising his arm once more. Bloom, C for Apollo. As Ace's words fell, the orb erupted in a blinding flash of light, rapidly expanding into a semi-spherical luminescence that enveloped an area of 1 kilometer. Boom. At the heart of Pankasad, a brilliant explosion erupted, followed by a deafening roar. Even those several dozen kilometers away could witness a mushroom cloud ascending from the center of Pankasad. In the wake of the tremendous blast, the entirety of Pankasad Island began to tremble violently. At the center of the explosion, the research facility had vanished without a trace, replaced by a massive crater with a radius of several hundred meters. All structures, flora, and fauna within a several kilometer radius were reduced to rubble. And even the mountains had been significantly sheared down. The magnitude of this explosion was truly astonishing. Hovering in midair, partially transformed into an elemental form, Ace surveyed the devastation he had wrought below, a smile creeping across his face. Though the blast radius did not reach the anticipated 10 kilometers, and is but a third of that, such a level of destruction should surely rival that of an atomic bomb. Wouldn't you agree? After demolishing the research facility and the SAD factory, Ace prepared to depart from Punk Hazard, indifferent to the fates of Monet and Caesar. The objective of this venture had been accomplished. It would not be long before Don Quixote Doflamingo received the news of the SAD factory's destruction at Ace's hands. Even if the factory could be rebuilt, it would certainly cause him considerable distress for a time. Ace could envision the expression on Doflamingo's face upon receiving the news. However, he was uncertain whether Doflamingo would personally seek him out for retribution. Law, you must hurry, for if you delay, I fear I may succumb to the urge to eliminate Doflamingo before you even reach the New World, Ace murmured softly. Ah, I nearly forgot something, Ace suddenly exclaimed, striking his forehead. He then made his way to another research facility on the island, known as the Cookie Room, where Caesar had been holding the children he had abducted from around the globe over the past several years. After Ace rescued the children, he brought them to the port of Punk Hazard in search of a ship to transport them to the Navy. However, to his astonishment, upon boarding, he discovered that Van Bach, the centaur who had pretended to be dead at the entrance of the research facility, was also hiding aboard this vessel. This individual had intended to escape on the ship himself, but before he could set sail, Ace caught him in the act. Please spare my life, Van Bach pleaded, immediately dropping to all fours in submission upon being discovered by Ace. Ace gazed down at Van Bach, who knelt before him, and inquired, Are you skilled in navigation? Indeed, I am a helmsman by trade, Van Bach promptly replied. Excellent, Ace remarked, observing him closely. Your task now is to safely transport these young ones to the nearest naval base. Should you succeed, I shall contemplate granting you a place among my ranks. As Ace scrutinized the peculiar half-human, half-beast figure before him, he suddenly added, Is that truly your intention? Upon hearing Ace's words, Van Bach's face lit up with elation, and he fervently vowed, Rest assured, I shall fulfill this mission. Very well. Ace expressed his satisfaction with Van Bach's enthusiasm and gestured, Set sail. I shall escort you for a portion of the journey. Thus, Ace and his newly acquired subordinate departed Punk Hazard, accompanied by a group of children who towered over ordinary folk. After Ace departed, an eerie gas suddenly emerged from the ruins of the Research Institute. As it seeped from the ground, it transformed into an eye, stealthily surveying the surroundings. Upon confirming the absence of any onlookers, it fully materialized from beneath the surface, taking on the form of Caesar. Damn it. All my research has been obliterated, Caesar seethed, surveying the devastation around him. He then produced a snail phone to contact Don Quixote Doflamingo and dialed his number without hesitation. Caesar, what's the matter? Came Doflamingo's voice as the call connected. Joker. The laboratory is gone, and the SAD factory has been destroyed as well. You need to come here at once. Caesar implored urgently. What? On the other end, Doflamingo, who had been leisurely sipping wine, crushed his glass in shock, his voice turning grave. Caesar, clarify what transpired. Just now, a man suddenly invaded Punk Hazard and caused a massive explosion that obliterated everything here, the laboratory, the Research Institute, and the sad factory, all destroyed. His name is Pordasti, Ace. And he has ruined all my research. After lamenting his misfortune, Caesar furiously declared, Joker, you must hurry and capture this scoundrel. I want to kill him myself. Doflamingo pondered for a moment before asking, Caesar, is that man still in Punk Hazard? I don't know. He should have left by now, Caesar replied thoughtfully. Are there any survivors left on the island? Doflamingo inquired further. Caesar was about to say he didn't know when he turned and spotted Monet flying toward him from a distance. He quickly changed his response, saying, Only Monet is still alive. At that moment, the living souls on Punk Hazard extended beyond just Caesar and Monet, but in Caesar's eyes, only Monet held any value. The others were mere tools and specimens, hardly regarded as human. Bring yourself and Monet to Dressrosa immediately. Forget about Punk Hazard for now. The most pressing matter is to reconstruct the sad factory, for if production of artificial devil fruits ceases, Kaido's wrath will be unimaginable. Caesar. Doflamingo spoke in a grave tone. At the mere mention of Kaido's name, Caesar instinctively flinched, then responded, All right, we will head there at once. But do you truly intend to establish the new sad factory in Dressrosa? Caesar inquired. Indeed, after today's events. Punk Hazard will undoubtedly attract the attention of everyone in the new world. It has become increasingly perilous. At this juncture, nothing is more crucial for us than to stabilize Kaido. Only with the new factory established nearby can I find solace. As for that little brat, Fire Fist, I shall momentarily disregard him. However, I have made a note of this debt, and he will inevitably repay it with interest, Doflamingo stated coldly. Thus, following Ace's commotion, Doflamingo decisively abandoned Punk Hazard and relocated Caesar's laboratory along with the new sad factory to Dressrosa. Doflamingo had already lost Virgo, his undercover agent within the Navy, and despite his status as a warlord of the sea, he could no longer access naval intelligence in a timely manner, prompting such a decision. Doflamingo's choice to transfer all operations from Punk Hazard to Dressrosa was, in fact, exceedingly audacious. It is imperative to note that both the production of SAD and Caesar's experiments yield copious amounts of toxic substances, accompanied by significant risks. Particularly concerning is the latter. A single misstep could render Dressrosa akin to the desolation that befell Punk Hazard 2 years prior. Dressrosa serves as Doflamingo's stronghold, and the placement of such perilous materials here underscores the immense value he places on the SAD factory to maintain the trade of artificial devil fruits with Kaido. He is wagering everything, enduring even the humiliation of the factory's destruction by Ace. In the palace of the Royal Plateau in Dressrosa, Doflamingo stood before a grand window, holding Ace's bounty notice. Numerous other bounty notices adorned the window before him, each bearing the letter D in their names. Portgas D. Ace, a member of the lineage, he. Ha ha ha. Observing these bounty notices, Doflamingo abruptly slammed Ace's notice onto the table, erupting into a peal of laughter that gradually escalated into madness. After departing from Punk Hazard, Ace escorted Van Augur and the children he had rescued for a short distance before bidding them farewell. On his journey back to Sun Island, Ace encountered 2 pirate crews engaged in battle, one of which featured a familiar face. If memory serves, that fellow with the monkey must be the Knight of the Sea. Doma, right? Ace mused as he observed the combat involving the recognizable figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In the original narrative, Knight of the Sea Doma was one of the 43 captains under Whitebeard, but he joined the crew after being defeated and convinced by Ace, who had already become a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now that Ace has not yet joined the Whitebeard Pirates, it follows that Doma is still unaligned with anyone. Given that he could be swayed in the original storyline, there is no reason to presume he would refuse me now. Ace smiled confidently, then steered the speedboat towards the 2 pirate crews engaged in fierce combat. The Knights of Doma, under his command, held a notable reputation in the New World, and their adversaries were equally formidable. As the 2 pirate ships drew near, the crew members were embroiled in a heated battle. Completely oblivious to Ace's presence as an outsider, Ace lowered the brim of his hat and sought a vantage point, observing the fierce battle between the 2 factions. Who are you? At last, a lieutenant from the pirate brigade noticed Ace, regarding him with suspicion as he inquired. This pirate's words captured everyone's attention, even causing the captains of the clashing ships to pause and cast wary glances towards the unexpected visitor. Ace, I am merely passing through. You need not concern yourselves with me. Please, continue, Ace remarked, lifting his hand to raise the brim of his hat, offering a bright smile to the crowd. It's him, the notorious pirate, Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace. What is this man doing aboard our ship? Ace is now a notorious pirate in the New World, and upon seeing him, most of the onlookers instantly recognized his identity. Fire Fist, what brings you here? Doma inquired solemnly, gazing at Ace. I merely happened to pass by. But I am familiar with you, the Knight Rider Doma, Ace replied with a smile. In this vast ocean, our meeting signifies fate. Therefore, would you consider joining my ranks? Doma? Without any preamble, Ace extended his invitation to Doma. Are you jesting? Doma retorted, his expression tinged with indignation. After all, he was a pirate who had carved out a respectable reputation in the New World. It was hardly likely that he would easily submit to anyone. Is that so? What a pity, Ace sighed regretfully upon hearing Doma's response. In that case, I shall have to consign you all to the depths of the sea. At Ace's words, both Doma and the captain of another pirate crew immediately wore grave expressions. Fire Fist, we have no prior quarrel. Why would you strike against us? The other captain questioned Ace. Silence. Doma sharply interjected, then spoke with a low voice. Leto, we are pirates. Is there really a need for reason when it comes to our mutual slaughter? Doma raised his hands, crossing his swords defiantly over his chest, then turned to Leto, who stood beside him. Leto, this man before us is not someone any one of us can confront alone. Thus, let us unite. Upon hearing Doma's words, Leto pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. In the world of pirates, even adversaries who had been engaged in a life-and-death struggle just moments before could join forces against a formidable foe. Just as Doma and the pirate named Leto reached an agreement to confront Ace together, Leto seized the opportunity while Doma's attention was entirely focused on Ace. He suddenly betrayed them, plunging his blade into Doma's body. Doma staggered back, his face contorted with rage as he confronted Leto. Why? You were too careless, Doma. Leto retorted, flicking the blood from his blade with indifference. In comparison to Fire Fist, we are true enemies. Doma glared furiously at Leto, consumed with anger yet rendered speechless. Leto paid no heed to Doma's ire and turned his gaze to Ace. Fire Fist, if you assist me in eliminating Doma and his crew, I vow to pledge my loyalty to you. What say you? Ace disregarded him and turned his gaze back to Doma, stating, Doma, it is you whom I value. If you agree to serve under my command, I shall assist you in dealing with this individual. What say you? Very well, but I shall not require your assistance. I want to personally end this man's life. This time, Doma did not refuse, immediately accepting Ace's proposal. He tightened his grip on his twin swords and approached Leto, fixing him with a steely glare as he declared, Come forth, Leto. This time, I will assuredly slay you. Leto's expression darkened considerably, yet retreat was not an option. He could only fight to the death. An hour later, the ship of the Leto pirates was sent to the depths of the sea, while the Yachting Knights pirates, carrying Ace, set sail towards Sun Island. Upon their return to Sun Island, in the presence of all members of the Spade Pirates, Yachting Knight Doma and his crew officially joined the ranks of the Spade Pirates. Thus, the Spade Pirates gained their first subordinate crew. Although the Yachting Knights pirates had aligned themselves with the Spade Pirates, they did not linger on Sun Island for long. Once Doma's injuries had healed, they departed, embarking on their own journey. However, upon their departure, the flag that flew high upon the ship had transformed into the emblem of the Spade Pirates, while the Yachting Knights pirates' flag was displayed beneath it. Doma vowed that whenever Ace required assistance, they would hasten to his side from anywhere upon the vast ocean. In the ensuing days, Ace remained on Sun Island, taking heed of the situation following the Punk Hazard incident, wary of a potential surprise attack from Don Quixote Doflamingo. To Ace's astonishment, after waiting a month, Doflamingo made no move, as if the events at Punk Hazard had never transpired. Intriguing. Could it be that Doflamingo is swallowing his pride? Ace pondered. Given Doflamingo's nature, Ace believed that the significant losses incurred at Punk Hazard would provoke a reaction. Yet here they were, a month later, with Doflamingo showing no signs of retaliation, as if he had accepted this bitter defeat. However, Ace could not shake off a sense of foreboding in the absence of Doflamingo's counterattack. Ace, just as Ace was musing over Doflamingo's silence, Karos suddenly approached, cradling a Den Den Mushi. Ace, it's a call from Kira. Karos handed the Den Den Mushi to Ace, who had entrusted it to her for safekeeping when Kira departed. Moshi Moshi, Kira. What is it? Ace inquired as he took the Den Den Mushi. Ace, you asked me to keep an eye on the movements of Sachi, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 4th Division, did you not? Yesterday, I received intelligence indicating that he, accompanied by several subordinates, ventured to a location known as the Dark Island. Kella's voice emanated from the receiver. The Dark Island? Upon hearing Kella's words, Ace's expression instantly turned grave. Ace's decision to have Keela keep an eye on Sachi's movements through the Revolutionary Army's intelligence network stemmed from his desire to ascertain the time at which Sachi acquired the dark fruit. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, it was highly likely that this island of darkness was the very place where Sachi obtained the fruit. Should this indeed be the case, it was imperative that he prevented Sachi from bringing the dark fruit back to the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, the fruit would inevitably be seized by Blackbeard, in accordance with the original storyline, and Sachi would pay with his life as a consequence. It appeared necessary to pay a visit to this island of darkness. Ace said solemnly. Ace, while I am uncertain as to why you wish for me to monitor the movements of the captains on Whitebeard's ship, your current strength is certainly not a match for the Whitebeard pirates. Unlike other pirates, should you harm anyone on his ship, it would be tantamount to declaring war against him. Keela's tone had grown serious, and the expression of the transponder snail mirrored her concern as she earnestly added, So, promise me, Ace, that you will not act recklessly. Rest assured, Keela, I assure you that I have no intention of provoking Whitebeard at this moment. Ace attempted to reassure Keela, then added, On the contrary, the information you have relayed to me may very well foster the potential for an alliance between myself and Whitebeard. That's a relief. Upon hearing Ace's assurance, Keela sighed in relief and continued, Additionally, regarding the intelligence you requested concerning Don Quixote, I have received word that, a month ago, following your destruction of his factory in Punk Hazard, Doflamingo promptly relocated all operations from Punk Hazard to Dressrosa. I see. So he has completely abandoned Punk Hazard? Ace chuckled, remarking, Thank you, Keela. Today's news is invaluable to me. To express my gratitude, I have decided to send a substantial gift to your Revolutionary Army after some time. Really? I am quite looking forward to it, Keela replied with a smile before disconnecting the call. The ability to manufacture artificial devil fruits, along with Doflamingo's weapons factory, would undoubtedly be an irresistible boon for the Revolutionary Army, Ace mused with a grin. However, the dark fruit remained his foremost concern. Rising to his feet, Ace declared firmly, This time, the fruit must not fall into Blackbeard's hands. Ace sought to forge an alliance with Whitebeard, yet he needed a pivotal opportunity. Initially, Blackbeard represented an ideal chance. Had he chosen not to intervene, the plot would have unfolded as follows. Sachi would acquire the dark fruit on Dark Island, only to be slain by Blackbeard aboard his ship, who would subsequently seize the fruit and, empowered by his long-desired strength, betray the Whitebeard pirates, thereby revealing his ambitions. However, Ace also coveted the dark fruit, prompting him to act preemptively and wrest it from Sachi's grasp. This course of action could potentially thwart Blackbeard's aspirations for power, compelling him to remain hidden within Whitebeard's ranks. In the original narrative, Blackbeard himself remarked that if fortune did not favor him and another consumed the dark fruit, he would spend his days aboard Whitebeard's ship, leading a life of obscurity. Given Blackbeard's nature, should he find himself unable to attain the strength necessary to ascend to greatness, he would undoubtedly remain quietly sheltered beneath Whitebeard's wing, refraining from revealing his true intentions. However, enticing him with the dark fruit posed a significant risk. A single misstep could grant him the power he desired, making it exceedingly difficult to rein him in afterward. Furthermore, attempting to seize the dark fruit might inadvertently provoke hostilities with the Whitebeard pirates. How could Ace ensure that Blackbeard neither acquired the dark fruit nor revealed his fangs before Whitebeard? Such were Ace's contemplations. Ultimately, he resolved to prioritize obtaining the dark fruit. After procuring a record pointer to Dark Island, he departed from Sun Island alone. Dark Island, also known as Night Island, is characterized by perpetual darkness, devoid of daylight. Standing in stark contrast to the world government Dawn Island, Judgment Island, situated within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Sachi ventured there due to the incursion of a rival pirate crew, which had dared to provoke Whitebeard's domain, and this crew was currently located on Dark Island. Sachi aimed to confront these pirates and instill in them a sense of the Whitebeard pirates' formidable reputation. In the New World, even the name of Whitebeard does not guarantee respect. Those who defy him often meet grim fates, either submitting or sinking to the depths of the sea. On this mission to Dark Island, Sachi brought along most of his crew from the 4th Division, while a lone member from the absent 2nd Division accompanied them. This individual was none other than Marshal D. Teach, who would later become known as Blackbeard. In truth, it was entirely serendipitous that Teach accompanied Sachi to Dark Island. For within the ranks of the pirate crew that had trespassed upon the territory of the Whitebeard pirates was a familiar face to Teach, the notorious Poison Q. Teach and Poison Q were old acquaintances, having once made a pact that should Teach acquire the power he so desired, they would establish their own pirate crew and embark on a quest to conquer the world. However, as the years passed, Teach had yet to discover the strength he sought, and thus the notion of departing from the Whitebeard pirates to pursue his own ambitions had not yet crossed his mind. Poison Q was not a member of this pirate crew. He merely took advantage of their favorable winds to act as a temporary ship's doctor. Upon learning that Poison Q was aboard the ship of this crew, Teach feared for Sachi's safety, concerned that Poison Q might eliminate him. Indeed, it was not that Teach feared Poison Q might be vanquished by Sachi, but rather the other way around. Given that Poison Q had caught the eye of Blackbeard and was slated to become a partner in future endeavors, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable, at least in Teach's estimation. Sachi's strength was not a match for Poison Q. The crew that had invaded the territory of the Whitebeard pirates was the Twin Star Pirates, a faction that would later become one of the 43 crews under Whitebeard's command. Notably, these brothers had joined Whitebeard's ranks only after being defeated by Ace following his induction into the crew. It is worth mentioning that in the original narrative, the D. Carabin brothers had previously clashed with Sachi of the 4th Division, resulting in a stalemate. However, they had been effortlessly overcome by Ace at that time. This illustrates that as the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi's strength was indeed lacking, which explains why he was easily ambushed and slain by Blackbeard on Dark Island. Every member of the Twin Star Pirates stood ready, anticipating the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. The D. Carabin brothers were acutely aware that their incursion into Whitebeard's territory amounted to a provocation against this Yonko, and they would inevitably face the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates, leading them to brace for a fierce battle. Brother. At that moment, the younger D. Carabin excitedly approached, clutching a pale purple fruit resembling a pineapple. Its skin adorned with spiral patterns akin to that of a snail. Had Teach been present, he would have instantly recognized this fruit as the embodiment of the power he yearned for, known to him as the most malevolent of abilities, the Logia-type dark fruit. Brother, look what I have found, exclaimed the younger D. Carabin, proudly presenting the dark fruit. Wow, a devil fruit. It appears to be a Logia type as well. Your luck is truly remarkable, the elder D. Carabin remarked with envy, gazing at the dark fruit in his brother's hands. Do you intend to consume it now? No. The younger D. Carabin shook his head, replying, after we leave this place. I plan to find a devil fruit encyclopedia to ascertain the powers of this fruit before making any decisions. In this world, the powers granted by the devil fruits are exceedingly numerous. Although D. Carabin, the younger brother, was aware that the devil fruit in his possession belonged to the Logia category, he refrained from hastily consuming it. Instead, he sought to ascertain the nature of the fruit's abilities before deciding whether to indulge. His elder brother, D. Carabin, concurred with a nod. After all, in the new world, Logia users are no longer synonymous with invincibility. Certain Logia abilities may indeed be superfluous for the already formidable D. Carabin. If the fruit's powers did not align with his aspirations, it would not only fail to serve as an asset but could potentially introduce vulnerabilities, rendering consumption unwise. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the direction of the harbor. Upon hearing the commotion, the brothers' expressions grew grave, for they understood that the Whitebeard pirates had dispatched individuals to confront them. At last, we shall meet the Whitebeard pirates. Charge. The brothers exchanged glances and shouted to their subordinates before dashing towards the harbor. Upon arriving, they were met by none other than Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division. Seeing that their assailant was merely a single captain, the D. Carabin brothers were incensed. Is this all the Whitebeard pirates think of us? Sending just one captain to face us? Sachi, exuding confidence, replied, one captain is more than sufficient to deal with you. Very well. We shall sever your head and present it to Whitebeard, making him regret underestimating us. With that declaration, the D. Carabin brothers surged towards Sachi, and a fierce battle ensued, with Sachi's 4th Division members clashing with the Twin Star Pirates. Meanwhile, Teach, having effortlessly dispatched several foes, discreetly vacated the battlefield. He soon discovered the ailing Poison Q and his feeble steed beside a monumental rock on the island. Poison Q, it has been an age. Upon finding him, Teach greeted him warmly and inquired, what brings you here? It is the call of destiny that has led me to this place. Teach. Poison Q struggled to rise, gazing at Teach as he caught his breath. Destiny foretold that you would find the power you have long awaited here, and then lead us to conquer this world. Is that so? How splendid. Teach moved closer to Poison Q, patting his shoulder with enthusiasm. Pray tell, where is this power? Have I finally endured for decades only to grasp it now? Do not rush, Teach. Destiny will deliver it into your hands. You need only await patiently. Poison Q gasped, recounting the tale. The battle between Sachi and the Daikarlin brothers spanned 3 arduous days, culminating in Sachi's triumph over them. Following this fierce confrontation, the Daikarlin brothers were utterly captivated by Sachi's prowess and, in a remarkable turn of events, became his confidants. Ultimately, at Sachi's enthusiastic invitation, they joined the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates, becoming part of this legendary crew. Ha ha ha. You are truly impressive, Captain Sachi. Managing to recruit the entire Twin Star Pirates. What an extraordinary achievement. Titch approached, laughing heartily. What achievement? We scarcely concern ourselves with such matters aboard our ship. Sachi waved his hand dismissively and then turned to Titch, inquiring, Titch, I scarcely saw you during the battle. Where have you been these past few days? I had a skirmish with that fellow. Titch pointed towards Poison Q. I had already bested him, but he resorted to poison. What a devious trick. Nevertheless, I emerged victorious. Ha ha ha. Is this fellow one of your crew? Sachi glanced at Poison Q and then questioned the Daikarlin brothers. The Daikarlin brothers exchanged uncertain glances with Poison Q before one of them replied, well, sort of. Sort of? Sachi's initial impression of Poison Q was far from favorable. And he was about to press for more information when Titch interrupted. Titch stepped forward and embraced the Daikarlin brothers warmly, exclaiming, since you have joined our father's crew, we are now family. To celebrate the addition of new members to our family, let us hold a feast, Captain Sachi. Oh, a feast. A feast. The crew eagerly responded, thus allowing Poison Q's true identity to slip through the cracks. At the banquet, everyone was fervently indulging in meat and drink when suddenly, one of the Daikarlin brothers leaped onto the table, brandishing a devil fruit he had discovered on the island. Everyone, pause. He called out, halting the revelry. He raised the fruit high, proclaiming, this is the devil fruit I found on this island, although I have yet to ascertain its powers. It is confirmed to belong to the Logia type. Initially, I intended to leave this place and consult a devil fruit encyclopedia to identify its abilities before consuming it. But I can no longer wait. Now, for a special event, I shall demonstrate my audacity by swallowing this devil fruit before all of you. Anticipate it. Oh, hurry up and eat it. I heard it tastes worse than dung. I bet you will vomit it out. The crowd jeered enthusiastically. The Daikarlin brother was exhilarated, brimming with excitement, while Titch stared at the devil fruit in a daze, his expression shifting from shock to intense greed, as he recognized it at a glance. The devil fruit held by D was precisely the power he had yearned for over several decades, known as the most malevolent ability in history, the natural type dark fruit. Just as D was about to bring the dark fruit to his lips, a figure suddenly lunged toward him, snatching the fruit from his grasp and severing one of his arms in the process. The severed right arm of D elicited a piercing scream of agony. The unexpected turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. Brother. Hearing his brother's anguished cry, D came to his senses. Teach. The recovering Sach glared furiously at the assailant, demanding, what are you doing? Sach, do you understand? I have waited on my father's ship for over a decade just to find this devil fruit. I once considered that if fortune did not favor me and this fruit was consumed by someone else, I would quietly spend my remaining days under my father's, no, Whitebeard's command. Yet, I never anticipated that this fruit would appear before me in such a manner. It is the hand of fate, Sach. Teach, or rather, Blackbeard now, grinned malevolently as he gazed at the dark fruit in his hand. At last, I have obtained this power. No longer will I need to conceal myself. From this day forth, I shall surpass Whitebeard, outshine everyone, and become the strongest in the world. Ha ha. Stop dreaming, you scoundrel. Sach retorted, glaring at Blackbeard with clenched teeth. You, who dare harm your comrades, have committed an unforgivable transgression. I will take you down myself and deliver you to my father for judgment. Just you? Blackbeard glanced at Sach dismissively, refraining from consuming the dark fruit immediately. If you can manage it, then by all means, give it a try, Captain Sach. Do not interfere. He is a traitor on our ship. I will personally apprehend him. With a fierce shout directed at the D brothers, Sach dashed towards Blackbeard without further ado. It must be said, Blackbeard was indeed a man capable of leaving a scar on red-haired Shanks, although he had yet to consume the dark fruit. Once he revealed his true strength, his combat prowess surpassed that of Sach, the 4th Division captain. Within mere exchanges, Satch was defeated, with Blackbeard's sharp hook piercing directly through Satch's heart, showcasing a power that left everyone present, including the D brothers, utterly astounded. How pathetic, Satch. You are truly no match. Blackbeard taunted, standing over the gravely injured Satch, one hand clutching the dark fruit, laughing maniacally. Did you see that? Even without the power of the fruit, I can easily defeat you. You are so weak that you are unworthy of even becoming my ally. Now, allow me to unveil the formidable power I have sought for decades. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard, raising the dark fruit in his hand, was poised to consume it. Suddenly, at the moment he was about to take a bite, a flash of fire hurtled from the distance, piercing through Blackbeard's right hand, causing the dark fruit to tumble from his grasp. Whoosh! Flames surged through the darkness, revealing a blazing figure before everyone, none other than Ace, who had just arrived. Am I too late? Ace glanced at Sachi, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, and sighed inwardly. He then directed his gaze towards Blackbeard, casting a fleeting glance at the fallen dark fruit, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the fruit had not yet been consumed. Aren't you going to pick it up? That is the power you have pursued for decades, Ace remarked, observing Blackbeard. Blackbeard certainly yearned to retrieve the dark fruit. Yet he hesitated, sensing that the moment he bent down, this man before him would shatter his skull. Fire Fist Portgasti. Ace, why are you here? Blackbeard asked, his voice low and tense. Even if I told you that I merely passed through, you likely wouldn't believe me, would you? Ace replied with a faint smile. So, let us assume that I have come specifically to trouble you. Upon hearing Ace's words, Blackbeard's expression darkened considerably. He understood that without having consumed the dark fruit, he was no match for the man standing before him. Regret gnawed at him for not devouring the fruit the moment he acquired it, for foolishly trying to show off in front of Sachi. Reason urged Blackbeard to retreat, for he could sense the murderous intent emanating from Ace. Yet, he could not bear to part with the dark fruit lying nearby. Casting a glance at the fruit, he gritted his teeth and resolved to take a gamble. Fortune favors the bold. After all, he had already revealed his fangs. If he failed to obtain the power of the dark fruit, he would surely face the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates, even if he survived today. It was better to risk it all. With such determination, Blackbeard lunged towards the dark fruit. Fireblade. Just as his hand was about to touch the fruit, a blade of fire suddenly sliced towards his neck. He recoiled, the fiery blade narrowly missing him and instead severing his wrist, blood spraying forth. Thus, Blackbeard's right hand was forever entwined with the dark fruit. He rolled away, clutching his severed wrist, his face twisted in agony as he cursed. Damn it, beast, my hand. What a pity. I had intended to sever your neck. Yet you managed to evade it. Ace kicked away Blackbeard's severed hand and picked up the dark fruit from the ground, smiling as he said, well then, I shall take this devil fruit. You are already a wielder of powers. Even if you acquire this fruit, its strength will elude you. Blackbeard rose, gazing at Ace, and proposed, Fire Fist, why not hand it over to me? Together, we could seize this world. After all, Whitebeard has aged and is plagued by illness, his strength wanes, and his era is swiftly coming to an end. Desperate after realizing that forceful acquisition was futile, Blackbeard resorted to persuasion, exclaiming, I have a comprehensive plan. If you grant me the power of darkness and we join forces, we could effortlessly conquer the entire world. So, let us collaborate, Fire Fist. Blackbeard's words were not mere fabrications. He genuinely sought to recruit Ace. Should Ace agree to ally with him, his ambitions would undoubtedly be realized more swiftly. I'm afraid I have no interest in world domination, Ace replied, tossing the dark fruit in his hand and stating coolly, moreover, I would prefer to eliminate you here and now. Oh, is that so? Then today truly marks my great failure. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard suddenly erupted into laughter before turning and shouting, Poison Q. It's up to you. Poison in the sky, gray mist. In an instant, a cloud of gray mist surged from the ground, swiftly enveloping the figures of those nearby. What is this? Even Haki cannot defend against it. Run. If you come into contact with this, you will perish. Quickly, flee from here. Those who encountered the gray mist found their bodies rapidly decaying, with even Haki proving ineffective. A chorus of anguished screams erupted around them. Flame on. With a sweeping motion of his arms, Ace unleashed a torrent of flames that erupted from his being, conjuring a blazing barrier that thwarted the encroachment of the ominous gray mist. Fiery wave of flames. As Ace clenched his palm, the surrounding flames immediately contracted, only to erupt violently, creating a scorching wave of heat that swept away the ominous gray mist in an instant. Had he fled? After dispersing the toxic haze, Ace realized that Blackbeard's figure had vanished. Even the severed hand had disappeared with him. To his astonishment, Poison Q was also present, and they had truly been outmaneuvered this time. Ace spoke with a grim expression. Upon Ace's arrival, he had originally contemplated the possibility of vanquishing Blackbeard right then and there. However, due to a momentary lapse in vigilance, Blackbeard managed to escape. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Without the dark fruit, Blackbeard was merely a hapless wretch. Ace cast a glance at the dark fruit in his hand before stowing it away in his backpack and approaching the severely weakened Sachi. Ace knelt down, gazing at the barely conscious Sachi, and softly inquired, "Do you have any last words?" With his heart pierced, Sachi was now barely breathing. Teetering on the brink of death, there was no hope left. "I'm sorry, I've brought shame upon my father," Sachi managed to utter before he finally drew his last breath. Sighing softly, Ace looked at the lifeless Sachi, realizing that this captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division had succumbed to his fated demise, still perishing at the hands of Blackbeard. Sachi, at that moment, the returning members of the 4th Division, upon seeing their fallen comrade, burst into tears. "Thank you, Fire Fist. It was you who saved our lives this time." The Dicarbon brothers approached Ace, expressing their gratitude. It was merely a fortuitous encounter. Ace waved his hand dismissively and then asked, "What are your plans next? Would you consider joining my crew? We have already accepted Captain Sachi's invitation to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Even though Sachi is gone, as long as we draw breath, we shall honor our promise," the Dicarbon brothers replied apologetically, gazing at Ace. "Thus, we regret to inform you, Fire Fist, that we cannot accept your invitation. It is quite all right. You are merely adhering to your own commitments, and there is no need for apologies." Ace shook his head and continued, "However, I did not anticipate encountering such circumstances. It seems I must pay a visit to Whitebeard." "We will accompany you," the Dicarbon brothers immediately asserted. "We witnessed everything that transpired here, and we will testify on your behalf. Indeed, we will relay the events truthfully to our father. We will ensure you do not face any trouble. Yes, it is all that Traitor Teach's fault. Father will surely avenge Captain Sachi." On the deck of the Moby Dick, within the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors in the New World, Whitebeard sat with a grim expression, adorned with numerous 4 drips. Surrounded by his captains and crew, all bearing solemn faces, Ace stood before Whitebeard, with the lifeless body of Squad Captain Sachi laid between them, casting a pall of somberness over the atmosphere. "My son, did he leave any final words?" After a prolonged silence, Whitebeard suddenly inquired. Ace recounted Sachi's last words. "I'm sorry, I brought shame upon you, Dad." "What a foolish son," Whitebeard lamented. "Does he not understand that survival is far more paramount than reputation? I apologize. By the time I arrived, Sachi was gravely injured and on the brink of death." Ace replied, "You need not apologize to me, Fire Fist, my boy. Rather, I owe you my gratitude. For it is because of you that my foolish sons have a chance to live." Whitebeard responded, "Dad, give the order. I shall personally slay that scoundrel Teach," Marco suddenly declared, his voice laced with fury. "Indeed, Father, issue the command. Regardless of the reasons, anyone who dares to harm a comrade aboard the same ship has no place left in these seas. Even if Teach escapes to the ends of the earth, we shall bring back his head to honor Sachi. Go forth, find him, hunt him down, and bring his head before me." Whitebeard spoke gravely. "Tell the world that Teach is a target I must eliminate. Anyone who shelters him shall be deemed my enemy." Ace gazed at Whitebeard in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the unexpected command he had issued. It was hard to believe that, in the original narrative, he had vehemently opposed Ace's pursuit of Blackbeard. Now, not only had he declared a death warrant, but he had also proclaimed to the entire world that no one was to harbor Blackbeard. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace was perplexed as to why Whitebeard had issued such a command. All he understood was that the true sovereign of these seas had genuinely been provoked this time. "Fire Fist, I owe you a debt of gratitude for this matter," Whitebeard said, turning to Ace. "Speak your desire. What is it that you seek?" Ace gazed at Whitebeard, hesitating for a moment before surveying the surrounding individuals. He inquired, "May I speak with you privately? Alone with me?" Whitebeard regarded Ace, pausing in silence for a while, then motioned to Marco and the others beside him, saying, "You may leave for now. I wish to have a moment alone with this young lad." "Understood, Pops." Unlike Shanks, Marco and the others had no concerns about Ace's intentions towards Whitebeard, thus they readily acquiesced to the request for solitude. Now it is just the two of us, Whitebeard remarked after clearing the area. He turned once more to Ace and said, "Young one, if you have any requests, now is the time to voice them." Ace gazed at Whitebeard, pondering for a moment before speaking. "I harbor a secret that, if unveiled, could incite the wrath of the world government. With my current capabilities, I am insufficient to instill fear in them. Thus, I seek an alliance with you, hoping that before I reach my full potential, I may leverage your name to intimidate the world government." "Ha ha ha. I thought you had grander demands. It seems it is merely this." Whitebeard chuckled, his laughter echoing. "Little one, if you wish to borrow my name, it is simple. Come aboard my ship and become my son. Carrying my name, regardless of who your enemies are, I shall shield you. I regret to inform you that I cannot accept only that," Ace replied earnestly. "I have vowed to surpass that man, and I shall not be subordinate to anyone, even to one who bears the title of the strongest man in the world like yourself." "Oh?" Even if Ace declines to be my son, Whitebeard remained unperturbed, intrigued instead. "That man, might you share his identity with me?" "My father, his name is Gold. Roger," Ace declared solemnly. "Ha ha ha. You are indeed Roger's son? I never anticipated that rascal's bloodline had survived." Whitebeard laughed heartily upon learning of Ace's lineage, then declared, "Little one, your request is granted." Thus, Ace's Spade Pirates successfully forged an alliance with the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. In the New World, at the edge of the Calm Belt, a humble wooden raft floated upon the sea, carrying 2 individuals and a horse, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach and his companion, Doc Q, who had escaped from Dark Island. "Ha ha ha." Blackbeard lay on the raft, gazing at his severed wrist, laughing heartily. "Not only did I fail to acquire the power I sought, but I also lost a hand. This is a monumental failure, utterly humiliating. Ha ha ha. Do not be disheartened, Teach. Though your fate has shifted, it has not reached its conclusion. You still possess the opportunity to realize your ambitions," Doc Q weakly consoled. "Rest assured, I am not the sort to lose my fighting spirit after a single setback," Blackbeard asserted, sitting up with a grave expression. "However, having personally killed Sachi, that old man will undoubtedly be furious. We must brace ourselves for the relentless pursuit of the Whitebeard Pirates." "What are your plans?" Doc Q inquired. "Naturally, we shall hide until the storm passes, and then seek another formidable power to further my ambitions," Blackbeard replied. Having angered Whitebeard, "Is there truly a place in these seas where we can hide?" Doc Q questioned. "Certainly not, even if we abandon the Grand Line and flee to the 4 seas. We have provoked the true sovereign of these waters," Blackbeard responded. Blackbeard laughed heartily and remarked, after a moment of contemplation, "Since there is no refuge upon the sea, let us seek sanctuary in the heavens." "The heavens? An aerial island, perhaps?" Poison Q quickly grasped Blackbeard's intent, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, that locale would serve as an excellent refuge for us." Thus, Blackbeard, Poison Q, and a horse departed the New World, embarking on a quest to discover an ascending current in the first half of the Grand Line, preparing to escape to the aerial island for safety. As fortune favors the determined, they soon located an ascending current. However, an unforeseen incident occurred during their ascent. The current that Blackbeard and Poison Q were riding unexpectedly faltered midway, failing to transport them to the aerial island, instead casting them onto a mysterious island suspended thousands of meters above the ground. The alliance between Ace's Spade Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, sent shockwaves throughout the world upon its announcement. Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world and a living legend from the Roger era, reigns supreme in the New World, a force that even the other emperors dare not provoke lightly. The reasons behind Whitebeard's decision to ally with a mere newcomer remain shrouded in mystery, yet the official proclamation from the Whitebeard Pirates leaves no room for doubt. Consequently, as this news spread, the world was not only astounded but also aware that this newcomer was destined for greatness. Ace, already formidable and brimming with potential, would ascend with unprecedented speed under Whitebeard's protection. Indeed, within a mere year, Ace and all members of the Spade Pirates had risen to prominence in the New World. Remarkably, aside from Captain Ace and the rarely seen Carolis, every member of the crew boasted bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Captain Pordasti, Ace commanded an impressive bounty of 1.45 billion berries, placing him among the highest-ranking pirates active on the seas, aside from the 4 emperors. The swordmaster Ibli Gambi held a bounty of 485 million berries, while Sun Knight Alexander Kakaz had a bounty of 388 million berries. The Sky Swordsman K. Kai was valued at 235 million berries, and the Helmsman Fishman Woles commanded a bounty of 215 million berries. The shipwright Cyborg Yaki had a bounty of 186 million berries, and the fighter dwarf Fenimore was valued at 168 million berries. The fighter Longhand clan member Rockley was worth 160 million berries. Navigator Cornelia boasted a bounty of 154 million berries, while Sniper Pai Bongi had a bounty of 133 million berries. The fighter Scowl was valued at 121 million berries, and the twin brothers Saba and Bali had bounties of 15, 2 million, and 14, 8 million berries, respectively. The Sun Spirit Alexander Carolis had a bounty of 3 million berries, in addition to its own members. The Spade Pirates commanded 4 formidable subordinate pirate crews, the Night Pirates led by Doma with 317 members, the Bonnie Pirates led by Gourmand Woman Jewelry Bonnie with 39 members, the Silverlight Pirates led by Von Lewis with 129 members, and the Mad Dog Pirates led by George Saline with 89 members, although their numbers fell short of 1,000. This combined force represented a significant and formidable presence in the New World. The stringent criteria Ace employed in selecting his crew members might have contributed to this limited number. Otherwise, the total could easily have doubled or more. Should Enel from Sky Island and Law and Urich, still traversing the first half of the Grand Line, unite, their collective strength would qualify them to challenge the 4 emperors. In the perilous realm of the seas, conflicts with others are inevitable. In the New World, while the Spade Pirates and their subordinate crews frequently encountered friction with other factions, large-scale confrontations were rare, save for one exception: the Don Quixote family, led by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Throughout the past year, any encounter between the Spade Pirates and members of the Don Quixote family invariably resulted in conflict. The recent encounter of the Silverlight Pirates in the waters of Dressrosa served as the catalyst for the impending war between the Spade Pirates and the Don Quixote family. Rewinding time to a week prior, in the New World waters of Dressrosa, a pirate ship bearing the flag of the Spade Pirates floated upon the waves. This vessel, named the Lewis, belonged to the Silverlight Pirates, commanded by Von Lewis, who had garnered a modest reputation in the New World. Not only was he a formidable pirate, but his straightforward, humorous demeanor, coupled with a strong sense of justice, made him a favorite among Ace's crew. At that moment, the Lewis was a wreck. Riddled with damage as it bore the scars of a fierce battle, the scene aboard its deck was chilling. The deck was adorned with gallows, each bearing a battered pirate. All members of the Lewis Pirates. Captain Von Lewis lay there, his limbs severed and impaled by numerous blades, barely clinging to life, yet defiantly glaring at the figure before him. This figure was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, accompanied by his officers, Toripole and Dellinger. Doflamingo, even if you kill us, your misdeeds will one day come to light, and Captain Ace will surely avenge us. Lewis exclaimed with fervor. He was a pirate imbued with a profound sense of justice. While Don Quixote Doflamingo engaged in the abhorrent trades of human trafficking, gas manufacturing, and the grotesque enlargement of children, upon witnessing the darkness concealed beneath the ostentatious facade of Dressrosa, Lewis, in a fit of righteous anger, dismantled a human auction house, subsequently incurring the wrath of Doflamingo, culminating in the present confrontation. Villainy? Huh, such a simplistic view. Doflamingo scoffed, laughing derisively. Individuals like you can only perceive the surface of the world, blind to the shadows lurking beneath. Were it not for those of us who maintain balance within the darkness, chaos would reign supreme. Your attempts at justification cannot obscure the heinous crimes you have committed. You irredeemable scoundrel, Lewis retorted, fixing Doflamingo with a steely gaze. Even if we were to perish here today, rest assured, one day you shall be vanquished. Await your doom. Doflamingo, our captain, Portgas D. Ace, will surely come to exact vengeance upon you. Come to exact vengeance upon me? Ha ha ha. Doflamingo erupted into laughter. That little brat will soon find himself in dire straits. Though I know not the means by which he has secured Whitebeard's protection, it will not be long before he faces the wrath of the entire world. Even cloaked beneath Whitebeard's wings, he cannot escape the malice of the world. Such is his fate. Doflamingo laughed heartily once more. Dringe, I entrust this band of pirates to you. He addressed his flamboyantly dressed fisherman associate before turning to depart. Fear not, young master. I shall ensure they meet their demise swiftly. Dringe grinned, baring his sharp teeth in a sinister smile. Doff, is it truly wise to sever ties with that fire-fisted boy? Torbull, with a worried expression and a runny nose, inquired from behind Doflamingo. At this juncture, Ace had transformed significantly. He had forged an alliance with the formidable Whitebeard pirates, and his comrades had evolved into formidable warriors, boasting several powerful pirates under his command. He was no longer the naive rookie who could be easily manipulated. The Spade Pirates had grown into a formidable force, one that even the warlords of the sea found challenging to confront. There is no cause for concern. That brat's arrogance will not endure for long. Doflamingo spoke with unwavering confidence. His assurance stemmed from his possession of Ace's true lineage. He believed that if he were to divulge Ace's father's name to the world government, they would not hesitate to wage war, even against Whitebeard, in order to eradicate this potential colossal threat. Once a celestial dragon, Doflamingo was utterly convinced that the world government would go to any lengths to ensure that no one bearing the bloodline of the Pirate King would remain alive in this world. A week later, in the New World, at the port outside the Gates of Flame in the Sun Island waters, 6 ships were anchored alongside the Spade Pirates' flagship, the Spade. A year prior, when news of the alliance between the Spade Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates spread, it resonated throughout the world. Accompanying this announcement were bounty notices issued by the 2 pirate crews, targeting none other than the infamous Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who had murdered their comrade. However, after fleeing from Dark Island, Blackbeard seemed to vanish without a trace, completely lost to the vast sea. In stark contrast, the Spade Pirates, having allied with the Whitebeard Pirates, entered a phase of rapid advancement. Over the past year, while their territory remained largely unchanged, their strength had grown immensely compared to a year ago. Apart from their captain Ace, the crew of 13, including the newly joined siblings Kaku and Karos, boasted bounties exceeding 100 million each. Besides them, the pirate crew under their banner, aside from Doma's cavalry pirates, included Jewelry Bonnie, who had established her own crew and earned considerable renown in the New World, along with 2 other pirate crews that later joined the Spade Pirates. A week prior, Ace's Silverlight Pirates encountered the Don Quixote family's ship in the waters of Dressrosa, resulting in a fierce battle that culminated in the defeat of the Silverlight Pirates, with none aboard surviving. This act of Doflamingo's incited Ace's fury and solidified his resolve to wage war against the Don Quixote family. At this moment, on the deck of the Spade, Ace sat facing Sabo with the 13 members of the Spade Pirates and 3 captains standing behind him. Alongside Sabo, besides Carla, were the Northern Army Commander of the Revolutionary Army, Crow, and the Southern Army Commander, Lindbergh. Ace, you summoned us in such haste. What is the matter? Sabo inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Ace, you must be aware of the animosity between myself and Don Quixote Doflamingo, correct? Ace gazed intently at Sabo and solemnly declared, over the past year, our confrontations with the Don Quixote family have exceeded 10, including 2 fierce clashes. However, the casualties were kept within manageable limits. Yet, just a week ago, Lewis's pirate crew was annihilated in the waters of Dressrosa by the Don Quixote family, with no survivors aboard their vessel. This is a debt of blood that must be repaid with blood. Hence, I am preparing to launch a full-scale war against the Don Quixote family in 1 week. I intend to eradicate them entirely. You plan to eliminate the Don Quixote family? Sabo's expression shifted slightly as he responded, Ace, Don Quixote Doflamingo is not only one of the 7 warlords recognized by the world government, but also holds the title of Emperor of the Underworld. His various enterprises span the entire underbelly of society, particularly the trade of artificial devil fruits, with his largest clients being the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Should you take action against him, it will likely incite significant upheaval. Both the underworld's criminal factions and the Beast Pirates will not stand idly by, and even the world government may intervene. I am fully aware of all that you have mentioned, including Doflamingo's ties to the Celestial Dragons. But what of it? Ace rose to his feet, his voice resolute. A debt of blood must be repaid in blood. I will avenge Lewis's death, and this war cannot be thwarted by anyone. Very well, I understand. Just let me know what you require of me when the time comes. Recognizing Ace's unwavering determination, Sabo ceased his attempts to dissuade him and nodded in agreement, pledging his support. Ace was acutely aware that engaging in battle with Don Quixote Doflamingo would entail confronting not only his formidable Don Quixote family, but potentially the Beast Pirates, the Navy, and even the world government. Thus, prior to the onset of hostilities, he needed to meticulously prepare. He had already entrusted the task of dealing with the Beast Pirates to Whitebeard and sought Sabo's assistance to potentially neutralize the imminent threat posed by the world government's forces. In a further precautionary measure, Ace had also solicited the help of Shanks to keep a vigilant eye on Big Mom's pirates. As for Ace himself, he would not only contend with the Don Quixote family, but also with other possible factions that might intervene in the assured presence of the Navy's might. Ace sought out Sabo not only to leverage the strength of the Revolutionary Army, but also to fulfill the promise he made a year prior. After defeating the Don Quixote family, he would bestow upon Sabo and the Revolutionary Army the fruits of Caesar and the artificial devil fruits, along with the weaponry factory owned by Doflamingo. The reason for choosing to commence the war a week later was to await Law's arrival. Ace had pledged to Law that he would inform him prior to engaging in battle with Doflamingo. Upon receiving the message, Law assured Ace that he would arrive within a week, prompting Ace to set the date for the confrontation with the Don Quixote family accordingly. Suddenly, Ace recalled something and produced a bounty poster from his person, unfolding it and presenting it before Sabo. He inquired, "Do you see who this is?" "Oh, it's Luffy." Upon seeing the photograph on the poster, Sabo was initially taken aback, but he soon took the bounty notice, chuckling as he remarked, "This kid has finally made his appearance." Indeed, Ace responded with a smile. He has set sail at last, and his first bounty is a staggering 30 million. Although it pales in comparison to mine as his older brother, he is now the highest bounty pirate in the entire East Blue. A year has passed, and the chosen one of the pirate world, the future pirate king, Monkey D. Luffy, has finally set sail. In Dressrosa, within the royal palace of the Land of Kings. Upon learning that the Spade pirates had fully assembled, Don Quixote Doflamingo immediately summoned all the combat forces of the Don Quixote family back to the kingdom of Dressrosa. He had anticipated that Ace would not remain silent after he ruthlessly eliminated the Silverlight pirates under Ace's command. However, he did not expect Ace to be so resolute. Preparing for a full-scale war. Although Doflamingo appeared dismissive of Ace's Spade pirates, when the time for battle arrived, he exhibited extreme vigilance. He not only gathered all the elite combatants on his side, but also recruited numerous fighters from the underground world, even sending a request for assistance to one of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, due to a transaction involving artificial devil fruits. Kaido responded to Doflamingo's plea by dispatching one of his formidable subordinates, Jack the Drought, to lend a hand. Of course, Kaido's assistance was not without cost. Doflamingo had to offer a substantial amount of weaponry as compensation to secure Jack's support. The impending conflict between the Spade pirates and Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was not a matter that could escape the notice of the rulers of the New World. Both Ace's Spade pirates and Doflamingo, along with the Don Quixote family and the kingdom of Dressrosa, represent significant forces within the New World. The prospect of an all-out war between the two factions sent ripples through the New World, prompting responses from various factions across the seas. As a true sovereign of the seas, the Navy headquarters could not remain indifferent. After all, the 7 warlords of the sea are still recognized by the world government. Therefore, upon learning of the impending conflict, the Navy swiftly reacted, dispatching Admiral Kizaru along with several warships to Dressrosa. With 1 admiral, 5 vice-admirals, and a fleet of 10 top-tier warships, this force was more than capable of toppling an entire nation, showcasing a genuine capacity for devastation. However, the Navy's deployment to ostensibly assist Doflamingo in subduing the Spade pirates raises intriguing questions about their true intentions. Upon hearing that Admiral Kizaru and the Navy were en route to Dressrosa, Doflamingo did not exhibit joy. Rather, his countenance darkened. Although he is one of the 7 warlords, recognized as a pirate by the world government, and thus an ally of the Navy on the surface, the relocation of the SAD factory and Caesar's laboratory to Dressrosa a year ago transformed the kingdom into a hub of darkness. While it outwardly presents itself as the land of love and passion, behind the scenes lie unspeakable dealings. Should the Navy uncover these activities upon their arrival, it remains uncertain whether they would assist Doflamingo or turn against him as well. Is it Kizaru who is coming? Doflamingo gazed at the intelligence in his hands, contemplating the true intent behind the Navy's dispatch of Kizaru to Dressrosa. While his identity as an intermediary in the underworld was hardly a secret to the world government, the transactions he had conducted with Kaido involving artificial devil fruits over the past year were clandestine affairs. The world government was undoubtedly aware of these dealings. Yet Doflamingo's dual status as a warlord of the sea and the king of Dressrosa rendered the Navy powerless to conduct an investigation on his territory. The recent conflict between Doflamingo and the Blackbeard pirates provided the Navy with a legitimate pretext to enter Dressrosa and conduct their inquiries. Should the Navy uncover the transactions between Doflamingo and Kaido, the repercussions would extend beyond just the Blackbeard pirates. It was likely that he himself would also face severe consequences. However, the Navy had not sent Akainu, who embodies absolute justice, nor Aokiji, who, though his flames of passion have dimmed, still harbors a sense of justice. Instead, they had dispatched Kizaru, a figure embodying ambiguous justice. This indicated that there remained a glimmer of hope. If handled astutely, the Navy might even align themselves with him. Contemplating this, Doflamingo hesitated for a moment before producing a special transponder snail. He chuckled softly, pondering whether it was more perilous to continue pulling the strings or to allow the threat of Roger's bloodline to loom larger. He would let them choose their own fate. Amidst roaring laughter, Don Quixote Doflamingo dialed the phone worm. This peculiar device in his possession enabled direct communication with the celestial dragons, a privilege not bestowed upon him due to his affiliation with the 7 warlords of the sea, but rather because of his past as one of the celestial beings. In this call, Doflamingo confessed to the 5 elders about his dealings regarding artificial devil fruits with Kaido, while also revealing the true identity of Porghast, Ace, which he had painstakingly uncovered. After considerable deliberation, the 5 elders reached a unanimous conclusion. The bloodline left by the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, posed a far greater threat than the transaction between Doflamingo and Kaido. Consequently, following their conversation with Doflamingo, they bypassed Admiral Sengoku and issued direct orders to Admiral Kizaru, instructing him to assist Doflamingo in the eradication of the Blackbeard pirates upon his arrival in Dressrosa, without concern for anything else. Prior to Kizaru's journey to Dressrosa, Sengoku had indeed commanded him to investigate Doflamingo's clandestine dealings, emphasizing that should he uncover any wrongdoing, he was to act against Doflamingo as well. However, the 5 elders' decision to circumvent Sengoku and deliver orders directly to Kizaru was unprecedented. In the case of Akainu or Aokiji, while they might lean towards Sengoku's orders, they would ultimately rely on the facts presented before them to determine their course of action. Even someone as resolute as Akainu, upon witnessing the darkness of Dressrosa, would likely eliminate Doflamingo without hesitation. Yet, given Kizaru's disposition, he would undoubtedly heed the commands of those in higher authority. Thus, between the orders of the 5 elders and those of Sengoku, Kizaru would choose to follow the former, conveniently disregarding the latter. A week later, the Heart Pirates, led by Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, entered the New World, rendezvousing with Ace and the Blackbeard pirates at Sun Island. At this juncture, the forces of the Blackbeard pirates assembled, ready to confront the Don Quixote family. The Blackbeard pirates boasted a single ship, with a total crew of 14, including their captain, Porghast Ace. In addition, they commanded 4 ships manned by 4 captains, collectively comprising 506 members, all advancing towards Dressrosa with formidable intent. As the 5 vessels of the Blackbeard pirates departed from Sun Island, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation, signaling the imminent onset of war. While the New World was rife with conflict, with skirmishes erupting daily, a comprehensive war between 2 factions of this magnitude had not occurred in many years. Although this battle may not alter the power dynamics of the New World, it would undoubtedly have repercussions, drawing the attention of intelligence operatives across the seas. Unlike the Straw Hat Crew's arrival at Dressrosa in the original narrative, Ace declared war openly. Thus, as the 5 ships of the Blackbeard pirates reached the waters of Dressrosa, the kingdom was already on high alert, with countless cannons primed along the coastline, awaiting their arrival. On the rocky shores, Doflamingo and his subordinates from the Don Quixote family stood atop the cliffs, gazing at the approaching fleet of the Blackbeard pirates. Ha ha ha. This little brat truly comes with great fervor, Doflamingo remarked. As the fleet of the Spade pirates, led by Ace, gradually approached, a signature smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. On the Spade, Ace gazed at Doflamingo perched upon the massive rocks of the Dressrosa coastline and proclaimed loudly, "The vendetta for Lewis shall be repaid with your lives. Brace yourselves. Today I shall utterly crush you here. Men, the war has commenced. Bring the ships closer." Ace raised his arm and shouted, "Oh, let us annihilate them in revenge for Lewis. Eliminate them all. Blood shall pay for blood in honor of Captain Lewis. Hey, Doflamingo, order the cannons to fire. Let us obliterate them at sea before they draw near," Toripole suggested to Doflamingo. "Ha ha ha, such arrogant little brats. If you can, then do try, fire fist brat." Doflamingo raised his arm towards the sky, where multitudes of balloons hovered, each adorned with a transponder snail. These transponder snails were all connected. broadcasting to every corner of the ocean, meaning this battle was live-streamed to the entire world. Brat, in today's fight, regardless of the outcome, there shall be no refuge for you in these waters, Doflamingo ominously declared, followed by a hearty laugh. Without waiting for Ace's response, he waved his hand and commanded, "Fire! Annihilate them!" Boom, boom, boom. At Doflamingo's command, countless cannonballs erupted from the shores of Dressrosa, raining down upon the fleet of the Spade pirates. Thud! A figure leaped from the Spade and plunged into the sea, causing a cacophony of splashing waves. Fishman Judo, ocean current overhead throw. With the tumultuous sounds echoing from the sea, a massive current surged upward, resembling a grand column of water, crashing towards the Dressrosa coastline. Splash! The colossal water column and waves intercepted the cannonballs fired from Dressrosa's shore, ruthlessly smashing against the rocky coast and instantly demolishing numerous heavy artillery pieces. It was the Fishman. Wars. Remarkable. To conjure such waves, no wonder he can be compared to the sea hero, Jinbe. Captain Ace, I shall carve a path for you. Wars shouted to Ace on the Spade before diving back into the water. Water wave. Ocean current great dark path. Splash. The sea churned, forming a tide that lifted the 5 ships of the Spade pirates and propelled them towards the Dressrosa coastline. Bang, 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 bang. The ships of the Spade pirates collided with the Dressrosa shore, coming to a halt. Men, charge forward with me. Tear apart these scoundrels and avenge Lewis. As the ship came to a halt, the captain of the dog pirates, mighty Hound George Saline, let out a thunderous roar and led his crew onto the shores of Dressrosa. George Saline shared a deep camaraderie with Von Lewis, fueling an intense desire for vengeance within him that surpassed that of anyone else. Boom, boom, boom. Just as George Saline and his crew set foot on Dressrosa, they were greeted by a cacophony of explosions. While George Saline skillfully evaded the blasts, several of his pirates suffered grievous injuries amidst the chaos. Who dares? George Saline glared at the source of the explosions, his teeth clenched in fury. How can mere pirates so easily invade our kingdom? From the smoke emerged a man with hair resembling a hedgehog, adorned with round-lensed goggles, who addressed George Saline with an air of nonchalance. "It is you." George Saline recognized him instantly, his voice low and menacing. Gladius, an officer of the Don Quixote family. The Spade Army. Since joining the Spade pirates, George Saline's crew had frequently clashed with the Don Quixote family, making them well acquainted with its officers. "Hey, George, need a hand?" jested Doma, the dual-wielding swordsman from the cavalry pirates, who had landed behind the dog pirates. "Get lost, you monkey-faced fool." George Saline shot back at Doma before charging at Gladius, the two engaging in a fierce battle amid the explosions. "Since you don't want my help, let us see who can take down more officers of the Don Quixote family. Ha ha ha." Doma laughed heartily as he led his crew in a different direction into the depths of Dressrosa. Just then, the ground beneath Doma trembled violently, resembling a quaking silk sheet. A man, donned in a fringed hat and a red cloak, adorned with tribal markings on his face, descended from above, thrusting his sword towards the swaying Doma. The ambusher was Diamante, a top officer of the Don Quixote family's fighting group, codename Square. Bang, bang, bang. A monkey that had been crouched behind Doma suddenly poked its head out, brandishing a pistol and unleashing a barrage of bullets at the assailant, forcing him to retreat. "Diamante, you rogue, still so fond of ambushes." Doma, regaining his balance, shouted angrily at the tribal figure before charging forward with his sword. The pirates under Doma also plunged into a chaotic melee with Diamante's fighting group. "Little brat. What are you waiting for? Afraid to attack?" On the shore, Doflamingo taunted Ace, noticing that Ace's group had yet to disembark from the Spade ship. "Heh." Upon hearing Doflamingo's provocation, Ace smiled faintly and remarked, "Such a base provocation is not in your character, Doflamingo. Have you set a trap here, waiting for me to walk into it? Allow me to speculate. I have heard that your scientist Caesar has recently developed a toxic gas weapon known as KRO. Are you deploying such a weapon here?" After a brief pause, Ace continued, "However, this weapon employs indiscriminate attacks, and your subordinates do not appear to be on guard. Are you using them as bait to lure me into an assault? You fool. What nonsense are you spouting?" Doflamingo retorted, his face a mask of fury, yet he offered no rebuttal. Perhaps he was unable to do so. Clumsy in speech and rigid in movement, it became clear that the figure standing before him was not his true self. Ace regarded Doflamingo from his elevated position and chuckled. "First, you set a trap, allowing your clone to provoke me here. enticing me to attack. And then you plan to unleash the toxic gas for an indiscriminate strike against us. This way, you could easily resolve the conflict at the cost of but a few insignificant soldiers. Truly a cunning strategy befitting a celestial dragon. With an expression that conveyed he had seen through Doflamingo's scheme, Ace gazed at him in admiration. Upon hearing Ace's words, the soldiers of Dressrosa along the coast erupted in disbelief, turning their eyes toward their king, hoping Doflamingo would clarify that they were not mere bait. From his lofty perch, Doflamingo, who was manipulating the shadow clone, listened to Ace reveal his plan over the transponder snail, his countenance darkening. "Ha ha ha, Joker. Your scheme has been unraveled by that little brat," cackled Jack, one of the calamities from the beast pirates, seated opposite Doflamingo. "I told you long ago that such schemes are beneath us. Strength is everything. Let me pass, and I'll swiftly eliminate that fire fist brat." Rising, he prepared to confront Ace. "There's no need for that, Jack," Doflamingo interjected, a smile gracing his lips. "This is a war broadcasted to the world. If it ended too simply, it would lack excitement. Everything is under my control. No matter what transpires today, this brat's fate cannot be altered." Doflamingo stood, fingers deftly moving. And the shadow clone from the coastline surged forward, aiming at Ace. Whoosh! As the shadow clone approached the spade, a figure leaped from the ship, swiftly intercepting the shadow clone. Sword of the Sky, third style, Thunder Flash. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the scene, the dazzling sword light cleaving through the shadow clone's form, severing it in two before it disintegrated into countless threads. What a magnificent sword technique! It was one of the officers from the Spade Pirates, known as the Sky Swordsman, Sora. Their king has been vanquished. Fool, observe clearly. That is merely a doppelgang. No, wait. Look, something has fallen from the doppelgang. Upon the disintegration of the Shadow Knight's doppelganger, a bomb inscribed with the word Kewaro emerged. Precisely the toxic gas weapon that Ace had previously mentioned. Boom. The toxic gas bomb detonated above the Black Spade, releasing a deep violet gas that swiftly expanded, threatening to engulf the vessel. At that moment, Ace calmly rose to his feet, producing a white shell slightly larger than his palm. With a gentle press directed at the noxious gas, the shell emitted a powerful suction, akin to an endless abyss, rapidly drawing the toxic fumes into its depths. Ace held in his grasp a shell, a wind shell he had brought back from the Sky Island. This extraordinary shell could absorb powerful winds, storing them to unleash a tempest in one breathtaking release, rendering it far more precious than the ordinary wind shells. In but a fleeting moment, the fierce winds generated by the toxic gas and explosions were entirely absorbed by Ace's wind shell. Hey, that was poison gas, wasn't it? Though the means by which that fiery fist had functioned remained a mystery, there was no doubt that the mist had indeed been toxic. Moreover, had it not been contained, we would have found ourselves within the very radius of its attack. How could this be? Were we truly regarded as insignificant bait by His Majesty the King? Listening to 1,000 words pales in comparison to witnessing the truth with one's own eyes. The soldiers along the coastline had seen firsthand the poisonous gas bombs released by Doflamingo's shadow clones, and there was no escaping the grim reality that they had been treated as mere fodder, disposable and inconsequential. Indeed, Doflamingo had no regard for your lives. Just as the soldiers' confidence was shaken by the harsh truth before them, a towering figure wielding a meteor hammer suddenly emerged. He addressed the Dressrosan soldiers with a booming voice. No matter how well you disguise it, it cannot change the fact that Doflamingo is a ruthless pirate. As a pirate, he will not care for your lives. It was none other than Tygo Lepanti, the captain of the former royal army of Dressrosa, now leading the self-defense forces. Doflamingo had only held the title of king of the Dressrosan kingdom for less than a decade, which meant that many soldiers in his royal army were remnants from the reign of the previous king. As the captain of the former royal guard, Tygo Lepanti was known to many of these soldiers. Soldiers, awaken to reality. No matter how hard you fight in Doflamingo's eyes, you are merely tools to be discarded at will. He does not care for your survival. Join me, and let us restore the royal family of Liku and overthrow this wicked pirate Doflamingo. Tygo Lepanti proclaimed with fervor. As a staunch loyalist to the Liku monarchy, Tygo Lepanti recognized this as the opportune moment to challenge Doflamingo. The pirate's recent actions had sown doubt among those who had previously supported him, and he seized the chance to rally these soldiers. However, a soldier hesitated and spoke, "But the king of Liku is dead, and the Liku royal family has vanished." No. The king of Liku is not dead, nor has the royal family disappeared. They have been hiding in Dressrosa, waiting for the moment to overthrow Doflamingo and reclaim this nation. But we witnessed the king of Liku's misdeeds with our own eyes. Even if he were to return, he would merely be another tyrant, no different from the present situation. A soldier interjected. Fool, what are you saying? Taiga Lepanti fixed a fierce gaze upon the soldier before recounting the events of how Don Quixote Doflamingo had once threatened and manipulated King Riku. He proclaimed loudly to the assembled soldiers, "Do you not yet comprehend? King Riku was deceived by Doflamingo. All the alleged misdeeds attributed to him were mere fabrications of that cunning fiend. Under normal circumstances, no one would have believed his words, but having witnessed Doflamingo's brutality, the soldiers began to waver upon hearing this declaration. At that moment, a man clad in an iron helmet stepped forth, standing before the troops. He removed his visor, revealing a weathered visage. "It is I, King Riku." The soldiers immediately recognized the elderly man's identity and gazed at him in astonishment. Even if I was deceived, the events of those days undeniably transpired. I do not seek your forgiveness, but this nation has suffered greatly under Doflamingo's tyranny. I implore you to help liberate our homeland from this villain. With that, King Riku knelt before the soldiers, his forehead touching the ground, his demeanor sincere. "Your Majesty, we believe in you," they exclaimed. "Indeed, we shall assist you in reclaiming Dressrosa, Your Majesty King Riku." Thus, with nothing but his words and a humble kneel, King Riku effortlessly swayed the allegiance of the royal army and the majority of those who witnessed this scene through the live broadcast. "Grandfather." In the bullfighting arena, Rebecca gasped, covering her mouth as she beheld King Riku's actions projected on the massive screen. "Father." In a chamber of the palace on the royal plateau, Violet shed tears as she watched King Riku kneel before the soldiers. "King Riku, you wretched man." In the palace on the royal plateau, Doflamingo's expression darkened upon the sudden appearance of King Riku. "Ha ha ha. Joker, it seems your throne is in jeopardy." Jack laughed heartily. "Humph. They are merely a bunch of desperate souls," Doflamingo scoffed. "As long as I defeat that little brat, Fire Fist, dealing with King Riku and those traitors will be child's play." Lord Fire Fist. After securing the allegiance of the royal army, King Riku approached the shore, gazing at Ace aboard the spade ship. "Since your confrontation with Doflamingo, I have been closely observing you. I recognize you as a noble pirate, and thus I beseech you to expel Doflamingo from this nation. For this, I am willing to pay any price." With that, he bowed his head before Ace. Truly, one can see why he ascended to kingship. His keen insight and ability to maneuver through perilous situations are remarkable. Upon the spade, Ace marveled at the ease with which the king of the kingdom had subdued the forces of the royal army, now enticing him with grand illusions. Reflecting on the original narrative, it struck him that this very king had, through such duplicitous tactics, leveraged the Straw Hat crew and law to reclaim the throne of Dressrosa. His sentiments towards this nation were far from favorable, and he held no interest in the so-called costs you propose. He had come solely to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. Gazing intently at the king, Ace spoke with a solemn tone. "I care not for your motives, nor for who shall govern this land in the future. There is but one condition: do not obstruct me." Ace's gaze sent a shiver through the heart of the King of Licorice, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. He hastily lowered his head and said, "Rest assured, we shall not impede your endeavors." Ace cast a fleeting glance at Liku King and chose to disregard him, redirecting his gaze towards the island of Dressrosa. At that moment, George Saline and Doma had already landed and engaged with the officials of the Don Quixote family. Meanwhile, Jewelry Bonnie, accompanied by Carrot and her subordinates, made landfall on the opposite side of Greenwood. Ace's mission was to locate the inhabitants of the hidden kingdom of Donder Kingdom, the Little People, and persuade them to join this war. The Donder Kingdom had been arch-enemies of the Don Quixote family for over 9 centuries and had been secretly battling against them with the objective of toppling Doflamingo. With Carrot's presence, Ace believed that convincing these diminutive beings to ally with him would not pose much difficulty. The hidden combat capabilities of this nation had largely come to light, and now it was merely a matter of determining how many allies Doflamingo had summoned. Rising to his feet, Ace addressed his companions. "Gambi, take Saba and Bali to the northern part of Dressrosa. The Smile Factory, which Doflamingo holds in high regard, is situated there. I need you to seize that location entirely. It is a gift I have prepared for Sabo." "Absolutely," Gambi replied confidently. Then, alongside the twin brothers Saba and Bali, he landed and sped towards the Smile Factory in the north of Dressrosa. Once Gambi and his team departed, Ace turned to Kai, Iry, and Phenamore, saying, "Kai, You, IRY, and Phenamore will head to the southern sad factory of Dressrosa. This too is a gift for Sabo, so you must secure it completely. Consider it done. Kai and the others nodded with unyielding confidence, swiftly making their way towards the sad factory in the south of Dressrosa. Walls. Caesar's laboratory lies in the secret space beneath the bullfighting arena. You, along with Yaki and Scar, are to assist me in capturing him, Ace instructed, fixing his gaze on Walls and his companions. That man is the most crucial gift I have prepared for Sabo. Without him, both Smile and Sad would merely be worthless scraps. Leave it to us, Walls replied with unwavering assurance. Then they too made their way to the coast, racing towards the bullfighting arena. Now, let us meet the king of this nation, Ace said, turning to Ro beside him. Ro, are you prepared? Indeed. I have awaited this moment for far too long, Captain Ace. Ro responded solemnly, gripping his long sword. Very well, let us proceed. Ace stood tall, his gaze fixed on the royal palace atop the heights of Dressrosa, his voice resolute. This time, we shall definitely claim Doflamingo's head. As Ace and his companions had just landed on the shores of Dressrosa, they were confronted by the king's army, fiercely loyal to Doflamingo. You shall not pass, you wretched pirates. Though their bodies trembled, the soldiers resolutely blocked Ace and his team's path. Ace gazed at the soldiers of the royal army blocking his path, his brow furrowing as he prepared to unleash his conqueror's haki to incapacitate them. Just then, King Riku led his loyal soldiers, who had rallied to his side, to confront those royal army members who still placed their faith in Don Quixote Doflamingo. Soldiers, the heinous deeds committed by Doflamingo against this nation will soon be laid bare for all to see. Do not allow yourselves to be deceived by him, King Riku proclaimed loudly to the soldiers. You speak nonsense, King Riku. I know not of the so-called evil you refer to. All I am aware of is that under His Majesty the King's reign, this nation has enjoyed several years free from pirate harassment, a phenomenon that never occurred during your rule. Thus, we cannot stand idly by and watch you harm His Majesty. One soldier retorted. Doflamingo had ruled over Dressrosa for several years. While he had engaged in numerous nefarious activities behind the scenes, the nation had also benefited from Doflamingo's status as a warlord of the sea and a mediator in the underworld, making it one of the few territories in the New World largely untouched by piracy. Consequently, before Doflamingo's true nature was revealed, the majority of the populace still held a deep-seated trust in their king. King Riku found himself unable to counter the soldiers' assertions, as they were rooted in undeniable truth. Yet, such realities could not obscure the malevolence that Doflamingo had perpetrated. Then we have no choice but to defeat you here, King Riku declared, conceding that persuasion had failed. He turned to Ace and his companions, saying, Lord Fire Fist, you focus on bringing down Doflamingo. We shall handle matters here. With that, he and his men engaged in battle with the royal army soldiers. Ace curled his lips in disdain before continuing his journey toward the heights of Kings alongside Law and his companions. Meanwhile, in the northern reaches of Dressrosa, Gambi and the twin brothers, Saba and Bali, were en route to the Smile Factory. Suddenly, the rocky ground trembled, and a colossal boulder nearby warped, transforming into a gigantic head encased in a helmet, resembling an immense stone statue that obstructed their path. The blockader was none other than one of the highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, the Paramecia-type user of the stone fruit, Blackjack Pica. Upon witnessing the enormous stone visage before them, Gambi grasped the hilt of the broadsword slung across his back. Halt, members of the Blackjack Pirates, a sharp voice emanated from the towering head of Pica. You shall not advance any further from this point. Let us see if you can impede my progress, Gambi retorted, unsheathing his sword. He turned to Saba and Bali, instructing them, this fellow is mine to deal with. You two continue on, and once I have resolved this, I will catch up with you. Very well. Just be cautious. Saba and Bali replied in unison before they split and maneuvered around Pica's stone head to press onward toward the Smile Factory. Suddenly, the ground convulsed again as two massive stone hands emerged, reaching out towards Saba and Bali. I warned you, you shall not proceed. Pica's voice rang out sharply. Double flow, wave slash. Jinjun. Gambi swiftly executed two slashes, severing the stone arms that aimed to ensnare Saba and Bali. Your opponent is me, you shrill-voiced coward, he taunted, his tone laced with mockery. Over the past year, Gambi had faced Pica numerous times, enduring their initial encounters without using his berserk mode. He had been thoroughly outmatched by Pica. However, after a year of relentless growth and training, Gambi could now contend with Pica on equal footing without resorting to his berserk state. Nonetheless, Pika's abilities posed a formidable challenge, making victory no easy feat for Gambi. As seasoned adversaries, Gambi had come to understand Pika's temperament well. The latter was particularly sensitive about his voice, and a mere jab at that vulnerability was enough to provoke his fury. True to form, upon Gambi's dual taunts of shrill-voiced and coward, Pika's true form emerged from the top of the colossal stone statue, his eyes glowing a menacing red as he glared at Gambi. "You are the coward, you berserk scoundrel. I will slay you," Pika bellowed, preparing to unleash his stone bite. With a forceful stomp, Pika caused the colossal stone visage beneath him to open its maw. Lunging towards Gambi, clutching his sword with one hand, Gambi positioned his broad blade defensively in front of him, managing to block the creature's jaws. Yet he was propelled backward by the sheer force of the attack. "Die, you scoundrel!" roared Pika from atop the stone head, which suddenly widened its mouth, threatening to engulf Gambi whole. "Huh!" Gambi grinned, and as the muscles in his arms swelled dramatically, he thrust the broad sword forward with fervor. Heavy flow slash. A resplendent arc of light erupted from his blade, striking not with the sharpness of a typical cut, but rather like a hammer, shattering the massive stone visage into fragments. As the visage crumbled, Pika's true form emerged, leaping into the air and leveraging his descent to swing an enormous sword, comparable in size to Gambi's, down upon him with ferocity. Clang! Gambi raised his sword to parry, blocking Pika's onslaught, and the two were soon locked in a fierce melee. Clang, 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 clang. With each clash of Gambi's broadsword against Pika's massive blade, deep gashes marred the ground, forcing both warriors to retreat momentarily and create distance between them. Pika cast a glance at Gambi and, rather than pressing the attack, activated the powers of his stone fruit, allowing his body to gradually sink into the rocky ground beneath him. Although Pika possessed commendable physical prowess, the majority of his strength was derived from his fruit's abilities, and he was wise enough not to engage in a physical contest against such a formidable opponent. Octostone. As Pika's form vanished entirely into the stone, 8 rocky tendrils erupted from the ground, encircling Gambi, their sharp tips lunging towards him in unison. Armament. Gambi did not evade. Instead, he unleashed his armament haki, allowing the stone tendrils to pierce his body. The assault was formidable, leaving several indentations upon him. Having honed his control over rage through a year of relentless battles in the New World, Gambi was now adept at maneuvering his fury with precision. He could not only harness this power while maintaining a significant degree of rationality, but could also convert his injuries into strength without the need for accumulation. With a fierce breath, Gambi's eyes turned crimson, exhaling a torrent of potent energy. Suddenly, the wounds on his body vanished, and his strength surged exponentially. Fury's waning crescent. Gambi unleashed a strike, resembling the waning moon, cleaving through the ground as it surged towards the elusive Pika, concealed within the rocky terrain. Pika moved with remarkable swiftness amidst the stones, effortlessly evading Gambi's assault. Subsequently, Pika commanded an array of boulders to coalesce into a towering statue, reaching several dozen meters in height, which then descended upon Gambi with a mighty slap. Frenzied moonlit gaze. Gambi wielded his sword, executing a strike devoid of sharpness, akin to a blunt instrument, which shattered the enormous statue's arm. From the ruins of the fractured limb, Pika nimbly escaped and retreated into the statue's torso, while the shattered arm regenerated anew. Dance of Stone. The colossal statue, under Pika's control, adopted an embrace, enfolding Gambi and a substantial portion of the surrounding earth. Simultaneously, numerous stone pillars erupted from the statue's form, crashing down towards Gambi. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of stone pillars collided with Gambi, and despite his use of armament haki for defense, his body bore the scars of the relentless assault. Yet, Pika's onslaught was far from over. Stone ensnarement. The fractured stone pillars reformed into 2 massive walls, adorned with sharp spikes, which closed in with ferocity, intent on crushing Gambi within their grasp. As the walls constricted, the sound of cracking bones echoed through Gambi's body. However, the glimmer in his eyes intensified to a crimson hue, and his expression began to verge on madness. Frenzied return. Suddenly, a maniacal voice erupted from the converging stone walls, only for them to shatter, allowing Gambi's frenzied silhouette to burst forth from the debris. Frenzied new moon. A radiant brilliance illuminated the scene as a strike flashed across the colossal statue, cleaving its massive form in twain. The statue had been animated under Pika's command, now severed. The lower half lost its sentience, becoming a mere monument, while the upper half began its descent due to the severance. Stone bite. The upper half of the statue, still under Pika's influence, gaped its maw wide and lunged at Gambi as it plummeted. With both hands gripping his sword, Gambi unleashed all his fury, transforming his injuries into raw power, and swung with conviction at the upper portion of the statue. Frenzied full moon. The circular strike, reminiscent of a radiant full moon, unleashed a torrent of lethal slashes upon the upper half of the statue. The colossal fragment began to disintegrate, each piece reduced to uniform half-meter blocks, while the hidden form of Pika bore deep, intersecting gashes, plummeting alongside the debris, their fate uncertain. Thud. After vanquishing Pika, a substantial mist of blood enveloped Gambi, a manifestation of the accumulated injuries from the fierce battle. Gasping for breath, Gambi reflected on the victory, though he had triumphed over Pika. The toll it exacted left him feeling discontented. To endure such injuries against an opponent of Pika's caliber, was he truly so weak? Pika's prowess paled in comparison to that of Virgo from a year prior, and the disparity was stark. Previously, Gambi had defeated Virgo at the cost of significant wounds. Yet now, to overcome an adversary weaker than Virgo from a year ago, he still had to pay such a steep price. This, to Gambi, signified inadequacy. It seemed his training was insufficient. With a soft sigh, he rose and made his way towards the Smile Factory. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Smile Factory, the brothers Seba and Bali were intercepted by a robust man with long, curly hair, adorned with a black hat and clad in a revealing, form-fitting outfit. His right arm bore the insignia of a pirate crew, and a tuft of chest hair peeked from his attire. "I am Mahabais, and you shall not advance any further," he proclaimed, raising his arms towards Seba and Bali. The twin brothers exchanged glances before simultaneously darting forward, appearing before Mahabais in an instant, their fists striking him with synchronized force. Double impact. Boom. The combined force of Seba and Bali's punches sent Mahabais's corpulent frame hurtling against the wall of the Smile Factory. How despicable, to launch an assault without warning. That hurt, Mahabais exclaimed as he emerged from the debris, glaring at the brothers. To their surprise, his hefty body began to levitate slowly. Mahabais possessed the powers of the Paramecia-type ton-press fruit, enabling him to control his weight at will. At his lightest, he could float effortlessly, while at his heaviest, he could exert immense pressure, earning him the moniker Weight Man. His ability to withstand the brothers' simultaneous double impact without injury stemmed from his momentary reduction in body weight, thereby minimizing the damage inflicted. As Mahabais floated like a balloon into the sky, his weight suddenly surged, and he plummeted toward Bali with alarming speed. 10-ton smash. The once buoyant Mahabais transformed into a colossal mass as he descended, akin to a massive iron block. Bali, caught off guard, had no time to react before Mahabais's 10-ton body crashed forcefully into the ground, crushing him beneath the weight. Bali. Seba witnessed his younger brother being forcefully slammed into the ground by the substantial weight of Mahabais. In an instant, he sprang forward with determination, delivering a powerful punch to Mahabais. "Die, you rotund scoundrel." Seba's level 1 heavy fist. The impact of Seba's blow struck Mahabais as if it had collided with a cloud of cotton, seemingly propelling him away, yet failing to inflict significant harm. "Ouch, that hurts. Woe is me." Mahabais cried out in pain, though the discomfort did not stem from Seba's punch, but rather from the rebound effect of his own weight returning. Can this fellow mitigate the force of a heavy punch by altering his weight to lessen the damage? Seba began to discern some of Mahabais's abilities. At that moment, Bali, who had just been crushed into the ground by Mahabais's 10-ton weight, appeared behind him and struck Mahabais in the back. Ton pressure release. Feeling the rush of wind from the incoming attack, Mahabais swiftly reduced his weight to the minimum in an attempt to absorb the blow. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the reduction in weight intensified the damage, causing Bali's fist to leave a significant dent in Mahabais's back. Coughing up blood, Mahabais exclaimed, "How could this be? I reduced my weight to the lightest possible, yet why does the damage feel even greater? It pains me to my core. My soft fist technique is specifically designed to counteract those like you who can freely alter their weight," Bali declared with a triumphant grin. The combat styles practiced by the brothers complemented each other. Seba's heavy punches could deliver devastating blows, while Bali's soft punches embodied a principle of using minimal force to achieve maximum effect, especially against Mahabais when he lightened his weight. Their techniques, one firm and one supple, harmonized beautifully, and as identical twins, their synergy in battle was unparalleled. "Countering my abilities?" Mahabais sneered, taunting Bali. "Let us see you try again." With a swift movement, Bali darted forward, closing the distance to Mahabais and unleashing another punch. Ton pressure defense, 100-ton Mahabais. just before Bali's fist made contact. Mahabais instantly adjusted his weight to 100 tons, the terrifying mass causing his legs to sink into the ground. "Ah, I anticipated your next move," Mahabais countered, as he suddenly altered his weight strategy, seemingly foreseen by Bali. With a twist of his arm, he redirected the force of Bali's punch, delivering a crushing blow to Mahabais' chest. Bali's level 2 soft fist. Bang! The immense weight of Mahabais, akin to a ton of compressed steel, rendered his body as dense as an extraordinary metal. However, when struck by the power of the second level of Bali's soft fist technique, the force seemed to dissipate into countless streams, dispersing and impacting every inch of Mahabais' flesh and bones. With a sudden exhalation, Mahabais' body trembled violently, blood mist erupting from every pore, before he collapsed onto the ground. I have already proclaimed that my soft fist technique is specifically designed to counter your abilities." Bali laughed triumphantly. His soft fist technique, with the first level designed to counter the lightness of cotton-like bodies and the second level aimed at the exceptionally dense physiques, indeed completely neutralized Mahabais' powers. "Damn, that hurts." Mahabais struggled to rise, shaking his body and muttering, "It feels as if my body is about to fall apart." "You can still stand?" Bali observed in astonishment as Mahabais, despite bearing the full brunt of the second-level soft fist, managed to regain his footing. "Do not underestimate him. He is a member of the Tangjike family," Saba admonished Bali as he approached. Soft fist technique? Mahabais was perplexed by this style of attack. Yet he understood that his tonnage ability had been countered. He altered his weight, allowing his body to float once more. "If you truly can counter my ability, then accept this move and see for yourself." Boom. Destruction of 1,000 tons Mahabais. Bali looked up at the rapidly descending Mahabais, already feeling the immense pressure of his 1,000-ton weight before it even landed. However, instead of retreating, he took a deep breath, balled his fists, and crouched low, concentrating the invisible currents around him before launching his fists at the plummeting Mahabais. Bali, second-level soft fist charge. Boom. The force released from Bali's fist struck Mahabais like a shockwave, momentarily halting the heavy figure midair. Then, with a sudden surge, Bali rose from his crouch, unleashing another powerful blow. Bali, second-level soft fist, second strike, shockwave. With renewed vigor, Bali's attack resonated like a seismic wave, sending Mahabais' weighty body flying before it crashed heavily onto the ground. Panting heavily after propelling Mahabais, Bali was clearly burdened by the exertion of his previous strikes. "Are you all right?" Saba inquired with concern as he approached Bali. "I'm fine, just a bit of numbness in my arm," Bali replied, shaking his head. He then turned to look at Mahabais, frowning. "This guy is remarkably resilient, having endured my 2 strikes of the soft fist and still managed to rise." Pain. Excruciating pain coursed through him. Mahabais, rising from the shattered ground, was drenched in blood, his movement stiff and labored, clearly indicating his significant injuries. Even if it meant his demise, he was resolute in preventing anyone from stepping foot into the factory. With his consciousness fading, Mahabais lightened his weight to the bare minimum, swaying precariously into the sky, and addressed the brothers, Saba and Bali, saying, "This is my final metric ton of pressure. If you possess the audacity, then let us see you try to withstand it." With a thunderous roar, Mahabais, whose weight had escalated to 10,000 tons, plummeted from the heavens like a meteorite, the force of his descent creating a formidable wind pressure that weighed heavily upon the brothers. Yet, Saba and Bali did not retreat. Instead, they extended their right arms, crossing their hands before forming fists. Their arms entwined, the brothers spun in unison, exchanging positions with remarkable speed. This was no mere dance. It was a fusion of their strengths. The mingling of their powers seemed to meld their arms into one, culminating in a singular punch aimed at the descending Mahabais. Saba Bali, level 3 boxing technique, fusion strike. Their fists, embodying both ferocity and grace, struck as one. First, Saba's robust force momentarily countered Mahabais' immense weight, followed swiftly by Bali's softer yet impactful punch, which crashed into Mahabais' body. Ultimately, the two forces converged into an unparalleled might that propelled the colossal Mahabais away. Boom. The weighty form of Mahabais was sent soaring by the brothers' combined technique, crashing heavily onto the ground, sending tremors through the entire Smile factory. Due to his immense weight, Mahabais sank over 10 meters into the earth, falling silent. It was unclear if he had merely lost consciousness or met his end. After defeating Mahabais, Saba and Bali exchanged glances and simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Bali, shaking his now numb right arm, remarked, For merely a cadre of the Tangjike family, we have found ourselves in quite a predicament. It appears we are indeed too weak. Yet we have triumphed, have we not? Saba replied with a smile, adding, however, this battle is merely the beginning, and our mission remains unfinished. Indeed, our objective is to seize this factory entirely. Bali nodded, exchanging a glance with his companion before they stepped through the gates of the Smile Factory. Upon entering, they swiftly dispatched all the guards they encountered along their path. Ultimately being confronted in the factory's grand hall by the factory's director, Chioin. Is it you who have transformed my beloved factory into this abominable state? She snarled, brandishing a specially designed vacuum cleaner at Saba and Bali. With a powerful whoosh, the vacuum's formidable suction drew the unsuspecting brothers towards it. Sebastian, level 1 heavy punch. Just as they were about to be engulfed, Saba unleashed a devastating punch that sent Qiu Yin's corpulent form careening through the air. Yet the invader dares to resist. Qiu Yin exclaimed, springing back from the rubble, wielding her vacuum as a weapon. Die, she cried, her voice dripping with malice. Even as a woman. I shall show you no mercy, Saba replied, his expression stern. He coiled his body, retracting his fist slightly as he amassed formidable strength within it. As Qiu Yin advanced, he unleashed his right fist, now charged with terrifying power. Saba, level 2 heavy punch, collapse. With a resounding crash, Saba's might shattered Qiu Yin's vacuum cleaner, the residual force crashing into her and propelling her massive frame across the room, crashing through several sturdy walls before she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. What a thrill! Saba exulted, retracting his fist and reveling in the exhilarating release of pent-up frustration that had built up during his recent battle with Mahabais. He and his brother exchanged triumphant smiles before resuming their task of clearing the factory of remaining foes. Once they had dealt with the minions, they secured the factory's entrance and sat down cross-legged before the gates of Smile. Have you dealt with the factory's guards? At that moment, Gambi, who had triumphed over Pika, approached from a distance. Spotting the brothers sitting outside the factory, he chuckled, You appear rather disheveled. It seems you two have encountered formidable adversaries. Upon the arrival of Gambi, smiles simultaneously graced the faces of the two brothers. Gambi jested with the duo before taking a seat by the entrance of the Smile Factory, joining Saba and Bali in their vigilant watch over the establishment. Their duty extended beyond merely seizing the factory. It was imperative that they hand it over to the Revolutionary Army in pristine condition. To the south of Dressrosa, Konghai, along with Yenlu and Finamore, encountered formidable adversaries upon reaching the new Sad Factory. Flanking the grand entrance of the Sad Factory stood a portly man adorned with a pink infant's cap and sucking on a pacifier, alongside a bald elder with prominent veins. These two were senior members of the Don Quixote family, Senior Pink and Lao Ji, despite one's ludicrous attire and the other's advanced age of 70. Both possessed remarkable strength. As Konghai prepared to draw his sword against Senior Pink and Lao Ji, he was halted by Yenlu. Leave these two to me and Finamore, he asserted, launching himself and Finamore into battle against their respective foes. Yenlu faced Lao Ji, while Finamore confronted Senior Pink, and soon the four engaged in a fierce struggle. Konghai approached the entrance of the Sad Factory and, with a single stroke of his sword, cleaved the doors open before charging inside. Hey, old man, at your age, you ought to retire and find a place to relax instead of fighting, Yenlu taunted as he faced Lao Ji. Despite being adversaries, he found it somewhat difficult to strike an aged opponent. Don't underestimate me, kid. The older I get, the more it hurts, the more it hurts. The harder I hit. Behold the elder's fist. Prepare to receive it, young one. Lao Ji retorted, incensed by Yenlu's words. He solemnly donned a pair of reading glasses and struck a pose with his hands, launching a fierce assault against Yenlu. Though Yenlu's arms were slightly longer than those of an average person, they exhibited remarkable dexterity, adeptly blocking Lao Ji's relentless barrage. Back pain style. Lao Ji suddenly bent forward, his quivering body gathering strength as he thrust his hands in the formation to push Yenlu back. Back pain style. Withering gaze. Lao Ji's form transformed as he spun rapidly, attacking Yenlu's eyes with relentless strikes, all of which were perfectly defended against by Yenlu's extraordinary reach and agility, achieving maneuvers beyond the realm of ordinary capability. Futile. Such feeble attacks cannot penetrate the defenses of our long-arm clan's martial arts. Best to concede and return home to rest. Old man, Yenlu calmly declared while skillfully countering Lao Ji's fierce onslaught. Impudent brat. Do not grow too arrogant. Back pain style, ice formation. The attack from Lao Ji proved ineffective, prompting him to alter his strategy and redirect his assault towards the shoulders of Yen Lu. Due to the structure of his arms, Yen Lu was unable to defend against Rao Gsi's form strike, resulting in a powerful blow that sent him reeling backward. "What pain!" Yen Lu exclaimed, his arms hanging low, noticeably longer than those of an average person. He gazed at Rao Ji with a heavy smile and remarked, "Given your robust physique, I assume a full-force strike from me won't lead to your demise, will it? Stop underestimating me, you arrogant young brat. Experience the agony of the elderly. You insolent child, the pain of the immortal warrior." In a sudden burst of fury, Rao Ji dashed toward Yen Lu, delivering rapid strikes to the joints of his body with extraordinary speed. Yen Lu assumed a stance, his elongated arms executing a unique elbow lock, his wrist deftly snapping out to intercept the nearly imperceptible punches from Rao Ji. Like a serpent, his arms coiled around Rao Ji's limbs. Energy strike punch, elbow lock, crack. With a sudden surge of strength, Yen Lu dislocated Rao Ji's elbows and shoulders, rendering his arms immobile. Once Rao Ji's joints were neutralized, Yen Lu positioned his palms at Rao Ji's chest, his arms bending back in preparation. Energy strike punch, crushing blow. The joints of his arms released with explosive force, propelling his palms to collide fiercely against Rao Ji's chest. The tremendous force penetrated flesh and bone, impacting Rao Ji's internal organs directly. Wow! Rao Ji, reeling from the blow, coughed up blood, the force leaving him dizzy and on the verge of collapse. Crack! Rao Ji gritted his teeth, the veins on his bald head pulsating as he fought to maintain consciousness. "Why do you persist when you're in such a state?" Yen Lu sighed, observing Rao Ji's struggle to stay upright. "At your age, perhaps it would be better to succumb to unconsciousness. Do not underestimate the resolve of the elderly, you insolent brat." As Rao Ji's awareness gradually sharpened, he looked at Yen Lu and suddenly smiled, saying, "Sometimes, the greatest respect is shown by earnestly exerting oneself to defeat us old folks, rather than offering this cheap pity. Do you understand, you arrogant child? You wish to defeat me with all your might." Yen Lu's expression turned serious as he regarded Rao Ji, raising his hands and assuming a combat stance. "I understand, elder. From this moment on, I shall exert my full strength to defeat you honorably. If you can manage that, then give it a try, you little brat." With a thunderous shout, Rao Ji suddenly emitted a plume of steam from his body. In an instant, his frail, aged form began to convulse violently, causing his physique and muscles to swell to several times their original size. Even the joints of his arms, once dislocated, were immediately restored to their rightful places, exuding an astonishing aura. Witnessing Rao Ji's transformation, Yen Lu's expression grew serious. He spread his legs apart, positioning his arms in a triangular formation at his sides, adopting a stance of confrontation. The ultimate secret technique of the Earth Elder Fist, the Battle Preservation Fist. This was Rao Ji's exclusive skill, devised to enable him to fight even while beset by grave illness. It allowed him to accumulate the strength of his youth within his body, and upon activation, both his physique and power would revert to the zenith of his vigorous prime. "Little brat, prepare to witness the terrifying resolve of an elder. Just don't perish." Rao Ji positioned his hands to form the letter Gand, charged towards Yen Lu. At this moment, Rao Ji's physique and strength were at their pinnacle, and he swiftly closed the distance to Yen Lu, his palms poised in the formation, striking towards Yen Lu's abdomen. The ultimate secret of the Earth Elder Fist, the G emblem. Yen Lu braced himself, exerting force through his legs to stabilize his position, while his arms transitioned into a triangular shape, moving forward to meet the attack. The collision of their joints echoed with a resounding bang-bang. Bang-bang. The impact of Yen Lu's elbow against Rao Ji's assault caused the ground beneath them to shatter. Following this, the sound of splintering bones echoed through the air. Crack, crack. Rao Ji's strike left an imprint of the letter on Yen Lu's elbow, fracturing the bone. Yet Rao Ji's expression revealed no triumph. Instead, a look of alarm swept across his face. For Yen Lu belonged to the Long Arm clan, possessing 2 elbows. Thus, even if one elbow was shattered, he still had another. Chi strike fist, monkey's call. Bang bang. Yen Lu's second elbow struck Rao Ji's body, unleashing a sound reminiscent of a monkey's cry, sending Rao Ji hurtling backward. Boom. Rao Ji's form collided heavily with the outer wall of the sad factory. Having expanded due to the secret technique, his body quickly deflated like a punctured balloon, becoming even more emaciated than before. "Old man, that last attack was delivered with all my strength." Yen Lu approached Rao Ji with a grin, remarking, What do you think? Am I strong? Little brat. Spare me the deception, Rao Ji scoffed, retorting, claiming to have exerted all your strength. What a mere faade of respect for the elderly and the young. However, I do not harbor any dislike for Rao Ji, who smiled at Yin Lu before losing consciousness. Yin Lu gazed at the unconscious Rao Ji for a moment, then proceeded to the entrance of the sad factory, where he sat and observed Fenimore fiercely battling Say or Pick. With a loud voice, he called out, "Hey, Fenimore. Do you need assistance?" "Shut up," Fenimore retorted sharply, turning to glare at Yin Lu before delivering a powerful strike towards Say or Pick, who was half submerged in the ground. Say or Pick, a user of the superhuman water fruit, possessed the ability to transform any object he touched into a fluid resembling water, allowing him to swim freely within it, albeit unable to swim in actual water, a rather awkward ability. P.S. The author muses that naming this fruit the swimming fruit would be more fitting, as the character's powers seem to belittle the water fruit's name. Clang, clang, clang. Fenimore wielded his Naginata, which was 4 to 5 times longer than his own height, swinging it with fervor to deliver slashing strikes at Say or Pick. Yet, Say or Pick adeptly utilized his fruit's ability to morph the solid rocky ground into a fluid state, allowing him to navigate with ease. Each time Fenimore's strike descended, the ground reverted to its original hardness. "Give it up over there, kid. Within the limits of my ability, your strikes cannot touch me." Say or Pick emerged from the fluid ground, taunting Fenimore. Clang. Fenimore was not one to engage in idle chatter, responding to Say or Pick with a swift and fierce slash. Say or Pick sank back into the ground, evading Fenimore's blow, only to reappear from another location, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. I told you it's futile. No matter how hard you try, you cannot harm me." The water fruit grants its user the power to transform objects they touch into fluid waves, enabling the user to swim through it, as if in water. Once the user's body is entirely submerged in this fluid, even observation hockey cannot detect their presence. When under attack, they can retreat into the created fluid or exploit its undetectable nature to launch a surprise attack on their opponent. However, this ability has a fatal weakness. When the user activates or deactivates their power, visible ripples appear in the fluid, revealing the user's location. Moreover, even if the user loses consciousness, the ability remains active, leaving them floating in the fluid in a state of unconsciousness. Clang. The response from Say or Pick was yet another silent strike. Subsequently, Say or Pick continued to provoke Fenimore, who silently retaliated with his own slashes. In no time, their battle resembled a game of whack-a-mole, leaving the ground beneath them scarred and in disarray. Suddenly, Fenimore halted, ceasing his attacks against the taunting Say or Pick. "Hey, what's wrong?" Say or Pick, peeking from the ground, inquired with a puzzled expression. "Why have you stopped attacking? I have seen through your abilities, and thus there is no need for further assaults," Fenimore replied, his face devoid of emotion. "Seen through my abilities?" Say or Pick paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you merely bluffing? If you have indeed disowned my capabilities, why have you yet to inflict any harm upon me?" "You are correct. When you unleash your power, I cannot harm you," Fenimore stated, gazing at Say or Pick. "However, when you activate this ability, you too are unable to strike me. In fact, while you are employing this power to attack, you expose vulnerabilities that I can easily exploit, granting me the opportunity to defeat you. Thus, your constant provocations serve only to deplete my stamina. But my mission transcends merely vanquishing you. It is to seize this sad factory. Your ability may prevent me from attacking you, yet it cannot hinder our conquest of this establishment. Therefore, I shall merely keep my gaze fixed upon you. And once my comrades capture this sad factory, victory shall be ours." With that, Fenimore seated himself on the ground, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing Fenimore's words, Say or Pick's expression darkened. He then dispelled his ability, gradually rising from the ground and walking toward Fenimore with deliberate steps. "You're right, kid. My earlier provocations were indeed aimed at wearing you down, but that does not imply I cannot defeat you. I believe this method would allow me to conquer you with minimal cost. And you claim that as long as you watch me, your companions will seize this factory, correct?" "Don't make me laugh," Say or Pick exclaimed, gripping the strings at the edges of his diaper. "Do you have any idea who your opponents are? We are the elite of the Don Quixote family. Do not underestimate us, you little brat." Diaper bomb. With a swift pull of the strings on his diaper, a barrage of bombs erupted from within, hurtling towards Fenimore. With a flash of steel, Fenimore unleashed a slash that severed the bombs midair. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Fenimore's figure flickered and instantaneously darted in front of Sei or Pick, his Naginata poised for a downward strike. Senior Pick's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly activated his ability, transforming the ground beneath him into rippling water, allowing his body to sink into the earth and evade Fenimore's scythe. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Senior Pick emerged from the ground behind Fenimore, reaching out with both hands to grasp his opponent's lower back. Fenimore, however, spun around to evade Senior Pick's ambush, retaliating with a fierce slash. In a deft maneuver, Senior Pick pivoted to avoid the strike, his hands splayed like cat ears, launching a rapid assault towards Fenimore. Cat ear fist, fierce attack, Senior Pick declared. Fenimore raised his scythe defensively, only to be forced back by the onslaught, crashing to the ground, diving, following the impact that sent Fenimore tumbling from the air. Senior Pick unleashed his ability once more, diving into the ground like a diver plunging into water. Moments later, he resurfaced behind Fenimore, swiftly seizing his opponent's lower back. Got you. With Fenimore firmly in his grasp, Senior Pick released his ability and lifted him effortlessly. Cat, body slam. Senior Pick attempted to execute the slam, aiming to bring Fenimore crashing to the ground. But due to Fenimore's diminutive stature, the maneuver faltered, leaving Senior Pick suspended mid-action in an awkward posture. Thus, an individual clad in a diaper, sucking on a pacifier, held a diminutive figure under a meter tall, bent backward in a bizarre stance, creating an incredibly awkward scene. Ugh. After a moment of this uncomfortable standoff, Senior Pick, realizing his technique was ineffective against such a small opponent, gradually set Fenimore down. Spitting disdainfully, he remarked, "Indeed. As a kind-hearted individual, I find it impossible to unleash my full strength upon someone resembling a child." Clang. In response to Senior Pick's quip, a menacing slash sliced through the air, startling him into action as he activated his ability once more, sinking into the ground just in time to evade the lethal blow. Emerging cautiously, he gazed at Fenimore, whose eyes glowed ominously with rage, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent. "Hey, what's with this level of hostility?" Senior Pick exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, astonished. "That is because you referred to him as Shorty, which has thoroughly enraged him." At the entrance of the Sad Factory, Rockflow interjected, "Though Fenimore belongs to the dwarf race, he despises being called Shorty. If you do not apologize, you may genuinely find yourself in peril." "Ugh, I merely stated the truth." "Why should I apologize?" Sei or Pick raised his arms dismissively, stating that no amount of anger could alter the fact that he was short. Just as his words echoed, a lethal strike surged toward him with deadly intent. Instinctively, he sought to use his abilities to burrow into the ground. However, several more slashes approached swiftly along the surface. The speed of these attacks was staggering, and if he activated his ability now, he would be struck before fully submerging. Consequently, Sei or Pick abandoned his subterranean strategy and leaped into the air, pulling the trigger of a diaper bomb. From within the confines of his diaper, several bombs were launched toward Fenimore. With a swift motion, Fenimore brandished his Naginata, slicing through the explosives, and continued his relentless charge towards Sei or Pick. In an instant, Fenimore closed the distance, his Naginata dancing through the air, inflicting severe cuts upon Sei or Pick, causing blood to spray forth. Severely wounded, Sei or Pick plummeted from the sky, while Fenimore pursued him mercilessly, poised to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly, Sei or Pick raised his hand, halting Fenimore's advance. Astonishingly, Fenimore complied and paused. Yet, an even more audacious maneuver was about to unfold. Sei or Pick stood rigidly and bowed deeply to Fenimore, expressing his sincerest apologies for having called him short. This unexpected act of contrition momentarily stunned Fenimore, who gradually lowered his Naginata. However, just as he was about to accept the apology, Sei or Pick sprang into action. Exploiting the opening, he unleashed a flurry of strikes reminiscent of a cat's claws, raining blows upon the bewildered Fenimore, accompanied by the sounds of impact and cracking bones. Blood erupted from Fenimore's mouth as he was forcefully propelled away by Sei or Pick's onslaught. "What a treacherous tactic," Wyanley remarked darkly, his expression grim as he observed Sei or Pick, though he showed no inclination to intervene, aware that Fenimore would not be subdued by such a level of assault. There is no rule against employing underhanded methods in battle. The truth lies in surviving and emerging victorious. Sei or Pick, devoid of shame, declared triumphantly. "True combat can lead to death. You are all still too inexperienced, youngsters." "You are right. I was overly complacent to expose such a flaw due to such a rudimentary tactic. The battered Fenimore rose to his feet, gripping his naginata with both hands. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon Say or Pick. In a chilling tone, he declared, "I shall not err again." Say or Pick, activating his ability, gradually allowed his body to sink into the ground, addressing Fenimore with a taunting smile. "Did you think this battle involved only your observations of my powers? I have discerned your attack patterns as well. There is no opportunity left for you, boy." With that, Say or Pick completely vanished into the earth. Suddenly, ripples surged across the ground behind Fenimore. He swiftly turned, slashing at the source of the disturbance, only to find it devoid of presence. A feint, perhaps? Fenimore pondered gravely, gazing at the ripples before him. Diaper bomb. Just as Fenimore believed he had been deceived, several bombs erupted from the rippling surface, hurtling toward him. He swung his blade, shattering the explosives. Yet, at that moment, the ground beneath him quivered, and massive hands emerged from the ripples, swiftly ensnaring his legs. "Bet you again, boy." With Fenimore captured, Say or Pick emerged from the rippling surface, propelling him against the distant wall of the sad factory in a swimming motion. Utilizing his ability, he clasped Fenimore tightly, ascending rapidly along the wall. Upon reaching the apex of the wall, Say or Pick's power, lacking a medium, was involuntarily nullified, and both bodies soared from the edge of the precipice. Clinging tightly to Fenimore, Say or Pick executed a back slam as they plummeted. Cat's back slam bridge, baby surprise slam. With a resounding crash, Fenimore was forcefully slammed into the ground. Immediately, Say or Pick activated his ability and submerged into the earth once more. Emerging with a triumphant laugh, Say or Pick peered at the dazed Fenimore, exclaiming, "Boy, though your diminutive frame grants you agility, that lengthy weapon of yours hinders your fluidity. Each time you leap, the excessive length of your naginata exposes your vulnerabilities. It is a glaring weakness for one so small to wield a weapon suited for giants." Pointing at Fenimore, Say or Pick proclaimed loudly, "Is it not foolish for one of your stature to wield such a weapon?" Fenimore, now standing, felt a weighty aura envelop him. Having already warned Say or Pick, he was incredulous that the term diminutive had been invoked yet again. Was this man a fool? Sensing the rising fury within Fenimore, Yinsha regarded Say or Pick with pity, murmuring, "This time, Fenimore is truly angered. That man may meet his end. This boy has become perilous." Senor Pique also sensed the shift in the aura surrounding Fenimore, yet he paid it little heed. In his estimation, having already discerned Fenimore's vulnerabilities, he believed victory was in his grasp. It was merely a matter of time before the outcome was determined. With this thought, a smirk crept onto the corner of Senor Pique's mouth as he submerged into the ground, stealthily advancing towards Fenimore's position from below. Fenimore stood resolutely, one hand firmly gripping the naginata planted beside him, his formidable presence steadily escalating. This overwhelming aura distorted the very air around him, creating an illusion from afar, where the diminutive figure of Fenimore, standing at a mere 80 centimeters, appeared to tower at 8 meters tall. "Ha ha ha, little one, I've caught you again," Senor Pique exclaimed as he emerged from the depths, reaching out to embrace the motionless Fenimore. Yet, as he broke through the rippling surface, he beheld the towering illusion of Fenimore, momentarily stunned. In a flash, Fenimore's form darted forward, standing directly before Senor Pique, their gazes locking. The latter felt as though he had been ensnared by an overwhelming presence, momentarily lost in a daze. "I have always believed that one's stature should not be measured by height. Rather, it is the heart that serves as the true standard. Thus, as long as one's heart is grand enough, even the smallest of individuals can be perceived as giants in the eyes of the world. Allow me to demonstrate. Even I, though diminutive, can wield a grand technique." Fenimore's voice boomed as he raised his naginata, his imposing form seemingly growing larger in Senor Pique's eyes. By the moment the naginata descended, Fenimore appeared as a mountain, towering far above even the largest of giants. This profound shock, extending from the mind to the visual realm, rendered Senor Pique momentarily oblivious to the need for resistance. Heart-shaking flowing blade technique, Mountain Peak. Fenimore executed a diagonal slash, leaving a wound that extended from Senor Pique's left chest to his right hip, blood gushing forth from the injury. Mountain Peak? The pacifier fell from Senor Pique's mouth as he summoned his final strength to gaze upon Fenimore's colossal figure, whispering, "Indeed, a truly awe-inspiring technique." With that utterance, Senor Pique gradually lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. "Impressive, impressive. Your technique continues to astonish. Even I momentarily believed you to be truly towering, remarked Rio, clapping and marveling. Silence. Fenimore reprimanded Rio, then turned his attention to the sad factory, speaking solemnly. Do not let your guard down. This war has only just begun. Greetings. I am aware. Yenlu swiftly waved his hand and inquired. I have heard that a member of the Don Quixote family, endowed with natural abilities, is stationed within this factory. Shall we assist Kong Hai? No need, Fenimore replied, shaking his head. Even if our adversary possesses natural powers, Kong Hai will not falter. Our sole responsibility is to guard the entrance of this factory. Indeed, that individual has truly become a bona fide swordsman. In terms of swordsmanship, even Gambi would find it impossible to best him. How could he possibly be defeated by an insignificant natural ability user? Yinlu nodded in agreement. Inside the factory, a frigid landscape prevailed. This was the battlefield of Kong Hai and Monet. Monet, her arms transformed into wings of ice and snow, soared high in the air. With a rapid flapping of her wings, she unleashed a flurry of snowballs resembling white rabbits, hurling them downwards towards Kong Hai. Snow rabbits. One by one, the snow rabbits descended from the sky, their weight and velocity generating piercing sounds of air being sliced apart, indicative of their formidable power. Kong Hai raised his arm, the famed blade Kong subtly rotating in his grip, its edge gleaming with a fierce radiance. Sword of the Void, third form, Thunder Flash. Swish, swish, swish. The brilliance of the Linkong flickered in his hand, the fierce slashes resembling streaks of lightning as they zipped through the falling snow rabbits. In an instant, the rapidly descending snow rabbits were cleaved in two. After dispatching the snow rabbits, Kong Hai shifted his stance, gripping the Linkong horizontally and swinging it with full force towards Monet in the sky. Sword of the Void, first form, Blue Bird. The azure slash echoed like the call of a great bird, magnificently soaring towards Monet. She flapped her wings to evade, yet the blue bird outpaced her, slicing through her left wing and severing her arm along with the icy feathers, blood splattering upon the ground. Monet, now bereft of an arm, turned pale, struggling to maintain her balance and nearly plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, she quickly harnessed her powers to reconstitute an icy wing, stabilizing her descent. Her severed arm landed at Kong Hai's feet, yet he did not spare it a glance, his expression remaining stoic, devoid of even a hint of sympathy. Kong Hai's piercing gaze remained fixed upon Monet as he adjusted his sword stance once more. Firmly gripping the Linkong, he twisted his wrist, causing the renowned blade to spin rapidly in tandem. The sharp slashes coalesced into a tempestuous current. Sword of the Void, second form, Wild Gale. Kong Hai directed his whirling arm towards Monet, unleashing the hurricane-like strike that howled forth. Dome of Snow. Monet gazed in horror at the oncoming tempest of slashing winds, and her face fell into an expression of alarm. With a swift motion, she unfurled her wings and transformed her icy, crystalline feathers into a formidable wall of snow, enveloping herself completely. Clang. The ice fort she constructed, akin to a dome of snow, boasted a hardness comparable to steel. Kukai's tempestuous strikes rained upon it, leaving behind deep gashes, yet failing to shatter her defenses. For 1,000 years, the snow endured. After successfully withstanding Kukai's ferocious gusts, Monet launched her counterattack. She concealed her form amidst the surrounding snow, summoning the accumulated frost from the ground to ensnare Kukai, hoping to immobilize him with the frigid temperatures of the ice. The Snow Beast. Suddenly, Monet emerged from the snowdrift, transforming into a fearsome, gigantic white snowbird, its jaws lined with sharp teeth, lunging towards Kukai. Clang. Kukai swung his sword, the fierce slash cleaving the snow beast in two. Although the creature remained unharmed due to the abilities of her natural type Devil Fruit, Monet's expression soured. She swiftly reverted to her stunning human form and ascended into the skies. Heavenly Snow, Blade of the Flesh. Monet transformed each icy feather of her wings into blade-like shards composed of circular snow formations. With a powerful flap, countless sharp ice blades rained down upon Kukai. His gaze sharpened, and within his eyes, flames seemed to ignite. Gripping his sword, flames erupted spontaneously from the twisted blade. Sword of the Sky, fourth form, Flame Dragon. Kukai unleashed a slash, and a searing fire resembling a colossal, burning dragon surged forth from his blade. The intense heat incinerated the myriad ice blades, and in a single gulp, consumed Monet high above, its sinuous body crashing through the roof of the sad factory. Outside the factory, the duo of Yenshur and Fenimore observed the fire dragon bursting through the rooftop. Yinshi rose with envy, exclaiming, Kukai's slashes grow ever more magnificent. He wields a sword. It can unleash flames akin to those of Captain Ace. Fenimore remained silent, though he instinctively tightened his grip on his Naginata. In the sky, as the flame dragon dissipated, Monet plummeted earthward, her body severely burned. Oh, is that a woman? Yinshi remarked in indignation upon seeing the fallen Monet. Kukai truly is cold-blooded, even striking so fiercely against a lady. Are you a fool? Fenimore chastised, lightly striking Yinshi on the head with the back of his blade. In battle, no matter how beautiful the opponent, they are still the enemy. Only a simpleton like you would feel pity for an adversary. Yinshi, clutching his head, grimaced but chose to remain silent. Though he recognized Fei Namor's assertion was accurate, as a gentleman, he could not exhibit the same ruthlessness in battle as Kong Hai and his companions, who showed no mercy even against women and the elderly. In her descent, Monet gritted her teeth against the agony, utilizing her abilities to restore her melted wings. Hovering in the sky, she cast a fierce glare at Kong Hai below. After their recent encounter, Monet had come to the stark realization that she was no match for the man beneath her. However, the significance of the sad factory compelled her to stand her ground rather than retreat. Hey, woman over there, flee at once. Yinshi shouted at Monet, who turned her gaze toward him upon hearing his call. Upon noticing Yinshi, Fei Namor, and the fallen Rao Ji and Senior Pick nearby, a resolute expression suddenly crossed Monet's face. Even if she were to perish here, she was determined to reduce the number of formidable foes for her master. With newfound resolve, Monet abruptly flapped her wings and dove rapidly toward a structure below, within which lay a self-destruct device capable of obliterating the entire factory. Indeed, Monet's determination was to sacrifice herself to activate that device, taking Kong Hai, Yinshi, and Fei Namor down with her. Hey, what's that woman planning? Yinshi felt a sense of foreboding as he observed Monet recklessly charging toward the factory. At this juncture, whatever her intentions, it was already futile, Fei Namor remarked quietly. For her opponent was none other than the airborne Kong Hai. In an instant, a figure soared from the shattered rooftop of the factory, rapidly heading toward Monet. The moonwalk technique, though commonplace within the Navy, was seldom mastered among pirates. Within the Spade Pirates, only Kong Hai had acquired and perfected this skill, subsequently developing his own formidable sword techniques, earning him the moniker of Sky Swordsman. Kong Hai's moonwalk was astonishingly swift. In a heartbeat, he caught up to the descending Monet. As he approached, he reversed his grip on the sword in his hand, accelerating once more. Sky Sword, 5th style, Blood Rose. Swish, 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 swish. The figure of Kong Hai danced swiftly beside Monet like an ephemeral shadow, followed by a fierce strike that glimmered like radiant light across Monet's form. With blood blooming like vibrant roses, Kong Hai, stepping with the grace of the moonwalk, paused mid-air to slowly sheath his renowned blade. Ling Kong, severely wounded, Monet plummeted from the heavens, landing amidst the rubble, his fate uncertain. With Monet defeated, the struggle for the sad factory was declared a triumph. Yet, the battle was far from over. Kong Hai and his companions were tasked with securing the location until the war concluded. In Dressrosa, the bullfighting arena stood as the stronghold of Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had expertly transformed it into an exceptional venue for clandestine dealings. Beneath the arena, various illicit transactions transpired daily. Despite Doflamingo temporarily shuttering these underground markets due to the conflict between the Don Quixote family and the Spade Pirates, nevertheless, a wealth of untraded goods remained hidden below, attracting a multitude of opportunists seeking to exploit the chaos of war. Among these individuals were gangsters, military forces, pirates, and even agents of the world government, all harboring the same intent, to seize whatever they could from the subterranean trading posts of Dressrosa amidst this turmoil. At this moment, the bullfighting arena was heavily fortified by the Toy Soldier Brigade, led by Sugar and Treble, while Caesar, Baby, Five, Gabapolo, and Dellinger, high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, stood guard over the underground dealings. Furthermore, the impending assault was not solely from Walrez, Yaki, and Scalar. Jolie Bonnie and Karos had successfully persuaded the Dondar tribe to join the fray and were en route to the arena. Coupled with those lurking in the shadows for personal gain, a monumental clash loomed on the horizon. Contrary to the vibrant scene witnessed when the Straw Hat Crew and Law's Alliance first arrived, the arena now lay shrouded in solemnity, devoid of spectators. The numerous toy soldiers of the Toy Soldier Brigade sealed all entrances, forbidding entry to anyone. These toy soldiers, transformed by Sugar's unique abilities derived from the Hobby Hobby fruit, were predominantly former humans turned into toys. It is noteworthy that Sugar, categorized by Doflamingo as a special officer, wields an extraordinarily potent ability with the Hobby Hobby fruit, which allows her to convert anyone she touches into a toy of her design. While those transformed into toys retain their speech and independent thought, their physical forms fall under the control of the abilities wielder. The nature and appearance of the transformed toys are entirely at the discretion of the user, and upon transformation, all memories of the affected individuals are erased from the minds of those connected to them, effectively obliterating all evidence of their existence. Over the years, the toys created by Sugar have been classified into two categories: utility dolls and the soldiers of the Toy Soldier Brigade. The contracts governing these two types of dolls stipulate that they must not harm humans and must serve the Don Quixote family, even to the point of death. Crucially, upon consuming the Hobby Hobby fruit, the user's physical growth ceases instantly, halting age, height, and appearance at that moment. Thus, though Sugar appears to be a mere child of 7 or 8, she is, in reality, a legal adult of 22. The sole known method to negate Sugar's abilities requires rendering her unconscious. When she loses consciousness, all those transformed into toys regain their original forms, along with their associated memories. Due to the significance of Sugar's power, Treble, one of the highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, remains close by her side, acting as her protector. Now, Sugar-chan. Leave this to the toy soldiers. Let us head to the palace where it is safer. Torpole followed closely behind Sugar, coaxing her gently. You mustn't. Sugar halted, pouting, and turned to face Torpole, her displeasure evident as she responded, Torpole, I am also a member of the family. I will not flee without a fight. I want a battle. She raised her tiny fist, speaking earnestly. However, Sugar's abilities are ill-suited for direct combat. Instead, we could command the toy soldiers from the rear. And it is imperative that we avoid confronting those enemies head-on. Torpole continued to urge. No. Sugar firmly rejected him, striding towards the arena's entrance as she declared. They are formidable, and I intend to turn all those intruders into toys, compelling them to fight for us until their last breath. As Torpole attempted to persuade her further, the arena's grand doors were suddenly shattered open with brute force, sending a multitude of toy soldiers and debris flying inside, followed closely by 3 figures. These 3 were Vors, Aki, and Scar, tasked with capturing Caesar. Intruders. Upon seeing Vors and his companions storm in, Sugar felt no fear. Instead, a gleeful smile spread across her face as she sprinted towards them. Watch as I transform you all into toys. Realizing Sugar's reckless charge towards Vors and the others, Torpole was horrified. He rushed forward, desperate to intervene, shouting, Sugar, those are not foes you can handle. Come back. What a child. Vors and Scar frowned at the sight of the little girl dashing towards them. The rugged yet kind-hearted Aki stepped forward to intercept her. Hey there, he said, placing his hand gently on top of her head, squatting down to her level, and advising in a caring tone, this place is no place for a child like you. You should leave immediately. Do you understand? Outraged at being underestimated, Sugar scowled and seized Aki's hand resting atop her head, unleashing her powers without hesitation. Aki, watch out. Vors suddenly recalled something urgent and shouted a warning to Aki, but it was too late. Toy Bear. Sugar activated her ability, transforming Aki into a small bear toy, while all memories of Aki vanished from Vors and Scar's minds in an instant. Hey, Scar, I have a strange feeling that I've forgotten something very important, Vors said, his expression darkening as he glanced at the toy bear beside Sugar. I feel the same, but I can't recall what it was at all, Scar replied, equally perplexed. Scar's expression darkened as he spoke. Torpole, witnessing Sugar effortlessly transform the formidable cyborg Yaki of the Spade Pirates, whose bounty stood at an impressive 186 million, wore a look of astonishment. The members of the Spade Pirates seemed to harbor no defenses against a child. Perhaps it was indeed plausible that Sugar could defeat these adversaries. Observing the grim visages of Wallace and Scar, Torpole pondered this unsettling thought. After turning Yaki into a teddy bear, Sugar licked her lips and donned an innocent smile as she slowly approached Wallace and Scar. Just as Sugar reached Scar and was about to touch his foot, Wallace suddenly pulled Scar aside, murmuring with intensity, "Be cautious, Scar. Ace informed me that the Don Quixote family has a child who consumed the toy fruit. She possesses the ability to transform anyone she touches into a toy, causing them to vanish from our memories. I suspect this child is the wielder of that power." Wallace's gaze remained fixed on Sugar, a note of caution in his voice, moreover. This disconcerting sensation of having forgotten something significant among us may stem from the fact that one of us has already been turned into a toy by her. Scar, upon hearing this, regarded Sugar with newfound vigilance. Yet, both he and Wallace found it hard to convince themselves to take action against a child. Indeed, even when recognizing Sugar as an enemy, the crew of pirates hesitated to strike a child. Tori Pole, observing the inner turmoil reflected in Wallace and Scar's expressions, quickly discerned their conflict and shouted at Sugar, "Sugar, they will not harm a child. Now's your chance. Take them out." Sugar too recognized this hesitation, and in a flash, she darted towards Wallace and Scar with extraordinary speed, unleashing her toy fruit power as she extended her wicked little hands towards them. Teddy bear. Sugar's speed was remarkable, yet Wallace and Scar were not slow either. They deftly evaded her assault. Exchanging glances, they silently agreed and rushed towards Tori Pole. Even acknowledging Sugar's abilities, they could not bring themselves to strike a child, but when it came to Tori Pole, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, they felt no pity. Unable to act against Sugar, they aimed to defeat him first. Tori Pole, realizing their intentions as they charged towards him, displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he calmly raised his hand, targeting the two approaching foes. As a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, Tori Pole was no mere figurehead. He was not only a devil fruit user but also possessed considerable strength. Sticky Cannon. Two clumps of viscous slime shot forth from Torbol's hands, hurtling towards Woles and Scar. Water Strike. Pressure Cannon. Woles and Scar each executed their techniques, shattering the gelatinous projectiles launched by Torbol. "Woles, leave this to me. You go after Caesar," Scar said, casting a glance at Woles. "We cannot allow these individuals to hinder the mission entrusted to us by Ace." Woles met Scar's gaze, nodded, and replied, "All right, be careful." With that, he swiftly maneuvered past Torbol and dashed towards the inner arena. "Don't even think about escaping." Torbol, having overheard Scar's words, would not permit Woles to pursue Caesar. He immediately secreted another glob of slime, flinging it toward Woles. Sticky Chains. The repulsive brown slime, once cast, formed into a beaded chain that rapidly coiled around Woles. Observing this, Scar attempted to assist, but was thwarted by a wave of toys blocking his path. "Your opponent is us." Sugar stood behind the toys, gazing at Scar with an innocent expression. With a wave of her hand, the toys surged forward toward Scar. Pressure Cannon. Scar raised his hand, unleashing a powerful force from his palm that sent many of the advancing toy soldiers flying. However, an even greater number continued to charge at him from all directions. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, Scar had no choice but to abandon his attempt to aid Woles, focusing instead on the toy army before him. Shark Fist. Woles struck at the encroaching slime chain, yet despite his utmost effort, he could not break it, instead merely redirecting its trajectory. With a resounding thud, the slime chain, altered in direction by Woles' punch, landed against a distant boulder. Torbol, still controlling the chain, yanked it back along with the boulder. Sticky Meteor. After a vigorous spin, he swung the ensnared boulder down upon Woles like a hammer. Shark Fist. Woles retaliated, delivering a punch that shattered both the slime chain and the trapped boulder. Yet, as one slime chain was destroyed, Torbol unleashed several more, each coiling toward Woles from different angles. Woles deftly evaded these gelatinous chains and charged fiercely toward Torbol. Snot Blade. Torbol expelled a thick, viscous liquid, the leading edge morphing into a blade aimed directly at Woles. Shark Palm. With a powerful stomp, Volaris propelled himself into the air, executing a swift rotation before delivering a fierce kick towards Torbol. The Fishman Karate Technique. 6,000-tile spinning kick. Accompanied by a piercing sound, Volaris unleashed a kick capable of shattering 6,000 tiles directly at Torbol. Achoo! Torbol sneezed, expelling a copious amount of slime, which formed a gelatinous wall before him. Slime Barrier. Bang! Volaris' 6,000-tile spinning kick shattered the slime barrier effortlessly, yet it failed to harm Torbol. In that moment, however, Torbol had already maneuvered the released slime chains, ensnaring Volaris, still suspended in midair. Slime Chain. Circular Prison. With a flourish of his hands, Torbol commanded the slime chains to swirl rapidly, forming a spherical enclosure around Volaris. As Volaris descended, Torbol clenched his fists, causing the slime chain sphere to constrict violently. Volaris steadied himself, drawing his right fist back to his waist, channeling all his strength into his punch, and then launched a powerful strike at the gelatinous meteor hammer. Tenkatile Fist. Volaris' punch unleashed a 360 shockwave, propelling several slime chains away. Slime chain, snot blade dance. Torpole, manipulating the flung slime chains, transformed their tips into blade-like shapes, launching a frenzied assault towards Volaris. Plum Blossom Skin. Volaris crossed his arms defensively before his chest, enveloping himself in the armor of Haki to withstand the onslaught of the snot blades. Clang, clang, clang. The chaotic barrage of snot blades struck Volaris, producing a crisp sound. Yet they could not penetrate his defenses. Volaris, be careful. Suddenly, Skarl's voice rang out from behind. Volaris turned to see a slime chain, with sugar clinging to it, hurtling towards him. Oh no! Realizing the imminent danger, Volaris found Sugar's tiny figure already in front of him and unable to harm the child. He could only watch helplessly as her small palm gently tapped against him. He got you. Nutcracker toy. With an innocent smile, Sugar lightly touched Volaris, activating the powers of the toy fruit, instantly transforming him into a toy resembling a nutcracker. Volaris. Skarl watched in shock as Volaris was turned into a toy, rage boiling within him. Yet, in that fleeting moment of transformation, all memories of Volaris vanished from Skarl's mind, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. What has happened to me? Skarl was engulfed in a tempest of fury, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Yet, after the loss of his memories regarding Wares, he found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend the source of his anger or the reason for his tears, leaving him in a state of profound confusion. In that very moment, Sugar, taking advantage of Skarl's momentary distraction, Toripole swiftly hurled the sticky chain that bound Sugar in Skarl's direction. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from above the arena, and the roof was breached by an enormous figure that plummeted down, landing directly upon the sugar that Toripole had thrown toward Skarl. Descending from the arena's roof was a colossal hippopotamus, its head adorned with several large welts, having fainted upon impact, accompanied by a stunning woman with flowing pink hair and a handful of diminutive beings. It was none other than Jewelry Bonnie, Karas, and the Dodada tribe warriors, who had formed a temporary alliance under Bonnie's persuasion, while the hippopotamus was a defeated member of the Beast Pirates. Sugar. Toripole was momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected scene. Regaining his composure, he rushed to the unconscious hippopotamus, straining to push it aside in order to rescue the battered Sugar, who was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Sugar. Dear Sugar, please awaken, Toripole implored, shaking her gently in an attempt to rouse her. He understood all too well the grave consequences that would ensue if Sugar succumbed to unconsciousness. Bonnie, we seem to have landed on a child. Karas, suspended in midair, glanced uncertainly at Jewelry Bonnie. It matters not. We are surrounded by foes, Bonnie replied nonchalantly. Unlike Wares and the others, Bonnie, with her tragic past, held no sympathy for enemies, regardless of their age. Suddenly, Bonnie spotted Skarl standing there, a look of utter bewilderment etched on his face, and called out to him, Hey. Skarl, what is the matter? What is the matter? Skarl touched his tear-streaked face, his confusion morphing into astonishment. He felt as though he had lost something of immense significance. Yet he could not grasp what that loss was. Sugar. At that moment, Toripole let out a piercing scream, for the Sugar in his grasp had fainted, completely losing consciousness. Boom. As Sugar succumbed to unconsciousness, a thick fog enveloped all the toys in the arena, transforming them back into humans, including Wares and Yaki. Simultaneously, as the toys reverted to their human forms, the memories associated with them flooded back into the minds of all present. This was a dire predicament. Torpole gazed at the toys that had reverted to their human forms, his expression darkening with palpable distress. He had intended to seize the chaos to escape with the unconscious Shatang, but was thwarted by the intervention of two individuals, Wallace and Yaki, who had also transformed back into humans. It became evident that all the toys in this realm were once human. Bonnie, witnessing the metamorphosis, suddenly grasped the truth. No wonder the toys possessed human-like cognition. They were, in fact, former humans. Enlightened by this revelation, Bonnie turned her gaze to Wallace and Yaki, unable to suppress her laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, you must have fallen victim to the enchantment to become toys. Skarl finally recalled the reason behind his tears. Yet upon seeing Wallace and Yaki restored to their human forms, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. This girl's powers are far too formidable. She must not be allowed to leave this place, Wallace declared with a grave tone. Indeed, we cannot allow this girl to escape our sight. At least not until this conflict has reached its conclusion, echoed the compassionate Yaki. Understanding the personalities of his companions all too well, Yaki recognized that Despite their awareness of the girl's capabilities, none among them could bring themselves to harm such a child. Hence, she posed a significant threat to their group. Wallace and Scarl shared this understanding, and without a word exchanged among them, the trio simultaneously launched an unhesitating assault on Torbol, who clutched Shatang tightly. Sticky chain. Torbol unleashed a stream of viscous substance, affixing it to the ceiling, and using this makeshift chain, he swung himself up to evade the onslaught from Wallace and his companions. Attempting to make his escape from the rooftop. Bang, bang, bang. As Torbol was about to escape to the rooftop, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from above, striking the unsuspecting Torbol and bringing him crashing down. The assailants were those who had transformed from toy soldiers back into humans. At that moment, they retained the memories of their time as toys, and more importantly, their transformation had been a consequence of their knowledge of the nefarious deeds of the Don Quixote family. The amalgamation of these two resentments ignited a fierce animosity, as they now glared at Torbol and the sugar in his arms with eyes that seemed to yearn for their very flesh. Not only in this vicinity, but at the instant Sugar lost consciousness, chaos enveloped the entirety of Dressrosa. This turmoil was not solely due to the individuals who had been turned into toys regaining their human forms, but also because the memories associated with them flooded back into the minds of their loved ones. It is essential to note that the number of individuals transformed into toys had exceeded half of Dressrosa's population at that time. Now, as these individuals reverted to humanity, it was not just their own identities that were restored. Their relatives and friends simultaneously recalled the atrocities committed by the Don Quixote family. Hence, at the moment Sugar fainted, nearly the entire populace of Dressrosa became adversaries of the Don Quixote clan. In that instant, the fainting of Sugar precipitated a complete upheaval across Dressrosa. Ha ha ha, Joker. I never imagined you possessed such capable subordinates, capable of turning people into toys. Within the royal palace on the Plateau of Kings, Jack, observing the live broadcast of the arena, suddenly erupted in laughter. He turned to his counterpart, Doflamingo, who sat across from him, and remarked, however, "This means your reputation in this nation is utterly tarnished." "It matters not," Doflamingo replied, his demeanor stoic. "They are merely foolish commoners. As long as I win this war, I will transform them all back into toys. All of them." Jack paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, as expected of you, Joker. "But in that case, this nation would be irrevocably turned into a land of toys. Hee, as long as we can emerge victorious in this war, such matters are inconsequential." Doflamingo's face twisted into a sinister grin before suddenly changing. He rose to his feet, gazing beyond the palace walls, and intoned solemnly, "That little brat, Fire Fist, has finally arrived here." "Oh, has he already come?" Jack also stood, stretching his neck, and said, "I have been waiting with bated breath. In the bullfighting arena, the nefarious scions of the Don Quixote family shall not allow your escape. Indeed, transforming us into toys is utterly despicable. Let us slay them." At that moment, the crowd was seething with indignation, surging toward Torbol in a fervent rush. Sticky chain, snot-snatching white blade, raging dance. Torbol expelled a substantial amount of viscous fluid, which transformed into chains with razor-sharp tips, swirling chaotically under his command among the oncoming adversaries, swiftly dispatching dozens, while the remaining foes came to a halt. "Have you forgotten the terror we embody?" Torpol's expression darkened as he glared at them, his voice resonating ominously. Witnessing Torpol's formidable prowess, the assailants were reminded of the lecherous figure before them, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, once a powerful pirate with a bounty exceeding 200 million. However, among these individuals, aside from the residents of Dressrosa, there were many who had previously clashed with the Don Quixote family, fierce pirates who were not easily intimidated. "What are we afraid of? He is but one man, while we number in the thousands." Indeed, in terms of sheer numbers, they possessed an undeniable advantage. And even a strategy of attrition could wear him down. If we retreat now, who knows when we might again be turned into toys? I refuse to experience such a fate. Encouraged by some well-meaning individuals, those who had initially contemplated retreating after witnessing Torpol's strength found their resolve rekindled. They raised their weapons and surged toward Torbol, launching a frenzied assault. Although Torpol's might was formidable, he was also tasked with safeguarding the unconscious Sugar. And the attackers wielded ranged weaponry, forcing Torbol into a defensive position, struggling to utilize his abilities effectively. "Vors, what should we do now?" Yaki inquired, observing Torbol under siege. Hesitating momentarily, Vors pondered before responding gravely, "That little girl's powers are too perilous. We cannot allow her to escape. Should we engage? Scar, upon hearing this, cracked his knuckles, eager to join the fray, recalling his previous humiliation. Yet, just as the three prepared to intervene in the assault on Toripol, they were halted by Jewelry Bonnie. Hold your fire for now. After stopping Vors and the others, Bonnie turned to the warriors of the Don Quixote tribe. Leave this to us. You must assist our comrades in thwarting the Underworld Coalition. We cannot permit them to breach this arena. Leo, the captain of the Don Quixote tribe warriors, glanced at Bonnie and nodded. Responding earnestly, trust us. The warriors of the Don Quixote tribe will never allow a scoundrel from the underworld to enter the arena. Upon concluding her words, she dashed towards the arena's exit with the warriors of the Dongdadak clan. Once she had dispersed the warriors, Joel Bonnie turned to face Wallace and his companions. Speaking in a grave tone, earlier, as we made our way from Green Bit, we encountered numerous nefarious individuals emerging from the underworld. Don Quixote da Flamingo serves as the intermediary of that realm. Thus it is evident that these villains have not come to Dressrosa for mere sightseeing. This implies that we are likely to confront an indeterminate number of potential adversaries. Therefore, we must avoid unnecessary conflicts and conserve our strength to face the hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. Bonnie then cast a cold smile towards those assaulting Toripol, remarking, moreover, in the eyes of these individuals, we may not be perceived as allies. It is crucial to recognize that the majority among them are citizens and soldiers of the Dressrosa Kingdom, while we are pirates, invaders. Perhaps, once they eliminate the threat posed by the Don Quixote family, we could very well become their next target. Joel Bonnie's concerns were not unfounded. After all, to most, they bore no distinction from the Don Quixote family members, both groups branded as heinous pirates. Unlike the Straw Hat Pirates from the original narrative, their foremost objective was not the salvation of this nation. Thus, should they vanquish the Don Quixote family's menace, these people, under certain instigations, might very well turn their sights upon her group, or even the recently allied Dongdadak clan could betray them and become enemies. Upon hearing Joel Bonnie's words, Wallace and his companions grasped the gravity of the situation, promptly abandoning any thoughts of aiding those in distress. Suddenly, a cacophony of whirring filled the air as something rapidly spiraled overhead. The crowd looked up to witness an individual, with hair spinning like a propeller, flying towards them. This figure, ensnared by thick chains and clad in a heavy long coat, bore the insignia of a pirate crew on his teeth, resembling a helicopter. Perched upon his back stood a woman in a maid outfit wielding heavy weaponry, alongside a young fishman sporting horns reminiscent of Dressrosa's fighting fish, complete with fins and a flat cap. The young fishman was Delinger, an officer of the Don Quixote family, while the helicopter-like figure was Buffalo, a combatant of the same clan. And the weapon-wielding maid was his partner, Baby, 5. You dare to lay hands on my family? Such an affront is utterly unforgivable. Baby, 5 exclaimed from Buffalo's back, raising her dual medium cannons and unleashing a barrage upon those besieging Toripol, forcing them to retreat. Toripol catch. Derringer hurled 2 gas masks towards Torbol. Upon seeing the masks, Torbol immediately grasped their intent. After catching the masks, he promptly donned one on himself and another on Sugar. Observing Torbol and Sugar equipped with their gas masks, Derringer stomped on Buffalo's back and grinned menacingly. Buffalo, act. Understood. Buffalo replied, retrieving a bomb inscribed with the word KRO from his clothing, a toxic gas bomb developed by Caesar. Those who dare to defy us shall perish. Buffalo proclaimed loudly, before launching the gas bomb downward. Boom. The bomb detonated, releasing a torrent of deep purple gas that swiftly engulfed the entire arena, rendering those who encountered it unconscious. This is bad, it's a gas bomb. The expressions of Walls and the others turned grim as they observed the noxious fumes spreading rapidly. Scarl, Walls exclaimed, his gaze darting towards Scarl, seemingly believing he possessed the capability to manage the toxic threat. Leave it to me. Scarl stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the others, raising his hands with palms facing outward. Within Ace's Spade Pirates, the number of those who have consumed the devil fruit is rather limited. Apart from Ace himself, only Scar has partaken of its power, having consumed the Paramecia-type pressure fruit, which allows him to manipulate various forms of pressure at will. After Scar introduced his abilities to his comrades, the navigator Canalia felt a surge of envy towards him. Pressure Cyclone, Scar exclaimed, unleashing an invisible force from his palm. This pressure seemed to create an intangible barrier around them, causing the surrounding toxic gas to swirl and circulate several meters away, unable to encroach upon their vicinity. Wind Pressure Tornado, With a shift of his gesture, the invisible pressure barrier morphed, transforming from atmospheric pressure to wind pressure, redirecting the flow of air around them into a whirling tornado that swept the toxic gas high into the sky. The group was carried away by this vortex, emerging from the interior of the arena into the Colosseum. The members of the Don Quixote family had vanished. Yaki surveyed the area, noting the absence of Toripol, Bartolomeo, and the others. Ace mentioned that beneath this arena lies a secret space. The laboratory of Caesar Clown is located there. I suspect the Don Quixote members have fled there. Vors remarked. Is it beneath us? Yaki gazed at the ground, stamped his foot, and raised his modified arm, declaring, Leave it to me. With that, he delivered a powerful punch to the ground, shattering the thick surface and creating a massive void. Yaki, you fool. Who told you to do that? Amidst the shouts of anger, the group plummeted into the chasm formed by the fractured ground. Upon their descent into the depths of the bullfighting arena, Vors and the others found the previously vanished members of the Don Quixote family. Besides Sugar, Toripol, Dringer, Bartolomeo, and Baby, 5 were all present, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Behind them stood an unusual figure with deep violet-blue hair and horn-like adornments. This individual was none other than Caesar. It turned out they had directly landed in Caesar's laboratory. Vors retrieved a bounty notice, comparing the photograph on it to Caesar, who stood behind the Don Quixote executives. That peculiar individual is Caesar Clown, the one Ace mentioned. I intend to capture him alive. Oh, he has a bounty of 300 million berries. Capturing him will not be an easy task, Scar remarked. Let us do our utmost, Yaki replied. Can I fight this time too? Karos gazed at her companions, her face alight with anticipation. Within the Spade Pirates, she held a status akin to that of a beloved mascot, as the crew typically refrained from involving her in perilous battles. This, in part, explained why her bounty had only reached 3 million berries thus far. However, this time, it was a war involving the entire Spade Pirates crew. How could she possibly be excluded? Wallace, Yaki, and Scalar chimed in unison. How dare you make me feel as though I am not one of you? Bonnie protested, visibly displeased. Wallace and the others exchanged amused glances. Technically speaking, Bonnie, who had already formed her own pirate crew, could not be considered a true member of theirs. Suddenly, Caesar erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Did I just hear someone say they intend to capture me alive? Am I experiencing some sort of hallucination? You heard correctly, Caesar Clown. Torpol replied, turning to face him. They did indeed express their desire to capture you. Huh? What do you think you are, attempting to take me alive? Caesar retorted with a wild grin, retrieving a device resembling a button from his clothing. You arrogant fools, allow me to showcase my terrifying research achievements from this past year. With that, he pressed the button, and the entire laboratory began to tremble violently. Amidst the cacophony of deafening roars and howls, several colossal monsters materialized before them, each towering far above even the giants. Oh my, what immense creatures! The members of the Don Quixote family gasped in astonishment at the sight of the newly emerged giants, then turned to Caesar, inquiring, Is this what is referred to as the legendary ancient giants? Have you truly resurrected them? Indeed. This is the result of my research into the gigantification of humans. Impressive, isn't it? Caesar beamed with pride. These were originally intended to be sold to Kaido, but now they shall serve as a means to test their strength. Wait, are you joking? Scalar exclaimed, staring at the massive beings in disbelief. What are these monsters? They're enormous. These titanic creatures were, in fact, the Beast's pirates' formidable giants that appeared in the Wano arc of the original narrative. However, they had only just been developed in this timeline and had not yet been sold to Kaido by Doflamingo, thus lacking the title of beasts. Are you frightened already? Caesar observed the astonished expressions of his comrades, his pride swelling even further. He spread his arms wide and declared, Allow me to introduce you to my ultimate masterpiece. Come forth, my crowning achievement. As Caesar's voice faded, a resounding roar echoed, and before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a legendary creature materialized. It was a dragon, originally conceived by Vegapunk to safeguard Punk Hazard, a colossal being capable of spewing flames and adapting to any environment. The celestial dragons held a particular fondness for this creature, bestowing upon it the name Big Dumb Dragon, as Monet had once referred to it. Indeed, this was the unfortunate creature that met its demise at the hands of Zoro in the original storyline. A year prior, following the destruction of his laboratory in Punk Hazard by Ace, Caesar had transported this beast to his new research facility in Dressrosa. where he employed his human gigantification research to augment its size, successfully evolving it from a flying dragon to a giant dragon. In doing so, Caesar even regarded it as the crowning achievement of his biological gigantification research. The onlookers, including Warlis and his companions, gazed at the fantastical creature, swallowing hard and murmuring, "Could this be the legendary giant dragon?" Indeed, Caesar floated above, landing atop the massive dragon, beaming with pride as he introduced it to the crowd. "Behold, my ultimate masterpiece. The ultimate dream battle flying tyrant beast." What a ridiculous name. Upon hearing Caesar's christening of the dragon, not only did Warlis and his companions express disdain, but even the officers of the Don Quixote family wore similar expressions of disapproval. What kind of expression is that? Is my name not good? Seeing their reactions, Caesar erupted in frustration. Yes, the crowd nodded in unison. Roar. Even the giant dragon beneath Caesar displayed a human-like expression of disdain. "Hey, what are you complaining about?" Caesar kicked the dragon's head, pointing at Warlis and the others. "Devour them." Roar. The dragon, unwilling to defy Caesar's command, let out a furious roar and opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Warlis and his companions. Skarl stepped forward, placing himself in front of the group, raising his hands against the searing inferno. An invisible pressure converged before him. Super pressure, air cannon. Under the immense force, the air before Skarl erupted like a powerful projectile, shattering the dragon's flames. The residual force, unrelenting, surged toward the dragon, the formidable impact unexpectedly toppling the massive creature from the sky. "Useless beast, get up." Caesar bellowed at the fallen dragon, his expression darkening. "If you do not eliminate these individuals before Smiley awakens, I shall turn you into Smiley's meal." Upon hearing Caesar's words, the dragon immediately exhibited a distinctly human-like expression of fear, struggling to rise from the ground. Its eyes ablaze with fury, it charged toward Wallace and his companions. In a swift motion, Wallace positioned himself before the dragon, his right fist clenched, summoning a wave of water energy within his palm, which he then struck fiercely against the dragon's abdomen. Fisherman's empty-handed martial art, Wool-Eye Convergence. With a tremendous roar, the impact of the water wave unleashed a powerful force that sent the massive dragon soaring. The ferocious blow penetrated through its body, emerging from its back, rendering the colossal creature unconscious. Despite its formidable appearance, it proved to be shockingly fragile. After toppling the gigantic dragon with a single strike, Wallace remarked with a hint of disdain, "Useless, utterly useless." Caesar, witnessing the downfall of his proud ultimate masterpiece at the hands of another, wore an expression of mortification. He bellowed at the surrounding monstrous beings, "You worthless creatures, charge at them, crush them, or I shall turn you all into Smiley's meal." Indeed, the colossal monsters quaked at the mention of Smiley, their eyes turning crimson as they lumbered forward, heedless of their own intellect, which seemed limited to simplistic utterances. Nonetheless, their immense stature instilled a palpable sense of pressure upon Wallace and his companions. Do not become food. Eliminate them. Crush them. Crush them. The enormous beasts wielded their massive weapons, striking down upon Wallace and his allies with tremendous force. Wind pressure, tornado, Tang Chao's fist, power hammer. Simultaneously, Wallace, Scar, and Yaki countered the assaults, their formidable strength flipping the giant monsters onto the ground. They formed a triangular formation, shielding Jolie Bonnie and Karos behind them. "Hey, what are you doing? Do you look down on us?" Jolie Bonnie exclaimed, visibly displeased. "Indeed. Do you think so little of us? We can fight too," Karos echoed, equally irked. "Combat is a matter for men. Ladies should stand aside and observe," Yin Lu retorted, turning back with an expression he believed to be dashing. Silence. Both ladies simultaneously delivered a sharp blow to his head, leaving two noticeable bumps atop it. "Centaur Legion," Caesar shouted, as he and the high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family confronted the massive monsters, behind them emerging a cadre of half-human, half-beast warriors, the centaur soldiers that Caesar had engineered. Enough of this. Wallace opened his mouth, and the group stood in a row, gazing at the enormous monstrosity opposite them, along with the officials of the Don Quixote family. Despite the stark numerical disparity, there was no trace of fear on their faces. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two factions grew tense. A battle was imminent. "Oh, how lively it is here." At that moment, a group descended from above, led by a figure wielding dual swords. With a monkey perched on his back, it was Doma and his brigade of pirate riders, who had triumphed over Diamante, and the fighting core on the coast. Haha. It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. Following Doma and his crew, another group landed, led by George Sarlin, who had also vanquished the Don Quixote family officer Gladius, accompanied by his Mighty Hounds pirate crew. George, Doma. Upon seeing their arrival, Wallace and the others displayed expressions of surprise. Heh, it took some time to deal with that Diamante fellow, but I still arrived slightly earlier than George, Doma chuckled. Nonsense. I arrived first, but I encountered some trash from the underworld at the entrance, and it took a bit of time to handle them, retorted George Sarlin. TCH. More fools come to their demise. Caesar paid little heed to the arrival of Doma and George Sarlin. Giant Legion, crush them. Centaur Legion, tear them apart. Caesar floated into the air, arms spread wide, proclaiming loudly, Crush, crush, crush. Several colossal monsters obeyed Caesar's command, marching towards Wallace and the others with heavy strides. Oh, tear them apart. Let them witness the might of our Centaur Legion. Following behind the massive creatures, the half-human, half-beast monstrosities also charged toward Wallace and his companions. Creatures larger than giants and an army of half-human, half-beasts? Just as I like it. George Sarlin gazed at the titanic monsters and the Centaur Legion, a feral grin spreading across his face, and then he began to transform, morphing into a half-human, half-Doberman form. George Sarlin possessed the powers of the Zoan-type dog fruit, allowing him to freely shift into the form of a Doberman. You lot, follow me and bring down these monsters, woof. In his half-Doberman form, George Sarlin raised his arm and shouted, leading the charge towards the gigantic monsters and the Centaur Legion. Oh, follow the captain and take down these creatures. Under George Sarlin's leadership, the members of the Mighty Hounds pirate crew, brimming with zeal, followed their captain into the fray against the colossal monsters and the Centaur Legion. This fellow is stealing the spotlight again. Upon witnessing George Sarlin and his comrades charge forth, Doma could not remain idle. He raised his arm and exclaimed, My lads, we cannot be outdone by those fierce hounds. Follow me into battle. With that, Doma, the captain, led the charge. Oh, follow the captain and vanquish these monsters. The crew of the Knight Riders pirate group rushed after their leader without hesitation. There were 4 colossal beasts, Doma and George Sarlin each faced 2, while their subordinates engaged in fierce combat with the Centaur Legion. Though these enormous creatures, later dubbed brute tyrants, possessed immense size and strength, they proved to be of little consequence against true masters of the sea. Neither Doma nor George Sarlin felt the slightest pressure while confronting 2 of these titanic beasts simultaneously. However, their sheer size rendered them resistant to ordinary attacks, akin to the durability of those who had consumed animal-type devil.